Hello everyone, wherever you are around the world, welcome to our final act of the Pro Tour season 2013-2014. Rich Hagan, your host. I'm sitting alongside two fabulous gentlemen, the Pro Tour historian, Mr. Brian David Marshall, and sitting next to him, the Hall of Famer, Mr. Randy Buehler. It is great to have you with us. We have 3 incredible days ahead. BDM, first off, what are you most looking forward to in the next 3 days?
So right now we're in the middle of a very established standard format with some real pillars that are quite established and quite safe to play. Mm-hmm. I'm really looking forward to seeing if M15, which has some very powerful tools, is gonna shake the standard environment up, and if there's room for someone to come in with something that's unexpected and kind of can attack the blue-white control, mono black, mono blue, red decks that we've seen a lot of in standard recently.
Randy, the number one thing for you over the next 3 days?
For me, it's the Player of the Year race. It is Dezzani and Duke. Jeremy and Reed have been trading that number one spot back and forth for a while. I mean, this is the best Player of the Year race we've had. I mean, it's one of the best ever. The only one I can remember that kind of competes with it. I mean, we did have a playoff one year. If there's a tie, we get another playoff, right? That would be sweet.
But that playoff was unexpected.
Right. I mean, that was, Mantignon with the surprise comeback on the last day. The race for me that it reminds me of is when Kenji Sumura and Olivier Ruel were just literally chasing each other around the world to Grand Prix. They stagger into the World Championships exhausted because they've just been, both of them, playing every single Grand Prix to get every point they could. Comes down to the last round of the Swiss, and Kenji Sumura pips the fellow Hall of Famer Ruel by 1 point right at the end. That race is insane. That Worlds, every round we were tracking it. This feels like that. It feels exactly like that.
Yep, and we will track the Player of the Year race between the big two, Dezzani and Duke, right the way through. I can tell you that right the way up to Reed Duke finishing 26th and Jeremy Dezzani finishing 75th, we could have that Player of the Year playoff by Reed beating 1 point above Jeremy Dezzani. But this all plays out over 3 full days of magic. And why don't we take a look, BDM, first of all, Randy, let's look at the schedule and the formats, how it's going to shape out over the next 3 days.
Yeah, first thing we're going to do is an M15 booster draft. So everybody's going to get potted up. They're going to do pods of 8 people, M15 booster draft for the first 3 rounds. And then after that, they break out standard constructed decks. So standard and M15 are the 2 formats, best 2 out of 3. Swiss pairings, so you're always playing somebody with the same record. And then at the end of day 1, you got to get 4 wins. You got to get to 12 match points, and then you get to come back on day 2, where basically we run the same schedule back again. So on Saturday, once again, we'll start with an M15 booster draft. And then Saturday morning, they do 3 rounds of booster draft, come back with their standard constructed decks, and run back the last 5 rounds. So the home stretch, figuring out that top 8 will be standard constructed. Again, of course, it's Swiss pairings and best 2 out of 3 matches. So at the end of Saturday, we pick the top 8 competitors. They get to come back on Sunday. They get the lion's share of the prize money and the points and the glory. Maybe a Player of the Year race gets determined. At the end of Saturday is going to be so good. But then Sunday should be awesome as well. Standard constructed. They bring the same decks they've been playing on Friday and Saturday. And it's single elimination at that point in a bracket. And we are going to do the thing once again where we show every single match on camera. So we just line them up one after the other on Sunday, which should be spectacular.
Absolutely. Now, BDM, scoring is a little bit arcane sometimes in sports and esports. What's our scoring system?
So you heard Randy say 12 points to get through to day 2. What that means is 4 match wins, essentially. When you win a match, you get 3 points. When you lose a match, you get 0 points. And if we were to draw, we would get 1 point apiece. And 12 points is really a lot of players are looking for 12 points. They want to cross that bucket list item off. I made day 2 at a Pro Tour. The people who are competing for gold, for platinum, for World Magic Cup slots, for the World Championship, they are not looking for a 4-4 finish. Right. They're not looking for 12 points. They're looking for really like 18 points, something along those lines coming out of day 2.
Right, because as a very rough guide,
day 1, sorry.
Very rough guide, 16 rounds, 12 wins, 3 losses, and a draw, which in a perfect world is your intentional draw in the last round. That locks up the top 8. 12 and 4, we always talk about it, Someone might sneak in. It might be 7th and 8th, might be on 12 wins and 4 losses. But you do not want your 4th loss early,
No.
because tie breaks just kill you if that happens. So the 4 and 4s are totally on a wing and a prayer
Right.
on day 2. All right, that's the scoring, that's the schedule. Randy, back to you. Let's talk some cold hard cash. What
Sure.
goes on in terms of the prize payout?
$40,000 for first place. That is a life-changing amount of money for a lot of these guys. $40,000 for first, $20,000 for second. You see there, everybody who makes the top 8 is going to go home with at least $10,000. And don't lose sight of that pro points column. I mean, especially because this is the last tournament of the season. You alluded to it earlier, Rich. These guys we're going to see where they end at the end of the season. And those pro points, in many cases, are even more valuable than the prize money that you see in the prize money column. So it pays down to 75th. Everybody who shows up gets at least 3 pro points, sneak into the top 100 for that extra point. Top 75 is a point and some cash. Yeah, it's a lot of stakes. Also, and the bottom line is worth noting as well, top 25 also get to come back and run it again. If you're not qualified for Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir in Honolulu, get to the top 25.
Right, and that would you get that automatic invite, right? That doesn't count with like if you get to silver and you get an invite, you can sort of start to stack up your events
Right.
and try to put together a full year.
Yeah. It is worth saying that one of the biggest prizes you can get by being a silver, a gold, a platinum pro is the ability to just come back time after time. And BDM, there are lots of ways for the people at home to come join us here at the biggest stage of all. Let's work our way through the different ways you can qualify for
Sure.
a Pro Tour.
The easiest way to qualify for the Pro Tour is at a Pro Tour qualifier, right? This is this is what we do on Saturdays, right? We go, we play in a Pro Tour qualifier, and we try to win an invitation to the Pro Tour. You get airfare, you get an invite. A high finish at a Grand Prix will also do that for you. So you can finish top 4 or top 8, or sometimes tied for the record with top 8 based on the attendance at the Grand Prix, and that'll get you an invite and airfare. We just saw a top 25 finish at a previous Pro Tour. So if you finish top 25 at this Pro Tour, you're going to get airfare and invite to the next Pro Tour. And then, of course, there's the Players Club membership. We've talked about it: silver, gold, platinum. So you get to certain point tiers by the end of the year, and that sets your status. And so a silver player has 1 invite. A gold player has invites for the entire next season. A platinum player has those invites and appearance fees and perks. And then finally, the easiest way to qualify for the Pro Tour: become a Pro Tour Hall of Fame member.
Easiest?
Well, kind of. I mean, 1 out of every 3 people make it into the Hall of Fame,
Clearly.
apparently. Yeah,
Another
great
thing
stuff.
to look forward to this weekend, by the way. We get a couple more of those this weekend, right?
Yeah,
Yep,
yep.
up to 5.
It could be
correct?
more than 5.
Oh,
Mathematically.
Mathematically, it can be more than 5.
It never
Okay.
has been.
I'm going to give you a spoiler. It's not more than 5.
not more than 5. Yes, it is fair to say that amongst this gentleman's favourite jobs of the year, announcing the Hall of Fame, it's quite a long way up there. Even I don't know who's made it in yet. Mr. Tight Lip over here, not giving out away. That
Sinking
comes-
no ships.
That comes at lunchtime today. That's part of our lunchtime show. Also coming your way this weekend, we've got tons of great features. We have a Magic 2015 All-Star set review. We brought in Pro Tour champions and Hall of Famers to go through Magic 2015 for you, color by color, pick out some of the most interesting cards in the set to mark your card. You'll see that lunchtimes. We had Reed Duke and Jeremy Desani come in to talk about their season. Lots of very personal, very revealing stuff about the 2 best players in the game right now. One of those who's going to be Player of the Year. So you'll see that at dinner time this evening after round 6.
I imagine that segment is just rife with trash talk.
No. No, it actually isn't. They're super polite. They even shake hands at the end. It's lovely. So I can tell you that the pairings are being posted. We have a lovely view out onto the main hall, and the players are getting seated for the first draft action of day 1. Let me tell you about the feature pod that we're going to be showing you. We have from Serbia, Alexa Telerov, multiplayer on the World Magic Cup for them. From Brazil, noted online champion Eduardo dos Santos Vieira. From the United States, Sam Black. Ken Yukihiro of Japan is on our feature table. From the US, Sean Pottinger. Andrew Cuneo, who has been around forever, and he's looking for platinum this weekend. Patrick Dickman currently leads the German World Magic Cup race. He needs 5 points for platinum. And then the small matter of one Ben Stark, the Hall of Famer. So we will show you Ben Stark's draft in its entirety live, and then these two fine gentlemen will take you through, after the draft, what Sam Black did. You will see every pick of Sam Black as well. So those are the two we're going to feature in our first draft. So that's just a couple of minutes away. So why don't we take those couple of minutes to set the scene. A lot of people have been playing Standard over the last weeks and months, but obviously we're right at the start of Magic 2015. So Randy, let's start with you. What, as people watch these drafts this morning and the same tomorrow, what should people be looking out for?
Well, I mean, M15 draft it's kind of block and tackle Magic. I love core set draft because the colors just kind of do what the colors do. There aren't any, super linear themes. It's more of like trying to get into the underdrafted color and trying to figure out which are the good cards. So, I mean, these guys have been drafting this format. They've probably gotten in 10, 20 drafts in the last week or two. The consensus seems to be that blue is the weakest color, but if nobody wants blue, then you can kind of move in on, Welkin Turns and Frost Lynxes. You can build a pretty good beatdown deck out of the blue cards in M15. But I mean, those are the kinds of things I look out for. And like, can somebody get the awesome Convoke deck? Triplicate Spirits might be the best common in the set, probably the best common in the set. Triplicate Spirits and Siege Worms and
Lightning Strike.
I'm a big fan of Lightning Strike. I'm happy if I just get Borderland Marauders and Lightning Strikes all day.
Is there a sense that a lot of decks begin as color pairs, and then if you're winning, and clearly winning, they become a very definite archetype? So a green-white deck suddenly becomes a Convoke deck. A red-blue deck suddenly becomes the Artifacts Matter deck. Is there a sense of that?
It's definitely not as loud as it has been in some of the recent expert level sets. Like, in my mind, the only color pair that is truly an archetype is the Convoke deck. Like, you're either a Convoke deck or you're not. But I mean, you can be a red-blue deck, and you have a couple Scrapyard Mongrels, and you can grab a couple Bronze Sables late, and that Scrapyard Mongrel is pretty good value when you have an artifact in play. So you just have 3 or 4 artifacts that you'd be okay with playing anyway. And I mean, it's not an archetype to me. It just means you've got a couple of synergies and a couple of combos built into your deck. It feels a lot more like that, where you'll have a couple cards that help each other be better, but it's not like you're saying, commit to this archetype and trust that you're going to get paid off. That just isn't the way this set works.
Yeah, Scrapyard Mongrel's a card you would play in limited anyway. Right?
Yeah.
You'll play a 3/3 for 4.
Exactly.
You don't love it, but you'd play it.
And when he's 5/3 trample,
Yeah, well,
you're
that's
very, very happy.
You're very happy.
Now, BDM, you like beating down in draft, I know.
I do.
It seems like, in the early stages, that this is a format where that gets rewarded. Being proactive seems to be a good way to go, almost really whatever colors you are.
There's a lot of terrific aggressive cards. I mean, red, you talked about the Borderland Marauder. There's the Altec Berserker. There's the Mongrels. There's a lot of you can really just come out of the gates quickly. White Kinsbell Skirmisher, and then the Triplicate Spirits, and blue Frostlings is just such a great aggressive card.
It is.
You have this blue-white deck with 2 drops, and then you have Frostlings, and you peel from reality your Frostlings and their guy, and you replay the Frostlings, and they're dead. I don't know. I haven't done the math, but I'm pretty sure they're dead right there. It's a lot of fun, but there are a lot of decks you can draft as well. I mean, I've seen the green-black Graveyard deck.
Oh yeah.
With Assistants and Satyr Wayfinders, and you're just like making these gigantic creatures and reanimating stuff, and there's a lot of depth to this format that maybe we haven't seen in previous core sets.
You mentioned in our preview yesterday a card you looked at was Generator Servant, with the possibility of that in Constructed. How big a deal is that kind of mana acceleration in this format? The idea of turn 3, huge thing, with haste.
Yeah, I mean, Generator Servant's one of those cards. I mean, you're pretty happy with it as a 2/1 for 2, that you can just sort of trade with your opponent's creature early if you're on, in a bad place. But, sometimes you're powering out a 5-drop, a Thundering Giant and getting in with that, or you're making like a Siege Dragon on turn 5 with haste and killing their walls and doing 2 damage to all their creatures, and So
Yeah, I've done exactly that. It's every bit as much fun as it sounds.
yeah, and again, just like a little tip, you can use the servant generator to pay for 2 different creatures and give both of them haste. So that's a nice little thing to be able to do.
That's true. I'll tell you one thing that I don't like doing in this format is blocking. It is hard to block. Every time you block, they always have a trick. Like when you play a good player, he's got crowd's favor. Like don't even think about he's gonna have crowd's favor or he's gonna have ephemeral shields to give this guy indestructible. Like every time I block, I just know their guy's gonna be indestructible. I'm trying to trade. Suddenly their guy has first strike. It's so hard to block in this format. And that's why, something like a Borderland Marauder or your Generator Servant, like I think the 2-drops are super important because you want to be the guy who's attacking with untapped mana and at least representing tricks in your hand. And the opponent is tapped out and they're like, once you have to block, it's really hard to recover
You
from
don't
all the
even
tricks.
need untapped mana.
Great point.
Right?
Yeah.
You don't
Invoke-
even need untapped mana. Like the best tricks are, Gather Courage and Crowd's
Crowd's
Favor,
Favor.
which are free.
Yeah.
Ephemeral Shields, again,
Also Convoke.
virtually free.
Great point.
Convoke. I want to ask you, Randy, I won't name the player because that could be relevant, but one of our standard questions to people on Thursday night is, what would you like to open in the morning? And this particular player said, I'd like a Soul of Zendikar, please. I'm like, okay, some giant mythic, okay, fine.
We're giving away their draft strategy.
No, that's why I'm not naming them. And I said, okay, so, why that one particularly? He said, so I can pass it to the player on my left.
Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. And this particular player, who, by the way, is quite good at limited, let's say, said, the thing is, black feels like a trap. It feels like, which is kind of appropriate for a Soul of Zendikar, I guess. But he said, I will happily put people into black because all the removal, and we've had a couple of years where removal hasn't been super awesome and super unconditional, and now we're all running around playing with these things that just say, kill it dead, and feeling powerful and stuff. But he says it kind of doesn't quite get there a lot of the time.
5 mana is a lot.
Right.
Like Flesh to Dust is the best black common, and it just kills it dead, but it costs 5. Like if people are attacking you with 2-drops.
Yeah.
No, I don't think I would pass Soul of Zendikar, but
He may have been being slightly facetious.
I think most people have black as the 4th best color. I think the general consensus, like the first order, second order, third order draft strategy says blue is the worst. And then eventually you come around, well, if people are going to pass me enough Frost Lynxes and Welkin turns, I'll build a blue aggro deck. But most people, I think, have black 5th. And people like red, green, and white seem to be the consensus, with like white the best and then red and green next. So I can kind of see where he's coming
Or
from.
you get to the point where people are saying red's the best or white's the best, depending on who you talk to, and blue's the worst, then you kind of want to avoid one and be in the other.
Yeah, well,
right?
it's booster draft, right? So the best color is the one no one else wants.
Right.
That's
So-
just how booster draft works.
Now, here's the thing. When we've just come out of Theros block, where blue-white heroic was clearly a thing, and everyone knew that if you got that deck, you were in business. Aniel Alcaraz won a European GP as the only blue-white draft at the table. No one could come near him, and you knew as soon as you saw the deck. It was like, no, that's done. But the other side of that, we were in Philadelphia together, where we saw basically everyone except Reed Duke trying to be blue-white in that top 8. And it was a complete train wreck. Red seems to be the color that everyone knows is really good. How hard is it going to be to open a lightning strike, get past a heat ray, and then get the hell out of red?
Well, you don't have to get out of red if you if you have a lightning strike and a heat ray. You can still. This is actually surprisingly a format that does let you splash sometimes. So those are great cards because even if you end up with light red or even red as a 3rd color, lightning strike and heat ray are perfectly reasonable cards
On turn
to
5, turn 6.
to be in a 3rd color for.
Right.
You would prefer to be just red or red white.
Absolutely.
But,
No, and Ben Stark is the biggest proponent of, every time you take a card, think of it, you're speculating. Like
Right.
you're hoping it's going to work out, but you got to keep reading the table. And like what you can control is you can draft your seat, and you're going to keep getting information. And sometimes you take a card and you're like, well, I'll speculate on this color and see if it works out. It's certainly better to get past good red cards than to open them because then you've got this extra evidence that the people on your right chose to pass them to you.
So if I can give you any deck, any archetype, any color pair at the end of this first draft, Randy, what would you want to be shuffling up for round 1?
Mono red. I have like 4 Borderland Marauders, 3 Crowd's Favors, couple of Lightning Strikes. I'm beaten down with mono red.
And 16 mountains, somewhere around there?
Yeah,
with-
16,
right.
exactly. A cheap enough curve that I can play more spells than I would normally.
BDM.
Did I steal your answer?
No,
Well,
I, mean,
I can switch to Convoke. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
but
I-
nobody
I-
ever passes Triplicate Spirit, so that's why I didn't choose. Like,
yeah, I've actually really liked liked red blue a lot, but I actually like blue black for exactly the reasons we've been talking about. I feel like I'm able to get those cards
Your
very
eighth
late.
picks are just better
yeah,
than mine.
I get Jerbai Merklurkers super late, and so I'm pretty happy to always get the right price at the table for a deck.
Oh,
and
can
blue black is the deck I really like for that.
I want to change my answer to a splash green for Kurd Chieftain.
Oh, yeah.
So every deck you've drafted this weekend so
Yes,
far.
I'd never pass the Kurd Ape. The whole cycle of those Kurd Ape creatures is every one of them is outstanding.
Okay, well, I can tell you that there's a second feature pod we're going to be keeping an eye on through the morning for you. Some great names in this. Paula Vita Dama de Rosa, second in the Brazilian World Magic Cup race behind Willie Adel. Adam Koska, who was twice ninth at a Pro Tour in the same season, by the way. Atakan Yelkovan, Willie Adel, both the Brazilians are in the same pod.
wow.
Christina Smith is there. You've got Kelvin Chu, who leads the World Magic Cup race for Singapore. Adrian Nestico, and Alexander Hayne, and he's in the Canadian World Magic Cup race. That's just a small sampling of what we have in store for you here at Pro Tour Magic 2015. But right now, the players are getting ready to draft. It has gone deathly quiet out in the arena, and we are going to start with Ben Stark. Every pick as it happens right here. Don't you dare go away over the next 3 days of Pro Tour Magic 2015.
Hey guys, welcome to the booth. We are here in Portland, Oregon, ready to bring you a draft. This is going to be awesome. That's Zach Hill. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. And what are you looking to see down there, Zach? We're going to be watching the one and only, the Ben Stark.
Well, it really does seem that everybody I've talked to has slightly different opinions about the format.
Slightly different. I've noticed some huge gaps in opinions.
Yeah, I mean, there seems to be a consensus, black, blue, a little bit weaker than the other three colors, but some people I've talked to have said, I want to be in blue-black for precisely that reason.
Yeah, BDM just said that too, and I totally get what his reasoning is. Randy just said, look, booster draft is all about drafting the colors that other people aren't. So if blue-black seems to be the ones that people don't like early, you hammer on those, you can make a really nice deck.
Yeah, exactly, because the white deck sort of needs to feed on itself. And so if you get cut hard for that, even Triplicate Spirit's one of the best commons in the set, that needs a lot of support earlier in the curve so you don't just cast it on turn 6. And a lot of people feeding off one another can make this a really tricky format to read. I'm really excited to see what Ben's able to do at this table.
Yeah, he's got a pretty stacked up table too. I don't know if you heard Rich read it, but there are, so this is kind of, the early death table. I mean, these ones are random to start with, but it looks like a pretty rocky table to start. I saw Sam Black's also at that table. We're going to be bringing you action from him as well in a separate segment. But for the live draft, we're going to be covering Ben Stark.
Yeah, Sam actually really exciting. He's sort of viewed as this constructed brewer, but he got started as a limited master. So
okay, well, we are
to
ready
see.
to go. So let's head down to the feature match area to watch Ben Stark draft Magic 2015. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Magic 2015. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Zach Hill, and it is time to draft. This is, of course, the first Magic action of the entire tournament. This is going to set the tone for these players as they go forth into the next, well, hopefully 3 days for them. And we're going to start off with the Hall of Famer, a Pro Tour champion, Ben Stark.
Ben rocking his Pro Tour Magic 2015 t-shirt.
Love it. It looks good on him.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, getting into the spirit of the occasion, I guess. So, yeah, a lot of really strong players at the table, and Ben actually passing to Sam. So that should be really interesting when we watch the second draft, seeing how Ben's choices affect
So
Sam's.
Sam's directly on his left?
Yeah, exactly.
Fantastic. Take a look at Ben Stark's lifetime stats. He's pretty ridiculous. Whoa, he's also Garrick's apex predator, it seems. So let's take a look at Ben's first pack as he takes a look at it. Now, red has been sort of deemed the best color so far by most of the players that I've talked to. There's a lot of, Cone of Flame here for Ben Stark, a pretty ideal open. He's also got a Forge Devil and a Siege Dragon. So A lot of great red cards in this pack. Siege Dragon, many of you will know that if you've played in a pre-release for M15, it was the red promo card. So let's see what Ben takes. There's a lot of schools of thought here about which type of card you want and which direction to go. I think, is that a triplicate Spirits too? Oh my goodness.
That is a Spirits, and it looks like that's exactly what he took. I mean, there's so much powerful red in the pack that cutting white here could really set you up strong for the second pack. That said, I do not know if I'd be able to pass Cone of Flame.
Yeah, that's I think the decision is, do I want to take triplicate Spirits or Cone of Flame? And the question becomes, how close are they in power level? Because if they're even remotely close, it's much better to pass the 3 red cards than it is the white.
Now we see him looking at a Heat Ray in this pack, another strong red signal, even though he took the Spirits. He's got Heliod's Pilgrim that I actually think is a pretty underrated white card because of all of the support for it, not just in white, but in red and black. Cards like Stab Wound, cards like Inferno Fist. But it looks like he's taking a look at a wide variety of cards.
He is. So he also looked at the Battle Mastery, thinking, well, if I take the Heliod's Pilgrim, I might be able to wield the Battle Mastery. The problem is Battle Mastery isn't good. In fact, it's just bad. So that's not really an option for him, but he needs to take a look. Let's see what he takes. There's a Marked by Honor, too, that he could take. I couldn't quite see. He took a blue card, but he kind of took it out of the middle of the pack, and I couldn't see what it was, Ben.
Okay, it was a Nimbus of the Isles.
Good, yes. So a solid blue card. Probably not an exciting second pick if you're sitting in Ben's seat, but reasonable.
Yeah, and I mean, it goes well with the triplicate Spirits if what he's trying to do is be in the blue-white evasion deck, a deck characterized by, Frost Lynxes, Welkin Turns, Pegasus, triplicate Spirits. So, it looks like he's setting himself into, I guess they call it the Skies archetype, but
yeah, I think
this is not a strong pack for him.
I think he's going to take Midnight Guard, and I think he did. So there's another white card, but again, this isn't the start that you want, right? When you sit down, he's passing a Boonweaver Giant here, but that hasn't really, the card seems powerful, but 7 mana is a lot. But a couple of decent cards, like the Triplicate Spirits is one of the best commons in the set, but beyond that, the cards are pretty mediocre.
Nimbus, not great. I actually would say that Midnight Guard is one of the more powerful white commons. It is extremely strong with Convoke, which is a lot of where you want to be in the white deck. You can use it to convoke out creatures and then get in an attack for 2 once the ability triggers.
Yeah, not too bad. There's an Oreskos Swiftclaw that is the really only choice here. Or is there an Encrust? Oh, there's an Encrust as well. So there's certainly a decision to be made there. What my gut tells me here is that Ben is in a situation where he's pretty sure he's going to be in white, but he's not 100% sure on his second color. And since Swiftclaw and Encrust are roughly the same power level, he's going to default back to the white card each time in order to keep himself a little bit more open and give himself a chance to read the table.
Yeah, and Crust also just not exactly where you want to be in a really aggressive deck because it doesn't deal with blockers. Swiftclaw, meanwhile, gives him early drops to power out the Triplicate Spirits. And of course, it's just a good magic card. Can attack for 3, attacks through most early game blockers.
I think he's going to take the Ancient Silverback there, maybe. I think he's going to speculate a little. No, he's going to take Void Snare, so he is a card that goes pretty well in this deck, right? Keeps your opponent off balance for cheap.
This is exactly what you want in a blue-white deck. Void Snare, not the most powerful of blue cards, but it actually combines not just with the blue-white aggressive deck, but with a Resco Swiftclaw specifically. Because if you're able to keep those blockers out, 3 damage a turn adds up very fast.
That's true.
We got a Kinsbale Skirmisher, another one of the more exciting white cards. Again, all I want to do in white...
You think that card's exciting?
I really do. I've had people who I respect tell me they actually think it's like the 3rd best white common. I know Mate Zadalkai had it up there in his pick order earlier on in the format. The thing is, all you want to do is just cast early drops, but that's not what he takes.
No, he took a green card, I think.
I think it was an Overwhelm.
We'll get it up on the...
Yeah.
It was an Overwhelm. Wow. So Ben looks like he values Overwhelm pretty highly. There's an invasive species there, but there's also Appeal from Reality. And he's going to take a Reclamation Sage, I believe that was?
Yeah, and I really like Reclamation Sage in this format. There's a lot of artifacts, more than we were used to out of Theros.
Yes.
A decent number of powerful enchantments, so he knows he's past Heliod's Emissary. And Reclamation Sage gives you a 2/1 body in order to convoke out cards like Siege Worm and Triplicate Spirits.
Yeah, so I think that Ben noticed that Ancient Silverback and kind of noted it, and now has decided that he's going to push into green pretty hard here, as I think he feels like that's the most open color. Here's a Mark by Honor, and he's going to take that.
He takes that. That was not a strong pack, though.
No,
really unexciting for Ben, and
kind
frankly,
of a stinker.
Yeah, and I think he cannot be that excited with how this draft overall is going. I mean, he's having trouble sort of committing to colors. I mean, Mark Bioner is not the worst. But
No, all right. So here's, what does he have? Soulmender. There's a Meteorite. There's a Blastfire Bolt still hanging around. Not a lot in this pack either. He's going to take the Meteorite. All right, so this first pack is actually winding down pretty quickly here for Ben, and he's still a little bit, like, he's got a couple of blue cards, a couple of green cards, and quite a few white cards. This is the pack that he opened. There's the Battle Mastery.
And Mind Sculpt. Yeah, I mean, I think Battle Mastery is kind of what you have to take here, but I think he took.
I mean, he took a card he's not going to play.
I mean, Hunter's Ambush is not the worst.
It is not the worst, but if you have to play it, I think you're pretty sad. There's a Necrobite still floating around in that pack.
I think Necrobite good in this format, particularly against cards like Siege Worm, against a lot of the green cards. Great against Charging Rhino.
Yes.
He took Boonweaver Giant to go with both of those Mark Bioners, so that's a 7-mana 6/6 Vigilance. Not the worst card.
No. All right, and here's a 1-drop Soulmender here for Ben. And, you know, it's interesting. If he does end up in green, I think that, you know, where you generally want to be, all right, he's going to try to pick between Divine Favor and Carnivorous Moss Beast. He goes for the Favor. And, well, he wheeled a rare. Might as well.
I actually think Soulmender is pretty good in this format. It's obviously really, really powerful with the Johnny's Pride Mate, and it can help you convoke out some of your mid-range spells.
Yeah. You know, the card I like Selfless Cathara a lot better in that role because it works well with Triplicate Spirits and then also just sort of the random creatures that you have. But I think they're both serviceable. The question I have here for Ben Stark is, like, if he is moving over into green-white, the archetype that we think about when we think about green-white is Convoke, right? That's sort of the default archetype for that. And he's got a Triplicate Spirits, but no Siege Worms. You know, he really doesn't have anything else going on in the Convoke world. So it's going to take quite a bit to pay off for him if he's going to actually make green-white work. Now, he's still got a couple of random blue cards floating around too, and I feel like when he opens up this pack, he's going to be able to kind of decide, you know, in a more solid way which direction he's going.
Ben definitely has the ability to be flexible right now. That said, I think you really do want more of those high-pick commons in your deck. He's got a lot of enchantments. He may be able to put something together with that. Any creature with lifelink, obviously really great combo with Mark Bioner, but I think he's going to really need to get a lot out of the second and third pack to be in a place he's happy with.
All right, well, we're in the second pack now. This is the first pick. Let's see what he can pick up here. Sungrace Pegasus, Sanctified Charge, a card that I think is a little underrated at the moment. Ooh, there's a big Kurd Chieftain floating around in the back, but he's pretty far away from that, I'd think.
Yeah, it looks like I thought there was another Cone of Flame.
Looks like, was there?
Yeah,
yes,
Cone of
there
Flame,
was.
Kurd Chieftain.
Wow. Sick red cards, but Ben, it looks like he agrees with me about Sanctified Charge. He's going to take it and pick it up here. It can turn all of those. You know, you could just Mize a win off of it, right?
Yeah.
Meaning, might as well. You can just like, oh, I have 3 Soulmenders. Oops, you're dead.
Yeah, I think Sanctified Charge is a really high pick in white. The thing is, not only do you have all the token synergies, you've got a really powerful early curve, but sometimes those get brick-walled in the mid-game by a 3/3 or a 4/4. Sanctified Charge can deal with that, keep your creatures alive, and also push through 6 or 8 damage, which really keeps your opponent on the back foot for the rest of the game.
Right, Triplicate Spirits plus Sanctified Charge is an easy way to finish a game. The red seems to be flowing pretty well. Here's a Frostlinks. This is Expedition's not what he's looking for here. Another Sanctified Charge. You know, they do get worse, right? Like, as you go further. There's a Willforged Golem, too, though. This is an interesting pack for Ben. He's going to have to make a real decision here. Maybe he just takes the Golem as a colorless card. Yeah, he did. And plus, you know, we mentioned it earlier, Zach. We were talking about how he's kind of edging towards the Convoke deck, but without the Convoke cards outside of that Triplicate Spirits, and here's one that counts.
Right, and he still has a long way to go. I mean, there's a lot of 2-drops in white. Green has, you know, Elvish Mystic. It's got Satyr Wayfinder. He could pick up a couple of Frostlinks if he winds up in blue. But the thing about the Convoke deck is you do have to have things to power out so that your Raise the Alarms get full value. And taking that Golem sets him up for the Raise the Alarm in this pack.
He also has a Haunted Plate Mail, but he is not interested in it at all. Too expensive. Ben definitely shies away from cards like that where you have to invest a ton of mana just to make one threat. You know, it makes cards like Peel from Reality or any removal spell so much better. And Raise the Alarm fits perfectly into his strategy at the cheap cost of just 2 mana.
Exactly. And he's also got Overwhelm and Sanctified Charge.
Of course.
He's got to be able to pick up the early enablers.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
great point. Especially, I forgot about the Overwhelm, too. Yeah, that's huge. Sanctified Charge is fantastic with Raise the Alarm, of course. All right, what's he got next? There's a Soul Mender, some blue cards, some red cards.
again, just not where he wants to be.
These packs have just been not great. Don't you read that Ornithopter, Ben Stark?
And I mean, you have to think, and he takes Titanic Growth, but you have to think if he started out red with that Cone of Flame, he would have gotten a second Cone of Flame.
How did he get shipped a Cone? Like, was that, like, I cannot wait to watch Sam Black's side of it now.
I think that was.
Oh, he opened it?
Yeah, he opened
okay,
it in
good,
both
good.
packs. But I mean, still,
Yeah, that's a relief.
2 cones is hard to beat.
2 cones is hard to beat.
Still, Titanic Growth, really excellent card. Allows your tokens in your green-white token deck to trade up with real creatures and keep the pressure on.
All right, so there's an Oppressive Raise, which could be a card in his deck. And his deck doesn't seem quite fast enough to really take advantage of it, but again, Zach, we just keep seeing these packs that are just kind of, He
Yeah.
takes an Oppressive Raise here, and he's really going to have to patch things together. I mean, we're approaching the halfway point on this second pack, and again, he's leaning towards a green-white Convoke deck without really the payoff yet. He's still got a full pack to go in, some unseen picks here. There's an Invasive Species for him.
And I mean, as long as he picks up anything that's it comes out remotely early, he can just kill his opponent with overrun style.
Now, what do you
effects.
think about Mass Calcify here?
I'm not the biggest fan of it.
Too much mana?
7 mana is great. If he were more base white and like had more to go, I would like it more. I mean, he thinks it's good enough to take, and it definitely can win you a game. I just feel like, you know, he's got a lot of green cards. He's got a decent number of blue cards.
Yeah, most of his creatures are white, though.
That's true.
Like, I think his creature base largely survives Mass Calcify.
I mean, it is like definitely a signal too that being base white is open.
True.
Again, just not a lot in these packs. for him.
Yeah, you keep saying it, and it keeps being more true every time you do, Zach. It's just, now he picks up Ephemeral Shields, which is totally fine.
Yeah, all these cards are like fine playable cards.
Yeah, I think you want that card with Siege Worm the most, right? Like,
Right.
keep that huge threat alive.
I mean, I guess like it's not as though he's not taking cards that are playable in his deck. I just think he wants like, and this is a big pickup for him in that Seder Wayfinder,
Uh-huh.
is it enables Convoke, it gets him to his lands. It's a body that can get pumped with Overwhelm. Really, exactly what he wants
Wow,
to be
yeah.
doing.
That's huge.
And I just think he needs 2 drops and 3 drops in his deck right now to sort of fill out his deck.
He has certainly been prioritizing them. There was a Roaring Primadox in that pack, and he didn't even look at it. He wants those 2s. Naturalize for the sideboard for Ben.
Yeah, and he's already got a Reclamation Sage, so yeah, you think when he passed that Haunted Plate Mail, he knows that's in the draft, but he's going to have a relatively straightforward time dealing with, in what a lot of matchups is a pretty legitimate bomb.
Ranger's Guile there for Ben.
Ranger's Guile, one of those cards that looks pretty unassuming at first, but it actually gets a lot of work done. It essentially counters any removal spell. It's a cheap trick that you can use in combat. Got to be reasonably happy to get that this late.
Solemn Offering. He could take the Tyrant's Machine, but doesn't want it.
A Tyrant's Machine, 4 mana to tap a creature. Not the best rate, but it does essentially handle any threat.
People call it Pricey Manipulator.
Inspired.
So there's a Back to Nature for Ben as he winds down his second pack. He's going to take a Ranger's Guile here. But this third pack had better deliver the goods, because right now his deck is kind of in the middle somewhere, right? It doesn't really have a strong focus. He's got some powerful cards floating around. He's working on some synergies, but this pack, if it pays him off, it could really make the deck.
And I mean, that is one nice thing about Mass Calcify, is that he can sometimes just win the game with it. You know, you get sort of an awkward draw, but your opponent doesn't kill you, and you just blow up 4 of his or her creatures.
Correct.
And it can get you right back in. But yeah, I mean, the curve on Ben's deck, I mean, it's not the end of the world. Like,
No, it's definitely not.
he has like a bunch of fine cards and like some powerful synergies. The deck just seems to be a little lacking in just the ability to like curve out creatures into one another.
Right.
little
And
heavy
just
on
those
tricks.
payoff cards, right? Like the Siege Worms. Like, imagine if this deck had a Siege Worm and another Triplicate Spirits. He would be feeling pretty darn good and looking for more curve considerations, but he's got power level considerations, right? Like this third pack needs to deliver him the goods in order to make this deck from something in the C+ range up to a B+ or an A, something like that.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that assessment, Mark.
All right, so pack 3, here it is. Is Ben Stark going to get paid off for passing Cone of Flame and Siege Dragon and taking Triplicate Spirits over them, or is he going to get kind of buried here?
Well, and you see the look on his face. He's clearly either feeling stress or legitimately worried about exactly that same question.
A little bit of concern.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
think so, too.
Yeah, people are hard to read. And again, I mean, his deck is not a train wreck, as Rich would describe it earlier, but definitely not what you're looking to draft when you draft Green-White Convoke.
Okay, here it is. Pack 3, pick 1. Let's see what he can pick up. Might makes right. That's not going to do it. Obelisk of Erd. There's a Juggernaut.
Another sanctified charge if he's looking in that direction.
But you just got a Juggernaut here, right?
I very rarely pass Juggernaut.
Yeah, me too. And so far it's held up really well in the format too. Let's see if Ben agrees.
Actually, also really, I mean, he's got a ephemeral shields, which is obviously very powerful with the Juggernaut.
Boom.
I also like it in this archetype because you have so many little creatures that your opponents, especially after sideboard, sometimes will side in like a bunch of 2/1s, a bunch of kind of ineffective cards. And then Juggernaut is just a completely different plan. It's like a big creature that hits for huge chunks of damage. So,
Very early in the game too.
exactly.
Also, there are a lot of walls. That doesn't come up that often in Limited, but it's somehow it has come up for me before.
Oh yeah, there's
Wall
Coral
of Frost,
Barrier, Wall of Frost, and Wall of Mulch, all very powerful cards.
Was that
Oh wow.
a Soul of New Phyrexia? Wow.
Yeah, Soul of New Phyrexia passed. Now,
Wait,
6
how did
mana-
that happen?
I mean, 6 mana is a lot in this format. It's really a kinder catch, and with Trample, I actually kind of like Constricting Sliver and Juggernaut. For
He's
Ben,
got another
both better.
Juggernaut to choose here too? Wow, Juggernaut's a lot like a small Soul of New Phyrexia. That's an interesting pick there. 4 mana versus 6 is a big gap.
Something Randy has been talking about all weekend is just how powerful the aggressive decks are in this format. 6 mana, the creature is a bomb, but 6 is a very large number.
Yeah, that's an interesting pick. I wonder how people are going to feel about that one. Juggernaut, obviously way faster, way more aggressive, but Soul of New Phyrexia can be the big ender. And here's a bunch of green cards now for Ben. I saw a Siege Worm and a Colonian Twin Grove. Interesting stuff. Twin Grove works pretty well with this deck as he is going to be green, so he can make maybe a couple of 3/3s for 6, which isn't too bad. And the question I think that he has to decide on, he takes the Twin Grove, is does he want to try to maximize his Overwhelm and his Sanctified Charge, or does he want the more like straightforward power of a Siege Worm? And he goes for the Twin Grove.
I think I like Twin Grove a lot here. I mean, it's going to be probably the same as or more power than the
Siege Worm?
than the Siege Worm. I think we were just informed by Rashad that there was a Triplicate Spirits in the Soul of New Phyrexia pack. I just didn't see it.
I didn't see it either.
Oh, sorry. That's what was taken over Soul of New Phyrexia to Ben's right.
Ah. Another card that Ben would have liked for his deck. Now, here's a curve question. He's got a 2, a 3, or a 4 available to him. So the question is, what does Ben think he needs in his mana curve? And that's what's going to inform this decision. He thinks he needs 2s.
I think Runeclaw Bear is actually a pretty important pick here. Not only does it give him even more 2s, he needs to flood the board early. He needs to have creatures out to convoke out that Triplicate Spirits. He needs to have things on the board for his Overwhelm. But also it allows him to deepen his commitment to green by making his early drops green rather than white, which really powers up that Colonian Twin Grove.
Yeah, I think that this deck has taken a sharp turn towards the aggressive, right? Like by taking, did he take the Evolving Wilds there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, by going for the second Juggernaut, he has certainly declared his intention, which is I am going to try to have a low, fast deck that's going to run you over.
I think this is really kind of like a green-white mid-range deck, more than a green-white token deck. I mean, he's got Raise the Alarm, he's got Spirits, he can convoke out the Golem, but Evolving Wilds, again, really important here for his mana base. He's going to want a pretty even mix of green and white. and he's going to need to be able to cast both green and white 2-mana spells while still having enough green sources to maximize his Twin Grove.
Yeah. Always nice to have one of those. He's got a Meteorite already. He's looking at a few cards here. I don't think any of these are particularly exciting for his deck.
Yeah, I think this is a
Tireless
question.
Missionaries is what he took. I don't think that's going to make the cut, though.
You can definitely side it in against like an aggressive red deck every once in a while. It's like not the worst sideboard card, but yeah, I don't think he's putting it in his main.
Yeah, and he's going to pick up a pretty easy one here with Bronze Sable. Again, more 2-drops. Just try to overwhelm his opponent with sheer, width, number of creatures on the battlefield.
Yeah, and Sable reasonably good too at blocking Accursed Spirit and Krinko's Enforcer, two of the premier commons in the format.
Totally.
And as you mentioned, yeah, just giving Ben more creatures to flood the board in early, get in some early damage, and try to win with one of those over-the-top spells.
And there's another invasive species. What else is he looking at here? A Dauntless River Marshal that he could use as just a 2/1 for 2.
He could also play Evolving Wilds, a single island, and play maybe one of the blue cards he drafted earlier.
Okay.
Or just not play any blue cards, just play an island to turn this on.
Yeah, it seems sketchy with the Twin Grove,
Agree.
but it is possible.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's a 2-mana 2/1 that's white, so your Sanctified Charge pumps it up, or gives it first strike.
And it survives Mass Calcify.
Exactly.
Okay.
So, I mean-
Another Tireless Missionaries there, but again, he's just sort of in that last stretch of the pack where he's just picking up whatever's left over.
So Ben definitely was able to fill out his curve in this pack. Oh,
Yes.
wow, that's a late Bronze Sable, late Charging Rhino, late Scavenger. Scavenger, I think, a card that gets better and better the more I play it, but it's worst in green-white when you have literally no removal spells that put anything in the yard. Yeah. But Sable, I mean, I think Ben just wants to play a bunch of Grizzly Bears, deal 8 damage, and then just win with an overrun effect, or failing that, win with one of his 6-mana spells.
Yeah, those 2-drops get so much better with the 2 Juggernauts as well.
Right.
Because it really puts your opponent in a position where they have to block the Juggernaut at some point, and then you can get in with your 2-drops. Here's a Tyrant's Machine. He's going to pick up third to last pick here as he winds down his draft. He doesn't look happy. Just like body language wise, he's kind of hunched over and just doesn't look super stoked there.
I think he was able to pick up some of the things his deck needs, but it's not great.
Yeah.
It's stuff that'll play and it's like a plan, but it's not the A version of that plan.
Right.
It's a bunch of 2-mana 2/1s with semi-irrelevant abilities. The Bronze Sables are awkward because they're not white creatures, meaning that Sanctified Charge is unlikely to keep them alive. So I think his deck has a plan. Double Juggernaut is obviously solid. I think he would he's got a Titanic Growth, he's got an Ephemeral Shields, so it's possible he can just ride those Juggernauts to victory. A really powerful card, but definitely not when you sit down and say, I'm going to draft green-white. This is not really the deck that you're envisioning.
No, he has elements of it, right? There's streaks of it. But it's not exactly what you want. I think that's the key, is that he didn't quite hit solidly on the ball. He sort of, got on top of it as a bit of a grounder. So, we'll have to see what he can build from it. I mean, the tools are certainly there. Welcome back to the booth, guys. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Zach Hill. But yeah, What would you give this deck as a grade? If you had drafted this, how great would you feel?
I would give it
out of 10. Give me an
I
out
would
of 10.
give it a B minus, I guess a 5 out of 10.
Uh-huh.
At least it has a plan. Where I
Yes.
really don't like to be in this format is if my deck feels like a collection of cards. He's got a reasonable mana curve. He has things to do with small creatures. He has some mild Convoke synergies, and he has enough playables, which is definitely relevant, as well as some real sideboard options. But he just doesn't have a lot of the A-listers.
Yeah.
I think the double Juggernaut is obviously a highlight. I think he's going to be able to win some games that way. But I think when you draft this deck at a Pro Tour, you're anticipating probably a 1-2 or a 2-1 if things go right for you. I'd be very surprised if he was able to 3-0 with this deck, but I think he'll be able to salvage at least one win.
Yeah, I mean, there are draws, right?
Right.
We can envision draws where he can easily just Sanctified Charge, gotcha, right? The things I'm curious about are, does Mass Calcify make the cut? I think not at this point. Like based on like how many 2-drops he got and how aggressive he's trying to be, I just look at an opening hand that has like Sanctified Charge in it and Mass Calcify, and I'm looking at that just kind of like I would rather just have this be any 2-mana creature, just anything that can deal damage at some point during the course of the game, and also just to help back up those Juggernauts. The other thing I'm curious about, and I want your opinion on, Zach, is the Soul of New Phyrexia versus Juggernaut pick. Now, Soul of New Phyrexia costs 2 more mana, but it gives you a stronger late game, and it can also be a card that can kind of end the game for you in the sense that, like, if you get to untap with it, your opponent's going to have a really tough dealing with that indestructibility ability that you can give. But at the same time, Juggernaut, one of the most potent threats in the format. I mean, it comes down on turn 4 and demands respect right now. You just start swinging with it. It makes your combat tricks better. What do you think about that pick? Do you agree with what Ben did? Would you have taken the Soul? And how close is it either way?
I mean, I wouldn't have taken the Soul. The other card I was looking at was Constricting Sliver because it affects the board right away. I think that M15 is a very fast format. I think that Soul of New Phyrexia is a fine card, but I mean, it's a 6-mana 6/6. The ability does something if you untap with it. You know, it can't really be double blocked. Yeah, the trample is very, very relevant. I think it's good. I think Juggernaut is way more where Ben wants to be in his deck. You know, and obviously, like picking up Colonian Twingrove later was great because it gave him a 6. I'm not saying like Soul of New Phyrexia is like unplayable or that Ben wouldn't have played it. I think it would have been good. I think that Juggernaut was a superior card in this situation.
How close?
I mean, I hate saying not close because I think that's an overused term.
I'm trying to make you say it
but
if that's what
I think it was not close.
It was not close for you.
My
Okay.
personal opinion is it wasn't close.
See, for me, it's close.
Okay.
Like, because the way I think about it is this: I want the backup plan.
Sure.
Right? Like, I want my plan A to be aggressive and assertive and get in there. But at the same time, I realize that sometimes I only have 1 2-drop in my opener, and I just am not able to really apply that pressure early, right? And now the board kind of gets stalled, or maybe my opponent's starting to do something. And if I play Soul of New Phyrexia, that's like, this changes everything, right? Like, I can start attacking with it. They can't really block with it. It blocks well. Like, it's a 6/6. It's just huge. It's colorless, so it's going to come down the first turn that I have 6 mana every single time. And then it even has that graveyard clause, too, if they do manage to get rid of it. You know, that's a lot of upside for this sort of release valve of things didn't really quite go right for me. You take the Juggernaut and you're a lot more all in. You're a lot more like, no, this is plan A and this helps my plan A, so I'm putting it in there. I think at the end of the day, I agree that Juggernaut is the pick. I think it's a lot closer than you're giving it credit for, though. Like, I'm a big release valve. I want to have a place to dump my mana in case things don't go perfect for me.
That makes sense to me. I guess my perspective is that I think all of what you said about Soul of New Phyrexia applies to Juggernaut.
Okay.
Yeah, I could just like cast a 4-mana 5/3 and just attack my opponent a couple of times, and that is.
Sure.
You know, so, but it makes sense.
All right. Well, we're curious what you guys think at home. But for now, we're going to head back over to the tournament center where Rich Hagan waits.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the news desk. Rich Hagan. As you can see over there, BDM and Randy have gone over to the wall. That's because they're about to do something super great, which is called another draft. It's going to be Sam Black. But I want to tell you about how you can be involved with us this weekend on Twitter. If you can use the hashtag PTM15, which is pretty self-explanatory really, Pro Tour Magic 2015, PTM15, you can join us and we will be doing our best to put hundreds of your tweets up on the screen over the course of the weekend. So one of the interesting things with that draft is that there's just no room for maneuver. He's at a table, Ben Stark, with Sam Black, who was on his left, so that's the draft we're about to see in a moment. Eduardo dos Santos Vieira, Lisho from Magic Online, the Brazilian. You have Alexa Telerov, Serbia's best player ever, bar none. Andrew Cuneo, who's been around forever. Sean Pottinger of the United States. And Patrick Dickman, the modern master, as it were. 40 pro points for him. He needs 5 for platinum, and that means that he needs to get himself somewhere into the top 75 or so. That would take him to platinum. Ken Yukihiro is in this draft as well. So there are no easy matches anywhere for Ben Stark. Interesting to see where those Cone of Flames end up. So what we're going to do, we're going to send you across to the video wall to watch every pick of Sam Black's draft. So that is coming your way approximately, well, now.
Hi, everybody. Brian David Marshall here, joined by Pro Tour Hall of Famer Randy Buehler, and we are going on a quest for Cone of Flame. We're going to watch Sam Black's draft pick by pick. We're going to have it up here on the wall behind us. So let's get started. Let's see what Sam is looking at.
Yeah,
as he
really
opens up
interested to
pack
see
one.
this first pick because we know a little bit about the pack that's getting opened by Ben Stark on his right. So
Yeah,
we'll see where the story begins.
A heck of a pack. So you see the players have to count the packs out when they're doing one of these professional drafts. They lay the packs out, they make sure the count's right. You know, everybody, you just want to give the judges an opportunity to fix it. And then it's the longest 30 seconds
It is.
of your life while you're waiting for this pack to be picked up. You just want to
Just
peek.
let me look
You just
at
want to
it.
look.
Just a quick peek.
You see Sam, he's ready. Oh, Sam's a patient guy. Obviously more
Fair.
patient than we are. All right.
Stoke the flames.
Oh, wow. Well, this is
Wow.
a pretty
It's easily Stoke the
easy
flames,
pick
right?
here, right?
I mean, he's going to be a little disappointed that there's both a generator servant and also a couple other red cards. I mean, Hornet's Nest is cute. He's passing more red than he's passing anything else, but Stoke the Flames is a no-brainer pick here, right?
Yeah, it's, easily, the second best red uncommon.
No, Kurd Chieftain maybe. But Broodkeeper's also a good red card. that he's
Broodkeeper's very
passing.
good.
No, it seems like a pretty straightforward pick.
I like Generator Servant a lot, but I'm not, that's exactly the type of card you
No,
want to
it
open
kills
up and
creatures,
just go
it
right
kills
into
players. The fact that it has Convoke. I mean, this card is good enough that I think we may see it in Constructed this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. With Young Pyromancer, it's pretty filthy.
Oh, that's nice. Anything you attack with, seems pretty good.
So you open up Stoke the Flames, and then you get past a pack. with
See if we can
Torchfiend,
we read his body language
Forge
from his
Devil,
hands. He's like,
Cone of
wow,
Flame,
straight to the front.
Siege Dragon.
All right, now what Ben's thinking here, or sorry, Sam's thinking is, clearly he knows it's Ben Stark. He knows that Ben Stark is a fan of Cone of Flame. Cone of Flame is probably the best non-rare in the set. It's just ridiculous.
And he's stalking it.
Right, but he also sees the Siege Dragon, so I think that he knows, what he's thinking right now is, what did Ben take? And I'm sure that he puts Ben on just staying out of the red fight. It's like, I don't want to fight Sam. If Ben had taken Cone of Flame, Sam would probably be taking the Siege Dragon, and Ben didn't want to be in that fight. So he says, Sam, you can have a great second pick, and you can fight the guy to your left for red. Because think about the guy on Sam's left, he's going to get third pick Siege Dragon.
Do you think Sam has put Ben on Triplicate Spirits here?
Well, he probably saw that it's a common.
Yeah.
So
There's not
it's
that.
the best common. Like, what's the common you're going to take
You're
over
not going
Cone
to
of
take.
Flame?
You're not going to take Lightning Strike over Cone of
No,
Flame.
clearly not.
So there's a
Heck.
Blast Firebolt. There's a Heat Ray.
This is just what Sam wants,
Yeah,
right? I mean, he knows Ben is handing him the red. Heat Ray is a perfectly good third pick. This draft, I'm sure Sam is just ecstatic right now.
Sam's just drafting uncommon red cards.
It's a fine, fine strategy.
You see him shuffling up the cards.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably starting to think, can I get a read on a second color? What else is floating through? Not a real good signal. Clearly, the signal here is go red. Now, he does know that he passed a third pick Siege Dragon, so.
Second pack might be a little thin for him.
Right. Lava Axe is not exciting. Where's the other red cards? Wow, that pack's pretty dry.
There are none, and people do not seem to like red black in this format.
I mean, it can do okay. It does okay on Magic Online, actually.
Research Assistant's a card I actually like a lot in this format.
I would actually consider the equipment here, because you're going to get some Scrapyard Mongrels, but he goes Rotfixter Maggot. So I guess he's okay with red-black.
Yeah.
And I have definitely seen, if you can be aggressive enough, you can make the red-black deck work. The danger is you wind up with a bunch of 5-mana removal spells, and you don't have the creatures to actually keep up. And Titanic Growth, well, Torchfiend is
Torchfiend's a pretty
child.
easy.
Wow, and you see him shuffle all the 1 and 2 drops to the front of the pack, right?
Yeah.
Did you pick up on that? It's like 1 mana, 2 mana, 2 mana. Even, he sees the divination, it's wondering maybe blue's open, but I would think this is Child of Night. I mean, it could be Torch Fiend because he knows he's red and he's only probably black.
He's also looking at that divination.
You know what, though? There's nobody in this Pro Tour that likes divination more than Sam Black. I was just forgot for a second whose draft we're watching here. Sam Black loves divination.
One of the reasons I also thought he might look at Research Assistant, when you have such powerful cards like Cone of Flame and
just finding them.
Yeah, and Stoke the Flames and Heat Ray, and you just want to find those cards.
That Ancient Silverback, I still can't believe Ben didn't draft it. Ben winds up going into green eventually. I'm sure he regrets passing this Ancient Silverback.
Yeah. And
It's both a good card. It is 6 mana though, and you can see from watching these guys draft, they do not like 6 mana cards. They do not want to play 6 mana for a creature. The form, I mean,
but
at
Sam
this
takes that as a
point, you
signal.
can't not take it. Yeah, that's the danger of Ben. We know that Ben then moves into green, so it's kind of a sketchy signal. But I would absolutely have Ancient Silverback there. It's tricky though. You can definitely see how Ancient Silverback is this ridiculous 6 mana creature, but these guys are passing it. Sign in Blood.
Void Snare?
I mean, you could Shaman, I guess, on the back of that Ancient Silverback. Really depends which color he thinks he's most likely to wind up in. Go Sign in Blood. That makes sense. Like his only...
Kinsbell Skirmisher seems to be going around pretty late in that pack,
I
too.
was surprised Ben didn't take that Skirmisher. I thought Ben was going to take Skirmisher out of that pack. So Sam knows he's red. Oh, now here's Invasive Species. So the...
Peel from Reality.
He's got to be
Thundering
thinking
Giant.
green's open. He could Thundering Giant since he's in red. But he could also...
Yeah, I like Thundering Giant. You're killing things. You're like, kill that at the end of turn, untap, 4/3 haste, get in.
Yeah, I mean, the power level, if you know what your deck is, having a Peel or an Invasive Species might be better, but he doesn't know what his other color is. He just knows it's not white. Like, he's read something that's not white.
So there's the Foundry Street Denizen. We saw
Okay.
that going
He has
around.
no interest in the Brawler's Plate.
No.
I just always wind up with 2 Scrapyard Mongrels in my red deck, and I always want the 3 artifacts. Like, I guess I can play Brawler's Plate. Like, this is about where you can pick it and not feel like you're giving much up, but Foundry Street Denizen...
I just don't think he wants to let he knows that Siege Dragon. I don't think he wants to let a red card through here.
Oh, wow, that's a great late Blast
Yeah.
Fire Bolt.
I like
That's a
Blast
good
Fire
sign.
Bolt a lot. It kills the Siege Worm.
Sure.
You know.
It's expensive. Like, I have cut it sometimes.
Sure.
But, I mean, you're almost always going to play it in your red deck.
Yeah. And in a red-blue deck, if he does end up red-blue, like where I have card drawing and looting and all that kind of stuff, I like that card a lot more.
Yeah, his second color is interesting here because he's got the Sign in Blood, he's got the Divination.
Right.
It's like almost the same
He's got a Child
thing.
of Night, right?
No, he didn't take
Oh,
the
he didn't
Child.
take the
He took
Child.
he took a black card before that though. Necrobite here. Unmake the Graves is if you wind up in a long grindy match,
Yeah.
which Sam likes to extend the game.
Sure.
He likes his 2-for-1s. I mean, Divination, Unmake the Graves. Once the game goes long enough, it's just like a really good Divination, right?
Avarice
Triangular,
Amulet.
yeah.
I've seen Tormod's Crypt get sided in a couple times with
Ooh.
some of the graveyard decks. That
Yeah,
you can
it's
do in
usually
this format.
green-black that has the
Yeah.
ridiculous graveyard deck. Sam's just thinking, well, double Raised Den might be
Yeah,
fun
yeah.
if the game goes long. So the red, there wasn't a ton of red.
So let's take a look at what this is looking like.
Yeah, the 3 awesome red cards to start. Thundering Giant, a couple of guys. Oh, it's the Rotfeaster Maggot. That was the first black card he took.
Yeah. What are you looking for out of pack 2 here, Randy? Like, what do you need? Just like a Generator Servant, like I mean, you're looking for some just like early red creatures, some 2/1s, some Borderland Marauders.
I definitely am nervous about how expensive my mana curve is here in red. And then even if he goes into black, which is sort of his best second color, right? You see he's got the black shuffle to the front, and it's a Rotfeaster Maggot. So I'd be a little nervous about my curve, but I mean, it's only pack 2. Really, I just want power.
Right.
I'd love another Cone of Flames. I'd love anything powerful. And his second color is open. Like,
Yeah.
at this point, he's got to put Ben on Triplicate Spirits
Right.
because he didn't get a drop of white.
Right. Just that one Kinsbell Skirmisher that we saw go by
Yeah.
late.
So I mean, getting
But not a huge signal card necessarily.
right. This pack could tell him his second color. It could be raw power. I mean, he knows he's red. He doesn't know what his other color is.
Here we go. There's a Frostlings.
Frostlings.
Probably one of the
Flesh
best
to
blue
Dust
commons.
is better than that, though.
There's a
Borderland
Marauder. There's a Goblin Kaboomist, also a.
I think the Marauder's
fun
better
card.
than the Kaboomist. Maybe not. Sam, if he's going to play
Oh,
long
there's a
grindy-
Generator Servant as well, so there's
Yeah.
a lot of red in here. And I mean, Hammerhand's the card that might come around the table to him and
Yeah, if the game's going to go long, the Kaboomist has time to become a nice card advantage engine. The Marauder, if you want to beat down, the Marauder's better. Flesh to Dust is more powerful than any of the red cards.
Sure.
But he's not positive he's black, and
Right.
it's double black. So I would be on one of the red 2-drops. I would Marauder here. What would you take?
I like Marauder. I'm also pretty happy with Generator Servant. If I think I'm going to be a little bit
Yeah, all
more,
three of those would be
if I think I'm going to be a big mana, but I like Marauder. I mean, he's got the removal to get things out of the way.
exactly.
See the players counting out the cards as they pass them. Oh, and there's
Wow.
a Paragon of Fierce Defiance.
Haunted
But there's
Plate
also
Mail.
a Haunted Plate Mail. Oh,
Krenko's
wow, look at
Enforcer.
this pack.
Wow, the red is open. The guy on the left may not
That's-
have taken the dragon,
Someone
like,
got a late Sea Dragon, or he got the Sea
someone
Dragon,
got a dragon
and got out.
and nothing else and got out.
Right.
That's what this says to me. So what do you take here?
I think it's the Enforcer,
You think it's
but
Enforcer? Wow, I don't love the Paragons. I mean, they're awesome if you can get a
Yeah.
lot, but like he doesn't
Yeah.
have that many dorky red
he took
creatures.
he took the Enforcer.
Yeah.
2/2 Intimidate. It's like a red flyer.
Right. It's also one of the reasons why Bronze Sable keeps moving up people's pick order.
Yes.
Like not only does Bronze Sable turn on your artifact things, but it blocks all the Intimidate creatures.
Right. It blocks that and a Cursed Spirit.
Exactly.
So a Denizen.
Another Founder Street. Torch Fiend. The Sliver's not bad. Oh, and that Divination comes to the front. This is such a Sam Black move. He's going to splash blue for 2 Divinations. Is that the plan?
I mean,
you gotta,
it's not a
Covenant of Blood's in there too.
It's not a terrible thing to do with, really powerful red cards that you want to get to.
Yeah, those 3 red creatures are all pretty close in power level in my mind. I think I like the...
He likes the Covenant of Blood also.
Wow, okay. Covenant of Blood's very good, but now he's sort of saying black.
Yeah.
I guess getting past the 3rd pick Covenant of Blood is also a good reason to
Right.
think maybe. He got past the Flesh to Dust too, although he declined that one.
Yeah. There's a hammer. There's a meteorite. Another bolt.
Bolt. The Crow is not
Frostlinks.
awful.
Fairly late.
I don't think he's
Frostlinks.
blue. I think he's black at this point. It is a fairly late Frostlinks. But yeah, he's on Crow Hammerhand. I mean, just getting another
I mean, he
2
doesn't-
power evasive creature is not
He
awful
doesn't have
here.
a lot of creatures to hammer hand.
Yeah,
yet.
he doesn't. If he'd gone like double Foundry Street Denizen and then
Right,
like
right.
was up another Torch Fiend or Generator Servant, I'd like that Hammerhand pick a little better.
But those there were a couple
They may
packs
come
that
back.
were 3 deep in creatures, and he probably is happy to get any of those 1 or 2 drops back around the table, whether it's the Foundry Street Denizens
Yeah.
or the Torch Fiends.
Fair. Caustic Tar
Oh,
or
and
Shadowcloak Vampire.
Yeah.
Caustic Tar is really hard to deal with.
Was that a pricey manipulator in there?
Nice. Wow, that Welkin turn. Yeah, the blue aggro deck is here for somebody.
Okay, but he's going to take the Shadowcloak Vampire. Maybe. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, he's settling into red-black. He's kind of removal heavy. His power level is reasonably high.
Another
Second.
Frostlinks.
Jeez.
Wow.
Huh.
I mean, and versus almost nothing else.
Right. I mean, second Unmake the Graves is really unlikely to make the cut. Black Cat,
Miner's
you can play in a
Bane.
pinch. You're going to play Black Cat before he plays Miner's Bane, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's
Black
just...
Cat's been surprisingly good. In
No,
this
there's a lot of
format.
2-1s. Like, it trades with a 2-1.
Yeah.
It's playable.
Right.
You're not happy, but
Right,
you're not.
right.
You shouldn't be embarrassed to have Black Cat in your deck, I don't think. Mind Rot.
Oh, Coral Barrier.
He's not blue.
Well, we'll
I mean,
see.
Invasive Species is also good if you'd gone green. You think... like, the Divination, I'm sure, is tempting him, but he's got a Sign in Blood in black. He goes Coral Barrier. You think he's moving into blue?
I
saw
think-
that Frostlinks as just like... I'm not going to gift this to somebody like maybe Ben.
Borderline Minotaur, Borderline Marauder followed up by Frostlinks
Frostlink,
is
yeah.
very powerful. There's another Blast Firebolt, a Research Assistant.
I would think this is Blast Firebolt. It kills just about everything.
But if he's thinking about reinforcing his blue, yeah, that card comes down early. Whereas we were talking about the Black Cat trading with a 2/1,
Right.
That just like negates a 2/1 and then
Yes.
gives you this like
No, 1/3 is
really
good.
nice way to use your mana
Pretty
and
much-
filter through your deck.
The only thing that attacks through the 1/3 is the Borderland Marauder. The only common, really. 2-drop. Interesting.
Chrono Stutter just. He's like, okay. Would you take the Fusion Sliver there?
No, I'm just thinking about how he wound up in blue. Like I thought he had moved into black. He could have, like he took a black card over one of those red 2/1s.
So
Although
Foundry
Denizen
Street
came
Denizen came back. That was there were a couple of red drafters at the table though.
back. Yeah, you're a fan of Foundry Street Denizen, right?
I mean, I like it. I mean, I don't love it.
Yeah, I feel
but-
like if I have less than a dozen red creatures.
Sure. I don't know that I love it in this deck.
Exactly.
There's the divination. Came back around.
Wow.
Sam's like, idiots.
No, Sam's like, I knew it. That was because he shipped that divination, then moved into blue. I think knowing there was a decent chance it would come back right there.
So you just take
Kill the Ranger's
you just
Guile.
take the Ranger's Guile and
I don't
eat
want to
that.
run my removal spell
Oh,
into
interesting.
Ranger's
He
Guile.
took the Mind Sculpt. I guess he's cooperating with Ben.
Pricey manipulator.
Pricey Manipulator, yeah.
This deck's in an interesting spot. It's not as aggressive as I think either you or I would have drafted.
Right.
Either you or I think, would have had a couple more of those red 2 drops. Probably would have wound up black instead of blue.
I would have been blue for sure.
You would have been blue?
I would have been blue for sure from early on. Yeah.
Well, he did. He could have passed a Welkin turn that he could have taken if he
Yeah.
knew he was moving into blue.
This deck's pretty aggressive.
Yeah, it's coming together decent. And, we talk about archetypes. Like he's red blue. There's not an artifact synergy card or an artifact anywhere in this deck. I mean, he's currently got the Pricey Manipulator in with his options, but I'll be surprised if it makes the cut.
So 16 cards in that deck.
Oh, right.
Seven-
The Covenant of Blood was the card where I thought he was
Yeah.
moving into black. But, I mean, you see these guys speculate. There's enough playables in M15 that you can speculate a little bit.
Right.
You take this card to see if it works out. You take this card to see if it works out. You're not committed. You definitely have time to bounce around a little bit. And as long as all the cards you're drafting are decent, you can spend a couple picks speculating on a color and then still wind up with 23.
Right. So now he's going to be getting passed from Ben. So he knows Ben's not taking any red cards.
Yes. This is the pack where he's expecting to get set up with red.
Count out the 14 cards. If you're wondering, for the Pro Tour, when these products are opened and stamped, all the foils and the basic lands are taken out of the packs.
And the ad cards.
What's that? And yes, and the tip cards. Because these guys already know all those tips. Here we go. Is that a Altec Berserker?
Burning Anger is insane.
Oh, Burning Anger.
Burning
Oh, yes.
Anger. Yeah, I mean, Altec Bloodseeker is good, but Burning Anger, your creature just taps to deal its damage to target.
Right, which also means you don't have to attack that creature into the, all the combat tricks that are out there.
Burning Anger is insane, right? He's
Yeah, no,
he's not
it's
going to take
insane.
Inferno
It's-
Fist. Oh,
No,
okay.
no. Yeah,
Pretty sure that card's just
that
nuts.
card's just nuts.
He'd love to get.
You'd love to get that peel from reality, come back around the table, maybe one of the other red cards.
We'll see.
Inferno Fist would be a nice, ninth pick out of that pack.
Could come back. He's got to be happy with his opens, right?
Yeah. So stoke
And
the
Ben's
flames.
opens.
Yeah, his opens and Ben's opens, exactly. So there's a generator servant.
Nimbus of the Isles.
Oh,
Enforcer.
Krako's Enforcer. I didn't see what that second to last red
I'm not
card
a
was.
huge fan of Nimbus of the Isles.
No,
I think I would enforce. It's either Enforcer or
just
Generator
take Enforcer.
Servant.
Yeah.
You like Enforcer better than Generator
I like
Servant?
Enforcer, yeah.
It's not like he has anything big to power out, right?
Right.
He passed the Siege Dragon,
Right.
took the Cone of Flame.
If
Makes
anybody
sense.
knows how Might Makes Right works, by the way, it's Sam.
I think he's figured out exactly how it works. You pass it down, pass it along. Let somebody else draft it.
He's pretty confident, yeah. Yeah, I like the Enforcer there a lot. I mean, the Servant Generator, we saw the Generator Servants come back.
Sure.
It's possible that could come around the table.
Soul of New Phyrexia.
Wow.
Third pick.
Okay, so he
Yeah.
doesn't
he's like,
even look at the Krankos Enforcer there.
No, Soul of
Yeah.
New Phyrexia. This tells you how aggressive these guys think this draft format is.
Yeah.
Right. Ben Stark took Juggernaut over Soul of New Phyrexia, and the guy on his right took something over Soul of New Phyrexia as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's 6 mana is a lot of mana in this format. Which is part of the reason I still can't believe Ben Stark passed that Cone of Flame.
Right.
Like, if people are drafting Juggernauts and whatnot, it's
Right,
just...
and very aggressive, cheap creatures, which is the popular strategy. Cone of Flame is just back-breaking.
kills 3 of them.
Yeah. There's
Crowd's Favor.
the trick. We now have trick.
So good. Siege Worm floating through a little late. There's some black cards, but it seems pretty easy. Crowd's Favor, right?
Yeah, crowd's favor. It's like you think about all the times when you're playing a limited game where you want to play a creature, but you want to wait until you have 1 extra mana for the combat trick.
Yeah,
Like,
the creature is the 1 extra mana for the combat trick with Crowd's
it's just,
Favor.
Convoke is so... you're going to see some great players playing some great Magic with Convoke this weekend. It's just such a fun mechanic. And nothing red or blue here.
Right, yeah, this pack
well, actually, Glacial Crasher's
Glacial
excellent
Crasher.
in this. Yeah, no,
It's
I didn't see
particularly
that.
good in red-blue,
Yeah.
but it is 6 mana. I think he has more rare things to do with his 6 spot, but you take it, right?
Yeah.
Maybe when he's laying the deck out, he needs another fatty.
Li Shi Tian had that as one of the top blue commons.
There are definitely people who are huge fans.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really just becomes a competition for how many expensive cards can you have in your deck.
Right.
Oh, Forge Devil. Forge Devil's so good in this format. There's so many of those 2/1s floating around. Everyone's playing these aggressive decks, so being able to kill them. He's tempted by the Aeronaut Tinker. I don't think he has an artifact in his list
the
right
nice thing
now.
with the Aeronaut Tinker is just that little extra point of toughness.
Sure. I mean, I do like the Tinkerer, but I mean, if he had a couple artifacts in his deck,
Right.
that'd be one thing, but I think he's only got the Pricey Manipulator,
Yeah.
and I don't think he's going to play that.
No,
so,
no.
you know, a couple Bronze Sables, and now we're talking.
Oh,
Wow,
there's a Krenko's
Enforcer.
Enforcer. It's gonna be
A couple Meteorites, that's the other card that can often turn those on to good effect. But Enforcer's clearly the pick here. Yeah, Kirkatch doesn't do much.
yeah. I mean, it's a Borderland Minotaur,
Sure.
right? You know,
Still
it's just,
Krenko's
it's just
Enforcer.
it's just a 4/3 for 4. It's fine, but the Enforcer's just better. Although we do know that there might be enough red drafters at this table with Torch Fiends and cheap
they can
creatures to
block?
block. Rummaging Goblin has to be the pick here for Sam. I have a hard time imagining him just not taking, an on-color looter.
Yeah.
You know,
How much blue does he actually need to play?
I mean, certainly going to play the 2 Divinations. Maybe you play the Frost. You certainly play the Frost Links.
Yeah. It's just a question of
You play the Peel
the
from
Peel came
Reality.
back. Especially now that he got the Torch Fiend. That's nice.
So and he knew that Peel was
He
likely to
suspected.
come around.
Yeah, with the Divination came around.
Yeah.
The Peel seems likely. But he may regret passing that one
I
Vulcan
wouldn't be
turn.
surprised if he's actually the only blue drafter at the table.
No, somebody has a couple Vulcan
I
turns.
think some people are like, you know what, I'm not letting this go any further.
No, there was a Dauntless River Marshal too. Somebody's
sure.
probably got the blue-white.
Sure.
Like took the Dauntless River Marshal, took the Welkin turn.
Sure.
You know, is disappointed that Sam kind of moved in and
Yeah.
stole a Frost Links.
Oh, there's
Torch
a
Fiend.
super late Torch
Yeah.
Fiend. And green wide open at the table with its kind of like
Yeah, we saw- I mean,
undergrowth scavengers and
That's why Ben Stark moved
charging
in.
rhinos just
Yeah, I thought Ben Stark could have moved in one pick sooner with the Ancient Silverback, but he's probably not a huge fan of the 6-drop.
yeah, the Necromancer's Assistant, get that card out of there. Don't let anyone get any help powering up their undergrowth
Right.
scavengers.
Somebody might have the green-black Graveyard Synergy
yeah,
deck.
I like that deck. It's
Yeah, it's good.
You know, I've seen just like, 9/9 scavengers on turn 4, turn 5. So there you go. Sam Blackshack. I mean, obviously, anytime you open up Stoke, get past Cone, get past Heat Ray.
Yeah,
Like
highly
you
recommended
should
strategy.
be able to find 20 other cards to go into that deck that will make it work.
I agree. No, it's good.
I like that he's got card drawing. I like that he's got card selection with the Research Assistant and the Rummaging Goblin. I like where he ended up with creatures. It looked pretty light to start. But, multiple Krenkos Enforcers, multiple 2-drops. He's got 1-drops if he wants them.
Yeah, I feel like, in retrospect, maybe he could have gotten a couple more 2-drops and been almost like mono red aggro instead of this blue splash.
Sure.
But I do think he's going to need the blue splash to fill out the 23 good cards. But good deck, well drafted, good solid.
Yeah.
deck.
Oh, I mean, again, I feel like the blue makes in a world where you draw both colors of land,
Right.
Makes your deck a little stronger.
No, the divinations are nice. You go get, dig
Yeah.
in down to the Cone of Flames. Totally
Yeah.
agree.
I like
it
red blue in this format a lot.
Feels like I think he'd be disappointed with anything less than a 2-1 with that deck, and he's probably one of the favorites to 3-0 the pot.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, Sam just sort of took what came to him.
Somebody passes me a Cone of Flame, I will also listen. Yes,
Right.
sir. Into the red.
All right, so there you have it. Draft 2, we saw Ben Stark. Now we watch Sam Black, and we're going to head back to the news desk.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the news desk. Rich, joined by BDM and Randy, of course. Lots going on. The players are just finishing off the last few cards to their decks. Just 4 or 5 minutes left on deck building. Then they'll get pairings up and the feature matches and so on. So why don't we get this opportunity? First of all, I just want to ask you, Randy, first of all, the 2 drafts sitting next to each other, obviously they influence each other. Who got the better end of the bargain, the Ben S and SB side of things?
Sam Black got the better end. I mean, Ben opened this insane first pack. I mean, that's the kind of first pack people can write articles about. People could write like book chapters about that first pack that Ben Stark opened. Right, 2 awesome red cards and the best white common. So like, white's really good in the format, and he's got to decide, like, if I take the best card, which is the Cone of Flame, then I'm passing a dragon to the guy on my left, which really risks sending a signal. If Ben Stark takes Cone of Flame and then Sam takes the dragon, suddenly they're fighting the whole time. And so Ben says, I'm not going to do it. I'm willing to sacrifice a little bit of card quality here. I don't want to be in the red fight. I'll just take Triplicate Spirits. And Sam may wind up fighting his neighbor and essentially pass the fight down the line. It's a really bold call. I don't know. I could definitely see lots of people lining up on both sides of that decision.
But in terms of the deck that they're now about to play 3 rounds with, BDM,
Sure.
you would pick up Sam Black's over Ben Stark's.
I mean, I've ended up in red-blue a number of times, and I'm really happy with how that deck played out. And he's got, his first 3 picks were, your 1, 2, and 3 red uncommons. He's got one of the best red rares in Burning Anger. He's got tons of solid creatures. He's got Krenkos Enforcer, which just is a red flyer. He's got looters. I like his deck. I would be shocked if his deck was not at least playing for 3-0 in the last round of this pod.
Well, there's lots of very good players in that pod. By the way, if you want to join this conversation, use the hashtag PTM15. You can already see lots of your tweets going by on the screen. We love having you with us. Tell us where you are. Tell us what you're doing as you watch the Pro Tour with us here. So there are so many races to take care of. As we head towards round 1, we're just going to highlight some of the players and the races to watch. So why don't we start off by taking a look at the Player of the Year race. Now, I say race, you would think that might mean 8 runners, 12 runners, 15 runners. Let's show you the Player of the Year race, and it turns out, no, Randy, it's not really a giant thing. We've put 20 names up on a screen because we wanted to fill it. What's going on in Player of the Year?
What's going on is that's about 18 names too many. Jeremy Desani and Reed Duke have just distanced themselves from the pack. I mean, Reed had the lead early with Worlds. I know you'll get into this in more detail. Desani has just been on some insane roll. I mean, kind of burst onto the scene with that Theros win. I mean, he was around a little bit last season, but still relatively early in his career. I think it's only his 2nd season.
Yep.
And, the Pro Tour win, he's been crushing Grand Prix right and left. We thought when Reed top-8'd in Atlanta that, Reed's just going to have the lead. We'll see if maybe Desani can do something in Portland. Desani was like, no, I'm just going to go win a Grand Prix and come in a point ahead. Just awesome to watch. Super fun storyline.
And the thing about that Grand Prix Milan win, because I assumed he was like, okay, Reed's 4 points ahead. I'm going to go and win Milan. He said, no, I was on holiday with my girlfriend, wasn't sure I was going to play. Thought, I guess I better turn up, win. It was one of those. So,
Yeah, but by the way, only 7 Pro Tours for Jasani.
yeah.
Crazy.
Right? That's just a ludicrous, for how well he's playing right now.
It's his first full season.
Yeah, this is just insane. You referenced the Player of the Year race going back to 2005 when we had Kenji and Olivier Ruel. The thing that's really interesting to me about this race compared to that race is Kenji and Olivier, and to some extent Oiso, beat the snot out of each other and themselves going to every single Grand Prix down that stretch, and we're playing Magic on multiple continents the weekends leading into the World Championships.
Right.
And they were just all beat. These guys, because of the 5 GP cap, have been able to sort of pick their spots, didn't necessarily feel like they had to be somewhere for that last weekend. They were kind of maxed out and kind of get to come into this fully play tested and fully rested and not having to have had to chase those last couple points at the Grand Prix.
No, it is a good point. Desani did play the Grand Prix in Boston last weekend,
Sure.
but it was kind of on the way.
Sure.
Right,
Yes.
he's flying from France to Portland. Turns
Yeah.
out halfway in between, Boston.
Right.
All right, fine, we'll go Boston. Reed did not go to Boston. Reed, like you said,
Was in Vegas.
hold
testing.
up testing.
Now, I can tell you that without having played a match, it's advantaged Desani, because looking at their draft pods, Desani, of course, 7 potential opponents this morning. Carlos Torrico, he's going to become the Bolivian World Magic Cup captain. Hoi-Yoon Choi, a South Korean who played in their World Magic Cup team in 2012. That's the top 2 in
geez.
Desani's pod.
Wow.
For Reed Duke, meanwhile, there is the Grand Prix Manchester 2012 winner Alexandre Darras of Belgium, who is looking for his World Magic Cup captaincy this weekend. John Stern of Canada is a potential opponent for Reed Duke. So, in terms of the pods, who they could face,
Sure.
no easy matches, but Desani has what looks like a slightly easier draft pod to navigate through this morning. Bidian, why don't we take a look at Rookie of the Year? And we're going to put 20 names
Are
up
you really
on
going to
screen.
put 20 names?
Yeah, yeah. How many of those are relevant, do you reckon?
Well, I don't believe Neil Oliver or Rasmus Bjorklund are here
That is
this
right.
weekend.
They are not qualified.
They're not qualified. So Raymond Perez Jr. can potentially, no.
He has to,
he has to
win the tournament.
He has
right?
to win the
Maybe
tournament.
the semis if Butcher
No, I don't.
scrubs out.
No, I mean, Butcher gets his 3 points. That's not even going to do it. Like
24. I think
yeah,
he ties with a
yeah,
semi loss.
Yeah, so basically, we are saying that Jared Betcher is going to be your Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, I mean, Raymond
Basically.
Perez is the only person not saying that at this point.
Sure. Okay. But although those 2 races are pretty clear cut, Duke, Desani, and then Betcher, the World Championship, well, this is going to get super complex and fast. Randy, why don't you take us through everything that's going on in terms of World Championships?
Yeah, the World Championships invite, this is the most coveted invite to the most important and interesting and exciting tournament of the year. It's only 24 players, and it's 100,000 in prize money. It's tons of pro points. Everybody in this room wants to go to Worlds. We got a couple people locked in. Shahar won it last year. He gets to come back. Levy captained the France team that won the World Magic Cup. He gets to come back. Winning a Pro Tour also gets you in, so that's Desani, McLaren, Chapin, and then Lars Dam won the Mox Championship. Magic Online, he's the Magic Online champion. There you go. Those 6, clean cut, they're in.
Okay.
18 spots left.
So what's the next set? Is that what gets chosen this weekend? Let's take a look at that.
Right, so the race is up for grabs. We just talked about a couple of them. The Player of the Year now, Reed and Desani are both going to get there one way or the other. It's just a question of which one of them takes up the Player of the Year spot and sort of how the pass downs work. Fair enough. Jared, we're penciling him in. We're actually writing him in pen. That's fine.
Yeah.
And then somebody's going to win this Pro Tour. And that's actually can be interesting because if somebody who's already qualified wins this Pro Tour,
Yeah.
then it creates an extra at-large spot that would pass down on the at-large list. So you're going to have this thing on Sunday where, like, somebody's going to be on the bubble, and, like, their only way to get Worlds is, like, that guy who's ahead of me wins the Pro Tour, creating a pass-down slot. But somebody wins the Pro Tour, they get in.
Offers to help play test.
Oh, yeah.
So then we get to the 5 geo regions.
Indeed.
So Magic divided into not quite continents, but geo regions. This is the state of play there as things stand.
Yeah, APAC, both Li Shitian and Nam Sung Wook have had excellent seasons. They've got a pretty big lead. I think those two are very likely to be the APAC reps. Dezani and Sifka are going one way or the other. It's just a question of whether Dezani creates a pass down here. Japan is the interesting one. Watanabe's in first. Yamamoto is the guy he top 8'd in Pro Tour Theros. Lurking right off camera is Shuhei Nakamura. He's about 4 points behind Yamamoto. So Shuhei would love to go back to Worlds, and it's slightly easier to catch Yamamoto than to get up to the at-large bid. But it's not much different, but that's his easiest path.
And Shuhei also has been in the top 25 rankings since their inception,
Indeed.
but fell off last week.
Oh, wow.
So he is now the unofficial number 26.
Sounds about
So
right.
he is like, that can't be right.
Right.
I mean, well, he belongs with a number around his bracket.
And then the Latin American spots, unlikely to change. It's probably going to be Edel and Paulo, although they're kind of dueling each other to captain the Brazil team. You'll get to that one.
That's right, yeah. I think it's like 11 points between the two of them right now. So you're looking round about top 16, top 8 is where a lot of these races come to.
The two American spots, they're all going to get there. It's just a question of whether the pass downs come. So
Okay.
10 geo regions.
So then let's get to these at large, which is a slightly strange title, but it just means the next best, right?
Who's got the most pro points? We've got currently there's 8 spots for at-larges. That assumes that somebody new wins this weekend, and with the way the pass downs work with Dezani and whatnot, these 8 guys, if the tournament ended, if we were inviting to the tournament right now, you'd get this winner and these 8 guys. Owen, Josh Utter-Layton, Tom Martell, Sam Black, Paul Reitzel, those 5 are in pretty good shape. I would really be surprised if any of them miss. But then Paul is at about 48 points, and then it goes down to 44. There's actually a 5-way tie at 44 points. Jacob Wilson is leading on tiebreakers right now because the first tiebreaker is Pro Tour top 8s. So second tiebreaker is Grand Prix top 8s. Jacob and Chris Fennell have Pro Tour top 8s of the guys in the 5-way tie. Wilson's got the extra Grand Prix top 8s. And then Ben Stark is currently just above the bubble on the basis of his Grand Prix top 8s. You look at the next slide, though, the next graphic, and the other 2 guys who are in the 44-point scrum, Josh McClain and Alexander Hayne, they're tied for the spot, but just below the bubble. And then you see Huey is lurking 1 point back, Pierre Dejean is just a couple points back, Dickmann, Froelich, Levy, all these guys are in position where any kind of deep Saturday run would catapult them up into Worlds.
All right, all the races coming your way. We'll talk World Magic Cup later in the morning, but right now, the players are seated and ready in our feature match area. I can tell you that in the feature match area right now is Brazil's Paulo Vitor Dama da Rosa. He's up against Alexander Hayne of Canada. I can tell you that Patrick Chapin will begin as King of the Hill against Frank Scarron, the Grand Prix Philadelphia winner. I can tell you that Reed Duke has drawn John Stern in round 1 in his pod. But we will begin on video with Andrew Cuneo against Hall of Famer Ben Stark. Let's the chips fall where they may. It's time for round 1 of Pro Tour Magic 2015.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Zach Hill, and this is my favorite part. This is where we've watched Ben Stark draft the deck, and now we get to see how it actually plays out in a match.
Well, and especially with a deck like this that we're saying could be really high variance. There's some powerful aspects of it, some really kind of medium aspects. I'm really interested to see how it actually pans out in the match.
And we get to do that right now. Let's head down to the feature match area for the very first round of action here from Pro Tour Magic 2015. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Magic 2015. We're in Portland, Oregon. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Zach Hill, and we are just about to get underway. Round number 1. This is the one that sets the tone for the whole tournament for a lot of these players. We've watched Ben Stark draft, and now we get to see what his deck can do. He's up against a formidable, long-time Pro Tour player, Andrew Cuneo.
Yeah, and Cuneo Stark, this is certainly not the first and probably will not be the last time they have played against one another. They have been around for a long time. I'm looking at Stark's hand. It looks like he's actually banned. Got a pair of planes, but Dauntless, River Marshal, and Nimbus of the Isles signaling at least a small amount of blue in his deck. That wasn't necessarily what I was expecting to see.
I'm curious. Yeah, that's interesting. We'll probably see that Meteorite floating around somewhere as well. Ben Stark's a Hall of Famer with a blockbuster resume. And he's also somebody who has a Bronze Sable and a Dauntless River Marshal.
And only 2 lands. It looks like Ben missing his second land drop. Cuneo in green-white might be the green-white token deck that we think that Ben was trying to go for. Oh, and a Kinsbale Skirmisher, already a 4-point life swing for Cuneo.
The Skirmisher is going to trade off for the Dauntless River Marshal, but the Bronze Sable is going to get in there for an extra damage. Sungrace Pegasus, though, is going to steal back one of those life points.
Yeah, and Ben, I think, just realizing he's got a handful of cards he doesn't cast. He can't afford to take damage. He's got a Juggernaut, which can get on the battlefield, but not really a whole lot else that's active right now.
Juggernaut's not bad.
No, Juggernaut, definitely not a weak card. He needs a 4th land to cast it.
He didn't hit it. Ooh, he just has to ship the turn back. Also stuck on colors as he's only got planes on the battlefield. So rough start here for Ben Stark. He's got 6 cards in his hand as Cuneo hits his 5th land drop here. And down goes Bronze Sable trading for Runeclaw Bear. But Ben, he's running out of time quickly, especially if Cuneo can put out something big here. It's invasive species, so something pretty big, and he's going to pick up his Sungrace Pegasus and replay it. And Ben goes up to 7 cards in hand, but stays at 3 lands on the battlefield here, and is going to get ran over very quickly if he can't find something. Takes 4 damage here. Cuneo jumps up to 21 life. And Stark's down to 12. Couldn't quite see what Cuneo played. Netcaster Spider for Cuneo, so not the most aggressive addition to his board, but it almost doesn't matter at this point as any creature is just great, and it also matches up pretty well against that Bronze Sable, as Bronze Sable just doesn't have any great blocks here at all.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Ben, just a handful of cards, not really bad spells, but just spells he can't cast with 3 planes. It's just missed land drop after land drop. And Cuneo, yeah, hunting the weak right there. Now a 2/3 lifelinker in the air on top of everything else. It's just brutal.
Yeah, it's over half of Ben Stark's remaining life total there. Takes 7 damage. And I think we're going to see a scoop here pretty quickly from Ben Stark as he just could not make it happen. And there it is. Andrew Cuneo takes game 1 of our first match. You can see the players are beginning. We're actually going to take a quick look in here. Let's take a look at Patrick Chapin versus Frank Scarron on one of our side ones right after these messages.
Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. If you dream of playing on Magic's international stage, head to your country's World Magic Cup qualifiers. These events are held across 3 weekends in August and September, with the winners earning invitations to the World Magic Cup in Nice, France. Visit wizards.com/WMCQ for more information.
So Patrick Chapin and Frank Scarron are battling on our one of our secondary feature match tables there.
Yeah, I think Frank really looking for a big finish here. He's had a ton of great results on the Grand Prix stage, but not really any big PT finishes. This might be the weekend that changes all that.
Yeah, Frank Scarron's a 2-time GP winner. And he actually just crushes the GPs. He's got a 70.3 GP win rate.
Yeah, that's an absolutely absurd win rate. I mean, we find, anything above, 65% is truly in superstar territory. And it's not as though Frank's just played in a couple of these. I mean, he's played in a lot of Grand Prix.
He is also considered a bit of a limited master. You know, I think in a lot of ways, Patrick Chapin, who is his opponent here, is considered a constructed master. And, Frank's really kind of made his bones play limited.
And right now we see him turning on that Mongrel, trading for an Accursed Spirit. You have to think Accursed Spirit, one of the premier black commons. So Frank able not just to get the Spirit off the board, but to hit for 3 points of damage.
He follows up with the Generator Servant here. A really powerful card that we've seen.
Yeah, exactly. It
It's
can
a
lead to some
2-drop.
crazy finishes. Also
Yes.
really good, particularly in red-blue, because it can power out Hasty Glacial Crashers, one of the bigger commons in the format.
Yeah. Yeah, good point. Oh, geez. That was a pretty good draw. I saw Chapin had two swamps. Now he's got Indulgent Tormentor
Oh, man.
on the battlefield, too. So that was about, I have to assume that was the best draw he could peel right there.
Yeah, it doesn't seem weak. Indulgent Tormentor, a 5/3 flyer for 5.
I like it,
And,
Zach.
It doesn't seem
Doesn't
weak.
seem weak. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
a little understatement
Yeah,
there.
right.
I like going against the gray. Normally, you're the hyperbole guy. Now you're going to kind of go under a little.
Well, normally giving your opponent choices is not a great thing to do. But when the choice is either I draw a card, you lose 3 life, or you have to sack a creature, not really very many good answers to that question.
All right, why don't we head back over to our main feature match with Ben Stark and Andrew Cuneo. We're going to be keeping an eye on all of our other feature matches. I see Reed Duke sitting over there. Is that
You guys can start.
Paulo, I believe, in the back, too?
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of people. It's hard to see the people facing the other direction, but
Then I think that's a Reed Duke on
Yeah.
the other table.
Reed Duke has been called.
Ah, I see.
All right, Evolving Wilds start things off for Ben Stark, so perhaps we'll fix his mana up a little bit better. Likely going to get an island here is what I would assume. There's a wall of mulch.
What do you mean? I got ways to get aggressive with that thing.
Yeah, Wall of Mulch,
Turn to
definitely
Wall
a
of Mulch.
very different start
Sure
from
wish
what
I
we
was on
saw
the block.
last game.
Yeah, I think that's what Ben was reacting to. He got kind of steamrolled in the first game when he stumbled on mana for multiple turns. Wall of Mulch, I think he would have been a lot happier to face down one of those than even a
early wall with man.
Club
No, I,
there.
yeah, I respect it. I'm just glad I'm on the draw because he got to play, didn't it? Obviously. I like Wall of Mulch a lot, actually.
I'll search.
Sure.
Ben likes Wall of Mulch, and Andrew Cuneo likes Heliod's
That's what I like
Pilgrim.
to see.
This is not something you see a lot. Ben said
Oh,
what he
geez.
likes to see, but yeah. Is that a Spectral Ward up
Yes,
there?
Spectra Ward it is. That's I'd have to say that's probably the ideal target to search out. That card is incredibly difficult to deal with. Though we do see that Ben Stark has all 3 colors of mana here on turn 3, so that's nice for him. He's going to be able to play. Dauntless River Marshal on turn 2 is pretty cool, and even if he has another land, which I don't think he does in his hand currently, that Spectre Ward is going to wreck the board state for Andrew Cuneo if he can land it on something and have it survive that process.
Now, relevantly, Stark does have a Will Forged Golem in his hand, which can present a 4/4 colorless blocker, which could theoretically stave off the enchantment. On the other hand, he's curving out with Triplicate Spirits, but he's got cards like Carnivorous Moss Beast in your hand. Not really what you want to see. Not any great targets for Ephemeral Shields until he gets the Moss Beast on the table. But green-white, not really full of damage-based removal. Still a lot better draw for Stark this
Yeah,
game.
Stark hits that land, gets the Triplicate Spirits on board as a result, and he has a Sanctified Charge in his hand too. So, there's a reasonable chance here that even if Cuneo finds a good spot for that Spectre Ward, that he can actually just get outraced by Stark. So the plan is starting to become clear here
Your turn.
as Andrew Cuneo plays both a Netcaster Spider and a Sungrace Pegasus, both excellent against Triplicate Spirits, and either one could pick up that Spectre Ward pretty nicely. The Pegasus probably the best target?
I would definitely say Sungrace Pegasus. It gets over the Willforge Golem like we were talking about. Clocks in for 3, gets past those Triplicate Spirits tokens, and of course gives him the life he needs to make sure he wins the race. Sungrace Pegasus, actually a very big play on this board.
This is a rough one for Stark here. He's had a perfectly reasonable curve out, but he's felt behind at every stage of this game regardless. There's a Bronze Sable, and big Willforge Golem hits the battlefield as well, and he passes his turn back to Cuneo.
Interestingly, tapping all of his creatures, leaving up, what is it, one in a
I think blue-green.
Yeah, blue-green. So really representing Titanic growth there.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of profitable attacks he can really make. He can attack into the Wall of Mulch, can attack into the Sungrace Pegasus, but still, a lot of the time, you're not going to tap creatures.
You know
that
what else
you
he's
can leave
leaving
back
up
for blockers.
potentially here is Peel from Reality.
Peel from Reality,
Yeah,
that's true.
and that's a huge one that Cuneo has to actually respect here. He can't just run out that Spectre Ward into Peel and just get blown out, so he's actually just going to hang on to it.
And that's right. You're exactly right, Marshall. And that's exactly what we saw as the Pegasus hits for one instead of Cuneo just going in on the Spectre Ward. So really a pretty impressive play from Stark there.
A good
really-
play from Stark, and this is the second turn in a row that Cuneo has declined to play his Spectre Ward. Now, last turn he could have got away with it into a tapped-out Ben Stark, but in this case, he has to respect the fact that draw step here for Ben Stark, that Peel from Reality can actually blow him out. He's also fully in the driver's seat here. He looks like he's in a perfectly good board state here, Andrew Cuneo is, and doesn't have a lot to worry about currently, so he has a little bit of time.
I mean, he sort of has time. I mean,
Well, he doesn't know about the Sanctified.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, based on the board state, it can. I mean, the triplicate spirits can get in, sort of. I mean, Spider blocks, but Sanctified Charge changes everything right
It sure does.
The reason it's so big is, Stark has 4 white creatures, and Sanctified Charge pumps everything.
Yes,
So
it pumps everything, and then the white creatures also get first strike as an extra bonus.
So he can use it, he can either turn all of his creatures sideways, which represents a ton of damage.
Wow, yeah, Stark has 7 creatures right now.
And, only 4 mana, but it looks like he has the forest in his hand, so he can get 5 if he wants it, it appears. Just trying to think about how to sequence this turn.
He's going to attack with the big golem. And it looks like Cuneo wants to line up a double block. I think he's going to put the invasive species and the, Heliod's Pilgrim is kind of floating around there.
The 3/3 first. Okay.
This is Ephemeral Shields. So he's going to effectively trade his Ephemeral Shields for the invasive species and play his land and pass the turn back.
And this allows Stark to keep open tons of mana, again having to respect the threat of that Spectral Ward and trying to prevent Cuneo from playing it on that Pegasus. Tapping out for Sanctified Charge, if it doesn't end the game, leaves Stark wide open to the Spectral Ward.
All right, I think this is marked by honor.
It is.
Okay, and he's going to put it on the Pegasus. So what this is Andrew Cuneo testing the waters. He looked up at Ben after he played it because he knows that Ben is going to have a real hard time beating just that Pegasus, and if Ben has a way to answer that, he's going to be tempted. The interesting part about this little mind game here is that, of course, Ben Stark knows about the Spectre Ward as well, so it is an actual decision for Ben if he doesn't feel like he can beat it. All right, so the cool part is that if you're Ben Stark, you've got Dauntless River Marshal, and you can just tap that thing down. So he has an answer in his hand. And the best part about this is that he still can represent Peel from Reality here.
Yeah, and that's a really challenging moment for Cuneo. I mean, I almost think you may even want to go with the Spectral Ward. The thing is, 3 damage and 3 life doesn't really protect you from Inspired Charge. But if your plan is to try and suit up the Pegasus, you know about Dauntless River Marshal, and he can always tap it down in response to Spectral Ward. So
once.
Well, once,
Yes.
but that, that gives you 2 turns when you're being hit with the Golem.
Yeah.
And,
That's huge. All right, so
Titanic
Wall
growth.
of Mulch eats the Willforged Golem thanks to Titanic Growth there. Andrew Cuneo using it as a removal spell. And now this is the second time that he's played into a spot where Peel from Reality could be a factor and just wasn't there. But Stark could still be holding it. Now, we know that he's not. Ben Stark is representing it this whole entire time. And Cuneo deftly playing around it here.
Sure.
This has been a great game. Cuneo, I'd say he's one of the most patient players, right? Like just on the Pro Tour period.
Yeah, I would say he is. Now, Ben might be setting up a defensive Sanctified Charge here.
He is. He has abandoned the idea that he can win this game by attacking with everything. And now that Cuneo has his opponent tapped out, he says, haha, no peel from reality coming from you, and he is going to throw down the Spectre Ward.
I've got to acknowledge, though, just how masterful Ben played here, because, I mean, Ben really in a commanding position right now. What we know, though, is if I think Ben is in a commanding position. The 3-4 is not going to win a race. He's at 16
Have you
life.
read Spectre Ward?
Yeah, I mean, okay, so you've got a 3-4. I can't block it, I can't kill it, but it's a 3-4. I've got Moss Beast in my hand.
Sure.
Yeah, I've got a ton of creatures. I've got an active River Marshal. I mean, I don't think that Cuneo's in bad shape, but he's in way worse shape than he would be if he had a 3-4 flying lifelinker that couldn't be blocked and was untargetable. So Ben, with nothing in his hand really to deal with that, successfully convinced Cuneo to play different enchantments on the Pegasus, which he was able to deal with, the Mark by Honor.
Yes.
And then got rid of the Pegasus with a defensive Sanctified charge and is able to deal with the ward on a way less threatening creature.
Yeah, and check this out. Ben Stark has to ship the whole team in here. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage, and a Juggernaut to follow, and Cuneo's on empty.
I mean, this is why Ben is one of the all-time greats. I mean, it really is.
That was kind of an insane attack from Cuneo the turn before. He got in for 3, but it opened up the door for Ben to hit him for 9. Pretty brutal. Now Cuneo has decided not to attack.
I mean,
and
Cuneo,
the Juggernaut is an interesting threat. Being colorless really matters here.
Yeah, I mean, that's not something you see come up all the time. But yeah, Juggernaut pairs up very, very well against Spectre Ward. Cuneo very flooded, forest plains in his hands. Stark with a handful of gas. And I mean, Stark just firmly in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, this has been a really cool game.
Block the Juggernaut.
Block the Juggernaut. No effects. They trade.
Wow.
He does too, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Cuneo was like, oh no. But in the meantime, he took 9 more, or 10 more actually, dropping him down to 1. And that should be game. I mean, are there any spells? There are, but anyway, irrelevant. So Ben Stark picks up that game. Great stuff from both players, I think. Ben representing the bounce spell long enough to make Andrew Cuneo respect it. And ended up playing on a card that wasn't as relevant as one that he could have done much earlier in the game. And as a result, Ben Stark leverages it to get the win. Why don't we take a live look in at one of our other feature matches here. So let's jump over to one of our other tables here. And it looks like we've got Reed Duke. And is that Ephro?
I think that might be
John Stern. It's John Stern, yep.
Reed opting to target himself with Sign in Blood. Normally the mode chosen on that card.
Yeah, occasionally not. More than I ever thought when I first read it.
Yeah.
I have targeted my opponent,
Absolutely.
but still, it's not that many. So this board looks fairly well built out. A defensive blue-black list here from Reed Duke. 2 walls on the battlefield.
And blue-black is a deck that I've had a lot of trouble building correctly in this format. It's 2 colors that are conventionally believed to be among the weaker colors. You're playing control in a format defined by a lot of powerful aggressive cards, but a lot of pros have been talking to me saying, when you can get the deck together, it's one of the most powerful decks because you're leveraging cards that really nobody else gets to use very effectively.
Yeah, I've actually found it to be quite strong. I think I've drafted it 3 separate times now, and I can't remember offhand exactly how well they did, but none of them were train wrecks or where I felt like I'm just doing the wrong thing. They all felt like effective, potent decks that could finish the game. I had some big expensive spells to finish up, and I felt like I was able to get to that point. I mean, Coral Barrier, like Wall of Frost, like those really do a great job against a lot of different threats. 1 toughness or 1 powered things on your side, like the Squid token, really do a great job. Like, look at the board state he's facing here, right?
Right. If you cast Coral Barrier, John has like no really good attacks.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I've just gotten lucky and the cards have come together for me. I haven't quite come down on a... Ooh, here's a full attack here for John Stern. Let's take a look at this. Inferno Fist on the bear. So he has a bear with a flaming hand attacking Reed Duke. That sounds scary.
And Rune Claw Bear also runes on the claws, so it's
Oh,
fiery,
this is-
runic.
Wow.
I'm afraid
Claws?
of that bear.
Yeah, that's a scary bear. Also, is that a rummaging goblin just getting right in there?
I think it is. Yeah.
He doesn't fight too often, but gets in for a
But
damage.
when he does.
Yeah.
And that Inferno Fist, yeah, I mean, there are no targets for the 2 damage aspect of the Inferno Fist. So
No,
he's
there's
just
not.
suiting up at Grizzly Bears to get an extra damage.
Does he have a lightning
Yeah.
strike? He does. Yeah,
And-
lightning strike to finish off the wall of frost. That's still going to freeze up our fire fist bear there, but it'll be back.
And the lightning strike
Hibernate.
huge, 4 damage from the Runeclaw Bear, which Reed obviously has to block, plus 3 from lightning strike. And then the other wall, which obviously had damage on it, got taken out by the remaining 2 of the Inferno Fist.
Now wall limbs down. And you can see why the all attack came in. And here's Reed Duke again with Sign and Blood. I did hear him though. He's at 14 life, so a reasonable life total. He's facing down what 2, 4, 6 power right now, so he definitely needs to commit something like we just mentioned. A Coral Barrier would be great here. Zoff Shade not so great, but reasonable.
Yeah, not amazing on defense, but it does trade 1-for-1 with the Generator Servant, holds off Satyr Wayfinder and Rummaging Goblin.
Yeah.
And after you've drawn 4 cards, which Reed has with double Sign and Blood, you're really just looking to trade 1-for-1 as many times as you can.
Right. So yeah, Reed Duke looks a little bit behind here, but I don't think he's in that bad of a spot. Remember, the Runeclaw Bear also still in deep hibernation thanks to the Wall of Frost, so the attacks aren't going to be great here for John Stern unless now if he picks off that Zoff Shade, then it's different, right? Now like the tempo game starts to come in where it just gets harder and harder for Reed Duke to sort of keep deploying threats or keep deploying answers, as it were.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and John can start digging with the Rummaging Goblin. There are cards like Overwhelm that can turn those into bigger threats, although we saw that Ben has one of the Overwhelms, or at least one. But John, I think, he's got a lot of options right now, and he can loot. He has to decide what he wants to throw away. He has to decide how aggressive he can be. Generator Servant likely to be able to power something out. There's a lot of options for John this turn. You see a die on top of the deck, I think, reminding John to loot, if nothing else. Can you pick out what's in Reed's hand over there? It looks like he has a grip full of spells.
He's got 5 cards in his hand. I see a Black Cat.
So this could be a big moment. John
Ooh.
using Generator Servant for
Yes.
mana, potential access to 7 mana. Could play 2 separate
I
creatures.
think this is Soul of New Phyrexia. Is that what that is?
Oh, dear. Oh, wow.
Yikes. Okay, well, it looks like John Stern's made a pretty nice play to win this game, but we're going to head back to our main feature match with Ben Stark and Andrew Cuneo. So let's head back over there now.
Sharply dressed Rashad.
Thank you. You can start now.
So as we enter into game 3, we saw Ben mana didn't have the right colors in game 1.
Nor amount.
Right. Neither the right colors nor the right number of lands. Cuneo really had a bit of a flood in the second game, although Ben was able to play around that Spectral Ward. Hopefully we're going to see a good solid game 3 here.
Yeah, I loved game 2. That was great, and I'd love to see something even approximating that. This has been a really interesting first draft of our Pro Tour here. From the draft that we watched with Ben Stark, of course, we also got a chance to see Sam Black's draft, and now Ben playing his match against Andrew Cuneo. It's been a good story so far, and bummer. He's one of his best cards hit the graveyard here with Triplicate Spirits, but he does pick up his 3rd color of mana and his 3rd land drop here off of his Satyr Wayfinder, so he can't be too sad about that. Though I do see he's also got 3 other planes in his hand to accompany that one.
Yeah, Ben's hand looks a lot more like a seal deck than a draft deck. You've got Meteorite, 3 colors, pretty high mana curve. Meanwhile, Cuneo poised to come out the gates very fast. Sungrace, Pegasus, Marked by Honor, may be able to suit it up later. And then a pair of Constricting Slivers to take out anything that
really?
Ben's able to play.
Wow, that's nice. And Ben, again, he has the full Bant mana base here. Doesn't do anything with it, though.
Mark my honor.
Sure.
And no fear from Andrew Cuneo this time. He runs it out there, and
25.
I think he realized that he might have waited a little too long in the other game, and he's just like, look, show me, you know.
Yeah. And the thing is, he's not really under very much pressure. I mean, there's a nice synergy if Ben was able to peel back his Seder Wayfinder, but Cuneo, you know, it's still essentially a 1-for-1 on the peel, and the upside, if your opponent doesn't have it, is that you essentially just win the game. I mean, 4 points of lifelink damage in the air, not easy to deal with.
Yeah, right now he's got 3 on one of them, and then, of course, the 1-2 Juggernaut, though, for Ben Stark can help at least applying pressure back in the other direction. I don't think he can race currently.
27. I think I'm missing
No,
Oh, man.
29,
29.
I believe.
Oh, yeah, you're gaining 4. I'm taking 4, you're gaining 4.
We see Back to Nature come in out of
Think
Stark's
that guy's not
sideboard.
taking
That is a piece of technology.
I mean, he needs it, right? He saw the Spectre Ward, and he's like, I got to have something, because he managed to maneuver through that. And like you mentioned as well, Zach, Andrew did flood out. He had way too many lands at the end. I mean, Ben put himself in a position to win that game in a really awesome way, but at the same time, he needed something to happen along the lines of what happened to Cuneo, which is that he flooded. So he knows, and here it is, Heliod Pilgrim searching up Spectre Ward right now for Cuneo, that he's got to have an answer for that. And, you know, given that he saw multiple Heliod's Pilgrims and Marked by Honor, hey, might as well bring in a card that destroys all of them. He's not running any himself, so.
Yeah, I mean,
Solid sideboard.
the thing is, even if he's able to Back to Nature both the Spectre Ward and the Marked by Honor, he still doesn't have an answer on the table for both of those Pegasus. He's got both Meteorite and Nimbus of the Isles that can conceivably deal with it.
Well,
But
there's
he's-
one down.
Yeah,
Nothing
horse
like,
down.
Yeah, horse got hit by a rock and flapped down to the ground. So Meteorite is sitting there ready to do some work for Ben, but it doesn't look like mana's a big issue for him this game. So he's using it basically just as kind of a clunky removal spell. But hey, he's happy to have it. And here's the big question for Cuneo. Does he have a follow-up play that isn't Spectre Ward? He does. He's got Netcaster Spider, ship the turn back to Ben Stark. So Ben, he's sitting and waiting. He wants to get full value off of Back to Nature. He will pull the trigger on it sooner if he's forced to, but man, he would be pretty happy to nail both Spectre Ward and the Marked by Honor.
And the thing is, he knows about the Spectre Ward, so it's not as though he is going to, use the Back to Nature prematurely if he doesn't have to.
Yes.
On the other hand, he's at 8 life.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like he will fire that off if he must, but only if he must because of the Spectre Ward. And it would really take. There it is.
Sure.
And he has 2 mana available also. Here we go.
Wow.
Bingo. Back to Nature.
Wow.
Both of them. Whoop. There we go.
Let me see this guy. Whenever he blocks a creature flying, he gets supposed to do so.
And you see Ben double checking it. He's probably drafted this format 20 times, but you always want to make sure.
I mean, this is just a massive moment for Ben. He's able to get a
Huge moment.
2-for-1, and he's going to be able to eat either one of those creatures. And if you're Cuneo, I mean, you can't see Back to Nature coming.
No.
A brilliant sideboard decision from Ben Stark.
He's also got a Naturalize in his board, but Back to Nature does a lot more work, and yikes.
I mean,
A huge 2-for-1. I mean, that was 9 mana and 2 cards from Cuneo for 1 card and 2 mana from Ben Stark. A huge tempo swing. Now look at the board state.
well, and really 3 cards because he was able to block the Pegasus with a Nimbus.
Oh, right.
I mean, we are really seeing Ben earn these games. Looking at the cards in Cuneo's deck, I mean, you have to say that Andrew has a superior deck. But Ben, between really tight play in the second game and Back to Nature, not a card that you're used to seeing a lot of in limited games out of the board, might be able to take this one away. Still got a lot of work to do, though, with Cuneo at 15 life.
I
and
don't
Ben
think
only
he
at
does.
6.
He just played a second Juggernaut. Like, that workload just got reduced significantly,
Oh, wow.
and he's just going to dump his entire hand here.
We see,
I mean, he's
raise the
got it.
alarm into Willforge Golem. I mean, the board is flooded, and Ben has the Mass Calcifies, so he doesn't have to worry about Cuneo being able to sweep those Juggernauts off the board.
He has 20 power on the board.
That's insane.
What is happening here? Look at this board.
He comboed off.
He really did. Willforge Golem, everybody.
And yeah, I mean, Cuneo just in a really bad way right now.
Terrible.
1-2 and the 2-3. He's got constricting slivers in his hand that can help claw out of this situation, but not enough mana really to do anything with those or the Sanctified charge. 5 mana, just 1 short of being able to cast those slivers.
Yeah, those slivers would help, but the problem is you kind of play this game where, like, you take out a Juggernaut, you block a Juggernaut, he gets
And
a
then just
Juggernaut
get it back.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, that does end up good for Andrew because it means that he doesn't take any damage, and the last Constricting Sliver takes out the last Juggernaut or the Willforged Golem, but he needs that 6 mana to do it. He doesn't have it. So
Yeah.
now he's trying to figure out if he should play the Bronze Sable and just have an extra blocker, or if he can leverage the Sanctified Charge to try to get some type of value out of it.
And it looks like he's going to be trying to do that. I think he's going to set up Heliod's Pilgrim blocking one of those Juggernauts, able to take it out. Can take something out with the Spider just due to the +2/+1. Either trading with
Yes.
Willforged Golem or the Juggernaut. Trying to eat, I think you eat Nimbus of the Isles here. So, I mean, this
Well,
is...
you trade.
Block like that.
I don't think you trade because it's a 4/4, right?
Oh, you're talking about with Sanctified Charge?
Yeah, with Sanctified
Yeah, so it's a
Charge.
2/3 base stats, but he
Right.
has to cast the Sanctified Charge
Yeah.
to get that value. Yeah. So this looks like a sweet block for him, though. He is taking 9 damage, but he's getting a 2-for-1 out of the deal and giving himself a chance to hit that land and perhaps get himself back into this game. So that was a big swing for Cuneo back in the other direction.
Yeah, Cuneo relevantly holding back a lot of tokens to make sure he doesn't die on the counterattack. Or sorry, and Stark holding back a lot
Stark,
of
right.
tokens,
And also,
right.
I mean, if he attacks with those can get blocked pretty easily. And because Cuneo, his life total was high enough before taking 9 that he could take a pretty big hit.
Yeah, I mean, if he blocks those, he still takes 3 more from the Nimbus.
All right, so there we go. We've now got Wall of Mulch and the Bronze Sable follow-up play for Andrew Cuneo here. So he is trying to hang on. Both players tied at 6. This is game 3. The Juggernaut must attack. Willforged Golem doesn't have that clause, but does attack. Remember, the wall can't block the Juggernaut, so he puts it in front of the Willforged Golem so that he can sacrifice it and get a card out of it while taking no damage this turn. This is another huge swing for Cuneo because he's still trying to find that 6th land to get those Constricting Slivers going, and Ben passes a turn back. Is
This
there a
could be
land
big.
in hand for Cuneo?
And this is a really epic game of Magic.
This is
I mean,
fantastic stuff.
I felt like Stark was just in a commanding position, but he just hasn't been able to leverage his Satyr Wayfinder or Raise the Alarm tokens to really accomplish very much.
Wow, and Cuneo does not find the land and just has to pass the turn back? Wow, he must have tricks or something, right?
Well, he's got Congregate,
He has Congregate?
which can get him right. I mean, that's 10 life right now, and that's if Ben doesn't play anything else.
That's crazy. And if he would have drawn that 2 turns ago, like it would have been like 20 life or 22 life or something.
Now, on the other hand, we see Stark drawing Titanic Growth. He thinks that if he's able to get through any amount of blockers, he can just use it to force through damage, not to trade. But if Cuneo is able to cast Congregate in response, that could be a big, big, big swing.
All right, so this is our last match going in the feature match area here. We are down the stretch here in the very first round.
So if you're Cuneo, you know, you can block a 1/1 with the Spider. You can chump block the Golem. You know that you have Congregate, so I think you're trying to incent your opponent to try and finish you off here.
Congregate? How can Ben Stark play around Congregate?
Not play creatures? I don't know.
No, I just mean like it's really hard to put Cuneo on Congregate here.
Right.
Like people just don't generally play that card.
I think that card is, and I know I say a lot of things are underrated, but I was playing in the draft earlier today. I've had it a couple of times. I think the average amount of life that I've gained when I've cast that card is somewhere between like 10 and 14.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a lot of life out of a single
It is capable
card.
of a huge amount of life gain if that's what you're in the market for. So he's going for lethal here.
Congregate, targeting myself.
But Congregate it is.
myself.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
You take 5, so you're at.
I take more than 5.
Oh, right. You take 9, so you gain 1, 7.
So he goes. So that the net result is that Cuneo ends up at 7.
And he's able to eat.
Now,
one
does
of
he
these
find a
Sojourn tokens.
land? Where is that 6th land for Cuneo?
Yeah, Cuneo has needed that 6. I mean, it's just been turn after turn after turn.
And he
after
drew an
turn.
extra card off of his Wall of Mulch too.
Goodness.
Skirmisher.
Another +1.
And he's actually going to go ahead and attack here.
Good turn.
Yeah, and I like that attack. I mean, he doesn't really want to block with the spider. I mean, it allows him to double block Willforge Golem
Yeah.
with that and a skirmisher.
Right, and it was 4 power, and Ben Stark had to respect the fact that he could have a pump spell and actually just kill him.
Right.
Ben passes a turn back. Andrew draws a forest. Is he going to be able
this
to
is
take
big.
back over here? Constricting Sliver, Willforged Golem goes away, and all of a sudden, Andrew Cuneo has completely turned the tables. Look at Ben Stark's side of the board. It's a 1-1.
Right.
It's got him down to just a 1-1.
And just not very much in his
Wow.
hand.
This game has been crazy.
Tons of back and forth. I mean, the upside of only having 5 lands is it means you're drawing spell after spell after spell after spell. He was able to set up what I think was a decisive defensive Sanctified charge, and now able to get very aggressive with those Kinsbale skirmishers.
Okay, so Cuneo's going to play it safe, only attack with the 2/2/2s, leave back his Netcaster Spider.
He's
And
got
there's a Resco Swift Claws here for Ben Stark, who's now at 2. And here's an opening for Andrew to just attack with everything after playing his Spider if he wants to go for the win here. So what he's trying to decide is, how am I losing this game? If I lose this game, what are the sequence of cards that Ben Stark needs to have? But I'm pretty sure that it's correct to just play the Constricting Sliver and just ship the squad, as we say in the business. All of his creatures are lethal.
I mean, he's got to worry about like Etherize, I guess, maybe, but no.
Etherize?
I mean, you know, the
You mean
bounce
Aether
on-
Spout?
Aether Spout,
Yeah.
sorry.
The rare, but that costs double
rare.
blue, and I guess he does have double blue with Immunart, but that is going to do it. Andrew Cuneo somehow pulls out that match
At the end.
and that game against Ben Stark there. Great stuff from both of those
My thing is,
guys.
I had both of these in my opening hand. And
So,
then when you attack
what did you think about that match in general, Zach? I mean, that was insane.
I mean, I thought that was an epic match. We saw tremendous back and forth in game 2 and game 3. Who I thought was ahead, I think who we thought was ahead. The momentum just shifted dramatically back and forth so often. And really, it's some excellent examples of quality Magic play from both sides.
Welcome back to the booth, guys. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Zach Hill, and I mean, we're in heaven. Like, let's just right. Like, we got to watch an awesome draft from Ben Stark. Now, it didn't turn out that great, but he had a lot of really tough decisions. But then we got to watch a great match followed up already. So, another thing to note here: Andrew Cuneo. He's actually playing for Platinum at this Pro Tour. This is the last Pro Tour of the season. I mean, we're going to be saying that you're going to get that vibe for sure, but this is where the players get their Pro Points levels for the whole following year set. If he gets top 25, he's going to be a Platinum Pro for next year.
And I mean, Platinum big, obviously. I mean, represents thousands of dollars in benefits. Really, the top tier of Magic competition. It really secures Andrew a place already on one of the arguably best teams active right now.
Right. We're going to actually have a chance to chat with Andrew Cuneo, though I think they're still getting set down there. But we're going to have Rashad down there to have a quick word with Andrew and ask him how that match went. And I'm really looking forward to that because, wow, right? Like, that match was kind of insane.
Yeah, I mean, keeping your head in the game through those big swings is one of the most challenging things to possibly do. And that's, I mean, you know, an advantage of being on the Pro Tour for as long as Andrew Cuneo has is that you can handle that kind of stress.
Yeah. You know, I think one of the interesting things was when he needed to hit that 6th land and didn't for like three draw steps, some of on his turn and then some of them not, you know, it's easy to get frustrated during that stretch, but he didn't. He kept it solid, kept playing his stuff and went for it. All right, we're ready to head down for an interview, a quick word with Andrew Cuneo.
Rashad Miller, and I am here with Andrew Cuneo. Now, I know I've watched you play Magic a long time, and it seems like you enjoy playing from behind. So I mean, you look at your opening hand and you see 2 Constricting Slivers, and we're talking about 6 drops. What do you think your plan is for this game? How is it going to roll out?
Well, I also had the 2 Pegasuses in my opening hand, so I knew that the game would go fairly long, and I also knew that Ben was playing a green-white deck, so he wouldn't be able to kill the Constricting Slivers. So I knew they'd be good if the game lasted a while. I thought I was going to, you know, come out pretty good early on, and then if the game stalled out, the Slivers would be good. It took a little bit longer to get the Slivers in play than I was hoping for.
All right, so you're planning to achieve Platinum for this year. You need a top 25. How's it feeling so far with this first win? You know, it's a little early, but, you know, how's it feel just to get the first win under your belt?
Well, I like my deck, and, you know, good start. So, still a long way to go. I guess I'm excited. It's a long day.
All right, well, that's Andrew Cuneo and Rashad Miller, and send it back to the booth.
I guess I'm excited. I'm excited too. This is Zach and I look forward to this, right? This is our time to be in the booth for a draft section, and I love that stuff. But for now, we're going to send it back over to the news desk. You're going to hang out there for a little bit while this round wraps up, and when we come back, we're going to have the second round of the Pro Tour, more M15 Limited. But for now, let's send it back over to Rich Hagan.
All right, thanks very much, Marshall and Zach. Round one was pretty quick over there in the feature match action. And BDM, looking out beyond the cameras, looks like there's a lot of people standing up and not an awful lot of people sitting down. Maybe it's a pretty fast format.
That's certainly the reports we had coming into this. Very aggro red white, aggro white blue, white green. Very quick fatties. Fast format is certainly what we heard. One of the cards we didn't hear about is, I gotta tell you, Congra good or Congra great? Like, not a card. I had a conversation with Kai Buddha on Twitter. Didn't he list that card as unplayable?
He doesn't like it very much historically.
Yeah. So pretty excited to see that there. And something, just a little thing for people at home, that second constricting sliver from Andrew Cuneo, that should have gotten 2 creatures, because all your slivers gain. So he had, have this ability, so that his sliver had that ability twice.
Yeah, because it is itself twice. It isn't the first one triggering again.
No.
It's the second one
it gets the ability from the first one, and it gets its own ability.
Yeah,
so
very, very
he could
neat.
have gotten 2 creatures there. So it was even less close than it looked.
Okay, Player of the Year race. The first result of the day is in. You saw John Stern took out Reed Duke by 2-0. On the other side, Jeremy Desani was playing Arthur McCurda, and it is Desani win. So 1-0 Desani, 0-1 Duke in the Player of the Year race. Feature matches, if you're just joining us, wrapped up with Andrew Cuneo defeating Ben Stark, Frank Scurran defeating Patrick Chapin, John Stern over Reed Duke, and Paolo Vita Dama Rosa taking the win against Alexander Hayne. So that's just some of the results that are coming in. Still about 10 minutes left on the round, and then you get quite a little bit longer as those extra turns play out around the building. So, BDM, we're going to turn our attention to Magic Online and the data that comes out of these first few days of drafts online in terms of all the key archetypes, the 10 color pairs, 5 today, 5 tomorrow with Marshall here at the news desk. And we're going to start off with white blue.
Okay.
So give us a general overview on this.
Well, I mean, white blue is really, you want to be very aggressive. You want to, you want Kinsbell skirmishers, and you want frost lynxes, and you want bounce spells. You want like void snares and into the voids, and Peel from Reality is just an exceptional card for you in that deck. Gives you extra uses off your skirmishers, extra uses off of your Frostlings, which is considered one of the best commons in the set.
Okay, so why don't we look at the top commons that are being drafted on Magic Online right now. Here they come: Triplicate Spirits, Welkin Turn, Frostlings, Raise the Alarm, and Sungrace Pegasus. We should do the legalese, first of all, that bit at the bottom. These are the most frequently picked first to fifth commons amongst draft winners on Magic Online.
See, I can't read that from here without my reading glasses, so I thought that said, professional drafters do not try this at home. I'm so confused.
Now, Triplicate Spirits has already played a prominent part in this Pro Tour as early as pick 1, pack 1.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Ben Stark pick Triplicate Spirits over Cone of Flame and Siege Dragon. I mean, partially that was, I'm going to try to position myself where I'm not getting into a fight for red, but also speaks to the power of Triplicate Spirits. Although, Triplicate Spirits is a card, obviously it's going to be good wherever you play it, but I mean, it tends to be, I think, best in white-green, but in white, it's still going to be one of the best commons. The Welkin Turn, people have bemoaned blue in this draft environment. And one of the things that can salvage your draft deck, if you're blue, is 3 or 4 Welkin Turns, which sometimes you can get very late.
Yes, because they belong specifically there.
Yeah.
All right, let's look at the uncommons then that are being picked very highly. You'd expect plenty of power here. Dauntless River Marshal, Ajani's Pridemate, Paragon of New Dawns, you see there, plus Geist of the Moors, the 3-1, and then everyone's favorite oxymoron, military intelligence.
I love military intelligence. I got a little bit of a lesson in that card from Gabe Carlton Barnes, who I was hanging out with him for a couple days in Portland, him and Seamus Campbell, and wow, he worked me with that card, and I started playing with it. It's I think, I'm surprised to see it drafted as highly here, because it seemed underrated to me when I've done drafts over the last 2 weeks, but must draw. You can't even make a choice.
Right.
If you attack with 2 creatures, you have to draw. Danger of decking yourself if you don't draw enough cards to just kill your opponent.
But again, these are draft winners on
Yes.
Magic Online.
Yes.
So it turns out that winners value military intelligence quite highly.
Paragon of New Dawns, obviously that whole cycle, I think we're going to see them each time.
That's a terrific cycle of cards.
Yes.
They're so clean, so much fun, and variable in their goodness.
Boy, are they going to shine next weekend at the Team GP when you get to open up 12 packs of M15 and maybe have a monocolored deck with 2 Paragons in it.
Yes, because pretty much every Paragon's going to get played in its appropriate color deck next weekend. That's going to be tons of fun. So that's pair number 1, white-blue. We will keep the blue, and we will go to the dark side with blue-black.
Yeah, I really like this archetype. I mean, again, it's partially the reason I like it is because people have been undervaluing blue, and they also don't love black in this format very much. And you're able to pick up all these cards. You say, oh, I'll take this Cone of Flame. Oh, I'm never going to see another red card, and kind of move in. It uses evasion, and you get removal spells. It's like flyers, removal, and pretty simple equation. Blue-black has been doing this for years.
Let's take a look at the top 5 commons then that are getting drafted in blue-black. Flesh to Dust, removal, Welkin Turn Again, Accursed Spirit, Frostlink, and Child of Light. Now, Child of Night is the one there that surprises me, because although it's had a long history of being a very nice 2-drop, perhaps it isn't that great in a format where lots of 1 toughness things die pretty quickly.
Yeah, honestly, in this deck, I almost prefer having something like Research Assistant.
1/3.
A 1/3 over a Child of Night, and then also, as the game goes on, it gives me the opportunity to filter through my deck. I like a 1/3 for 2 in this format quite a bit. Child of Night dies to Forge Devils, and and it trades with a ton of stuff. I mean, I like Child of Night fine as a creature. I don't usually plan on getting in with it.
Sure.
In this deck, I'm saving that for my Welcome Turns and my Accursed Spirits.
Flesh to Dust looks so delightful because it just says, make it dead, no regeneration, go away.
Yeah.
Is 5 mana 1 too many for where you want to be in the format?
I mean, it's, you're going to take your removal at whatever price you get it at. I've certainly played more than 1 Blastfire Bolt in a draft deck and been pretty happy with that. Even despite the sticker shock. Flesh Dust is just good. I mean, this is actually a casting cost that removal has been priced at. I think of Annihilate and Ribbons of Night, and a long history of excellent first pickable black removal cards at 5 mana. I have no problem with this card.
You keep saying price. It must be a clue to remind all the people at home that in just a few minutes we have a fantastic art project going on in the building here. We've got Eric Deschamps in the building creating this incredible, 2 artists creating this fantastic Garrick-themed artwork over the course of the weekend. Nate Price, our social media...
I was wondering how you were tying this in.
A, Price, C... Seamless. He will be doing an interview with Eric Deschamps on Cover It Live in just a few minutes. So get yourself on Cover It Live, stick with us, but if you want to keep also an eye on the artist interview, that is just about to start next 5 minutes or so. But the price for commons keeps on going up. Let's take a look at the price of the uncommons in the top 5 for blue-black. The Merc Lurker, Ulcerate,
Stab Wound is a card that we're all familiar with from Return to Ravnica Limited. Just an excellent card. Ulcerate is pretty apparent how good it is. I lose 3, great. But Jurabai Merc Lurker might be one of my just favorite cards to open in this or get past in this set. It is phenomenal.
Apparently, the German Chancellor doesn't like it, though, because it's a Merker lurker.
I will.
Well done. Move on.
Yeah, I love this card. The ability is really like the cheapest of this cycle. For 1 and a black, you can give a creature lifelink. You can give multiple creatures lifelink. This will keep you in a game. And if you're in a racing situation, you've got your Accursed Spirit coming in, they're hitting you back with some flyer. It's just very hard for you to lose that game.
How big a deal is the life loss on cards, not just like Ulcerate, but there seems to be quite a lot of hitting yourself in the face in this set.
You know what? In a fast format, that's what it's like either hit yourself in the face and kill something, or get hit in the face, and get hit in the face again next turn.
Yeah.
So, you're pretty happy with the life, taking a point of damage from your Forge Devils, and you're more than happy to pay 3 life on your Ulcerate, especially if you get a 2-for-1.
For sure. All right, we will keep the black this time, and we're going to pair it with all the burn in the world. It's black-red destruction.
Yeah, that's it. This is a classic archetype, right? It's just burn and banishings, right? It's lightning bolts and dark banishings. Whatever whatever removal spells you can, whatever creatures are left standing. You're going to trade your guys, and you're just going to basically get a creature down and just get them there, and then maybe you finish. Oh, look, I still have these 2 lightning strikes. Kill you.
Goblin Rough Rider put you from 12 to 9, 9 to 6.
Yep,
Lightning
exactly.
strike you out.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a terrific archetype if you can get there. That's the important bit. Let's look at the top 5 commons in black-red.
I'm seeing a lightning strike.
And there it is.
Right, there you go. Your lightning strike and your flesh dust. Your banishing and your bolt.
Yep.
Right? The just, pillars of this archetype. And then Accursed Spirit's a great example of a creature that's just gonna finish the game off for you. You're like, I'll kill that artifact creature, or I'll kill that black creature, and just keep getting in with Intimidate. Borderland Marauder is also a great card, because that card attacks for 3, comes down on turn 2, and if you're just killing their creatures, you're getting in there and you're doing, you're making short work of the game.
Inferno Fist is a very interesting card, because the price you pay for no longer having it there is actually quite significant. It isn't just a seal of removal.
Right, you're like, I really want to kill that, but I also really want to get you for 5 with my Accursed Spirit this turn.
Right. That's a really interesting tension.
I agree. I've certainly, I think I just tend to go, I'll kill it. But I've certainly been there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what people do with that card this weekend. Let's look at the top uncommons in black-red.
Seeing a Cone of Flame. No. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Well, yes. Yeah, Cone of Flame is very high on my list of disgusting things to do in M15.
Again, it's a format with a lot of very aggressive creatures. We talked about, people attacking with cheap creatures early. Cone of Flame shines in that environment. It's rare that you're not going to be able to get 3 creatures with it.
The Nightfire Giant ability, 4 and a red to deal 2 damage to creature or player. Is that a very live ability, or are you mostly always spending your mana, even the turn after you've made the giant, or is it a really big deal?
It is absolutely a big deal. And again, you can also be, hitting your opponent with that damage. So, you can do 7 a turn with
it. It attacks for 7 if you like.
Do I not have a creature to clear out of the way? All right, well, attack you for 5, 2 to you at the end of the turn, untap. That ability is great. That's a card. It's funny, I don't think I've had that guy in a black-red deck yet, but I've had him in a couple of black-blue decks, and then just are splashing the red off of, even without the bonus, splashing the red off maybe like a Meteorite, or
Evolving Wilds.
Evolving Wilds from Mountain is ideal, or a Painland.
Sure. Okay, interesting to see Juggernaut there, because if you want to shorten the clock, 5 at a time gets there very quickly.
Right.
So that's black-red.
Black-red uncommons, Juggernaut.
Yeah, obviously. Little counterintuitive. We go to red-green next. Ramp into monsters.
Right, yeah, this is, again, same thing. It's going to be, removal, and then, really just Elvish Mystic and Generator Servant into, Thundering Giants on turn 3, or Ancient Silverbacks on turn 4. So, with haste.
Yeah, with haste. That's the important bit. Let's move on. Let's look at the top 5 commons in red-green.
Oh, look, it's another lightning strike. And there's Borderland Marauder. Interestingly, we're talking about ramping up to big creatures, but Borderland Marauder there, you get to soften your opponent up, force them maybe even make some trades if your removal is not there. Elvish Mystic starts moving you up the chain, and Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike, you could just do anything from a first pick Lightning Strike. Like, okay, I can just go in any direction. And again, you can even just splash it in any of the other color combinations.
Right. Now, can you ever see a scenario where you open up a Lightning Strike, take it, and you just never end up playing it? Is it a format where you have to be super 2-color, or are there enough maneuverability?
I think there's enough opportunities
Right.
to... again, you're also fine playing a Lightning Strike on turn 6. It doesn't demand to be played on turn 2. Right? You're probably better off waiting to get, a much better creature with it.
Mm-hmm.
So...
All right, let's look at the
Uncommons?
uncommons. Yes. We have Randy's favorite Kurd Chieftain.
Yeah, he has not passed the Kurd Chieftain yet, although he might if there was a Cone of Flame, but I'm not certain.
Yeah, I think he likes the Kurd Chieftain a very great deal.
Yeah, and again, we saw that Elvish Mystic on the common slot, 4/4 for on turn 3 with a very relevant ability of, +2/+2 and trample to any creature. Just, the math is going to get very hard for your opponent. And 4 is a lot of damage to deal.
5's also a lot of damage to deal, and there's Juggernaut dealing 5 damage again as one of the top red-green uncommons. Who knew?
Right. Sorry, Heat Ray. We have no room view on this for your art on this slide.
Yeah, so let's move on to our final color pair for now. This time, it's green-white and Convoke. Perhaps the most linear of all the possible archetypes in Magic 2015.
Right. Yeah. This is the deck where it's Raise the Alarm, it's Triplicate Spirits, it's all sorts of Satyr Wayfinders. And you just want to play creatures early. The Runeclaw Bears are perfectly fine in this deck, and then just ramp up. You're ramping into Triplicate Spirit. You're convoking into Siege Worm. This is the deck, and you watch the pros play this, and you're like, oh, okay, I was doing that wrong, huh? Mm-hmm.
So let's take a look at the top 5 commons in green-white, drafted by Magic Online winners, 1st to 5th. Oh look, Triplicate Spirits at the top, more tokens with Raise the Alarm,
Right.
1/1 Elvish Mystic, Mana Acceleration.
The alarm they're raising is that a Triplicate Spirits is going to be played next turn.
Yes, turn 2 Raise, turn 3 Triplicate. Okay, and then you get Netcaster Spider, the 2/3 that's 4/3 when
Against
it's
the flyer. I
yeah.
love that card.
Yes.
I love turtling up behind it and just kind of building out, and then again it becomes a mana source for you to cast your Siege Worm.
Mm-hmm. So there are the top commons. Let's look at the top uncommons. Sunblade Elf, Pump Your Team, Ajani's Pridemate, some life gain, Seraph of the Masses. I'm interested in that, just in terms of how many creatures. At the pre-release, which is obviously a slightly twisted sampling of this, I found that to be super disappointing. Because if I'm spending 7 mana, I want a 5/5 flyer guaranteed with an upside, right?
Yeah,
And I'm getting 3/3 flyers for not 7 because I'm
Right.
convoking, but even so, I'm surprised by that.
I've generally found it costs like 4 or 5.
Yep.
And a 4/4 flyer for that is perfectly reasonable. It gets bigger as the game goes along. Sometimes it gets smaller, sadly.
Yeah.
But I actually had a lot of success with that. The only time I've actually played with it was in a wacky draft at San Diego Comic-Con, where they just sort of pull packs out of a box.
Yeah.
But it was terrific for me there without a lot of token generation. It was
Yeah.
just good.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that when we don't put you at a table with 4 Hall of Famers and 3 Pro Tour winners, turns out you're kind of a wolf amongst sheep. I saw your Twitter post from San Diego.
my decks were
Comic-Con.
good.
Yes, they were. And then you went and beat people with them. Who knew? All right. Well, those are 5 of our color pairs, but Magic 2015 has been a set long in the making, and that, of course, means the good folks at R&D back at Renton, Washington. I had the chance to go and visit Seattle and take a good look at all the pieces of the puzzle to make this Magic 2015 set. So over the next 2 days, when we get a few minutes here and there, pairings are just about to go up, by the way, for our next round, and we have the chance to show you how this set got made. So why don't we show you part 1 of Inside R&D.
Hello everyone, welcome to Inside R&D, coming to you from Renton, Washington, the home of Wizards of the Coast. I'm your host Rich Hagan, and it's time for us to get under the hood of Magic's latest core set, Magic 2015. You know, core sets have always been a little bit different, but this time, well, they've really gone to town.
A core set is the baseline expression of Magic that we want to show off the way the game and the mechanics work and draw you in, so that when we take you to these different fantastic worlds each year, you have a starting point to relate to them from.
When you work on a core set, there's a certain sense of freedom that you have that while the world guides are awesome, and I love working on worlds with world guides, you'll feel almost unfettered, that the sky is the limit. When you're writing flavor text or writing concepts, you can imagine worlds we haven't even gotten to go to yet, and that's really exciting.
We can see things that you know and love from wherever you may have encountered them, movies, role-playing games, video games, and say, here they are in Magic, they work the way you think they're going to work, and you know, it's all here for you. And then from there we can take you to Innistrad, or we can take you to Theros, or we can take you to Tarkir and say, this is our world and here's how things work there, but you now have this frame of reference. You've learned how to play using a Pegasus and a Djinn and these various other kind of very familiar things to you, so that we can take you on a wild ride once you've learned all that stuff.
I think once upon a time, yes, core sets were very lighthearted, very, very high fantasy. Over time, and I'm talking way back in the day, over time, core sets have kind of started to serve more and more of a purpose, especially since Duels of the Planeswalkers has come along. And now we're seeing that core sets can be used as a very strong vehicle to tell those stories. And the more it gets tied into Duels of the Planeswalkers, and the more we want to tell stories in duels, the more the core set is really doing some pretty heavy lifting and helping us tell stories about our 5 awesome, iconic Planeswalkers.
We want you to be able to build a whole variety of decks. So there's all of these deck ideas seeded throughout common and uncommon, that as you start accumulating cards, whether in the video game or as you get booster packs of the card set, that there's these little hooks that get you to say, ooh, I could try that, ooh, that sounds really neat. So that we're not just saying, it's a bunch of random cards, do whatever, but oh, here's an idea, here's another idea, here's another idea, whether it's slivers or the color lords or the different build around enchantments, so that the depth of Magic is apparent to you relatively quickly without overwhelming you.
Way long ago in Ravnica, the original Ravnica set, Richard Garfield came up with a mechanic for the Boros Legion. And I said, that's an awesome mechanic, Richard, but I think you have it in the wrong guild. I really think we need it in Selesnya. The green-white needs it more. The green-white was all about the group, and it had a slower sort of play style that played really well with Convoke. Now, I think of the 10 mechanics in the original Ravnica, that Convoke was the best mechanic. I was a huge fan of Convoke. And I knew one day we'd bring it back. The question was, when and where? And when we were trying to do 2015, they were looking for a simple mechanic that's flavorful, that would add a twist to the gameplay, but in a way that was easily grokkable. And Convoke fit the bill.
Internally, some of our brand guys had been reaching out to game development studios, video game houses, other game companies, and hearing that they love playing Magic there, and they have a league at their office, and can we send them some cards, or can we get together and play with them? And it really hit me that Magic is the game that other game designers play. And I thought, wow, wouldn't it be great if we could showcase that in our product somehow?
Magic itself has this ability where you can kind of design your own game, and that appeals to people who like making games. So over the years, we've realized there's lots and lots of fans who play Magic who are game designers. And we said, well, wouldn't it be neat to reach out and bring some of their expertise in other games to Magic?
We ended up with these 14 external designers, plus the 15th is you, the Magic community. And it was this back and forth where they'd submit ideas. Some of them were really, really familiar with Magic, and it was just a matter of kind of, you know, oh, this design among these 6 designs I'd be happy to put in the set. With others, they were coming a little bit more from an outsider's perspective, and so there was a lot more back and forth, and that was also really cool because they often had an outsider's perspective, and that meant we were going to do something different than how we normally make Magic cards.
I always like core sets because it's almost like a clip show of your favorite worlds, so you get to remember how you felt when you were playing Innistrad or how you felt when you were playing Lorwyn. So there's a sense of nostalgia and reminiscence.
So the job of a core set is to be the best entry level we can. That we want something that is intriguing and fun, but is not so complex that it would throw someone who's being introduced to the game. Also, it's a sampler. I think the core set is being, you know, when you get a little box of chocolates, it's like a little sampler to see what Magic has to offer. Ooh, I like this one with nuts. Oh, well, maybe you would like Innistrad. Oh, I like this one with cashews. Oh, maybe you'd like Zendikar. You know, that as you try things, it shows you what the world of Magic has to offer. Innistrad's full of nuts, apparently.
Hello everyone, welcome back. That's part 1 of Inside R&D. We'll go through all the colours for you and all the goodness of gold and artifact and land. There's some real goodies in that segment, that's for sure. All right, so the players are sitting down, they're gearing up for round 2. We'll be right down, of course, you'll not miss a thing. But BDM wanted to talk briefly about some of the players who are going for the highest goal in the game in terms of a season, which is Platinum. So why don't we take a look on the hunt for Platinum, a few of the players who are trying to do their thing and get here. So let's take a look, and we begin with the players who are already in.
Right, they just show up, they get 3 points. That means they were within 3 pro points of the 45-point plateau you need to get to Platinum. They would have loved to have gotten there beforehand because it would have meant an appearance fee at this event, but they're pretty happy. They know they've got their 45 points locked for the season, and they go into next year knowing they get, you know, they get money every time they show up. They get their accommodations and their airfare taken care of.
Yeah, and by money, we mean 3,000 US dollars per Pro Tour, which is not to be sniffed at, and Grand Prix appearance fees as well.
And interestingly, most of those names are right also in the mix for the World Championship.
Yes, that bottom line, Fennell, Hayne, McLean, Stark, Wilson, that's your 44-point log jam of who's going to make it in to the World Championship. All right, now everyone else has some work to do, so let's take a look at our next tier. And these are just some of the players. We're picking out some of the big names for you who have this to go at.
So
now,
Pierre Dejean started the season off with a 2nd place finish at Pro Tour Theros against his good friend Jeremy Desani, but he needs 1 single extra point. 100, getting into the top 100 gives you 1 extra point. It gives you 4 pro points, and then he's just going to be 1 point shy of Platinum if he doesn't get there.
Yeah, and it may well be that a record of 9 and 7, maybe 10 and 6, may be around what he's looking for. What about our next tier up? Let's take a look.
Well, there you see Patrick Dickman, Eric Froelich, Ralph Levy. They just need to get to top 75, which means they need to get to 5 points. And Dickman's was chasing after that pretty hard.
Yeah, he has been. Also worth noting that if you're looking at pairings, don't just Google Dickman, because his brother Fabian is a PTQ winner this time around. So both of them, we do have brothers in action.
That's his twin brother, right?
That's right, yep. So Fabian and Patrick both playing this weekend. Eric Froelich, of course, from Channel Fireball. Raphael Levy, the founding father of Team Revolution, which, of course, Pierre Dajon and Jeremy Desani are on.
And the captain of the reigning World Magic Cup team.
So on we go. Let's see what's next. Top 25, you get Zatelkai, Adel Nakamura, and Guillaume Wafatapa. And then what about top 16? Let's take a look. For that, your top 16 people trying to make it in. Those are just some of the names. And those 5 are huge names. But I can tell you that we have huge names in the feature match area right now. We have Sam Black against Ken Yukihiro. We have Owen Turtenwald against Jared Betcher, the heir apparent to Rookie of the Year. We have Mark Tobias, who had an incredible Grand Prix Boston last weekend. You should check his matches out against Frank Scarron. But we begin with a World Magic Cup domestic dispute. On 38 points from Brazil, it's Willie Adel. On 27 points from Brazil, it's Paulo Vitor Dama da Rosa. Round 2, now.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth here at the Pro Tour. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Zach Hill, and had a really good one in round 1, and we're hoping for just as good a one. We have Paulo Vitor Dama da Rosa versus his countryman, Willie Adel. So why don't we head down to the feature match area right now for the second round here from Portland. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Magic 2015. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm in the booth. I'm with Zach Hill, and we are underway in the second round. This is, of course, M15 draft, and we've got a little bit of a fight here, Zach. We've got Paulo Vitor Dama da Rosa, the Hall of Famer, 9 Pro Tour top 8s to his name, just one of the greats, playing against his countryman, also from Brazil, Willie Adel, who has 4 Pro Tour top 8s, looking for his 5th, has been on a lot of people's ballots for Hall of Fame. We can only speculate at this point, but, maybe has a chance to get in there too.
Yeah, and definitely a top 8 at this tournament, I think, would cement Willie in the Hall of Fame vote for sure. Right now, he's on the cusp on a lot of people's minds. PV not having the most solid season. I think he has 26 points this year, coming right out the gates with a Borderland Marauder. But another finish here, not that PV needs to add to his legacy, but it would certainly, I think, renew him in the contemporary conversation for best acted player if he was able to put up a top 8 here.
Yeah, I think that, by his standards, not a season that he's super happy with, but he has recently finished school, and maybe we'll have some more time. Here's Kinsvale Skirmisher to add to the board. Sungrace Pegasus plus the Marauder, get in there.
Wow.
5 damage and a full curve out here for PV, and that's it. That was game 1.
I mean, a ridiculous start
Holy
for PV there. One of the
smokes.
most white-red aggro, and then we see Willie with white-green, but just never able to get a white mana.
Yeah, did we even see that? Wow. All right, so PV wins the first game, and we'll be back after these messages.
Hunt Bigger Game. Magic 2015 is now available on Magic Online. Start your hunt by downloading the new Magic Online client at www.mtgo.com. You've watched the Pro Tour. How about playing on the Pro Tour? Qualifiers for Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir are going on now around the world, with winners earning an invitation and airfare to Honolulu, Hawaii in October. Visit wizards.com/PTQ for more information.
All right, back down in the feature match area here in Portland, and I made the mistake of blinking during that first game, and it was over.
Well, we saw 2-drop, 3-drop on turn 4, 2 more 2-drops from Paulo. I mean, it was just one of the best possible starts you can get in the whole format.
All right, so why don't we jump over to one of our secondary feature match tables here. All right, so let's take a look here at, I believe we are looking at Frank Scarn versus Mark Tobias.
Yeah, I think so.
In our King of the Hill table. And this looks a little bit lopsided.
Yeah.
I have to say that the now tapped down Generator Servant facing down, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 creatures on the other side of the battlefield.
And a living totem, those creatures being used to power out more creatures. And wow, I mean, just
3,
a
4,
huge attack from Mark.
That's 10, that's 11. And round 2 is don't blink, you will miss it.
Well, one of the things we've been talking about is the speed of this format. Randy was talking to me last night about how he feels like if he doesn't cast a creature on turn 2, he's just not in the game. And I feel like that's a lot of what we're seeing. I mean, basically, if you stumble at all, like we saw Frank stall there on 3 lands, just not going to win the game, may not even be close.
Now, do you think that these games are indicative of the speed of this actual format? Let's take a look at one of our other side matches here. We'll get our camera set up there. But do you think that, I mean, these were, of course, exceptionally fast. But is this something that we're going to see a lot?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Is the format really this fast, Zach? I mean, that was insane.
Our first match, went to 3 games, took a long time, but Ben's deck was kind of not awesome. I think the phenomenon we're seeing really is if you're able to set up your deck, one of these really, really powerful decks, the best decks are incredibly fast and have a great curve and can get through. But I don't think on average that's what we're likely to see all the time. I mean, you've just really got to be placed fortunately at your table to get something that good.
All right, let's take a look in at Sam Black. He is playing Ken Yukihiro right now. Both players sitting at 1-0 from our draft pod that we got to watch.
11.
All right, and right when we jump in here, we're going to jump right back over to our original match. We really haven't seen much from Willie Adel yet, only from Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa. Let's jump back to our primary match and catch the second game of action. See if Willie could put up a little bit more of a fight there. Paulo with the old 2-drop, double 2-drop on turn 4 off of a full curve out makes things pretty rough. There we go, the base white deck from Willie Adel. Sungrace Pegasus hits the battlefield again. Both players here are from Brazil. They know each other pretty well. Brazil's a big country, though. I don't think they live in the same city, so I don't know that they're, hangout buddies, but they certainly have roll in the same circles.
And I believe they were on the same team for Pro Tour Charleston way back in the day. It was really PV's kind of big finish with Celso Zampere Jr., I believe, is their third.
All right, a couple of soldier tokens from Raise the Alarm here for Paulo. He's going to attack with both of them. That was on end step, so now he's got turn 3 to try to come up with something. And he does. Solid 3-drop here. And now it looks like Willie's decided to hold his Sungrace Pegasus back. He's also left up all of his mana here.
Yeah, this Pegasus able to hold off both of those tokens. So, it trades for 2, deals the damage, gains a life. So, it basically keeps even with the tokens, but it looks like he just wants to prioritize not taking damage right now.
Yeah, I think he's realized who the aggressor is in this matchup. And even though Willie might have a fairly aggressive deck, and right when I say that, he proves that he does not, in fact, have a pretty aggressive deck. Tireless Missionaries here is going to really help stabilize. I mean, it's pretty nice right here.
Right, and I can't help but wonder if that's actually some sideboard technology from Willie, just after getting blown out as hard as he did game 1, realizing that, a 2-3 blocker really can hold off a lot of PV's threats, and that 3 life could really matter as he attempts to stabilize in the late game.
In the meantime, Paulo plays his land first, pre-combat, which he doesn't normally do, and now battles with everybody. So Willie's going to have to consider Sanctified Charge here as a possibility and try his best to play around it. You see him give a little head shake there because there's not a lot of great play around it here from that card.
And that's one of the things, there's a point of view that basically says like, oh, there's diminishing returns on Sanctified Charge. You just kind of want to cast 1. But the thing is, like, you could just start chaining those together on turn 5. There's just not a lot your opponent can do about it.
No, that was brutal. He took 10 that hit. He gets to keep all of his creatures even through the block here. And this could be a quick one. Willie is just being overwhelmed here by Paulo.
Hear you. I mean, yeah, and Paulo, I think, is just going to sit and change Sanctified Charges.
I think you're right. I think is that a preeminent captain there for Willie Adel? He's got first strike. You'd think that would help in a situation like this, but I don't know that it will.
Now, Willie does have Devouring Light and the mana untapped to cast it. That could be big. Able to take out that Rough Rider or the Midnight Guard, hopefully survive this attack, maybe being able to pick off one of those tokens with the first strike on the captain. But yeah, just not a whole lot from Willie. Willie's got a sanctified charge of his own, but without a board flooded with permanents, just not a lot that card can accomplish.
This is going to be interesting to see how Paulo wants to take this. I mean, he's still in a pretty good position with sanctified charge, even through Devouring Light.
He can also like just attack with Midnight Guard, see what happens. He wants to leave open ephemeral shields, I think, to protect his creatures, but I mean, you've got to attack with everything if you're going to cast charge. So I think he's just trying to figure out like how bad of a spot does he have Willie in right now, and how necessary is it for him to commit.
Yeah, Willie's still not quite low enough on life here with 2 blockers that Paulo can just confidently send in the team and kind of not worry about it. He's got to think this thing through, and he does decide the whole team's coming in. Willie, of course, expected this and makes, well, you'd probably call these pretty much the obvious blocks here, but there it is, Sanctified Charge number 2. We talked about this while we were watching Ben Stark draft. I said I thought people were underrating it. He took it very highly, and here's Paulo's second, and you can see why and how good it can be in the right deck.
Yeah, if Willie was able to block one of those soldiers with Preeminent Captain, he'd be able to pick it off. But I think he's saying, okay, I need to absorb 5 damage. He can Devouring Light the Midnight Guard to preserve his life total, and then cast Constricting Sliver on Paulo's remaining creature and make some attempt to stabilize.
I mean, wouldn't the soldier still just trade for the Preeminent Captain anyway?
It would trade. I mean, you could get it off the board, but I think you're right that like you aren't going to care about the 1/1 soldier token after your opponent has used 2 Sanctified Charges.
Right, okay. So here's Devouring Light. He's tapping his 2 creatures plus a land to use it. The real question is, can Willie survive this flood here and then start deploying stuff to get himself stabilized? That's the big question here for Willie. And he is under immense pressure.
So right now, if he doesn't block, he takes 4 from the guard, 3 from the token, putting him at 2. I think he's got to figure out, okay, what does he want to target with that Devouring Light? Does he want to keep his Pegasus alive, keep his Captain alive, or preserve his life total? But it looks like he really values that Pegasus.
Maybe he has something, some type of way to augment it. Let's see what he's got.
When if he does cast Constricting Sliver on the Rough Rider, he stabilizes assuming Paulo has nothing.
Okay. I think that's the spot he's in, Zach. I think that Willie is on the assume my opponent has nothing plan here.
And I mean, we know Paulo has ephemeral shields. Oh, wow. What
is this a sliver
big
for
play.
a sliver? Willie flippantly casts it to the side. Willie is going to be able. Oh,
yeah.
Whoa, a little pump fake there.
Yeah,
Willie gets on a wry smile, like I will block that.
Yeah, because right, if Paulo attacks with the soldier, it lets Willie block the soldier and actually stay alive, as opposed to having to chump the Midnight Guard.
Right now, Willie's super far behind. Oh, he's got another one though.
Oh my goodness!
Wow, and they both trigger because it gets the ability twice.
And just getting the token out for good instead of keeping the Midnight Guard hidden under the sliver. A big top deck for Willie.
Wow.
We
Double
didn't know
triggers
that.
for Constricting Sliver. We talked about this in between because this came up in the last match, and we wanted to confirm that, yes, they both get the trigger, and they did. Has Willie stabilized at 3 life here?
And just as we thought he did, there's that Thundering Giant.
Ah, and he's going to block with...
Oh,
is that
my
Ephemeral
goodness.
Shields too? Goodness sakes. No mercy here. These 2 countrymen going at it, and PV takes down the match.
Wow.
Willie did the best he could to stabilize the board, hanging on by a thread. The double Constricting Sliver looked like it might do it, but Paulo had just enough tricks to get through for the win.
Yeah, that Thundering Giant was devastating.
Yeah. I was waiting for it, Zach. It was, though. And the Ephemeral Shields for the rub-ins, too. That is brutal.
Yeah,
Man, that was
absolutely.
nasty.
Paulo's deck looks very, very good. About exactly what you want to be doing with White-Red in this format. Great curve, powerful tricks, and a good top end in case your opponent tries to stabilize.
All right, well, the good news about having such a quick match in our feature is it means we've got 3 others to choose from that are still very much underway. So you can see our cameras moving over to the Sam Black match. And we're going to be bringing you that once they're all set up. So that'll be fun. He's playing against Ken Yukihiro of Japan. And that is going to become our primary match. Getting the life totals punched in, cards in hand, all the information that we bring here to you on the Pro Tour stage. And here we are. So let's see what we're looking at here. Krenko's Enforcer, there's a Coral Barrier and the accompanying Squid token. Looks like Ken's got some type of Triplicate Spirits or something along those lines going. Yes, Triplicate Spirits it is. All right, so it's going to add 3 1/1s. Now, Zach, what is this? What is the token there that Ken has? I don't know if you saw it on the bottom part of his screen.
Yeah.
We'll have to get back to that main.
I cannot quite tell. It
Is it a
looks like
sliver?
it's a dragon token, I think, from the Broodmaster. Or no, that's a
Broodkeeper?
landmine from Goblin Kaboomist.
That's what it is. It's a landmine. I hadn't seen that token yet.
yeah.
I've seen a lot of landmines floating around, but I hadn't actually seen the token. That's cool.
I mean, a really flooded board on Yukihiro's side. Just a Squid and Enforcer landmine doing a great job of holding off the 2/2 Intimidate. And I mean, yeah, we see a Rabble Master, Triplicate Spirits.
Oh, no.
It's exactly, again, I mean, we've seen some powerful red-white decks.
It looks like Sam's a little stuck on mana here, potentially. That's 6 mana there for Yukihiro, and Sam Black's only on 4. He just passed a turn back. So now we're going to combat. A Goblin gets made off of the Rabble Master.
And those goblins must attack, so
Yes.
Yukihiro trying to figure out, oh man.
Wow, he doesn't have to attack with the Rabble Master, but he chooses to.
I think that's marked by honor on the
I
Rabble
believe
Master.
you're right. Yeah, it looks like it is because he did indicate that it was attacking, and it's not tapped here. So it's going to get the trigger from the goblins that are being sent in as well. The Kaboomist must have been a short-lived goblin.
I'm looking at Sam's hand on the viewer. He's got a lot of tricks. He's got Crowd's Favor, Hydra Surge, Peel from Reality. Thundering Giant, Blast Firebolt, and Soul of Phyrexia are going to make him require some more mana, but he can actually have a very effective combat this turn.
Speaking of effective, here's Peel from Reality by Sam Black.
Taking out the Rabble Master and letting him rebuy his wall.
Yeah, the no longer honorable Battle Master as well. That knocks that off. So Sam actually gets a card out of the exchange as well. And he's going to net a little bit more card advantage thanks to the Coral Barrier. He's going to get yet another Squid token when he replays it at some point.
Squid tokens.
Yep, Squid tokens. So Rabble Master hits the battlefield again so that Ken Yukihiro can keep the pressure going. Yukihiro looks like he's won game 1.
He's indicating he's making another Squid. So Sam trying to stabilize, but not the easiest
Looks like
thing
he's
to
way
do.
behind here. I mean, you know, one of the big issues that you can see from this board state, just very obviously, are the 3 flying spirit tokens that Sam just doesn't have anything to do about right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, in his Kringo's Enforcer just playing defense, not really.
I'm
what you
assuming
want to be
Sam's
doing
not
with
at
that.
20. There we go. Now he's
Yeah.
down to 9 here, and yikes.
I mean, that said, you know, really what Yukihiro has going are those spirits. If, you know, Sam can Frostlinks one of them, Hydra Surge buys him a turn, you know, but the thing is, it's going to be hard for him to even get an offense down. I mean, he just, on 4 lands, even if he top decks a land, Thundering Giant not very effective in this
No.
position. And
He's dead in 2 turns, Zach.
Yeah, yeah.
Down to 3, Sam Black goes. Yukihiro passes the turn back. I mean, unless Sam has like a Cone of Flame in his hand, he just drew the land that he could use to play it, but okay, he's got a Rummager going. He's going to have to find something.
Maybe he's trying to draw into Cone.
Yeah. He got past one.
And that's not it.
I couldn't see it. What was it?
Oh, it was just another mountain.
Okay.
So Frostlinks buys him a turn.
We'll buy him an entire turn.
He's
and
got
remember, with
Hydra Surge as well, I
with the
think.
Goblin Rummager on the battlefield, you know, he's going to get to see quite a few cards, try to
Right.
find something to take care of. He could also just pick up a flyer like a Sungrace Pegasus. What is this?
That's a Paragon. So that
Paragon.
means that this
Oops.
attack is lethal in the air. Now, Sam has to Hydra Surge one of the tokens, still falling to 1. Big top deck for Yukihiro.
Just clinging here. And it also means that Cone of Flame's not good enough anymore, is it?
Oh, right, because one of the tokens would survive. Yeah, that's
and he
huge.
doesn't have enough removal to use one on the Paragon of New Dawn, so tough spot. And we're going to see a hand extension here. Sam Black falls 2-0 to Ken Yukihiro of Japan. He's going to improve to 2-0 here. Both of these players had won their first match, so Sam's 1-1, Ken's 2-0 in that pod. And that was also, both of these players came out of the original draft pod that we watched both Ben Stark and Sam Black himself draft their decks from. So why don't we jump over to another feature match table. Looks like we've only got one left now. And it is Frank Skarin versus Mark Tobias. Mark is from Germany. Frank's from the United States. Mark's only played in one other PT. He went 7-9. It was in Philly. But he's played a lot of GPs. So he's an experienced Magic player, just not quite as much at the Pro Tour level yet.
And really, 7-9, you're looking at sub 50%, but that means he made day 2 on his first Pro Tour. That's not an easy thing to do.
Mark's played 25 GPs, so. Yeah, now, but speaking of GPs, Frank Skarin is an excellent GP player as well with a big win percentage, and we see Ornithopter on the battlefield here.
Ornithopter?
Yes, Frank Skarin is playing Ornithopter. Now, if there's ever been a deck for it, these are the colors you would expect to see them in, right?
Right, exactly.
You would expect maybe some wild mongrels.
Yeah, you got the Junkyard Dog, the Scrapyard
Junkyard Dog.
You got that. You got Ensoul Artifact,
Aeronaut Tinker,
Shrapnel Blast. If you want to go that deep.
Yeah, and to be honest, in order to justify putting an Ornithopter in the deck, I would expect all of those in Frank Skarin's list here.
Maybe he has an Illusory Angel, too, that he can combo out kind of on turn 3.
I want all of that.
Yeah, right. I need a lot to play 0 mana, 0/2 flyer in my deck. But something tells me that if Frank Skarin is playing the card, it's probably good in his deck.
Yeah, I agree. So is that a Goblin Rabble Master again here, Zach? It is, right? Those things are just everywhere at our feature match tables. What a great card, though. That thing is super annoying. Unfortunately, he just had to run the token into the species there. So he's not really getting ahead with it right now. That Ornithopter not doing a lot of work either.
Not going to fly over for 0 points of damage. No. Rabble Master might wind up being one of the defining cards of this tournament. I have heard a lot of whispers about it in Constructed.
Oh, interesting.
We've seen it all over the feature match table Unlimited, where it's done some decisive work. I think that card is maybe a little bit underappreciated of the M15 cards. Not that many people talking about it once the set was previewed, but it does a lot of work.
I agree with you. You've named 16 underrated cards so far on the broadcast, and this is the one I am on board with.
You actually believe that it's underrated?
No, I think like different degrees, but I think this one really is a little under the radar for how powerful it is. I've had the misfortune of playing against it multiple times. Is this restock from Mark Tobias? Yes, it is.
He's got not a lot in his hand. Forge Devil with essentially no targets, but let's see what he's got in his graveyard, because restock is big game. Frank just sitting there kind of being disappointed. It's like, yep, something very bad is about to happen to me.
Yep.
Okay, so Rabble Master is the unfortunate recipient of a lot of electricity, and now Invasive Species gets to start battling, and that thing's nice. I mean, he's going to get to hit, empty board here, just gets to keep battling. 3 damage adds up pretty quickly, and your opponent's only at 10. This could go quickly.
Yeah, and it looks like Tobias got back a Kurd Chieftain, which is probably the best red-green card. And, yeah, I mean, Restock just turned the game around.
Wow, and there it is, Kurd Chieftain, with conveniently just enough mana to activate it, but no, it will not resolve.
Yeah, it's a big dissipate from Frank. I thought he just top-decked a blank by his body language, so doing a good job of selling that he didn't have very much, but still.
Because I think that Mark knows that if he had had that dissipate when he cast the Restock, he would have snapped that off instead.
Yeah. Again, Ornithopter not playing very admirable defense here.
No, Ornithopter has not done good work in this game. Again, we're assuming that he's got a lot of things that really require artifacts in order to run it. But here comes invasive species crashing in again.
Sure.
And there's a carnivorous moss beast that Frank Scarn's like, yeah.
Sure.
So here we are at the Pro Tour, and we've got Ornithopter facing down carnivorous moss beast. Welcome.
Carnivorous Moss Beast, an actual title, not an unglued card.
No, that's a real one.
I mean, the card is about your textbook definition of slow, but once
Yes.
it gets going, I mean, it is hard to deal with.
Look, if you want inevitability in the slowest possible way, carnivorous moss beast is your guy.
That moss just creeping up the battlefield.
All right, we've got some synergy.
Oh, man. Here we go.
Aeronaut Tinker, unfortunately, doesn't do a good job in battle against the 3/3 invasive species, so it's not going to do a lot, even though it does have flying right now.
Then, you know, a 2/3 flyer for 3, a great rate, but not necessarily good. And that's not what you're playing Ornithopter for in this deck.
This would be on the low end of that. Vineweft also hitting the battlefield here. And Ornithopter takes one for the team, but the carnivorous moss beast that Frank Scarn had bounced is now back on the battlefield and threatening lethal. And that's going to do it. Scarn, though, was ahead one game there. So we're actually going to get a game 3 out of Mark Tobias versus Frank Scarn.
And I'm actually really excited to see Game 3. I mean, when we came in, there was not really a whole lot going there, and I want to see what this blue-red artifact deck is able to do.
Okay, so welcome back to the booth, guys. So I am assuming we're going to be able to bring you that third game.
I should hope so.
Yeah, I'd like to see that, because that was interesting. That's I mean, we saw Ornithopter versus Carnivorous Moss Beast. I did not think that I would see that at the Pro Tour. So I think that we can probably stay down on the in the feature match area as much as you want to see us talk, and we can watch some more actual Magic being played here. Also, I see a Brian Kibler down there now. What are they doing? That they're not playing. They were not in the feature match area. Oh, they must be doing a special segment. Do you see who's standing next to Brian Kibler?
I don't. Oh, is that our coverage? Oh, that's Nate.
That's Nate Holt. And
I'm very eager to figure out.
In the shadow of Nate Holt is Sean Kornhauser. So a little unintentional, but maybe a little preview from Walk the Plains. Who knows? But this is, you can see Sean there with the camera. He's the other half of Walking the Plains. So if you're a fan of the video series, he's the one who does all the production work. He does the editing, and him and Nate work together to come up with the plan and to do this stuff. It's really great to see you get a chance to see them there.
I wonder if this is some sort of gag for Brian's hand shuffling. You know, they're like sitting there staring at him. You see Craig in there tight with the picture.
Now, Craig is our Pro Tour photographer. You can get a look at him, too. He's been working on the Pro Tour forever. And here's back on our main match as our players are finishing up sideboarding.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what, I mean, Frank, you know, thing that happens a lot of the time in Limited is that, you know, you sideboard because you think your opponent's deck looks one way after game 1, but in game 2, either because they've sideboarded or because you just see more of the deck, you have to change your deck up again for game 3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I wasn't coming back from that one.
Understatement by Frank Scarn there.
Getting your only guy off the board.
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe that Moss Beast was a sideboard card. If you, like, think the game's going to go super long in a stall, you just want to have a late-game trump. You know, a thing that it's easy to forget, like when you're looking at a new, semi-new format like Magic 2015, is that just because some cards are in the abstract better than other cards or higher picks than other cards, doesn't mean that, you know, later picks can be really powerful role players.
Sure.
And
yeah, I think the thing about like the Moss Beast in particular is that it's a 4/5 for 6, which isn't exciting, but that's pretty serviceable, right? Like, I mean, you can play that card. Now, the activated ability is depressing. Let's just be honest, right? You pay 7 mana, and for all of that effort, you get a +1/+1 counter. But that's not really that relevant, right? Like, if you need a 4/5 or you just need a big 6-drop to help shore up the game or get in, Carnivorous Moss Beast will be there for you and will serve that role.
He'll be there for you. It's like a pillow you can cuddle on.
He is mossy.
A mossy pillow, yeah. But and the thing is, like, 7 mana for a 1/1 counter is obviously a really bad rate. But the
That is
times
not
that's
obvious.
relevant.
I've seen some people pretty excited.
I'm very excited about a 7-man over 1 count.
I told him it was not a good rate.
But I mean, when you can either do that or do nothing, which is the case a lot of the time when you're bringing in a Moss Beast because you think the game is going to go long, you know, that can be relevant. He levels up to a 5/6. Suddenly he can block Siege Worm. He can block Glacial Crasher. So it's not exactly fast.
Now, you're not saying that Carnivorous Moss Beast is underrated, though, right?
I did not say
and
that.
far from devastating.
It is. I would be excited to see the circumstance where Carnivorous Moss Beast is devastating.
Good, I like it. All right, so we're underway here. Not a lot of action in the earliest of stages. But a Welkin turn's a good start for Frank Skarn. Let's see if there's a Forge Devil hiding for Mark Tobias. That would be pretty nasty.
And Skarn really turning the beat around with that second turn, Welkin turn. You know, it wasn't really apparently very aggressive that last match. We saw the game go long, didn't see him have a lot of permanence, but it looks like he's able to get pretty aggressive.
Jeez.
So I don't want to hear it.
Restock makes this guy a lot better.
Yeah.
So is that Forest and 3 red bombs?
Yeah, but Mark was lamenting the fact that 2 of his best cards just got put in the graveyard with Inferno Fist and the Kurd Chieftain. But Frank says, I don't want to hear it. You restocked him last time. Perfectly fair, I think, from both sides. And what's the follow-up play here for Frank?
I think Frank's got a tinker. I mean, a play that you could have taken was Inferno Fist the turn, attack for 4, leave a red up, so even if he tries to kill your turn, you can get the Wayfinder off the battlefield, but not really an ideal target for Inferno Fist. Frank opting to just develop his board.
Yeah, he's going to play Krenko's Enforcer.
Call, he says.
Yes.
Oh, that's Krenko's Enforcer. Okay, so he's also got an Aeronaut Tinker, but yeah, more evasion, probably better than less evasion at this point in the game.
I like the way you think, Zach.
I know that's shocking.
Yeah.
But the 2-3, and obviously the third point of toughness doesn't
Is this
matter.
a Rabble Master?
I think so.
Didn't Frank have the Rabble Master?
I just Rabble Masters all the time.
We just
man.
came from a match where Kentaro had a Rabble Master, Frank has one, and now Mark has one too. It's just getting very goblin-y down there.
It's interesting that he blocked the Goblin instead of the Satyr Wayfinder there. Just because the Goblin, you know, must attack as long as Rabble Master's on the battlefield. But you have to think that Frank is going to get the Rabble Master nice and dead with this Inferno Fest.
Does seem to be the idea, especially given that Mark is now tapped out. I think that, you know, a lot of times with Inferno Fist, you want to wait for the opening when your opponent doesn't have anything to interact with you so that you can make sure that it sticks and you get your value out of it. And he's just going to fire it off right now. Mark, he knew exactly what was going to happen there.
And Frank, interestingly, playing defense. The thing is, do you really want to block the Wayfinder here when you have just you?
So he would have had to attack with the Enforcer, which could have been blocked.
I see what you're saying.
So I think that he just wanted to make sure that he got it the way he wanted it with the board state of him having Enforcer and getting to use Inferno Fist to kill. It gives Mark some options on like, well, I guess I'll block then.
Yeah, you're right. And then you might have to use the Fist before you actually get to deal 4 damage with a Welcome turn.
Exactly.
Makes
so
sense.
the damage is the same. And there's the Forge Devil. He did have that in his hand, but he wanted to develop his board and make sure he hit his mana, but he does take out the turn now. And there's Invasive Species to pick up Forge Devil. So now, Frank, unfortunately, from Mark's side, Frank knows, but if it just makes Frank hold on to any 1 toughness creatures in his hand forever, that's pretty good for Mark.
Right, and the other thing Forge Devil does is can, you know, deal with a 2-3 after it's blocked a 2-2. I mean, that extra point of damage can, you know, just make blocking very difficult for Frank.
Right.
Mark is at 11 life, which
Yes.
is not the highest life total against a deck that's as aggressive as Frank's is.
All right, so here's Invasive Species number 2 being used in a pretty cool way. He returned a land to his hand, then used his land drop for the turn to play it, and effectively ramped a little bit. He got an extra land because he didn't have one in his hand to play. Then he used a Lightning Strike to kill a creature on Frank Skarn's side. So one of the many ways that you can use Invasive Species in kind of a creative, cool way. when you're stuck on lands, you can use it as a sort of a mana ramp spell.
And Mark's deck really does seem to be built to capitalize on invasive species. You see Forge Devil there, which you can pick up. You see Satyr Wayfinder. You see Shaman of Spring. All these cards would enter the battlefield abilities that are fine on their own, but are really powerful when you're able to reuse them.
There's the Aeronaut Tinkerer.
Good.
And the Void Snare is going to bounce that creature, the invasive species, back to Mark's hand. This is where you can fall behind. When you're missing land drops and still need to develop your board with invasive species, it can get a little awkward having to keep putting stuff back in your hand over and over again. But I do see that Mark drew his 5th land this turn. He's going to attack for 3 to drop Frank Skarn down to 11. And is this Forge Devil? Yeah, he's going to do it again. Play a land, return it, and then replay Forge Devil. So that's going to hit the Krankos Enforcer for 2, killing it. Mark also takes 2 in that exchange, though, down to 7. So that is something that he has to consider here. The red deck has burn spells that can finish off if Frank Skarn can get close enough. But right now, he looks to be in a great spot with a 3-3 and a pair of 1/1s on defense, facing just a vanilla 2-3. No flying right now.
Now Frank can play Sacred Armory Inferno Fist to hit Mark for 4, because he'd have an artifact so Mark couldn't block. But Mark with Lightning Strike, Titanic Growth in his hand, board full of permanents, able to threaten a lot of damage next turn. Oh, it looks like Lightning Strike was cast earlier. But so Charging Rhino still does have the Titanic Growth, a card that really can end the game next turn. I mean, Mark can attack for 11 damage.
Wow, what a tough spot for Frank here.
I mean, because Frank is relatively close. If he was at a few more life points, he could just play the Armory, attack, pump it, or attack, play Inferno Fist, and just kill Mark in 2 attacks. So I mean, Frank is very close, but he's got to worry about just not dying right now.
Yeah, and he's very worried about it. He plays Inferno Fist, simply passes a turn back here.
Now, next turn, if he plays the Armory, he can attack for 4, sack Inferno Fist to deal Mark 1 more damage, and with his second land, pump exactly once, so he can deal 7 damage next turn.
But he is not. The problem is Frank is going to be forced to use Inferno Fist if Mark forces that issue with the Titanic Growth.
Exactly. And Frank's blocks here still are very awkward.
Yes. This attack, even with the Titanic Growth, is only for 10, and Frank's at 11. So I think that Mark is going to have to send in more than just those 2. And no, he's just going to attack with those.
So, I mean, Frank
Frank's like,
might get this one.
Yeah, he's like, whoa, don't have to play around that now.
Also, Mark's attack, conservative, not wanting to get 2 for 1, essentially, if he blocks, tries to Titanic Growth, and gets Inferno Fisted in response. But, I mean, that might have been exactly the sequence of plays that Frank needed to pull this one out.
Yeah, seriously, because the thing is, Frank can't actually 2 for 1 him unless he goes for the pump on one of his 1/1s.
All right, here we go.
But here it is. Pump it. Attack.
I mean, Frank just setting that up did exactly what he needed.
Yes, this is 5, and Inferno Fist would be 7. This could be the game.
Wow.
I didn't just rip it.
And that's it. Frank Skarn wins. He says, I didn't just rip it. Set that play up, buddy.
And Frank, I mean, doing exactly what he needed to do with the Inferno Fist pass. I mean, he had a lot of options there.
Yes.
And I mean, that was one of those situations where there were like 5 viable wrong plays and 1 right one. Frank made the right play. Mark did exactly what he needed to do, and Frank was paid off. We have seen some great Magic.
Yeah, welcome back to the booth, guys. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Zach Hill. Some awesome stuff down there. Mark, so close, right? I mean, you could see he looked frustrated at the end there. Yeah. Tough loss to take. It's hard to imagine you're going to take 7 there without something like a Stoke the Flames or a burn spell of something like that. But pretty brutal stuff there. But he needed to send in at least 1 more of his creatures to try to at least threaten lethal in some way, because we saw how quickly Frank was like, no problem.
Right.
Because, he knows that he's not going to take more than 4 there without multiple spells, and he's not going to play around multiple spells. He's going to play around a Titanic Growth or a Stoke the Flames.
And I think it does have to be like specifically the Armory there, because it has to give the Tinkerer flying, deal a damage, and not tap him out so he still has the extra red for Inferno Fist. So, I mean, a confluence of variables there allowed Frank to win, but that was what he needed and pull out a real nail-biter.
The tiniest of margins there. I mean, that game was super, super tight. So we've seen a lot of great play, a lot of great stuff down in the feature match here. We still have a whole nother round to go here in our initial section, which is, of course, the draft. We're going to be playing standard later in the day. But for now, Magic 2015 draft is where we're at. We're going to lining up an interview with Frank Scarron right now. So Rashad's going to be down there, and we can have him ask some questions about how that match went for Frank. I mean, obviously, he's got to be happy with the result of it, but wow, that was close.
It was super close. I still want to see what that Ornithopter is doing. I wonder if he sided it out. I wonder if there were, some soul artifacts or something that we weren't seeing.
All right,
pretty brilliant.
All right, so it looks like they're just about ready to head down or head for the interview right now. So why don't we head down to have a quick moment with Frank Scarron right now.
We're going to start there, but then you just talk to me. Hi, Rashad Miller here, and I'm here with Frank Scarron, and he is the king of the hill. And we don't really have a crown for you, but for this interview, I'll let you hold on to Garrick. Is that okay?
Oh, sweet.
All right. All right. So, a couple of people in the booth are wondering about Ornithopter.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell because I saw why Ornithopter's in your deck, and I want you to tell them why Ornithopter's in this deck.
Okay. Well, first of all, Illusory Angel is definitely the big one. Turn 3, just Ornithopter, Illusory Angel. There's really not many cards outside of like Stoke the Flames or Plummet that's going to get in the way of that. Also, I have 3 Scrapyard Mongrels. Turning that guy on is very crucial. And the big one is Military Intelligence. I love that card, love it so much. Against Chapin last round, it drew me like 5 cards, game 3. And I don't know, the card's just really versatile. I have like Ensoul Artifact and Shrapnel Blast on my sideboard. If I had maybe like 2 more artifacts, I'd probably be playing those also. But it just fuels the synergies of my deck. I also have like the Aeronaut Tinkerer to give it flying. Like my deck's like double Inferno Fist, Sacred Armory. Like there's just so many cards that work well with it.
All right, so let's talk to me a little bit about how you were able to set up that last play to win the game. Because I know it took a little bit of overzealousness maybe from Mark, but tell us how you kind of sequenced that.
Sure. I knew that I didn't need to play the Sacred Armory that turn. As long as I played it next turn, I'd have exactly enough for lethal. And I needed him to not force me to use my Inferno Fist. And I knew Titanic Growth was in his deck, and he actually had it in his hand. Because if he just attacks with everything there, I block a 1/1. He goes Titanic Growth. I have to use the Inferno Fist to kill the other 1/1 to not die. So I figured I just got to hold this. Hopefully it makes him think I have another trick, and then he doesn't go for the Titanic Growth. And he did have it, and you saw him during that attack step, he was thinking about it. In my head I was just don't attack with everything, because I just knew he had the Titanic Growth. So as soon as he just sent those 2 in, and I knew I would go to 5 if I didn't block, I was just no blocks, and I was just praying he didn't play a Netcaster Spider or something. So yeah, it was just concealing information, making him think that I was weaker than I was, and it worked, which is pretty awesome. And that's really what I love about Limited. As long as you know what you're playing around, there's a lot of little edges like that you can get.
Awesome. Well, this is the King of the Hill, Frank Scarron, 2-time GP winner. Maybe you can add a Pro Tour to the list. I'm Rashad Miller. I'm going to send it back to the booth.
Hey guys, welcome back. Great stuff from Frank. Echoed a lot of the things that we were thinking. Really interesting last play of the game there about do you attack with everything or not? And the answer is no. Now, the other answer is 3 times Scrapyard Mongrel. That starts to get Ornithopter up into the playable realm. For now, though, let's head back over to the news desk where Rich Hagan awaits. After that, we're going to have more Magic action here from Portland.
I'm not going to lie, this format is fast. My goodness me. Looking out, there's almost no one still playing out the back wall there. Let me give you some updates in terms of scores. So Paulo Vitor Dama da Rosa wins the Battle of Brazil over Willie Adel. Paulo no at 2-0. It's been a while since he has had a 2-0 start at a Pro Tour, so well done to him. Adam Koska, the man who finished 9th place in a Pro Tour twice in a season, 2009, not been seen much since. Maybe that would do it to you if you finished 9th twice. He is at 2-0, defeating Adrian Nestico in that draft pod. Now, we're still waiting for Kelvin Chu and Atakan Yelkavan of Turkey, and then Alexander Hain. he passes Christina Smith. Hayne now 1-1. In our other feature match table that we're keeping an eye on, Ken Yukihiro defeats Sam Black. So Yukihiro has a 2-0 start. Black from Team Channel Fireball Pantheon now at 1-1. Andrew Cuneo has the 2-0 start. What a tough start for him, but he is at 2-0, having defeated Ben Stark last round. Now he defeats Patrick Dickman to go to 2-0. Dickman at 1-1. Sean Pottinger, well, he went down to Ben Stark, so Stark now off to the races at 1-1. And then Alexa Telerov, the Serbian, who's been on their national team 6 times at World Championships and World Magic Cups. He is underway. That means Eduardo dos Santos Vieira, sorry Brazilian fans, he loses out. He is at 0-2. Lots more results coming. I can tell you, in fact, now that Adakan Yelkovan has defeated Kelvin Chu. And then what about our Player of the Year race? Reed Duke versus Jeremy Desani. Well, Desani in round 2, in what looked like a reasonably okay draft pod for him, he was up against Marco Santapadre, one of the Italian PTQ winners. I can tell you that Desani won that one by 2-0. He has not dropped a match. He has not dropped a game thus far. Early days, 2-0. Reed Duke, meanwhile, was also up against an Italian. This time it was Giacomo Fiorucci. And I can tell you that Reed Duke has opened his account. He lost to John Stern last round, but he takes down Giacomo Fiorucci there by 2-1, putting Duke at 1-1, Desani at 2-0 in our Player of the Year head-to-head. All right, let's talk a bit about World Magic Cup action. The World Magic Cup features 72 countries. Crazy. 72 captains will be known by the end of Sunday. Why don't we take a look at some of the races and some of the countries that already know their World Magic Cup champions. So let's take a look on the big board and see what we've got for you. So here are the best races. We picked out a dozen or so for you. So we begin with Australia and Justin Chung on 20 points. He was at 18, got a couple of points at the last weekend, the last possible moment at the Grand Prix in the Asia-Pacific region. That took him to 20. 20 is the number for silver, gives him a silver Pro Tour invite. He could have been here, but is not. So that means that Daniel Unwin and Patrick Robertson in particular on 9 points, they need now top 16 finishes to make that an interesting race. So top 16, you're looking at round about 11-5, 11-4-1. That's the best guess for the kind of record they might need. Meanwhile, Nectarios Nicolaou, David Mines, Ty Soanes and Chester Swords, well, they're all about the top 8 before they can even contemplate overhauling Justin Chung. Now, Belgium is quite an interesting race because Nicholas van der Hallen leads this on 9 points. Moraine Liebert also has 9 points, but van der Hallen leads on tie breaks. He cannot improve on that. He is not here this weekend. So that means that Grand Prix top 8 man Johan Verhulst on 3 points, and then Alexandra Darras, they have the chance by making the top 25 to overhaul Nicholas van der Hallen for the Belgian World Magic Cup captaincy. For Brazil, well, we've just seen them go head-to-head, and Paulo Vitor Dama da Rosa defeated Willie Adel to go to 2-0. But Willie has a big lead. 11 points means that Paulo needs to begin by looking at the top 16. So those are the first 3 of our key races. Let's move on and show you what's up next. Well, Canada, what a show-stopping nation that is. They are on such a tear in World Magic right now. And Sean McLaren, your Pro Tour champion, on 52 points. He leads by a good old margin from Alexander Hayne and Jacob Wilson on 44. They would need to get into the top 16 to be in the mix there. Then John Stern on 38 points. He needs to make the top 8. Sam Tharmaratnam, well, it would be an incredible weekend for him if he became the World Magic Cup captain for Canada, because he would need to win Pro Tour Magic 2015 to do that, and have many other things go his way, featuring those 4 storied names above him in the standings. Germany is looking very interesting. I have to tell you, though, that there are now only 3 live players for that race, because both Kai Buddha and Lucas Tajak are not here this weekend. So they will not improve on 31 and 20 points. So Patrick Dickman on 40 points leads the race at the moment. We saw him lose to Andrew Cuneo this round, but Dickman is there on 40 points, a big leader over Christian Seibold, who of course won Grand Prix Barcelona with the Grafensteiner brothers earlier this year. Taral Severin would need a huge finish. We're talking championship and Dickmann to have a terrible weekend. Now for Hungary, they of course are the World Magic Cup runners-up, the finalists against France last time around, only a top deck Rakdos return away from being the reigning champions. This time we know that Tamas will be your champion, but will it be Glied or will it be Naj? Only 1 point separates the two of them, and so they are going to be really thick in the mix, just going toe-to-toe, and they could yet end up on the same points, because up until you get into the top 25, it tiers up 3 points, 4 points, 5 points, and 6 points. Well, next is one of our biggest races of all, and this is the Italian race. Let's take a look. Well, we're tied at the moment with Andrea Mengucci, who of course was king of the hill for so many rounds at our last Pro Tour at Journey into Nyx. He is tied with the 2011 Pro Tour champion in modern from Philadelphia, Samuela Estrati. Then you have a handful of players with some pro points this season, headed by Manuel Cecilia, the two Lucas, Gianni and Rivali, and Marco Santapadre, who has his little footprint on the Player of the Year race because he has just lost to Jeremy Desani in round 2. And then all those zeros, those are the Italian PTQ winners, basically. A couple of Grand Prix top 8ers as well in there, who are potentially, with a huge finish, we're talking final and winning the whole thing, can overhaul one of Mengucci or Estrati. All right, let's move on to our next trio of top races for the World Magic Cup. Let's see what we've got next. And we move on, and let's just take a moment to look at the list of players on that Japanese race. At the bottom of the list, needing essentially a miracle, like winning the whole thing and everyone else to fail, Tomoharu Saito. Ken Yukihiro is on 26 points. The 2006 Player of the Year, Shota Yasuoka, is tied with Yuki Ichikawa, top 8 Pro Tour this season, on 31. Makihito Mahara is on 34 points. That's your 2006 World Champion. And I would imagine he's a little bit nervous as we head towards our Hall of Fame announcement, which comes, by the way, at the start of our lunch break after round 3. You can find out whether Mihara makes it in, whether so many other great names become enshrined in the Magic Hall of Fame. He's on 34. You have the 2008 Player of the Year, Shuhei Nakamura, on 38. Kentaro Yamamoto is on 42. But leading the way right now, it's Yuya Watanabe. And the thing is, so many great players behind him, only by making the final can Watanabe be guaranteed of not being caught. So plenty to go at in that 8-way race for the Japanese leader in the Player of the Year race. Plenty of other countries already locked in, but let's show you some more that are not. Let's go all the way down to Singapore. Let's just go back for a moment if we can and take a look at Singapore and Slovakia. The Singapore race, Chapman Sims on coverage, of course, at a lot of Asia Pacific Grand Prix. He's on 18 points. Singapore, Kelvin Chu is up on 23 points right now. So he has a decent lead. Top 25 for Chapman Sim is what he's looking to do. The Slovak race also features team coverage. This time the leader is Matej Zatlkaj, who many of you will know as a host of the European Grand Prix season. And then you have Ivan Flock, 4 points adrift right now, and that means top 25 is the baseline for Ivan Flock to get into the race. As for Robert Jurkovic, remember that Jurkovic and Flock were team world champions together in 2010. Jurkovic needs to go right the way to the top. Not even the final will be enough to take care of business for him. He needs to be the champion if he is also going to walk away with that World Magic Cup race. So that was Singapore and Slovakia. We'll move on. Let's see who's next in our great races in the World Magic Cup. And we are going to go to Spain next. And Spain, well, this is one of the great races. You see a full 10 names there on the Spanish leaderboard. Right now, Javier Dominguez has the lead for what it's worth. Carlos Morel, clearly his nearest challenger, and then you're right back to Juan Carlos Adabo Diaz on 10. Quite a lot of strength in depth in that list. I would like to talk to you about a gentleman called Tony Ramis Pascual. Now, a lot of you, if you just watch Pro Tour coverage and don't join us at the Grand Prix, may not know an awful lot about Tony Ramis Pascual. He's there on 9 points. He has 2 lifetime Grand Prix top 8s, but most significantly, his standard record is basically, literally, second to none. He is just absolutely astonishing. So, around about 84% is his standard rate. So, then you have Antonio Del Moral, Martin Scheinin, Carlos Fernandez Bayo, Omar Diaz, and then Juan Tala Aguillo. So, all of those need very big finishes. But watch out for Tony Ramis Pascual, particularly in draft, because if he can get to standard, this is a guy who this season is round about 30-odd wins, 5 losses, and some IDs. He is astonishing. Now, what about Sweden? Joe Larsson's on 32 points, Dennis Rashid on 22, and then the Hall of Famer Olarada is on 15. Joe Larsson, it is his to lose, really. 10 points is a significant gap, and his lead over Rashid means that Rashid needs to look at the top 16 as a bare minimum. But Chinese Taipei, that has become a really good race. It wasn't until just last weekend. At that point, Su Qingguo was on 24, Hao Shanhuang was all the way down on 12. But what happened? Well, the last GP of the season, somebody had to win it, and Hao Shanhuang was that man, catapulting him up from 12 points to 20 points, only 4 adrift now of Su Qingguo, and that means that they are thick in the race to see which of those 2 great players will captain a team that is, of course, a World Magic Cup winning team from 2012 in Indianapolis. And that brings us to our final top race of the World Magic Cup, 72 races in all. Of course, we couldn't let you not look at the granddaddy of them all, the United States race. And it begins with Reed Duke on 70 points. He has much bigger fish to fry, let's be clear. He is locked toe-to-toe with Jeremy Desani for the Player of the Year. And if he takes care of that, you just know that he's going to be the World Magic Cup captain too. And then Owen Turtenwald, Josh Utter-Layton, you've got Players of the Year back-to-back, the last 2 chasing him. Tom Martell, a Pro Tour winner from Gatecrash. Patrick Chapin, your Journey into Knicks champion. You've got Sam Black, one of the great deck builders. Paul Rietzel, I wonder what he's thinking about Hall of Fame as that announcement rolls around. Will he make it in? Lots of people saying on social media that they were going to vote for Paul. We'll see what happens. The Rookie of the Year heir apparent Jared Betcher is there on 46 points. He can just about do it. And then those 44s, well, let's be honest. Ben Stark, Chris Vanell, Josh McLean, they need Reed Duke to have a stinker, and they need to win the whole thing. So realistically, Reed Duke's to lose. But those other names on the board have 24 Pro Tour top 8s between them. And if any one of them gets it into the top 8, we could still see that race live on Sunday. Phew. All right, there you go. 13 of the best World Magic Cup races. The players are gearing up towards the end of round 2. Still a few players playing in extra turns, a couple of extended matches. So why don't we show you our next part of Inside R&D. We're going to do it in color pie order, which means, if I've done my sums correctly, we're about to show you something about white.
In Magic 2015, every card has a story to tell. Let's meet a few of the Angels and Dejanis, the Life Gainers and the Life Takers in white.
White basically does 2 things. One, it's the army color. It's the color that has the most little tiny creatures, and it makes them all work together to build an army. And it's the defensive color. It's the color that has all the answers to protect yourselves so you can stall until you get the things you need to win.
I like the card Ajani Steadfast, but it's a little poignant because in the art he's wearing Elspeth's cloak, and so it's a memento of the friend he lost.
We'd just come off of another Ajani, and so we knew we needed something that was a little bit of a different angle. And the core set, because it has more planeswalkers than normal, and because we were kind of telling this story about Garruk and about the planeswalkers, we had a little bit of a theme running through of cards actually referencing other planeswalkers in a way that we normally don't get the chance to. So the part of Johnny that really excites me is that second ability where he actually puts loyalty counters on your other planeswalker. We made sure he only had single white in his mana cost so that that played really nicely into a deck where you might have a bunch of planeswalkers.
Uncommon build-arounds are something we do for Limited to kind of give people direction and help them in their early picks to figure out what their deck's supposed to do. Johnny's Primate is an excellent example of this. It's a very simple and clean card. You gain life, it gets bigger, and when you have cards in set like Soulmender, it's really obvious, okay, turn 1 Soulmender, turn 2 Johnny's Primate, 3/3, 4/4, 5/5, 6/6.
I like the card Selfless Cathar because it's from the first set I concepted, and I remember the moment sitting down, writing the art description, and trying to imagine what that art would look like, and then it came back and I was thrilled.
So the red-white deck in this format is supposed to be about auras. Heliod's Pilgrim is our way to make you want to draft more auras. One of the things that I was frustrated with later on in development was that there wasn't a white aura that was a removal spell at common that you could go tutor for. The problem is if you put something really strong, then it starts to get kind of oppressive if that all sits inside one color. So I went looking for something that was powerful enough you'd want to play it with the Pilgrim, but not so powerful that it would make people want to throw things if you had like 2 Pilgrims and 2 pacifisms or whatever.
Hushwing Gryff is a card we actually tried to create in M14. The card that's now imposing Sovereign actually started off as, we call him Torpor Orb Guy. The problem was that at that time, when we were working on Theros, Bestow actually worked slightly differently. The creatures came into play as creatures, and they turned into enchantments and then kind of snapped onto creatures. Well, we realized all of a sudden, oh boy, this card is going to kind of nerf the entire mechanic of the next set. And so we pushed it off and said, well, we should really, we're a little worried about this, let's push it off. Of course, Bestow ended up changing. The rules for it changed a bit. But so then when we came to M15, we realized this was still a card we wanted to make. It's a card we wanted to see in Modern. And so we put it on a body that was a little different than the creature the first time, but still very interesting.
Slivers were a big part of M14. Aaron thought we're at the tail end of the standard that's going to have M14 in it. We should insert a few more slivers to really liven up what that deck is doing. Maybe give it a chance at becoming more of a constructed deck. Just give people, it's going to be our last chance for a little while to include slivers. And so we wanted to sprinkle them in. In Limited, you're not going to see a ton of the synergy, though some of them work really well together, like Constricting Sliver, which looks just kind of innocuous. It's an expensive Fiend Hunter type card. But when you get a second one on the table, and you're now double Fiend Huntering from your single sliver, they start to really add up.
We're always sort of looking for new ways to find interesting removal for Limited, and one of the coolest cards in the set for that and that purpose is Pillar of Light, which does something that White has kind of done before, but never quite in this manner. So we're used to seeing cards like Reprisal for White, which of course kills a creature with large power, and this time we've actually gone and trying out creatures with large toughness, which for White was the biggest problem in the set, was getting by all the creatures that really were very defensive.
One of White's problems is that it's fifth in card advantage, that it doesn't get to the cards as easily as the other colors. But we want to make a small army that's going to overrun the opponent. And so one of the tricks is finding ways to allow White to have access to that. And so one of the things we came up with is the idea of letting White regrow small white creatures so that it can't just get anything, but it can refill its army. And Return to the Ranks is a card that's doing exactly that function.
All right, so that's the white cards in Magic 2015 Inside R&D. Much more, of course, as we head through the weekend. So what we want to do as the players sit down gearing up for round 3, it's the last round of draft for the day. 5 rounds of standard will come up after lunch. Let me tell you what we've got coming your way at lunchtime. Do not miss the Hall of Fame announcement for 2014. We will let you know exactly who will get the ring later this year and who joins the great legends of the game in the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame. That's with Brian David Marshall at lunchtime. We'll also have Randy Buehler bringing you an overview of standards, setting the scene for what's gone before and what might come in the future. So don't miss any of that. We have our All-Star Set Review Part 1, where you'll get Pro Tour champions, Hall of Famers, the greats of this season, coming into the news desk to talk about the M15 set, show you, mark your card really, for what you might want to be doing at your next F&M, in your next draft, your next sealed, and so on. Why don't we take a look now, though, at our 2 feature pods that we started out the morning with, because the data's coming in, there's only 1 round to go, and there you see up on our giant board, feature pod, it was pod number 9, and Andrew Cuneo and Ken Yukihiro are going to be locked into battle, because as the 2-0s in that pod, they will face off against one another for the winner of the pod. Now, the 1-1s, 4 of these, as you would expect. We have Patrick Dickman, Sam Black, Ben Stark, and Alexa Talarov. Patrick Dickman on the Demons team right now. And then you have the Battle of the Basement, that's Sean Pottinger, who was the Honolulu PTQ winner, by the way. Not for Honolulu, but in Honolulu. And then Eduardo dos Santos Vieira from Brazil is at 0-2. Cuneo defeated Dickman last round in a big showdown. Then let's take a look at our other featured pod, and this, of course, was where we saw the big names. Look at that, just a huge slew of great names. At 2-0, it's Paula Vita Dama de Rosa on Channel Fireball, the original Fireball team. Then you have Adam Koska in Team Lost in the Woods. He's from the Czech Republic. 2-0 right now. A lot of the Czechs and the Slovaks work together. I'm not sure whether they decided that Lost in the Woods would be their team name, but Koska will go up against DeRosa for the winner of that pod. Then at 1-1, you have Adrian Nestico, Willie Adel, who lost to Paolo last round, Alexander Hayne, and well done to Atakan Yelavan. Yelavan is here in his first Premier event. Not only is this his first Pro Tour, he has never played a Grand Prix, so the Turk is 1-1 lifetime at Premier event play. Well done to him. And now he will face off against another 1-1, which means in the basement, Christina Smith and Kelvin Chu will go at it. Kelvin Chu, the leader in the Singapore World Magic Cup race, he leads Chapman Sim by 5 points. And Chapman Sim, who I know likes Kelvin very much, will nonetheless be quietly interested in seeing that the door may be a little bit ajar with Chu opening up 0-2. All right, so those are our 2 feature match pods, but what will be in the feature match this round? Let me tell you what is coming your way here in round 3. Well, first of all, we have a pair of 1-1s. We have Pierre Dajon, the runner-up of Pro Tour Theros, against Melissa de Toro, who was the top 8 of Pro Tour Gatecrash. Now, those are teammates. They've been testing for a week together, part of Team Revolution, of course, that did so well in Theros. So those 2, one of those will start out 1-2. Then you have Josh McLean. He went toe-to-toe with Reed Duke. If Reed Duke wins or doesn't win Player of the Year, Josh McLean's 2 Grand Prix finals could have something to say about that. They each split at Miami and Detroit. 1-1-1, 1-1 the other. So McLean is up against Jacob Wilson. Now, Jacob Wilson, we said it's a very fast limited format. I'm sort of slightly puzzled by this. Jacob Wilson has a draw, 1-0-1. So I'm not quite sure how he managed that. Be interested to see what deck he has. Frank Scarron is the king of the hill. He's up against the 2010 Team World Champion Robert Jurkovic. But we are going to begin with a modern master in Sam Pardee and a Grand Prix legend in Martin User. It's time for the final round of draft on day 1 of Pro Tour Magic 2015.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth here in Portland. Marshall Sutcliffe with Zach Hill. We've got one heck of a feature match lined up for you here. Both players needing top 16s to make platinum. We have Martin Yuza versus Sam Party. Let's head down to the feature match area right now for the third and final round of this first draft here from Portland. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Magic 2015. We're in Portland, Oregon, in the booth. Marshall Sutcliffe, that's me. Zach Hill, that's you.
You got it right this time.
We're ready to head down to the feature match area now for Martin Yuza versus Sam Party. Now, both of these players need a big finish at this last Pro Tour of our Pro Point season. They both need a top 16 in order to make the highest level possible in the Pro Point Club, which is, of course, Platinum. We are underway very quickly on both sides with Sunblade Elf getting into the red zone here just for one. Selfless Kastar on the other side of the battlefield, but a nice follow-up here, Welkin turn. Blue-green from Sam Party, not a color pair we see that often in M15, but I'm curious to see how it'll do here.
Well, I have to assume he's splashing at least some white mana for that Sunblade Elf. Yeah, looking at his deck. Oh, wait, that's Yuza over there who is on white, green, splash red.
Okay.
And then Sam Pardy on green, blue, splashing a single plains. So 2-3 color decks here, not something you see that frequently in Core Set Limited.
Got the full Tron over there. Oh yeah.
Sam Party, a little jab to use it there. You got the full Tron, he says.
Oh, wow.
And that was kind of a setup, I think, because he's about to have that himself. And here comes the plains.
I mean, this is Expedition, a really unbelievable card if you can power it out on the third turn. I mean, that is a lot of mana.
Now, the question, especially in Limited, is how do you capitalize on it, right? Like, are you enabling some really powerful splashes? Do you have a really high mana curve where now you're going to be able to play things that just overpower your opponent?
I think the way that Pardy plans on capitalizing it is casting and resolving Hornet Queen.
Wow.
Arguably one of the most powerful cards in the entire format. A lot of people say, okay, well, it costs 7 mana, but once you cast it, you've stabilized.
I think between that and Soul of Theros, I think those are the two most just outright powerful cards in this whole set. Hornet Queen. I love Hornet Queen. The card is so good.
Now we see Satyr Wayfinder getting that Evolving Wilds. I actually didn't know Satyr Wayfinder could get you non-basic lands.
Absolutely, yeah.
But,
can grab you Nykthoses and Constructed. Maybe we'll see some of that later.
Not too weak.
Now, right now, that Sunblade Elf is representing a pump. This is kind of an interesting spot for Yuza. He could block with his Wayfinder and force the issue. Oh, no, it's a 2-2 already. Sorry, excuse me. And so that is definitely not an option. He's going to take 4 damage here. And a Wayfinder now for Sam Party as well. And it's going to show a little bit of what he's got going on. I thought I saw Plummet there in the main deck for Party. This didn't seem like a format where I'd want a Plummet in the main. Maybe I missed something, though.
No, I would tend to agree with you. I mean, I've definitely played it before, but it's not something, you know, the format's not necessarily defined, or not even necessarily, it's just not defined by large flyers. On the other hand, a lot of your higher picks are creatures with flying. I mean, Welcome Turn being a great example. We see Illusory Angel, which is the thing he's got going on, dragons. But what we're really seeing, I think, here is a battle between two of the most powerful cards in the entire format. I think maybe even the two best, in my personal opinion. We see Hornet Queen on Party's side that he's accelerating into, but Spectral Ward from Yuza, the other card that I just always want to see in my first pack. And Yuza probably about to cast it here.
Now, unfortunately for Martin, not a great target here. He's got 2 1/1s on the battlefield and making them 3/3s with protection from all colors. I mean, obviously a 3/3 with protection from all colors is a strong card, but if Sam just windmills Hornet Queen onto the battlefield, it's not going to do a whole lot.
Yeah, I think if you're Yuza, you want to get that Willforge Golem out there start attacking for 6, maybe cast Triplicate Spirits this turn if you're not trying to set up the enchantment. You're right that there aren't that many good targets right now. Question is whether that Golem's going to be able to stick around.
Again, both of these players, from a bigger picture perspective, looking to start off 3-0 in this draft and trying to set themselves up to make a run at the top 16 of this tournament. It would be huge for both of them, as it would achieve platinum status for the entire next year.
Sure. They're gonna make you use different ones anyway. Can I get 3 spirits, please?
All right, so he decided to go for the triplicate spirits, and there they are.
So interestingly, if Yuza chooses to use those spirits to block, Party can just activate the elf.
Yes.
So not really able to hold off Welkin Turn terribly successfully.
I guess he could just block with 2 of them.
Yeah, he could block with 2 of them. I mean, then you're trading Welkin Turn for 2/3 of the spirits.
Can I get 4 hornets, please?
And Sam Party very calmly says, announces his trigger and says, can I get 4 hornets, please, Judge? And that is pretty nasty, as Hornet Queen plus Sunblade Elf is going to be nearly unbeatable here for Party. Martin Yuza certainly has his work cut out for him here. Yikes.
I mean, on the other hand, if your opponent's casting Hornet Queen, you want to be casting triplicate spirits.
Normally, but the combo with Sunblade Elf is really, yeah, it's devastating.
Yeah, really, really powerful. And Party keeping that Welkin turn around, just keeping as a ton of creatures on the board. It's going to set up a huge attack next turn. Use a Hornet Nest, not quite the same as a Hornet Queen. Spectral Ward, just not very many good targets.
I like it. Not quite the same as a Hornet Queen.
Not quite the same. Not the same Magic card.
No. There's the nest. Sam Party says, yeah.
Now, what Yuza is doing is trying to keep green-white up, or just any white mana up, or at least he seemed like it, for the activated ability, the Cather, which can allow his tokens to trade with some of those Hornets, but it looks like he prioritizes getting a Golem on the battlefield over being able to use his trick defensively. Oh, man, and a top-decked Reclamation Sage from Party. Originally, I thought he was going to Into the Void the Golem, but it looks like he can just kill it if he wants to now.
But first things first, get in there with those flyers. Yuza kind of shakes his head a little, as this is just such an incredibly difficult board state to actually interact with in a positive way.
This is 14 damage in the air for Party if he just activates his elf, so Yuza has to block with at least one of those spirits in order to stay alive.
And that elf is really wrecking things right now. Is Yuza splashing for some burn spells? Like, can he find some way to kill? I mean, that would at least give him a shot, even then, though it's probably too late as Party activates the Sunblade Elf.
Yeah, he's splashing for double Lightning Strike Inferno Fist.
He put the Welkin Turn in the bin, but it's not actually dying here because it got pumped as well. And another essential 2-for-1 here for Sam Party, and I think we're going to be done. There we go. Sam Party takes down the first game in impressive fashion with a Hornet Queen and a Sunblade Elf.
Other than all of the unbeatable ones, there's a lot. It's kind of messed up.
All right, we're going to jump over to one of our side matches after these messages.
Outfit your Magic collection with the newest Magic 2015 core set accessories from Ultra Pro. You can see the full array of card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios of your favorite Magic artwork at ultrapro.com. Play Magic at a store near you every Friday. Earn Planeswalker points and battle against your friends in Friday Night Magic. August's FNM promo is Bile Blight. Visit wizards.com/FNM for more information.
All right, let's take a live look in here at our side table. Do believe that is Josh McClain versus Jacob Wilson. Yes, indeed.
Battle of the teammates here. Flooded board. Lots of permanency. 2 Frost Links. The Vampire. Some Crows.
Wow, this is just a really, really flooded out board, but I see a couple of key permanents here on Jacob Wilson's side. I see a Soul of Innistrad and an Ancient Silverback. So I'm assuming those are bigger than anything that Josh has going on. And then I also see 2 Netcaster Spiders, which I'm assuming are holding down the fort here.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that assessment. I know we heard Chris Fennell, I think it was, talking about, oh, he wants to be able to pass Soul of Innistrad, but when you do actually cast it, and it is actually on the board.
Not a bad Magic card. Now, this is getting ugly, though. There's a Roaring Primadox that is kind of going off here for Jacob. Do you see what he's doing?
I know he's got the Shaman that he can pick up. I'm trying to see what else is.
And he's picking that up and recasting it. And you see how much mana he has available here. He's got 10 mana. So casting a Shaman of Spring every turn and drawing an extra card, no big deal for him at this point. He also gets to attack with his 2 6-power creatures that are just really tough to tussle with in combat. One of them, of course, having regeneration, and the other one with Death Touch. So even if you stack up a bunch of blockers, you'll lose them all.
Yeah, Silverback.
Yuck.
Not really. I mean, you really need to cast Flesh to Dust on Ancient Silverback, or have a chump blocker available every single turn.
Yep. Now, interesting, Josh McClain is in black. He does have access to Flesh to Dust potentially here. Satyr Wayfinder.
All right. Another card he can pick up with that Roaring Primadox if he needs to save some mana.
And also he can start using his Soul of Innistrad here to start generating huge amounts of card advantage because he needed more. And he plays Invasive Species, picks up a land, and he's got a Typhoid Rats as well. So Jacob Wilson, even though the boards look pretty cluttered on both sides, seems to have a bit of a card draw engine going, and it looks like from where we're at here, he's going to be able to take over. All right, Research Assistant gets activated. The slowest looter ever. But it does get active. I've activated that thing more times than I'd care to admit here, Zach.
Well, again, that's the thing, is that 4 mana to loot is not great, but 4 mana when you're in a board stall, you don't really care how much you're spending. You just need to get rid of excess lands.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, the key thing to remember about that card is that you play it because it's a 1/3 for 2 mana.
Right.
You have to get yourself out of the mindset of, it's a looter.
Well, exactly, because what you're planning on doing with that card is not just using it turn after turn after turn like you were with some of the other, you know, literal Merfolk looter, for example. You're planning on using it, you know, 2 or 3 times in a game to just draw yourself out of a stall. You know, sometimes you can use it like you can here to dig for answers. But that's not what it's best at doing.
Right, so that's what Josh is using it for right now, and boy, does he need some pretty special answers. I mean, we're talking about what in Garrick's Wake here, or you know, there's not a lot of cards that get somebody out of this scenario, and even then, that Soul of Innistrad out of the graveyard can help him. This is going to be a really tough one for Josh to actually win. It looks like it'll take a little while, but I have a feeling here that Josh McClain is going to be able to, is not going to be able to get through the avalanche of cards available.
It looks like he's trying to figure out an attack, but there just aren't very many good options right now.
All right, well, we'll let this one finish up. And why don't we head back to our main feature match between Martin Yuza and Party Time, Sam Party. That's how he goes.
Is that how he goes?
That he does, yes. Wouldn't you?
If I enjoyed such a dominant last name, I think I might have to.
Right. A pair of forests for both players to kick things off, and a Sungrace Pegasus for Martin Yuza. And it's met its match with the welcome turn here. See if there's a trade offered, and if that offer is accepted. I see that there's a Plummet in hand for Martin Yuza. He could fire it off on the welcome turn now. But instead he's going to attack, and Party's just going to take it.
Yeah, a lot of tricks in Yuza's hand, it looks like. Ranger's Guile, Plummet, Hunt the Wake, that Siege Worm not entering the battlefield anytime soon. Meanwhile, on Party's side, we have Peel from Reality, Research Assistant, Invasive Species.
Ooh, look at this. Plummet in response to invasive species means that Sam Party now has to pick up a land.
Yeah, that's huge.
That could set him way behind here.
Yeah, that sets him back an entire turn. I mean, Party has cheap spells in his hand, and that Invasive Species is a 3/3, actually pretty relevant right now, because, again, Yuza not going to be doing very much for a while, but it still buys Yuza some valuable time.
And if Yuza had a creature to cast there, he could set up Siege Worm for the next turn, but he doesn't. Unless maybe he has a Raise the Alarm or something. What's in his hand? Hunt the Weak, Ranger's Guile, Siege Worm? Yeah, no, that's not going to do it. And like you said, Sam Party benefiting from the fact that he's got a relatively low mana curve, and he's able to actually play 2 creatures on just that 3rd mana and also try to keep himself from getting overwhelmed here. The good, or maybe I shouldn't say overwhelmed in this particular set.
Right, not literally overwhelmed.
But from getting overran. But like I said, Martin Yuza not really committing enough to the board to make that happen anyway with just the Sungrace Pegasus there on offense.
Oh, we see in Party's hand another appearance of our friend, the Carnivorous Moss Beast.
Yes.
Not going to come out for a while. Meanwhile,
so are we going to see Hunt the Weak here to take down the Sunblade Elf? That's what I would assume. We cut away, but that's got to be what happened. Yeah, Sunblade Elf in the bin. And extra damage and life gain there for Yuza.
Yeah, that was actually a really big moment of this match.
Sure.
Party playing the 1/1 Sunblade Elf while it was vulnerable. That meant that Hunt the Weak had a target, and it means that Pegasus now represents a 4-point life swing every turn. Not only a bigger offensive threat, but can stabilize Yuza against that invasive species. Really big Hunt the Weak.
What's plural of species, Zach?
I think it's species.
Okay, so we've got 2 of them now.
Don't quote me on that.
However you look at it.
I'm sure Twitter will inform us what the plural of species is.
So 6 power and 6 toughness on Sam Party's side of the table.
I'm hearing from Rashad that Jacob Wilson actually was able to get that match. He's up 1-0.
Seemed like that one was in the books. Don't know how you beat that. Maybe a Mind Sculpt?
Always got to look for the other axes of interaction. So I think is Yuza tanking right here over just whether to cast Siege Worm or whether to attack. Oh, more Hunts the Weak.
Got more, so now.
Oh,
wow,
man.
this Pegasus has done serious
goodness.
work. And he gets to kill a species and now attack.
That is savage.
The good news is we don't need to worry about what the plural is anymore because we've only got one.
I mean, this is big. I mean, Yuzo just really all in on the Pegasus plan. He
Yes.
keeps Ranger's Guile up. So Sam Party, we know that he has Peel from Reality, but it just doesn't matter. And Yuza knows that he can just ride this Pegasus to victory. I mean, he's basically built himself an Exalted Angel, a big lifelink flyer out of what was originally a 1/2.
Yep, and here it goes. This is going to prompt a Ranger's Guile from Martin Yuza. And Peel is still going to bounce the assistant, right?
Yeah, I think that's the way it works. Yeah.
Yeah, because it'll try to do all of it. So, wow, the tempo setbacks on Sam Party are getting nasty. They're even happening from his own deck at this point, which is pretty brutal.
And that Pegasus now hitting for 4 damage that turn, meaning that all of these hit. I mean, Party has hit Martin with the invasive species like 3 or 4 times, and Martin's still at a healthy 24 life.
Yeah, here's the big hitter, the Carnivorous Moss Beast, back in the feature match area. He would not be denied. And there's a Kinsvale Skirmisher to pump even further.
Yuza just has every synergy imaginable with the Pegasus.
Yes. Imagine if Party had Plummet and just had killed the Pegasus.
Be a very different match.
Yes. I mean, those Hunt the Weeks get so much worse. He's got to try to find a creature, playing him a lot later in the game. But this is a big hit. Like, let's not forget here, even though Sam Party's down to 5, he is attacking for 7 damage here. Martin Yuza's gained a ton of life over the course of this game, so he's not in danger anytime soon. But if Party can find a way to stabilize against the Pegasus itself, he's actually going to be in a pretty decent position, having just straight up a much bigger creature on the battlefield.
And the thing I'm thinking about is what if Party had just not played the Sunblade Elf? Then there wouldn't have been a good target for Hunt the Weak, and I can't imagine Yuza would have played Hunt the Weak as a 4-mana sorcery speed, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature.
I mean, it wouldn't have worked anyway.
Well, I think he could have targeted the Research Assistant.
Oh, that was on the battlefield?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Oh, wow.
Okay,
oh,
here
no,
we
that's
go.
big.
Into the Void, both of your creatures. Now, this is going to change everything. I was just saying, if Party can find a way to stabilize, this could give him the route to actually start taking huge chunks out of Yuza's life total. And he does right there. I think he just hit for 7 more damage.
But I think Yuza has Lightning Strike in his hand, so if he just uses it to go to Party's dome
Just
as opposed to on
upstairs
a
him?
creature, yeah. Although he passes the turn, doesn't cast it, so it gives Party a turn to draw a counter spell.
Now, what's the thinking here?
I think...
Is he hoping that Sam Party will tap out on a bunch of his mana here?
Maybe so. Maybe you just get more information if you're Yuza for game 3. If you know you have it locked, he's going to activate the research assistant, so he might show you something.
That's fair. Also, he's just got lethal in the air anyway.
Right.
He's at 21, so there's no shenanigans that can get him out of this. Yeah, this is actually just super safe for him. I mean, you don't want to get it countered, but when you can win 2 different ways, it's pretty good. Martin's going to play it ultra safe and chump block here.
Also, there's no reason to show that your red splash is for Lightning Strike.
Yep, completely safe play there from Yuza. No need to be in a hurry there. There's no combination of cards that could kill him, so he's going to be patient with it and use it as a backup plan, which he ends up not needing. So Martin Yuza ties things up here, and that's going to force a game 3. Why don't we jump over to one of our other matches here and check in on what's going on with, I think, Josh McClain versus Jacob Wilson.
And these are both at our feature match areas, battles of the teammates. We see Melissa versus Pierre Dejean. They're both on Team Revolution. And then Josh McClain and Jacob Wilson, both on Team Face-to-Face Game. We're seeing so many 3-color decks.
A lot of splashing. You know, when you put Evolving Wilds and Meteorite floating around, it does tempt people to splash for sure.
Right, and then the cycle of what people call Curd Apes, the uncommon creatures that are 1 color, but they want you to have a basic land of another color plus a really solid activated ability. Like we saw with Sunblade Elf, the incentive is there to try and make those work.
So it looks like not an amazing board state quite yet. Last time we checked in on these two players, they had a ridiculous board state going. Now, a little more pedestrian here. Got it pared down a bit. But I like this. This is a little bit more of the developing middle stages of the game here. Both players look like they're on 5 mana currently.
Yeah, not a lot of action happening.
No, there's a Living Totem and a Satyr Wayfinder, but can you tell what's underneath that dice? I can't quite see.
I also can't see.
So, yeah,
it's the Toad. 2-3 for 3.
Oh, which is familiar?
Yeah, which is familiar.
But this one's a 3/4, so a very, very big toad.
Maybe a frog. I don't want to upset the...
It's a frog.
Whoever's keeping the taxonomy out there.
It's
Alligators,
a frog,
crocodiles,
You're
toads, frogs. So yeah, I mean, the thing in a board state like this is that a lot can go wrong, but only a few things can go right. So he's able to give a creature flying with a Paragon if he wants to, but...
And he does. And he's also going to give his other creature flying here as well. So looks like Josh McClain is looking to assert victory as soon as possible here, but ouch.
That's
Flesh
massive.
to Dust says no.
Because he pays 2 life for the vampire anyway.
Yes.
Only taking 2 damage and essentially has to tap all of his creatures.
Ooh, here's
that's
another
big.
potential win
That is
condition,
big.
though. Stab Wound on the frog. So which is familiar? Gets stabbed and is going to start bleeding out here, and that is going to be a big issue going forward. We saw how grindy the deck is for Jacob Wilson, where he's trying to eke out a card here and draw an extra card there and return something and draw a card, but it looked pretty slow. He was able to get on board last game, but that Stab Wound says you don't have forever this time.
That's true. If he is able to take either an invasive species or a Primodox, it does mean he gets to blank the Stab Wound.
I just saw Nissa in his hand.
Oh my goodness. Oh man.
Not bad.
No, not even slightly. So Wilson leaving back the Living Totem to protect
Bang!
Nissa.
There's Nissa.
Oh, what a what a play.
Wow. So he untapped his forest, replayed invasive species, took the frog back to his hand, and in the process knocked off Stab Wound. Huge turn for Jacob Wilson, and he's very nicely left himself with Living Totem and an invasive species sitting there to protect Nissa.
Right, meaning that if Wilson wants to threaten this, he's going to need to activate his Paragon.
If Josh wants to.
Sorry, if Josh wants to,
No
that's
problem.
right. Activate the Paragon, hit Nissa for 2, figure out a way to deal Nissa 2 more damage, and then also recover from having taken essentially your entire turn off to deal with the Planeswalker once you're staring down 6 points of damage and a Witch's Familiar in your opponent's hand.
Yikes. It doesn't sound very good when you put it that way.
No,
Zach.
it does not. After that stab wound, I was like, okay, Josh in a pretty commanding position, but a little bit different. A lot can happen in a turn of a Magic game.
Especially when a Planeswalker hits the battlefield. That tends to be a particularly game-warping play. Josh also stuck just on the one island, so giving his Aeronaut Tinkerer flying could potentially cut him off of blue mana for an entire turn. He's not doing that. He's going to play a Frostlynx and attack with Tinkerer at Josh. Did he say, excuse me, at Jacob, did he say you?
I did not hear him.
He's tapped out.
And that Tinker is a 3/4.
Yes.
So
the life totals must be getting very relevant here as we see a chump block there. All right, so why don't we head back over to our main feature match, though. We'll have to let those two gentlemen battle it out on their own because we've got game 3. Martin Yuza versus Sam Party. Yuza used a Sungrace Pegasus that was highly modified and rode it to victory in game 2.
A modified Pegasus. Did
That's
it
right.
have rims?
It did. It was modded significantly. And Sam Party, nothing on turn 1 or 2, but he does have a plummet here. Oof. He's got to go for the invasive species, though, and pick up a land. So another big tempo hit. He never really recovered from that in the previous game. And Yuza has got Living Totem to put a counter on his Pegasus, and the mods begin early.
I mean, that's one of the reasons I think Pegasus is just such a high pick in this format. It's a fine card anyway. And then if you just do anything to it, getting those shenanigans out of the way super fast. But
all right, so Sam Party replays his third land, does not attack. He needs to play defense right now, but he does use his plummet on his turn to take out the Pegasus. And you'll see that sometimes it's correct to wait till the last second to use your removal, but other times it's much better to make sure that the thing dies. He knows what can happen if that Pegasus gets out of hand.
Do you have Gather Courage? No comment.
No comment from Party.
That'd be sick.
Good card.
It is.
Gather Courage is a trick that Party could play here for no mana, giving his species +2/+2, which would blow Yuza out if Yuza tries to activate the Selfless Cather once Party blocks.
But no blocks there from Sam Party. And land, Lightning Strike for Martin Yuza.
How many cards is that?
Forest.
4s and 2 more.
Okay, let's see if Party can get things moving back in the right direction here. He's needed to use a few turns to get the invasive species down. That cost him a land drop. Then he needed to use a turn to get the Sungrace Pegasus off the battlefield and hasn't really been able to do much else. And land 4 go here from Party.
So we see Yuza with Spectral Ward. That can allow him to hit for 4 points of damage. Party at 15, but Party has Reclamation Sage in his hand. So Ward not going to be as big of a problem in this game as it theoretically could be.
Yeah, this is one spot where Yuza, I don't think he's that worried about playing around Peel from reality, though, because if Party wants to Peel, he's going to set him back miles further.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think you go for Ward here. I mean, hitting for 4, taking your opponent to 11, it's just really good. You can keep attacking with that totem because you've got Selfless Cather on the battlefield. If you draw some lands, Boonweaver Giant, presumably there's a target other than Spectral Ward somewhere. Yeah, and when is Ward going to be better than right now? But, I mean, it looks like he's pretty conservative around that.
Yeah, just full on says go. So Party gets a reprieve from the attacks here for a turn and finds a Sunblade Elf, though no planes yet for Sam Party.
Right, Sunblade Elf, not the awesomest as a 1/1. Inferno Fist from Yuza, not that many targets for Inferno Fist, so I can see Yuza just, okay, I'm going to play some lands, I'm going to play Boonweaver Giant, make you deal with it, maybe be able to bait the Reclamation Sage into blowing whatever Giant gets, but no, it looks like he's ready to pull the trigger.
For 4, right? Yeah.
And waiting a turn allows him to have a mana up, bluffing Ranger's Guile. And that might make Party say, okay, well then why did he wait a turn? If he Well, but yeah, I guess no, but you can't target it with Ranger's Guile anyway. So Yuza just evidently having a change of game plan once he saw Inferno Fest.
Back to Yuza. Sam Party down to 11 life here.
Oh, and Evolving Wild's actually a big drawback this turn for Yuza. It's preventing him from casting Boonweaver Giant this turn.
Yeah.
On the other end, Party doesn't really have a lot of pressure, not even a white mana for the Sunblade Elf, so Yuza not in a particular need to hurry up. I wonder if Yuza has any more targets beyond the Spectral Ward and the Inferno Fist.
That's what I'm curious about, too. Do we have his list that you can look at here?
Yeah, I'm going to dig that up.
Pretty lame when you draw your last target the turn before you can cast your Giant.
So, yeah, Spectral Ward there.
Which is his best one.
Inferno Fist. And... yeah, it doesn't look like he has anything else. He's got a Verdant Haven works for Avacyn's Pilgrim, or Heliod's Pilgrim, but not for Verdant Haven, and he's not main decking it anyway. So that Boonweaver Giant, just a 4/4 creature.
All right, so back on the board here with Party, he's got a Juggernaut, 2 cards left in his hand, 7 mana on the battlefield, even after having been forced to basically skip a land drop. So Party's back. And there's Boonweaver Giant.
You get it from your graveyard?
Oh, you can get it from your graveyard, Zach.
Oh, my
Remember,
goodness.
You can get it from your hand,
Oh,
library,
that
or
is
graveyard.
huge.
Yes.
Oh, wow. I did not realize that.
It's the Pilgrim that searches your library.
Oh, that's
So that's the one you
unbelievable.
don't want to draw your last one. But on the Boonweaver Giant, you can get it from anywhere.
Oh, that is
You
so
don't see that
powerful.
on the battlefield too often. The Boonweaver Giant costs 7. It's an uncommon, but here it is, and wow. All right, so Selfless Cathar and Reclamation Sage are going to be returned, and then he's going to replay the Sage to once again take down the Spectra Ward. So use a trying to get that thing on the battlefield, and Sam Party disallowing it at every opportunity.
Yeah, that is a pretty advanced play. Now, this is interesting.
And in comes Juggernaut.
Yeah, and Yuza cashing in the Wayfinder for 5 life, but Yuza has Hornet's Nest. So he knows that he's going to have an answer to that Juggernaut. It's actually going to be really good.
Hilariously, Hornet's Nest has Defender, is not a wall.
Is not a wall,
It's an
exactly.
insect. Yeah. It feels so wrong. It's like you're not supposed to be able to block this, but no, it's wall specific.
So it looks like Yuza just really wanting to preserve his life total given the Sunblade Elf on the table and how much damage that can stack up. I think maybe trying to figure out if he wants to attack with Giants.
How much time do you want to give Sam Party to find the white mana to make the Sunblade Elf active, right?
Yeah, I agree. I really like attacking with Giant here.
Yeah, it doesn't...
Frankly, I like attacking with both Giant and Totem, I think. So Yuza has enough mana to announce Inferno Fist, activate it with a Ready As Open, and still play Hornet's Nest. I mean, Hornet's Nest is about the best possible card to cast when your opponent has a Juggernaut that he has to attack with.
It
next
is
turn.
fantastic. Here's Inferno Fist. He's trying to decide where it goes.
Yeah.
And it looks like it goes on the Totem. So both creatures hit the red zone. Sam Party's at 11. Fairly high life total, but doesn't want to throw away any damage here.
That Inferno Fist makes double blocking either of the creatures just a lot trickier. If Party blocks with the invasive species, Yuza still can activate Selfless Cathar, although that prevents him from playing Hornet's Nest. Still at 22 life, he doesn't have to worry that much about taking a single hit from the Juggernaut.
All right, here's the big triple block, though, on the totem. Martin has to now decide how he wants to order the blocker.
It is currently a 1-1, yeah. 4-3.
Let's listen in to see how he orders these.
Wait, how do you want to order blocker? Oh, sorry. It's okay.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
So first, second, third?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yuza has a lot of options right here. He can go to the dome with Inferno Fist, play a Hornet's Nest and just try to kill party in the air. He can sack the Cather. He can sack Inferno Fist.
Yeah, they trade you, take 5.
All right,
just clean up the board.
Everything trades. It's actually just ends up being a 3 for 3 after all is said and done.
Very, very good one.
Yeah.
Sam Party echoes Zach Hill's sentiments.
0-0. Zeros. Yeah, sorry. That was actually what I meant.
Yeah.
All right.
I will elect to block.
This doesn't actually die, right? The nest itself doesn't have death touch.
I have 5 of them.
Even if it did, it only dealt
Right.
0.
So, I mean, basically build your own Hornet Queen there for Yuza.
Yep.
Play that thing.
Glacial Crasher, likely a piece of sideboard technology against Yuza's Mountains. So, I mean, pretty substantial board on Party's side.
Yeah,
but
he's not done bad. 10
Swing and a
power.
miss, and Hornet Queen down.
wow, a miss on the Satyr Wayfinder.
And Hornet Queen hits the bin for him, too, so that out isn't going to get there. And that's going to do it. Kinsvale Skirmisher pumps a Hornet. He sends all of them into the red zone. And Martin Yuza
I
wins
have a lot of bounce spells and
Yeah, that's
2
true.
games to 1 over Sam Pardee.
I think
You might be right.
You having the queen like gives you an edge, like unlike the destroy effects for that.
Yeah.
So great stuff from our feature match area there versus 2 hardcore GP grinders. I mean, Martin also has 2 PT top 8s too, so nothing to scoff at there. But really, really great, more limited action here in our first 3 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I've been really interested at how deftly the players have been able to deal with Spectral Ward. Commonly accepted as one of the probably 3 most powerful rares in the set, but we saw Party able to deal with it not once but twice.
2 times, yep, and we've seen a bit of that over and over. We also saw Andrew Cuneo play it and didn't win.
Right.
As a result. So, yeah, the card is definitely carries a little bit of risk to it, perhaps, but it is one of the hardest cards to deal with in the format for sure. But yeah, that was some pretty intense stuff for the first 3 rounds. There's a lot on the line here this weekend. We're going to be bringing you storylines throughout the course of the weekend about it, but the key thing to remember here is that this is the last event of the Pro Tour season. Right. So these pro points that are up for grabs are the ones that determine whether the players get to platinum, get to silver, get to gold, if they get to keep playing at the Pro Tour level as we go into the next season, which is, it's pushing a year long here. So it's a big deal to these players, and a lot of them have a certain goal to finish in the top 100 and the top 16 to try to hit that next level.
Yeah, and I mean, this year, the point thresholds are a little bit higher, but remember, this is an additional Pro Tour. This is
this
extra.
is the 4th Pro Tour. We are here.
So, I mean, in addition to the Pro Point stakes, I mean, this is just one of the most valuable Pro Tour seasons in Pro Tour history, certainly within recent memory. So, those pro levels translate to even more Pro Tours and even more money than we've seen in quite some time.
Yeah, it's a huge deal, and we're going to be keeping you up to date on what's going on as we go through the weekend, because there's a lot of interesting races, a lot of interesting interactions, but I kind of like when we get to touch on it here in the booth, and also, of course, down in the actual feature match area as the players are literally playing right now for potentially what they're going to be doing for the next year. There's so much more on the line on the last Pro Tour of the season. At the beginning of the season, there's hope, right? You know, anything could happen, but here the deadline has come, and
Right.
you need a certain amount of pro points to hit the thresholds. And if you don't, I mean, it can be life-changing in one way or the other for these players. They can take a different path, or sometimes they can be like, I'm a full-time Magic pro now.
And that really is what, I mean, well, you know, we use all these words like platinum, gold, silver. What does that mean? Platinum basically means you can be a full-time Magic player and get by very well. So big moments for a lot of these guys.
Yeah. Why don't we head down to the feature match here where Rashad has an interview with Martin Yuza.
All right, I'm Rashad Miller. I'm here with Martin Yuza. How you doing?
Pretty good so far.
That's great. That's great to hear. Now, we saw a lot of three-color decks here in the feature match area. Now, is that a regular strategy that you guys are going for, or how does that really? I see you winching your mouth. How did you end up that third color?
Not usually. The draft was just like pretty weird. I didn't know what colors were being passed to me, and then like I got passed a super good rare in the second pack, the protection from everything card. So I just like went into white because that card is close to unbeatable in this format, and then I'm pretty much just splashing red for 2 lightning strikes because that card is just very good even on turn 2 and even on turn 8. So pretty easily splashable, and I'm splashing 1 Inferno Fist, which I can fetch with the white 1/2 and the 7-mana giant. So it's pretty much a green-white deck with some splash for removal.
All right, so we've been keeping an eye out for what's at stake for all of you pro players out there. Oh, yeah. So what is it that you're trying to chase down? Platinum? What do you need to get that?
I've been platinum or level 8 for like the last 5 years, and this season hasn't been very good for me. So right now I'm at 31 points, and I need either top 16 to lock up platinum again, or just get top 100 to get gold at least, which gets you tickets and, you know, qualifications for the PTs and stuff. But I certainly wouldn't mind top 16 the PT to get the platinum status again, because, you know, that's a lot of money and stuff, and that definitely helps you, like, you know, travel the world and play the game. And yeah.
Do you have your eyes set out for Sifka and that?
Not really. He has like 20 more points than me. I'm happy for him. I'm happy that he's doing well. He's platinum again this season. He's going to play the Players' Champs. He's a really good player, so he definitely deserves that. And we're definitely not like racing each other for, like, you know, a World Cup slot. It would be sweet, but there's still the 3 qualifications in like next week, so, you know, anything can happen.
All right. Well, thank you, Martin Yuza. I'm Rashad Miller, and we're going to send it back to the booth.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. So you heard it from Martin. He needs the top 16 to get back to platinum, which is kind of where he's used to being at the pro level. Sam Pardee is in the same exact spot. He needs to get a top 16 as well. So Martin, well on his way. We'll have to keep an eye on him as we go through. But for now, let's head back over to the news desk and Rich Hagan.
Thanks very much to Marshall Sutcliffe and Zach. He'll bring you all the limited action here at Pro Tour Magic 2015. Now, a huge result has come in. Desani against Duke, the Player of the Year race. Hoyun Choi was the third round opponent of Jeremy Desani. For the third round running, Desani goes 2-0. He did not drop a game in draft. He is off to the races at 3-0, along with round about 45 to 50 other players who will get to 3-0. But Alex Rachette was Reed Duke's third round opponent. They got to 1-1. Rachette won game 3, and that means that Reed Duke falls to 1-2 in his draft. He was 3-3 in draft at Pro Tour Born of the Gods, and now 1-2 coming out of the first draft here. Tough times, but we go into standard next. So that's the Player of the Year race. I can tell you one result just came in, I just saw go by for British fans. Neil Rigby was at 2-0, played against Raph Levy of France at 2-0. Levy took game 3, a tight one, and so Levy, the Hall of Famer, goes to 3-0. He is trying to get to platinum this weekend. Neil Rigby at 2-1 in his 12th Pro Tour. All right, it's time for some draft conversation. What have we learnt this morning? What have we seen from our drafts that we've seen, and hundreds of matches played out over the course of the morning? What do we need to know for tomorrow? We're going to head across to the comfy chairs on the far side of the News Desk studio. Here is Brian David Marshall sitting with Hall of Famer Mr. Ben Stark.
Thanks, Rich. All right, Ben. People at home want to know about your draft. So we could tell them the draft your 3 rounds didn't go great for you. You ended up going 1 and 2. You lost a heartbreaker on camera.
Yeah, I lost another one of those same type of games this round, game 1. I mean, just really close games, just didn't really bounce my way.
How happy would you say you were with your deck when the last card was picked?
Not too happy. It didn't really come together. Like, I think it was a fine deck. But I was trying to really get the token synergies, and I already had the finishers, like the hard part. So I was really looking for Satyr Wayfinders and Raise the Alarms, and there really just wasn't much.
Okay, so let's go back to that first pack, and this is, you open it up and there's one of there's a couple of the best cards in the format.
Yeah.
Cone of Flame, Triplicate Spirits, and an actual bomb and Siege Dragon.
Yeah.
How do you process that pack? And are there any other cards you even looked at there?
Yeah, there weren't any other cards that I looked at that I can remember, but all 3 of those are good cards. All 3 are first pickable. I think the Siege Dragon's the worst of the 3 just because it costs 7 mana. I think people still think a little too much about how a card performs in a stalemate, or just envision these 6 and 7 mana cards taking over boards. And Limited these days is more like Constructed. It's more about hitting your curve and having synergy, and you've probably got some ways to push through at the end, But that said, Siege Dragon is a first pickable card. I like to personally think of cards on like a 1 to 10 scale, with 5 being around replacement, and 6 being something that adds some value. 7 is usually around first pickable. 8 is like a good first pick. 9 and 10 are like Windmill Slam type cards. I wouldn't consider any of them Windmill Slams, but I would consider Cone the best of the 3. Cone of Flame is probably about an 8.5 to 9 on that scale. It's the card that I consider the best. Triplicate Spirits is in second, about an 8. It's the best common in the set. And it's so good because if you drew lands, you can just attack with guys and then play it for 4 or 5 mana, whatever. If you're stuck on 2 or 3, you can just tap your guys to cast it. So it's not like some bombs where it sits in your hand when you're stuck on lands. Convoke is like really a great ability for Limited, because if you're like me and you prioritize low curve and you're generally taking a lot of 2-drops and 3-drops and whatnot, I really love for my expensive spells to have Convoke, because if I'm stuck on 3 or 4 lands, 2 or 3 lands, whatever, I can Convoke it out. Anyways, that said, I would consider Cone about an 8.5 to 9, the best card. I would consider Triplicate Spirits the second best card, about an 8, and I would consider Siege Dragon about a 7. Still first pickable, nothing crazy, but a first pickable card. So, I mean, I don't think the difference. So obviously, I'm not going to take Siege Dragon then, because why would I take it if it's worse than Cone and they're the same color? And it's pick 1, pack 1. Sometimes you take a worse card, pack 1, because it's an artifact and you can play it in any deck. But or cards get better and worse later in the draft based on what you already have. But pick 1, pack 1. Obviously, why would I take a red card that I consider to be about a 7 over a red card I consider to be about a 9? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So the pick is between Triplicate Spirits and Cone of Flame. And I went with the Triplicate Spirits. And the reason being there were 2 good red cards and only 1 good white card. I don't concern myself that much with what I'm passing, because people tend to stick to their picks and you never really know what the people that you're passing to are going to play. But when it's cards that are close, like Triplicate Spirit and Cone of Flame, I'll go ahead and take a card that's only a little bit worse, because the next best card is red. Let's say it was Cone of Flame, Siege Dragon, and Raise the Alarm. I would never take Raise the Alarm there, because there's 2 good red cards. I would just take Cone of Flame, because Raise the Alarm and Raise the Alarm I like a lot, but it's too much worse than Cone and Flame to make a pick like that. When it's Triplicate Spirit, a card I only consider a little bit worse than Cone and Flame, then I think it can be right, and I think was right in this situation.
And so, what are you expecting? That Sam is a very skilled drafter. What are you expecting him to take from what you're sending to him?
Well, I think he knows I took Triplicate Spirits because I took a common over Cone and Flame.
It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, because there's some formats where the second best common is almost as good as the first best common, the third is almost as good as the second and first, whatever. This isn't one of those formats.
Right.
Triplicate Spirits is way better. Like, the second best common in the format is probably Lightning Strike, and it is not even close to Triplicate Spirits, Lightning Strike is around a 7, Triplicate Spirits is around an 8. But firstly, that there's a big difference on from each one on those power, on my power scale. And secondly, Lightning Strike is like a low 7, if anything, and Triplicate Spirits, is just really good. Triplicate Spirits is the best common by at least a whole point on my 1 to 10 scale.
Okay. So you take a Triplicate Spirits. What do you want your deck to look like? What colors do you want to be, and what do you want to have happen in the draft?
Well, ideally, you're going to play white and get to play the Triplicate Spirits. It's not like a great splash card, because, it's double white. It's fine if white isn't your base color, because you only need 1 plains and you can Convoke it out with a white guy, but it's not like you're going to draft a blue-green deck and pick up an Evolving Wilds and then splash your Triplicate Spirits. So you're hoping to play white. I'm not big on forcing my first pick, even when it's a card like Triplicate Spirit's a really good card. I'm still just going to draft green-red if that's what I see after this. Actually, I mean, red is kind of a little off the table because of the
Right,
Siege
right.
Dragon and the Conan Flame.
Right, right.
But, I mean, I would still play red if I got past a card like Conan Flame. I actually did get past a Heat Ray, but that's not Conan Flame. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
That's like an okay card. So, I mean, I was hoping to not play red. I was hoping to play white. And, you know, Triplicate Spirit's good in any white deck. I mean, there's not like a specific way your deck has to look. Obviously, when you already have a Triplicate Spirits, you're interested in Sanctified Charge or Overwhelm or other Convoke cards because you can cast them so cheap after you put the Spirits out.
So Overwhelm, a card, you know, normally that overrun effect, you get Trample on it. This doesn't offer that, but you still make it work by just having, because you're a Convoke deck and because you're a token deck, you just have so many more creatures that it works
Yeah,
for you.
Overwhelm is not a great card in a lot of draft decks in this format. It's like a combo card. It's like if you're token synergy, then the card is fantastic. If you've got a deck like green-white with Satyr Wayfinder and Raise the Alarm and Triplicate Spirits and I forget the name, the Shaman, the 4-mana 2/2.
Reclamation.
Yeah, he draws a card. You got all these creatures with comes into play effects and token making and whatnot. Overwhelm is busted in that deck.
Right.
But in a green-red deck that had Lightning Strike and Siege Dragon and other green fatties, I wouldn't even want an Overwhelm necessarily.
Okay. I think you know, a lot of people on Twitter when we were watching the draft live, you know, had a strong reaction to the Conan Flame. But I think the other pick, which came in pack 3, maybe your second pick, I think, of pack 3, is Juggernaut over Soul of
New Phyrexia.
Soul of New Phyrexia.
A lot of people have been asking me about that. I mean, to start, I think people think Soul is better than it is. Soul of New Phyrexia doesn't have reach, doesn't have flying, doesn't have indestructible. You can pay 5 to give things indestructible.
Right.
But so your opponent can Reclamation Sage it, naturalize it, bounce it, you know, kill it, you know, whatever, pillar it. You know, there's a lot of cards that interact very favorably against it.
Right.
Still a good card.
Yeah.
But that takes it from a 10 to an 8, in my opinion.
Okay.
You know, it's a good first pick. It's not a windmill slam first pick or something like that. That said, Juggernaut is not even that. Juggernaut around a 6 on my scale, a little above replacement.
Sure.
I think Juggernaut adds positive value to your deck, but I don't even think it's really a first pick. But this is pack 3. I already had Overwhelm. I already had Sanctified Charge, so I knew I could finish games. What I was interested in was filling out my curve. I didn't have a lot of 4-drops. I got a lot of 2-drops pack 3, and I think I made an okay deck. But I was really worried about ending up with a not functional deck. I didn't want a deck that had Overwhelm, Sanctified Charge, and Soul of New Phyrexia.
Right.
You know, I can play Juggernaut. I can keep alphaing. You know, I can Sanctified Charge. You know, I can make them trade with the Juggernaut and then get in damage with my little guys, or they can eat a little guy and take like 8. You know,
Right.
Juggernaut really kind of fit the other cards I had more. But I would say of the times I open Juggernaut and Soul of New Phyrexia, it's probably going to be 80%, maybe 90% that I'm taking Soul of New Phyrexia.
Right.
It would take this set of circumstances.
Right, but with like 2/3 of your deck already framed out,
right,
you knew that you needed something here as opposed to up here.
Right. I knew I needed another aggressive creature as opposed to another finisher because I already had a couple of finishers and my 4-drops and 3-drops were lacking. I didn't really have that great of a curve.
Right, and even though you had already taken a Juggernaut in the previous pack.
And it's not like I have a control deck and now I am going to have a win condition. I already have Pump Spells, Titanic Growth. I don't know when I got it, but I have it. You know, I'm green-white. I know what green and white cards are in M15 and what it, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like, oh, I got the Soul of New Phyrexia. Okay, now I'll draft some more controlling stuff and try and stay, you know, control the board and win with Soul of. That's not what my deck was going to be. That's not what my deck did.
Right.
You know.
So my takeaways from talking to you here, I'm always trying to get a little bit, you know, used to be that I was pretty good in terms of the coverage drafter pool of players, and Ben has sort of really just skewed the curve off off the road. So my takeaways here, as I'm trying to follow in your footsteps here, are that you're drafting with people around you and that you can sort of send some information that way, and, you know, make a pick based on the fact that you know you don't want to necessarily get into a fight with this guy.
I don't know if Sam's going to take what Sam took first picked. I don't know what he's going to take.
He had Stoke the Flames first.
Yeah, so it worked out. But there are going to be 2 red players somewhere not far from me.
Right.
Because the first 3 cards taken out of that pack are going to be Triplicate Spirits, Cone of Flame, and Siege Dragon a lot of the time. And even if they're not, then they're going to be 3 of the first 4 taken out of the pack because one person doesn't take one.
Second takeaway for me is just know where you value all the cards and have them be able to go, oh, this is a 5, this is a 6, this is a 10, this is a 9. So you can make those tough decisions on the fly.
Yeah.
And then finally, that you're drafting within the context of your deck.
Yeah, the third one is probably the most important. People, I think, see how good a card is on its own or how it would be in a stalemate, and that's just not limited anymore, like I was saying. You know, when, your deck has a purpose. You're almost, you're drafting like a block constructed deck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like that. So I think like once you have once it's pack 3, you should really be prioritizing what your deck needs and not how good a card is on its own.
Awesome. All right, thank you. That was Pro Tour Hall of Famer Ben Stark, best limited player in the game. Get another draft to go. You get another draft. To get back on the road tomorrow.
Hopefully. I got to win some matches at Constructed.
Can't wait to see what you're
there.
playing in Standard. So for Ben Stark, Brian David Marshall, sending it back to the news desk and Rich Hagon.
All right, thanks very much to Ben Stark. Always tough to front up when you've gone 1 and 2. It hasn't been a great start to the day, but still super compelling. Still one of the best limited players on Earth. Well, I can tell you that we're into our lunch break. That means Randy Buehler bringing you an overview of Standard. That means the first part of our All-Star Magic 2015 set review. You'll see white, you'll see blue, you'll see black. All of that is still to come. But before that, we have a very, very important announcement. So coming your way in about 20 seconds from now is the announcement for the Pro Tour Hall of Fame. Hello everyone, wherever you are around the world, welcome to one of the most important and great moments of the Magic year. Without further ado, I'd like to hand you over to the Pro Tour historian Brian David Marshall for the honor and duty of announcing the 2014 class of the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame BDM.
Absolutely. So this year's class of the Hall of Fame is going to feature 3 players. 3 players reached the 40% threshold from the committee to get into the Hall of Fame. They appeared on 40% of the ballots, and I'm going to read them in reverse order. So, Pro Tour Yokohama champion Guillaume Wafatapa will be inducted into the Hall of Fame in Hawaii. It's the site of his first Pro Tour Top 16 and his first Day 2, all the way back in the mid-2000s. So congratulations to Guillaume Wafatapa. 5 Pro Tour Top 8s, 7 Grand Prix Top 8s, a Pro Tour champion. One of the great deck designers and control players in the history of the game.
Okay, we'll come back to him in a moment. Now let's see who is the second member of the Hall of Fame.
The second member of this year's class of the Hall of Fame is, well, really the opposite of Guillaume Wafatapa. He is probably one of the most players associated with aggro decks in the history of the Pro Tour, and it is Paul Rietzl. Paul Rietzl is inducted into the Pro Tour Hall of Fame this year. Pro Tour Amsterdam champion, 4-time Pro Tour Top 8 competitor, and just one of the great players of this game. So I'm really excited that he will be enshrined in the Hall this year. I've known him since he was proverbial small child.
So Guillaume Wafatapa, Paul Rietzl, and who led the voting for this year's class for the Hall of Fame?
It is world champion and world team champion Makihito Mahara from Japan. He is the 3rd member of this year's Hall of Fame class. Just, very exciting. I know you're a big fan of watching Mahara during that Worlds in Paris.
Yeah, I'm a fan of all 3 of them. I tell you what,
yes, absolutely.
why don't we get to the voting? Let's see how it all panned out. We know that 3 are in, but we'll get a look now, if we can, at who else was in contention. So we'll show that to you right now. Makihito Mahara there leads the voting on 86.8%, Rietzl 72.5%, Guillaume Wafatapa at 61.
All soundly. It's like as close to a consensus as we've seen from voters going into a Hall of Fame induction.
Yes, Guillaume in 3rd, almost double the 4th placed. And then the rest of the top 10, you see Willie Adel Justin Gary, Shota Yasuoka, Martin Yuza, from Japan's Yoshi Ikeda, the Pro Tour Honolulu 2006 champion Mark Herberholz, and Tomoharu Saito as he continues his bid to get back into the Hall of Fame conversation. BDM, of the 4 through 10 there, who stands out to you? Do you think any of them will feel especially disappointed not to be in?
I think Willie, has got to feel, a little good and disappointed. Good to be that close, disappointed. That comes on the heels of him getting a couple more finishes. But he's close, and he's certainly going to be in the conversation for next year. I think that thing that really stands out to me there is Shota Yasuoka in 6th place.
Right.
Who got more than 20% of the vote with only one Pro Tour top 8. Arguably the statistic we talk the most about.
He breaks the rules, doesn't he?
He does. He absolutely does. Again, one of the great deck designers. A player with, I believe the term is umpteen, top 16 and top 32 finishes.
Right.
Right. Someone who's just constantly putting up big numbers. And, to see him there, it's very interesting to me because it does mean people are looking past just top 8s when they're considering their votes.
They'll be voting for Adam Koska next because he finished 9th twice. All right.
That's like 2 top 8s.
Why don't we look in a little bit more detail at the careers of our 3 Hall of Famers? And we begin with Guillaume Wafo-Tapa of France. It is so hard, BDM, not just with the numbers there, but it is so hard to be considered one of the true greats at a thing.
Right.
And for Guillaume Wafo-Tapa, I believe it was the last Pro Tour I uttered the words patron saint of control.
I believe I used that same term in my, I did an interview with these 3 guys that should be live on Daily MTG right now. We had a placeholder article until we made this announcement, but I used the same exact term.
Right. What an achievement, and one of the, if you do like watching Control Magic, you just cannot go wrong with Guillaume Wafo-Tapa.
And if one of the things that's so funny about Guillaume is how much he needs his cards to be important. This is what he said in an interview. When he's built his deck building philosophy, as that each card needs to stand on its own as something worthy of inclusion in a deck. Right, he's not always worried just about synergy. He's worried about the cards have to be good. And what I find that funny because he also wants the cards to be really pretty, right? He wants to be foil, and this was just a great. So his first Pro Tour, he was hoping to make day 2. He doesn't make day 2, and to add a little salt into that wound, he got a game loss for being late to a round while he was busy trying to trade for some Chinese absorbs.
That's not the correct play, by the way.
It's not, but it's, you can see it wasn't foil absorbs. You could see the seeds of Guillaume's, fastidiousness with his decks.
Yeah. A phenomenal career, we say tremendous control player, and a super tough opponent. Could easily have more than 5 Pro Tour top 8s. He
came very close at this last Pro Tour.
Journey into Nyx. He had, I think it was 3 rounds in a row of win and ins.
Yes.
And still though, nearly 68% Premier Play standard match win rate. And standard is where we're heading next with Guillaume Wafo-Tapa.
Yeah, have you ever looked at the card Mystical Teachings and not thought of Guillaume Wafo-Tapa?
Never.
No. Even before I knew he was playing it.
Guillaume Wafo-Tapa, just a fantastic addition to the Hall. As is this next man, we go to the United States next, and we look at the career of Paul Rietzl.
Yeah, Paul is really the product of tough love. So Paul was a teenager playing in Boston, and his local tournament scene was, Justin Gary, Rob Daugherty, Dave Humphreys, Darwin Castle, William Jensen, Hall of Famers and Hall of Fame eligible players, plus, competing on the whole Northeast. It was just an incredible, where you have, the Finkels and the O'Mahony Schwartzes, it's just this incredibly tough gauntlet. And, he really came into it as a young kid. He was known as Little Darwin. He was like Darwin's protege early on in his career. And, always, thought, wow, this guy's going to be, a really great player. And then, over the last, latter half of this decade has really put together the numbers for Pro Tour top 8s. So that championship in Amsterdam, but that's not what you think of. You don't think of him winning Pro Tour Amsterdam when you think of Paul. You think about him playing in 2 top 8s at the same time at Pro Tour Paris.
And Grand Prix Paris.
And Grand Prix Paris.
Yes, one of the truly astonishing weekends of any career.
And look at that last number.
Yes, 2 out of 3 against the Hall of Famers. And by the way, that doesn't include all the store drafts he did back in the day against. That is at this
I would say this
level.
number is improved from what that number was.
One would imagine. Yeah, but this is at Grand Prix and Pro Tours. No one, apart from Shahar Shenhar right now, has a better record against the Hall of Fame, of which now everyone will have to measure their results against Paul Rietzl moving forward. Finally, the number 1 on the ballot by a margin, 86, 88%.
What a great picture.
Here is, yes, that's the happiest I've seen him in a long while. It's Makihito Mihara, the 32-year-old from Japan, the 2006 world champion.
Yeah, we'll never forget that. A lot of times you'll see a player playing a game of Magic make a mistake, and we've seen there is no Magic player you can watch long enough and not see them do that. And a lot of times, even the best players will make a mistake and get so caught up in that mistake that they can't right their ship. And when we saw Mihara do that, and keep in mind, by the way, that his world championship is his first Pro Tour top 8. It's the first time he's playing on Sunday. He's only been playing on the Pro Tour 3 years at that time. He's like, uh-oh, did I do the math wrong? How do I figure my way out of this? And calmed down, stayed focused, and managed to pull out, become the world champion. And then I know you have a lot of awe for his game to win for Team Japan in 2011 at the World Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. And also both Mihara and Rietzl, they are both similar in that I think their numbers would have been hugely better had they had the time to just be Magic players.
That is
both of
worth
these guys,
noting, yes.
They are both super wedded to their jobs. And Mihara, you see him and he's like, yeah, haven't seen the set yet, haven't played this, haven't played a GP in 3 months, because he goes right back to Japan to his job, which he's super committed to. But anytime he turns up, you think, don't want to play him, and so many people have fallen at his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great year. We have 3 new members of the Hall of Fame: Guillaume Wafatapa, Paul Rietzl, and Makihito Mihara.
And they will be inducted at Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir to start the next season.
So there you see the 3 of them. Congratulations to your class of the Magic Pro Tour Hall of Fame for 2014. All right, so there we go. That was the Hall of Fame for you. Rich and BDM are with you. I can tell you we've still got tons of great stuff coming your way through this lunch break. In a little bit, we're going to show you the first part of our All-Star Magic 2015 set review. We've got Pro Tour champions, Hall of Famers lined up to work their way through Magic 2015 for you.
Detroit Tigers starting pitcher Max Scherzer is coming in to do a set review?
Oh, stop it. But first, Standard is coming up next, and who better to set the scene for you than a Hall of Famer himself, Mr. Randy Buehler. So here is Randy's guide to Standard. Hello everyone, Rich Hagan here with Hall of Famer Mr. Randy Buehler, and Randy, drafts in the books for day 1, so now we get to put away 40 cards and move into the world of 60, or indeed 75. So, M15 comes along, Standard, a format that people have been playing a bunch over the last weeks and months, relatively well known. Tell us what's going on in the world of Standard.
Well, first I want to make sure, just real quick, that everybody understands what we're talking about when we talk about Standard Constructed.
Right.
So Standard Constructed, you can play with any card that has been published in the last 2 years. So that'll ebb and flow. It rotates every fall. So when the fall set comes out, a year's worth of cards rotate out. That means here we are in the late summer. This is as big as Standard ever gets. Right. Standard right now is 8 sets. So you've got the entire Return of Ravnica block, you've got the entire Theros block, and you've got 2 different core sets, M14 and M15. It's a big, those are the cards these people get to build their decks from, so pick whatever you like. There are a bunch of strategies, and there you go. That's kind of how Standard works.
All right. Are there clear-cut favorite decks coming into the weekend?
Yes, definitely. I mean, it being as big, people have had time to work this out. I've got it at 5 Tier 1 archetypes. I mean, a lot of people will tell you there's the Trinity. There's sort of 3 decks that have been winning a lot of Standard events. If you look at the Grand Prix circuit, if you look at, what's winning on a week-by-week basis. The Boogeyman, though, the best deck, clearly the deck that everybody knows is going to be here, that everybody knows is going to be good, is the Black Devotion deck. So this is Thoughtseizes and Pack Rats. I think those are probably the 2 most hated cards in Standard right now because they're probably the 2 most powerful cards in the best deck.
Sure.
Or at least the deck that's put up the most wins lately. The thing what you want to do with a Black Devotion deck is you've got some disruption elements. You've got the ability to take cards out of their hand with Thoughtseize and even Lifebane Zombie. You've got the ability to destroy their creatures with Hero's Downfall and any number of other black removal spells. And then you get card advantage from Underworld Connections. So you can just be paying life to draw extra cards. And then if I'm trading cards, but I'm drawing some extras, I'm going to get ahead. I'm going to build up a board full of permanents. And that's when something like Grey Merchant of Asphodel can just come down and drain a bunch of life.
Okay, now underneath that, you've listed common variants, splash, 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 so we can go different ways.
Yeah, I mean, the mana's pretty good in Standard right now. Between the Scry lands, those temples, and the Return to Ravnica lands, you can get 8 sources of another color and still have all your lands tapped for black mana. So people are looking at things like Abrupt Decay is really nice because it can blow up a Detention Sphere. Red is really nice because you can slaughter games away as Sphinx's Revelation. Esper is really the control deck is the target with those splashes. But then the thing that happens the most often is actually the white splash where you say, all right, I'm playing Black Devotion. What's the thing I'm most worried about? It's the other Black Devotion players.
Okay.
Because they have also figured out that we're playing the best deck. So if you take this shell and you say, what do I want in the mirror? Well, there's so much removal. Grey Merchant doesn't do that much. What you really want is protection. Protection from black in the form of Bloodbaron of Vizkopa that's the trump in the mirror match. So maybe you go to white and you say, I'm going to be really good against the mirror.
Okay, so Black Devotion, the number 1.
Definitely.
Devotion is going to crop up in our next deck.
Yeah, the Blue Devotion deck, it burst onto the scenes at Pro Tour Theros, which is the last Standard Pro Tour, and it's basically the same deck. There haven't been a lot of new cards that have helped it out, but it has just stayed on top of Standard ever since Dizani won in Permanence. Tidebinder Mage kind of looks a little dorky. It's really good if your opponent's playing red or green, but you know what? He's got 2 blue mana symbols in his mana cost. So does Frostburn Weird. Nightveil Spectre gives you 3, and that means your Thassa's turn active. That means your Masters of Waves spill out 1 million creatures. It's a really good, solid strategy, and it has been successful all year long.
In terms of variants, you've only got 1 listed there, and it's white for Detention Sphere. Why is Detention Sphere such a big add to the mono blue deck?
Well, it's just the ability to deal with whatever that one thing is that your opponent does, whether it's clearing a giant blocker out of the way, out of the red-green deck, or whether it's, getting rid of the Underworld Connection so that the mono-black deck doesn't spin its way ahead of you. Getting rid of an enemy Planeswalker can be really powerful. I mean, the deck it doesn't really interact with the opponent. Like, the biggest drawback to the strategy as a mono-blue deck is that you don't really get to mess with your opponent's stuff. You just kind of do your thing and hope that it's good enough. Detention Sphere gives you the ability to interact with your opponent.
Okay, so Black Devotion, Blue Devotion, with some variants. I think you've already mentioned a card, one of my favorites in Standard, Sphinx's Revelation, and that, of course, goes in blue-white control.
Definitely. Yeah, the blue-white control deck can be taken in a number of different directions, but all of them share that blue-white core. It's Detention Sphere, Supreme Verdict, Sphinx's Revelation, and then Elspeth is really the top end in a lot of these decks. I mean, you can run it without Elspeth, you can run it without Detention Sphere. You're always going to have Supreme Verdict to sweep away the opponent's creatures. You're always going to have Sphinx's Revelation to sort of fill your hand up after you've traded cards for a while. I mean, this is an old school control deck. This strategy has been good since Mike LeConte won Pro Tour 1 with blue-white control. Right? It's essentially, the same Uber archetype that's been played since the dawn of time.
The Pro Tour historically is meant to be made up of players who like to play control because they like more turns to outthink and outfight and outdraw, and just the more Magic I play, the more chances I have to be better than you.
Precisely correct.
So is this a good choice this weekend, do you think?
It is a good choice. The thing about really winning with control is you have to accurately predict the metagame. because I mean, sure, you get a lot of decisions once you're here. That's great, but you also have a bunch of decisions at the deck building stage. It's like, am I more worried about killing a horde of small creatures, or am I more worried about killing, a couple of really large creatures? If it's a couple of really large creatures, well, maybe I want to go to the Black Splash, and I want to have, maybe I even go to Hero's Downfall. Maybe I'm just, a couple other removal spells. So getting the deck list correct is step one if you're going to go down that path. If you have a good read on the metagame and you can sort of tune your control deck to have all the right details, then it's a great call. But are you sure you know the metagame?
Right.
So it is a little bit of a gamble. And it's probably, I mean, in terms of winning percentage on a week-to-week basis, it feels like it's been second or third-ish.
One of the arguments in blue-white control in the last few months has been one Aetherling, or is that infinitely too many creatures to be playing? 1 or 0. That is not a problem with our next deck. We're going to talk about red-green monsters.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, the strategy here is also kind of classic. Mana creatures to accelerate giant fatties. Just the large creatures, whether it's Pelucranos, whether it's Stormbreath Dragon. This is Timmy magic, right? And it's pretty good. Like, the card quality up and down the list is strong. Elvish Mystic is nice, Carrington is nice. Courser of Kruphix is, I think, the card that really pushed this over the top. You didn't see these decks having a ton of success back when the last time the Pro Tour was in Standard at Pro Tour Theros. But Courser's been printed since then, and it gives the deck a little more staying power, right? It's a little better at blocking against the Weenie Swarms. It gets a little bit of life, but really it gets that card advantage to make sure that you actually have enough mana to cast your Stormbreath Dragon. And some of the interactions with the various Planeswalkers you can play are also quite powerful.
Okay, so that's deck number 4, and that brings us to deck 5, A, B, and possibly C.
Yeah, I might be cheating a little bit here by calling red Acro 1 archetype. I mean, it's more of a spectrum of decks ranging from sort of, Boss Sly, 36 creature swarm, over to the Boros Burn deck, which might only have 8 creatures in it, and is mostly burn spells. Often they'll touch white, although the most aggro of the swarms won't. But I see that as a spectrum of decks. And honestly, if you divided it up, none of them would deserve to be called Tier 1. So I figured lump them all together. There's a red aggro deck here. This is actually, of the 5, I think this might be the one that gets the most from M15. So I do think we're going to see some of this weekend for sure.
Okay. There is often at a Pro Tour a deck that the pros decide they're not going to lose to. And historically that might be a dredge deck, or it might be an affinity deck, or it might be some particular combo deck. Is there a deck in Standard, talking with people over the last 48 hours, that you think people are gunning for? What's the deck with the target on it this time around?
Yeah, the deck with the target is the Black Devotion deck, but it's really hard to gun for it because they play Thoughtseize. Like, whatever your clever plan is for trumping what they're up to, they can Thoughtseize it out of your hand on the first turn, so it's a really tricky target to have. And I mean, a lot of them will say, well, I can't beat him, I'll just join him. I think you'll see plenty of Black Devotion decks. And part of it is that Thoughtseize, just whatever the opponent is up to, you get to mess with it.
Okay, so those are 5 big archetypes.
And that's really the archetypes coming in. I mean, the way we've set this up is that this is the state of Standard as of a couple of weeks ago. M15 has just come out.
So what does M15 do for Standard?
Well, we're going to find out.
Yeah.
This is now, we're moved into the more speculative portion of the piece.
Let's have some ideas.
I'm certainly rooting for somebody to just break the format wide open. I definitely think that there's a green Devotion deck that you can build with Nissa, with Genesis Hydra. You play Nykthos in that deck, of course, to just generate, crazy amounts of mana, maybe or even Genesis Waving. Like, there's a deck there. I don't know if it's good enough to make it, but we'll find out. Then you've got cards like, there's so many toys in M15. Something like a Necromancer Stockpile, right? You could totally see that come up. It's the kind of card like Conley Woods would brew something around, right? Soldiers and Slivers are 2 more sort of aggro decks that, I'm sure people have tested those decks. I don't know if they're good enough to make the cut. I'm rooting for them. We'll see. It may be also that, keep these cards in mind. Even if, the Soldier deck isn't good enough to make the cut this weekend, when we rotate in the fall, then suddenly there's just less of the competition, right? The blue-white control deck goes away, half the Black Devotion deck goes away. We'll see what happens. Scuttling Doom Engine is another one that's just a toy that could go in all kinds of things.
Yeah, it's quite an explosive toy, to be fair, as well.
That's particularly good at dealing with an Elspeth. Like, worst case scenario, you trade for the Elspeth.
All right, so that's some of the new toys. What about cards from Magic 2015 that are going to slot right in to some of the big archetypes?
Yeah, I think that the most likely scenario this weekend is that we're going to see better tuned versions of the Big Five decks. Sign in Blood might be the M15 card that shows up the most in the top 8. I mean, that would be sort of, the mono black deck is going to play Sign in Blood. Hopefully somebody breaks the format wide open, but at a minimum, you're going to see things like Sign in Blood sneaking in there. On the left of the screen, you see the Gobble Rabble Master and Stoke the Flames. Those go straight into a red aggro deck. I think that, and they play well together, right? The Rabble Master's making the tokens, so you can convoke out the Stoke the Flames. Stoke the Flames is really good. Rabble Master, if you leave it unchecked, it just deals a ton of damage. And then you talked about, how can you target the Black Devotion deck? One card that, I've only heard a couple of people talking about this, but I don't know what the Black Devotion deck does against a Hornet Queen. Like, you make 5 flying Death Touch creatures, and they're trying to attack you with, like, 1 Desecration Demon. It just seems like the Red-Green Monsters deck, if it can get to 7, Hornet Queen might just be the best, certainly the best 7+ drop. It's in contention for the best 6+ drops in Standard right now.
All right, well, 5 big decks coming in, lots of toys to play with in Magic 2015, lots of upgrades, lots for you to play at your forthcoming Friday Night Magic. By the end of this weekend, we'll have a much clearer idea of the new Standard. Thanks to Randy, and we're going to head away from these very comfy chairs. Thanks very much to Randy Buehler there for his overview of Standard. Now, when will Standard start? We are about 30 minutes away right now during the lunch break. So what are we going to do? Well, we're going to show you Magic 2015, our All-Star set review. Tomorrow, you'll get red with Stanislav Sivka, green with Patrick Chapin, and all the artifacts and gold cards and lands with Owen Turtenwald. That's a Pro Tour champion, and a Player of the Year. Not too shabby. But today, we're going to kick you off with the Rookie of the Year apparent, Jared Betcher. We're going to show you Li Shi Chan, and we're going to show you a Pro Tour winner this season, Sean McLaren, as we give you white, blue and black. It's time for our All-Star Magic 2015 Set Review Part 1.
Hey guys, welcome to the Tournament Center here in Portland. Marshall Sutcliffe, and I am joined by Jared Betcher. Jared, oh, we get the handshake. I like it. Jared, you just told me something that I actually can't believe. So Jared is, if you don't know, he's in a fantastic position to win Rookie of the Year.
Yep.
Now, Jared, you also picked a great year to do it because it gets you a seat in the World Championship as well. Now, I have 2 questions for you. The first one is, have you run all the numbers on your potential competition to see? I mean, you're in a huge lead, but there are some mathematical ways that you can lose Rookie of the Year. Have you ran it?
Yeah, there's 2 people that if they win the Pro Tour and I don't get more than the show-up points, can pass me.
If they win?
If they win the Pro Tour.
So you're feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be checking standings.
Yeah, okay. So you're in a good spot. Now, the other thing, though, is that you had an incredible season. You're already sitting on 46 points coming into the event. You get 3 points for showing up. That's 49. That's a great season. That's platinum on its own. As the season goes, you didn't even play all the Pro Tours this year.
No, I missed Dublin.
A great year. But I didn't bring you in here to talk about that. What I brought you in here to talk about were some Magic 2015 cards of interest. We kind of left it a little open for you, maybe some limited, maybe some cards that you like. So why don't we take a look at white? That's what we gave Jared. And we're going to take a look at the commons now. So here's the 3 commons that you picked, Jared. Why don't you talk us through each of them and let us know why you picked them, why you think they're good or maybe interesting.
I picked Raise the Alarm because it gives white an early combat trick. It gives white 2 creatures for pressure. And it might see play outside of Limited itself, so that it's like just a great overall common that has a lot of potential outside of the draft. I picked Oppressive Raise because prior to Journey block Limited, it doesn't seem as powerful as I thought it would be in M15, and I'm surprised that it's like can go a lot later in the drafts.
What's your ideal deck for an Oppressive Raise? Do you want to be aggressive?
Yeah, it's like a red-white, put an Oppressive Raise on a turn they can't block, and I can swing big, and just like, it's more of a pseudo-removal spell than it is an overall enchantment.
Now, I want to go back to Raise the Alarm really quickly here. You mentioned that it can be used as a combat trick. Can you explain that?
If your opponent attacks with like 2/1s into your open board state, you can just cast Raise the Alarm, either double block or chump block 2 2/1s or 3/1s, and it's great, like pseudo removal, pseudo just combat trek overall when your opponent thinks you might be out of gas.
There's a lot of 1 toughness
Yes.
creatures roaming around in M15 as well. So maybe taking out one of them with the Raise the Alarm, leave yourself with the token. That's pretty good.
It's very good.
All right, now what about Ephemeral Shields? Where does that rate for you?
This card's very good. It's also very scary. It's a card I'm always being forced to play around because it has Convoke, so it can be essentially free in the white decks when they block. It's the best combat trick I think white has right now.
You think that's the best combat trick?
Yeah.
So what kind of things are you looking to protect? It's so, it says target creature gains indestructible until end of turn. So, we're not talking about a combat trick that you can use to power through for a bunch of extra damage, but you can still you can still win combat with it.
Yeah, it's a more defensive trick, but you can also aggressively attack with your X1s that you have a lot of potentially, so it's a very good card.
Like your Oresco Swift Claws or
Yeah.
something like that, and you can use it almost as a removal spell / combat trick.
Exactly.
Which is your favorite out of these 3?
Probably Raise the Alarm.
And you mentioned that you thought that one might have a place in Constructed potentially. What kind of a deck would you envision seeing a Raise Alarm in?
Like a mono white tokens build or a white X tokens build that has like Spear of Heliod or the Hall of Triumph to help pump them up.
Right, so you're basically looking to leverage the fact that you get 2 individual bodies out of 1 card.
Right.
Yeah. Now, what about for Convoke? There seems to be a pretty nice synergy with Convoke cards as well.
Yeah, I think Ephemeral Shields is like one of the best in Limited, but there's a lot of good ones.
And same with Raise the Alarm, right? Getting 2 creatures to make your creatures.
Yeah, it helps a lot.
Yeah, so that's not too bad. Now, what about a card like Oppressive Raise? Could you see that being played in Constructed?
It's possible because I haven't seen Pacifism or cards like that recently, but I would have to see how the formats change.
Okay. Why don't we take a look at your uncommons now? We did this by commons, uncommons, and rare / mythic rare, so 3 cards from each. So here's the next graphic. We've got Constricting Sliver over there. So that's a nice big uncommon that has a really powerful enters the battlefield effect. Oh, what do you like about Constricting Sliver?
I like that it's 6 mana 3/3, so it's a decent creature kind of on its own because of the ability, which is like an O-ring, and then makes all your other slivers just O-rings, which is very, very strong. It's splashable very easily. It's not mana restrictive. It's very powerful all-around card.
Yeah. 3/3 for 6. How do you feel about that?
I think because of the ability, that's very well costed.
It makes up for it.
Yep.
Boonweaver Giant. Now, this one costs 7 mana for a 4/4, which is perhaps not the most impressive stat line, but there's a lot of text in the middle there. What do you make of Boonweaver Giant?
At first, I thought it was going to be very, very good because it basically goes and gets an aura. It puts the aura right on it from anywhere in your deck, and there's a lot of auras in M15 that are very good. But then the more I played with it, the more I tried it out, I wasn't so impressed with it because it costs 7 mana, and it's only a 4/4 plus the aura, so it was one of the cards that I had high hopes for, and it just fell off very quick from my list.
The cool part about that card is that you can search your library, hand, or graveyard. Like, just
Right.
anywhere. Like, I guess Exile is the only place that you can't find
Exactly.
your aura.
I thought the graveyard was going to be very important, but
it
not
hasn't
as
quite
much.
been as much.
Right.
Yeah, for 7 mana, it's asking a lot. And what about this last card, Dauntless River Marshal?
This is one of my favorite uncommons. It's already great just as a 2/1 for 2. And then if you're controlling an island, it's a 3/2, which makes it even better. And then it has an ability on top of it, which is just tap target creature, which in Limited, being able to like tap a creature on your opponent's turn and swing through is just insane. It saves you. It reminds me of Azorius Guildmage from the original Ravnica.
Sure. And I mean, how many times do you think you have to activate that ability before you win the game?
Probably like 3 or 4.
Yeah, it's not that much. And you can really just start dumping your mana into that. All right, let's get to the big hitters here. Let's take a look at the rares and mythic rares. Oh, yes, you definitely picked some big hitters. So the first one is Soul of Theros, which, do you think that's the best of the Soul cycle?
I think it's the best card in M15 for Limited.
Just the.
I don't think you can beat it. It's very hard.
Card is nearly unbeatable.
Yes.
Yeah, the interesting thing about that card is that it's really great, even if it's your only creature, and if you have other creatures, forget about it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the fact that like they added the thing to Souls where you can exile it from your graveyard and just like pump up your squad later on. It's like, okay, here's a global +2 to your team after you've answered everything, and I'll just regain all the life and restart the game and be way too far ahead.
It turns out just doing that once is plenty powerful.
Yes.
Now, this next one is an interesting 7-drop. It's Resolute Archangel that can gain you, well, up to 19 life, I suppose.
Yeah, I was very interested in this card at first, and I think it's still a very powerful card on its own, but I think in my mind, it's just like a glorified Sarah Angel. If there's a better white card in the pack, like Sliver or even Dauntless River Marshal, I'm going to pick it over this card because a lot of times like you might not get to 7 mana. It's very demanding. It's only a 4/4, so it's very easy to deal 20 damage after and kill that creature itself. So I wasn't as impressed with it afterwards.
Yeah, would you view this as a control card primarily, or?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Now this last one, Legendary Creature Angel. That's Avacyn, Guardian Angel. That is one heck of a 5-mana creature right there. What do you make of Avacyn?
This card blew Sarah Angel out of the water. This card is like everything you could ask for and more. It has 1 more toughness. It's a little harder to cast, but then it has 2 insane abilities that just, if you ever untap with an Avacyn in the board, it'll be almost as hard to win as it would be with a Soul of Theros in play.
Yeah, you know, one of the things that occurred to me when I first read Avacyn was that she's got all these great abilities down there, but you never get to use them because your opponent just dies too fast, right? Like, they can't attack into you, and you get to just hit them for 5 in the air. What a great card.
The card is very powerful.
Now, what about if you open Soul of Theros and Avacyn? You said you like Soul of Theros as the best card, but maybe there's a foil Avacyn or something, a premium Avacyn. Is it still Soul for you?
It's definitely Soul. I hope I open one every draft, and I hope I get past them somehow.
Are you going to pull the not remotely close here? Or?
Yeah, it's not.
It's not, right? That card is just the best. Real quick, white in general in Magic 2015, pretty high on your list of colors. Where does it rank?
It's slightly lower than it has been previously, but I would say it's like 2nd or 3rd in the color ranking in my mind.
Okay, so but still totally worth it to go in for Soul of Theros. You have no issues about that. All right, well, great, Jared. I certainly appreciate you taking the time, and I wish you all the luck in the tournament. You don't really need it. Let's be honest. This guy has been torn. I still can't believe you didn't play one of the Pro Tours and you still have this many points. What a great season for you. We'll see you at the World Championship, and hey, maybe we'll see you in the top 8 here. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Guys, Marshall Sutcliffe signing off from the Tournament Center.
Hi, Brian David Marshall here with Lee Shitian of MTG Mint Card. So you're coming into this Pro Tour Platinum.
Yeah.
Pretty exciting going into next season. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the blue cards in Magic 2015. That's the Pro Tour we're going to be playing. You're going to be drafting these cards, hopefully playing some of them in Standard over the weekend. Maybe not necessarily the ones we're going to talk about today. So let's take a look at some of the blue commons. I can see you're leaning here towards a limited perspective on these cards. I've heard a lot of people talking about Frostlinks.
It's like before in Zendikar, you play with Core Hookmaster, and it's just very good in tempo play. You just tap opponent's guy, and then you can pushing in damage. And yeah, this guy just did his job very well.
Yeah, and then Peel from Reality, you just make your opponent's life miserable, right?
It's like clearing 2 to 3 blockers, like.
Yeah. You just really locked them out. I'm kind of surprised. Glacial Crasher, I think maybe a lot of players playing Limited aren't, starting with that guy in there. I know I'm guilty of this. I've left him in my sideboard. Is this a really good card that I should always be playing?
I think this card just enabled the color combination of red-blue. You just this size of monster of creatures is just normally it's a sea monster which require opponent playing islands, but actually this card you can simply play your own mountain and got a huge size of creatures.
And it has trample, which is kind of like a rare. It's really rare for blue.
Yeah, and for a core set draft, you just 5/5 trample monster is normally only for green, but blue it's really good.
And this is a card. I mean, this is a card you keep in mind in your sideboard. Like sometimes your opponent's playing red, right? It doesn't have to be your mountain, right?
Yeah, it's true.
So, and then talk about Coral Barrier.
Coral Barrier, I think this card is perfect with the Convoke Film in M15. It just can help you curve out into the 6 mana for artifact guy in turn 4 by playing it turn 3.
Okay, so it gives you 2 creatures for Convoke. It's its biggest ability.
Yeah, and your opponent is normally don't want to attack into this the 1/3 wall and the token you have.
Sure. So Frostlinks, would you say best in maybe a blue-white deck?
Blue-white or blue-white deck, I think. Or some bomb-based deck, you just store the board and then you take over the game later.
Okay. Glacial Crasher, obviously a red-blue deck.
Yes.
What's the best color combination for a coral barrier?
I think it's green or white. Green and white have most Corvo cards.
Right. Okay. And you also get like the invasive species.
Yeah.
Right. With the coral barrier in blue and green. Okay. So let's talk about some of the uncommons that are available here. So, military intelligence, is it a real card for limited?
I think it's just really good. You got a constant way of card advantage. Yeah, you keep drawing cards and you keep casting creatures.
And then I guess if we go back to the common slide in our heads, like you go Frostlinks, tap your guy,
and
attack, peel from reality one of your blockers and my Frostlinks, and you can start going crazy, right? And you start digging to all these cards. Tricky thing about military intelligence, just warning people, it's a must draw. So remember this.
I'm going to draw the card.
yeah, you're like, you don't have to remind me to draw a card, but it is a must draw. So you can deck yourself with it. Like if you attack with 2 creatures, you have to draw a card.
Yes.
In Soul Artifact, how many artifacts do I need?
I think it's about 4 to 5. Basically, there are many good common artifacts in M15. There's a minor artifact theme there, and sometimes you got Oni Halter for your Corvo theme, and then you cast it, turn 2 with an artifact, and 5/5, fine, just unbeatable.
Have you ever equipped anything onto your Soul Artifact equipment?
I lose to it. My opponent is casting turn 1 Oni Halter, and then what's your deck? Turn 2. Boom, turn 4, I'm dead.
Yeah. A great card if your opponent's going to play in Soul Artifact is Into the Void. That, by the way, players at home, is the cackle of a man who likes a 2-for-1.
Yes. To return your Omni Halter or the Dust Deals in Citadel.
Yeah. First pickable card Into the Void?
I think so. The tempo is huge.
Okay. All right. Let's take a look at the rares and mythics here. I think the 2 flyers are pretty self-explanatory, right? They're just big and rare, and you want to first pick them.
Sure.
But Ether Spouts.
Ether Spout. I think this card, if you can set it up well, to lure your opponent to make some 3 or 4 attacker in one turn, and you cast this, it's basically over.
Is this a card you could see yourself first picking at a draft table?
I think so. If you 5 mana killing 3 creatures, and skip 2 or 3 draw step is really good.
All right, you've been warned. Don't attack with 3 or 4 creatures against Li Shiqian. I'm Brian David Marshall. Thanks a lot.
Hey guys, welcome to the Tournament Center. Marshall Sutcliffe. We're here in Portland, Oregon for the Pro Tour, and I've got a Pro Tour champion with me, Sean McLaren. Sean, nice haircut. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah, should I call you the Mortician?
You as well.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, so we brought you in. You have had a breakout year, to say the least. Won the Pro Tour. We want to get your opinion on some cards from the brand new set, Magic 2015. Now, we gave you black, and we asked you to pick out commons, uncommons, and rares, 3 of each. So why don't we take a look at the first set? These are the commons. Now, let's just talk about them. Like, some of these may be constructed, some of these may be limited, and maybe just your favorite cards. We'll take a look. Let's take a look at the first one. Oh, I like that pick. Rotfeaster Maggot. Talk to us a little bit about Rotfeaster Maggot.
Yeah, that Rotfeaster is one of my absolute favorite cards in the format.
I love it too.
Yeah, it's so good. Basically, the big thing about it is it's really good on defense. It blocks everything in the format, pretty much. Siege Worm gets by it, but you can combine it with something else and deal with the Siege Worm, but it blocks really nice in the format. And then I think of the Exile clause as like all upside. Like there's a lot of graveyard interaction.
Yes.
So getting their guys, like sometimes you'll exile one of their smaller guys just so they can't get it back rather than one of your bigger guys. And the Exile clause turns on the Warden card,
Right.
the 2/2 that becomes a 4/4 if there's an
Yes.
Exile card. So that's like a nice little combo. there's a lot of black cards that make you lose life, so being able to regain that is really nice with Rot Feaster.
Yeah, of course, there's also a lot of cards on your opponent's side of the battlefield that make you lose life too, right?
Yeah.
It's nice to recoup some of that. Yeah, I think that Rot Feaster makes it really good. Also, the 5 toughness is really nice, right? It dodges 2 common removal spells that you see all the time. You and I, we're on the same page on that one. Now, let's take a look at Fester Gloom. That's an interesting choice here. 2 and a black sorcery, non-black creatures get -1/-1 until end of turn. What do you make of Fester Gloom?
I wanted to kind of highlight Fester Gloom to sort of highlight the defensiveness of black. I think it's the most defensive color, and highlight how important sideboarding is in this format. I feel like often I'm drafting sort of 2 decks.
Okay.
One that's sort of to beat the aggro decks and one to beat the more controlling decks. And then I sideboard whatever I need. Like I'll often sideboard like 5 cards in this format.
Wow.
And Fester Gloom is the absolute best sideboard card. Like as many Fester Glooms as you can get for the White Spirits deck. It's like the best card against them. Kills Triplicate Spirits, kills Raise the Alarm, kills Welcome Turn, kills Leonin 3/1 thing, and
Swift Claw, yeah.
Can also attack, go into combat, and then cast it post-combat or pre-combat. It's a good card.
Yeah, it really is. Now, what about Sign in Blood? That's a card that we've had around for a while now. What do you make of it?
Well, that's sort of a great limited and great constructed card. The one on the list that can be played in both formats. I love Sign in Blood in limited. I love the card advantage in black. Like cast Typhoid Rats, Sign in Blood yourself, trade with their guys, cast Fester Gloom, cast another Sign in Blood, Rot Feaster, gain back your life that you lost. Sort of the defensive engine going. Sign in Blood sort of
making me want to draft.
Yeah. Throw some divinations in there.
Yeah. Jason's Ingenuity,
Yeah.
I'm in.
And then, of course, the standard applications. Mono Black gets another nice little tool.
Yes.
I mean, why not?
Why not? Mize.
Sort of, I think it's a little overrated right now. I think Underworld Connections is kind of trumps it, but it's a good card. It's going to show up like. That's
In
Sign
the
in Blood.
standard, for sure, yeah. All right, let's take a look at the uncommons that you chose here. Oh, you picked some good ones. I like what you chose here. So Caustic Tar is the first one.
Yeah.
What a cool card. Talk to us about Caustic Tar.
So let's go back to our nice little deck. That
I'm willing to go back there.
Cast all our Sign in Bloods, or Typhoid Rats, or removal, and we slam down Caustic Tar. We've got our wall of like Rot Feaster maggots, and we start draining them. There's nothing they can do.
No.
Just absolute inevitability in this format.
I love
Such
that.
a great card.
That's kind of
And
what I want to be doing right now.
They'll often wheel pretty late, and also a great sideboard card. Like you can side out Caustic Tar a lot when you'd rather just have a creature against the aggro decks. And if you have a couple Caustic Tars against the slower decks, throw them both in.
Now, would you consider Caustic Tar in an aggressive deck as sort of a curve topper?
Yeah, definitely. It's a great way to top out the curve. I mean, especially if you're up against like a matchup where they have a lot of removal, like what I'm trying to draft most of the time, then Caustic Tar gets around that, and there's nothing they can do.
Yeah. Now, what about Ulcerate, speaking of removal?
Ulcerate, a card I've been valuing really highly. Obviously, it's a removal spell. It's really cheap. It gets the job done. It's great in combat. You can sort of trade up your smaller guys for their bigger guys by casting Ulcerate when they're attacking or blocking.
You mentioned Siege Worm.
Yeah. Ulcerate shrinks it down, makes anything kill it, basically.
Makes your Rot Feaster maggots better because you get the life back.
Yeah.
And what about this last one? By the way, this deck we're outlining here is fantastic. We have Gravedigger.
Gravedigger, I bring up because one of my favorite strategies is black-green with sort of a dredge sort of feel, like Satyr Wayfinder or the Necromancer's Assistant, and then sort of start milling yourself, maybe return your Satyr Wayfinders with some of the green creatures that bounce creatures back, recast them, and then throw in a couple more restocks in there, and basically be able to search for your bombs if you have any. It's a nice theme. I like it.
Yeah, and Gravedigger, such value. You gotta love that. All right, let's get to the big hitters here. The rares and mythic rares. You picked Soul of Innistrad. Where does this rank on the list of the souls for you?
I think it actually has the potential to be the best soul in Constructed.
In Constructed?
Yeah. In Limited, it's more like, well, I opened a soul, I'm taking it. I don't have to rank them. They're all good.
Yeah.
But probably on the weaker side for Limited. But in Constructed, I think it has the potential to be the best soul.
What's the idea? To just discard it, or is it
to right now to cast like Grizzly Salvage and whatever that other one
Commune
is.
with the Gods.
Yeah, Commune with the Gods, that sort of thing. Mill Soul of Innistrad, then use it to return up to 3 other creatures, including possibly another Soul of Innistrad.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
pretty much an unbeatable value engine that can even compete with like the likes of Sphinx's Revelation or
Yeah.
anything like that.
Yeah, because you're drawing pure spells with that. That's incredible.
And also a potential trump in the late game of like a mono black type mirror sort of thing going on.
Yeah. Now, what about Stain the Mind? We've seen a lot of cards like this printed over the last few years. This one has Convoke. What do you think about Stain the Mind?
I think it's an interesting card. More tools for mono black if they want it. I'm not a big fan of cranial extractions, but it's interesting that it exists.
Yes, I think so too. Now, this last one, whew, it's pretty scary.
Yeah.
Ob Nixilis Unshackled, we see that says whenever an opponent searches his or her library, that's not a thing that we normally think of, right? You don't think about it. What applications do you see for Ob Nixilis?
That is a super powerful effect. Sacrifice a creature and lose 10 life.
10 life?
Okay, I've had it in Limited, and it's obviously really powerful, but I'm thinking in Constructed, I'm thinking about Court of Calling.
Oh, man.
And so obviously you could play it, and then they just won't cast their Court of Callings. But what if they play their Court of Calling, and in response you cast your Court of Calling, get Ob Nixilis, and then they search up with their Court of Calling, lose 10 life?
You are not a nice person,
No.
Sean McLaren. That is brutal.
Obviously, that's the dream scenario.
Sure.
Do not attempt at home, but kind of interesting. Also, possibly in Modern, it could be a pod target.
Sure.
The pod mirror or something
I mean,
like that.
in Modern, there's so much library searching just in general
Yeah,
because of
it
the mana
turns off
bases.
fetch lands, that sort
Yeah.
of thing.
10 life. Like, it doesn't need to happen that many
Yeah.
times before your opponent just dies. I'm definitely going to have my eye on
Yeah.
Ob Nixilis as well.
I mean, it's very unlikely, but it's a long shot. It'd be awesome if he ever sees any play.
Yeah, I think that these are really interesting ones that you picked out here. I'm really going to have my eye on that Soul of Innistrad for that grindy scenario that you mentioned before. Sean, thanks a lot for taking the time to hang out with us for a few minutes. And of course, good luck in the tournament. We'll see you at the World Championship as well. Guys, for Sean McLaren, Marshall Sutcliffe signing off from the Tournament Center.
Welcome back to the Pro Tour. I'm Rashad Miller. I'm here with Hall of Famer Randy Buehler. We got some 4 great matches, and we're headed standard. We just watched some drafts, and if you didn't know or didn't get a chance to get involved, we let you guys decide which of the 4 matches we were going to feature on our video table. Just go through the matches that we have. First, we have Raphael Levy versus Alex Doris, and that's going to be a red deck, which I'm not going to name, versus blue-white. Why don't you talk a little bit about how those 2 decks and how they're going to interact?
I really like the Levy deck, which is basically Team Revolution is playing a red aggro deck. And they're not just playing any red aggro deck. I'm going to call it Rabble Red. See if it's stick. You don't like it? It's Goblin Rabble Master.
Okay.
Have you seen Goblin Rabble Master?
I
that
have
guy's
seen
cool.
I
and
drafted
awesome.
it last night.
And apparently powerful enough to maybe the Team Revolution is basically all running them. We've also got Jeremy Desani in the feature match area, who's also on the Rabble Red deck. So those guys looked at M15 and they said, all right, Goblin Rabble Master, stoke the fire, and that's what we're going to put into the red aggro shell. So the creature heavy version of the red deck, and that's what they're lined up ready to go with.
Right. And you just mentioned that Jeremy Desani is also playing that deck. He's going to playing against Robert Yurkovich, and that's our King of the Hill match. Our text match, which you can read about on dailymtg.com, is David Ochoa versus Pat Cox, and
a good one.
That's going to be Black Devotion. Not sure if it's mono black.
It's got like Nick's Fleece. It's got a little bit of white in the sideboard.
Yeah, a little bit of white.
The main deck is mono black.
Just a scant bit of white. And Pat Cox is going with green-white aggro. Now, the match that you guys want to see, Bob Maurer, Craig Wesco, Burrows, green, white. Well, no, which one do you think? Which one do you think Craig Wesco's playing? 'Cause they both have white. They both have white.
I'm going to guess Wesco's on the green-white aggro.
I got a secret to tell. He already knew.
Well, I also knew that a lot of the Team Channel Fireball team is running a red aggro deck. So Revolution goes with red aggro, Rabble red. Team Channel Fireball also goes with the red deck, although they do not have the Rabble Master attack. They do have Stoke the Flames, though.
All right, so it looks like the players are ready to go. So let's head into round 4 of Pro Tour Magic 2015. All right, welcome to round 4 of Pro Tour Magic 2015. I'm Rashad Miller. I'm joined by Hall of Famer Randy Buehler, and we're about to watch another Hall of Famer.
Indeed. Yeah, I talked to Bob Maher yesterday. People were registering, kind of hanging out. And, Thursday at the Pro Tour is always awesome. Old friends saying hi, haven't seen each other in a while. And, the crowd around Bob, Bob did not look confident. He did not look like a man that expected to have a good weekend, and yet he 3-0'd the draft.
Yep, and there is
Ran the table.
Yep, his opponent, Craig Wesco, Pro Tour champion. And we are going to watch some Boros action versus green-white aggro as we lead off with a Fire Drinker Satyr.
Yeah, a lot of the Channel Fireball guys, not all of them, but a lot of them are running a fairly aggressive red deck. They got the splash of white for Chain to the Rocks and Boros Charm, so it's not mono red, but it's sort of creature-based red aggro deck. Boros, really.
Right, and so we are going to have a couple of creature-based aggro decks going off, but one of them's got some burn spells, so is that going to push it over the edge in this matchup, or is green-white a little too big as Fire Drinker Satyr offers to trade?
I mean, we'll find out. You've described the distinction super well. Green gives Craig better creatures, but Bob's got the ability to remove. I mean, I think that if Craig gets the time to summon his fatties, it's edge him. So, I mean, it's sort of a who's the beatdown moment, right? I think both players probably realize Bob is actually the beatdown here. He's the one who needs to come out and try to close the game relatively quickly before Loxodon Smiter, Advent of the Worm, a Johnny Caller of the Pride, before sort of the fatty boom booms come down from Wesco.
Now, Bob is really in a tank here. Did he not consider that this block was going to happen before he attacked?
He wasn't sure. I think that, look, the truth is Bob runs one of the largest Magic distributors, right? He doesn't play as much Magic as he did 10 years ago. And, I mean, he's still learning all the ins and outs of how these matchups work out. So, I mean, I think you will see a fairly deliberate pace of play from Bob because, he's trying to shake off the rust, and, the 3-0 start in Limited is exactly what he needed to get his tournament kick-started.
Right, so a voice of resurgence for Craig Wesco. And there was a Rumbleback Mako that was able to help Fire Drinker Satyr win
effectively
that.
traded for the experiment one.
Yeah. Third land for Bob.
The beta basic lands, to the surprise of absolutely no one.
Well, what else would you put a Chain of Rocks on?
A beta mountain?
You can't just put it on like a Visions mountain. So there's Chain of Rocks. It's going to take out the Voice of Resurgence. It's not going to leave a token behind, which is obviously a great upside. And he's able to crack in for 1, 2, 3, 4.
And another creature.
Get a good look at Craig Wesco's hand there. He's holding a couple of Loxodon Smiters. And speaking of Fatty Boom Booms from the green-white deck, this is not the type of creature that Red usually likes to have to deal with. But 4 damage is a lot more attainable now for Red. You look at Bob Maher's hand, he has a land. You can probably see what that second card was.
Foundry Street Denizen Chained to the Rocks? That doesn't sound right.
It might be, it's probably a Denizen.
Yeah,
Right,
just
so-
the Foundry Street Denizen.
So he does 1 to me when it pumps, putting me to 15.
Yep, so he's attacking and pumping his Fire Drinker Satyr. That's gonna,
7.
9.
that's 7 damage. Craig Wesco's gonna go down to 9. And there is the Denizen we were just talking about. That's gonna leave just a Battlefield Forge for Bob Maher, which
So
is...
Wesco chose not to block there? Or what is the creature that...
Firefish Striker.
Oh, that's Firefish Striker.
Firefish Striker stopped it from blocking because of Battalion.
That makes sense. There you go.
So Soldier of the Pantheon comes down for Craig Wesco. And
yeah, the life gain kicking in.
Yeah, not only the life gain, but the protection from multicolor means that the Rakdos Calculator can't get in anymore. Unless Fire Drinker Striker, Firefish Striker targets it with this Battalion ability. But that's still something to consider, because even if that's the creature he chooses, there's 2 4/4s back there.
That's exactly right. 3 potentially powerful blockers, which is a little more than the Firefish Striker can deal with all by himself. What did Bob draw this turn?
Not sure, but...
Another Satyr?
1 mana, and it is a Satyr. So that's going to pump the Foundry Street Denizen. And in typical Boros fashion, put him in a red zone, think about it later.
Smiter can't block.
So the Smiter will not be able to block, but still a couple of good blocks there for Craig Wesco.
Yeah, the Soldier clearly eats the Cackler. It's just, who does the Smiter want to take down?
Smiter can jump in front of the Drinker. Satyr,
Yeah, he could deal 4 damage that way, but Craig's more worried about his ability to block next turn. So he's going to try to take out he's going to try to take out the Striker.
So there's a pump on the Fire Drinker Satyr.
Yeah.
That's going to bring Mar down to 14. Also going to bring Craig.
Yeah, he deals 5 here, right? Because the Denizen got the pump from the pre-combat Satyr.
Yep, he's down to 2, but the creature count is now equal, and Craig Wesco can block with all of them.
With no Striker, Bob is done with the attacking portion of the game, I think.
Is it?
It is top deck of burn spell time. He's got Boros Charm. He's got Stoke the Flames. He's got Chandra's Phoenix, who could fly over.
A lot of reach over for Bob Maher, but of course, that's what Boros does.
Yeah, I mean, the creature version of this doesn't have as much reach as, say, the Boros Burn deck, which can run, 20 or 30 burn spells. But yeah, he's basically playing to about 10 win the game on the spot outs.
Make him double strike.
Oh my!
Is this lethal?
Pretty sure that doesn't.
It's not like Satyr can soak up any damage.
No, the Satyr basically cannot block.
4,
and that's
8, 12, 14.
That's 14 on the nose.
Wow.
And a Johnny Caller of the Pride steals a game for Craig Wesco.
4 Exactsies.
That's usually not how you...
Come on, Rabbit Hunt. What was on top of the deck? What was on top of the deck?
He's not going to let us see.
He's not going to show us?
No.
All right.
Oh, come on.
Oh, he looked.
Did he?
I couldn't see.
But man, that's not how you draw up the the red versus green-white matchup. But we will be looking in on another match right after these messages.
Hunt bigger game by playing at a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros. Upcoming Grand Prix include Portland, Utrecht, Sydney, Kobe, Salt Lake City, Orlando, and Shanghai. Visit wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule. Standard is the name of the game at Magic 2015 Game Day. Put what you've learned from watching the Pro Tour into action on August 9th and 10th at your local game store. Visit wizards.com/Magic Game Day for more information.
All right, welcome back. This is round 4, and we are going to take a live look in on the match between David Ochoa and Pat Cox. Looks like they...
Oh, were you in table C?
Yeah, it looks like... Actually, it looks
Alex
like
Garris
they
and Ralph
have
Levy,
just finished up that game. So we are instead going to take a look at Rafael Levy versus Alex Darras. And this is another Rabble Red deck.
Indeed. Well, the first one we've seen on camera.
Oh, yeah. This is a Rabble Red deck, and he's playing against Alex Darras, who is blue-white control. You have a Jace, Architect of Thought on the battlefield, 2 counters, a lot of land over on Alex's side. Has a Detention Sphere, can't quite see what's underneath, but it looks like this game has gone on for quite a bit.
Yeah, 8 lands for the blue-white control player and 3 mountains for the red deck.
And that's not where you want to be
No.
if you're the red deck.
I mean, it depends on the life totals. If Alex's life total is... He's on 6, okay. So Levy needs to draw some burn.
6 points of burn, probably.
Doable.
Yeah, it's doable, but at
Two
least 2
lightning
cards.
strikes, right?
Two
Yeah, it's
lightning
2 cards,
strikes,
for
maybe
sure.
a Stoke the Flames and Chandra, little combination there. Any combination of 6 that can possibly get through.
Now, grip full of cards for Alex Darris, though, including Sphinx's Revelation.
Yeah, that Sphinx's Revelation is pretty much game over for this game state if you're a mono red player.
Yeah, he's going to also... Everybody else is sideboarding, though, so...
Little pump fake there from Alex, and he's gonna...
He's just gonna main phase?
Do it right. This could be during upkeep.
Oh,
it might have been a pass and then upkeep.
5 cards, 5 life.
Which one of those?
If he did
are
it
more-
main phase, he'd have to discard. It must have been upkeep.
Right,
He's
this
got like
is-
10 cards in his hand now.
Right, and Raphael Levy just passes the turn.
He's got like 2 cards in his hand?
He has about 3 or 4.
It is hard to stitch together the scenario where Raph Levy wins from here.
Right, he has 4 cards. He has a lightning strike.
You know
and-
what can win it from here?
What?
Like an uninjured Rabble Master. I mean, the odds of it going unanswered are pretty small, but that's like if he could stick 1 card, only takes a couple turns. Rabble Master adds, it does 1, then it does 4, then it does 7.
That is true, but when your opponent, drew 5 cards and he's starting his turn with 9 cards in hand, you'd have to think that he's going to save 1 for the occasional creature that could hit the battlefield. You'd think. You'd
think. We talked about Levy playing this in the feature match area. Jeremy Desani, who is off to a great start in his effort to clinch the Player of the Year race. He's 3-0 so far today, and he has trusted his fate to this Rabble Red deck as well.
Right, so this 6 mana looks like it's going to be an Elspeth because that is in Alex's hand. He also has a Dissolve and mana left over to cast that. So I think Raphael might have just been waiting for the win condition to hit the table. Oh, he's still got a little fight in him. A lightning strike is going to, I can only imagine, be redirected at Elspeth.
Good news for Jeremy Desani fans, by the way. His game 1 against Blue White Control went a little better than this one is going for Levy. So Desani's up a game in sideboarding.
Yeah, I mean, the game can, in a lot of ways, be determined very early in the game, But once you get to the one side of the board has a bunch of resources, being cards in hand, land in play, and a healthy life total, a double-digit life total. It's hard for the red deck to remount an assault on, again, I mean, it's an uphill battle.
It is one of the good things about playing Blue-White, though, and I being a little facetious here, but you spend more of your time winning than losing.
That's true.
Of the amount of time you pilot a Blue-White controlled deck, you're winning for fully like 80% of the, clock time or turns that you're playing.
And when you are actually losing or when you lose,
Yeah, the
it's
game
really
ends.
fast. It's just
Yeah,
done.
you lose on turn 4, turn 5, then you shuffle up and run it again.
There's no close ones. There's a divination. So 2 more cards added to Alex Dara's economy of a grip full of cards. Counts up 9 in his hand. All right, so we're pretty sure game 1 is going to be done, and Alex is going to take that one. We'll let you know, but right now we're going to head back to our main table, which is Bob Maher versus Craig Wesco. Craig Wesco is leading with that stolen game almost, thanks to Johnny Collar to Pride.
Yeah, no, it was definitely at the tipping point, right? I thought Bob had a 1 or 2 turn window to draw any burn spell or even a Chandra's Phoenix. But yeah, Johnny came down and double strike. Closed that window before anything could blow in through it.
So we have dueling 1-drops. We have a Foundry Street Denizen over for Bob Maher and an Experiment 1 played off of a Mana Confluence. Now, is Mana Confluence that big of a deal in this matchup? Are the life losses, are they going to add up? And
This is the one matchup where Craig regrets the fact that he's running Mana Confluence. I mean, I think the green-white aggro deck needs lands that come into play untapped, so it makes sense. You know, the fact that that card exists is one of the reasons you can run a green-white aggro deck nowadays
And
with all the color commitments. The only problem is, yeah, sometimes you run into the red deck and
Yeah.
it starts to sting a little.
Yeah, so Experiment 1, again, does the same job he did last game, which is jump in front of whatever the first creature Bob Mara plays, and this time
Right.
he actually successfully trades.
Fleecemane Lion is not a small man.
Yeah, Fleecemane Lion,
I mean-
Lion 3/3.
I guess not really a man either, but
Yeah, it's kind of a cat.
kind of.
It's exactly a cat.
Oh, Jeremy Tizani is now facing off against a Fleecemane Ram in his game, too. Or Nick's Fleece Ram.
Is that the 05 sheep?
Yeah.
That gains 1 life?
Yeah,
each
yeah,
round?
yeah. The one you sideboard in case you run into the red aggro deck.
Excellent.
Found a home. But in comes the Firefish Striker. No fear. A lot of times when you're playing red, you have to you have to get in your points any way that you can. But
Bob is one confident player, too. Like, he is...
Is your cat stronger than my cat?
Yeah, Rumble Belt Mock is the obvious trick that Bob was representing. I was hanging out watching the Hall of Fame announcement with John Finkel, actually, and he was talking about how Bob Maher is the most confident person making mistakes in the history of the game. Like, he'll make a mistake, you cannot tell.
Well,
like,
is it
even
because
when he
he thinks he's
realizes
right?
it. Well, no, it doesn't matter if he thinks, like, often he'll figure out that he was wrong, but he doesn't betray it. But, like, everything he does, he's completely convinced from his body language, right? He looks confident, like he's always got it. Even if he doesn't know what it is that he's supposed to have, he looks like he's got it.
all right, so Craig Wesco gets the fatty boom boom train
Yep.
rolling with the Loxodon Slider, which is going to be a big stop sign for both of the threats that Bob Maher has. So here's 3 mana, and Banishing Light. Thanks, Boros White Splash. In goes the Firefish Striker. It's only for 1. But at least the threat and hindrance of the 4/4 blocker is out of the play.
By the way, that Nick's Fleece Ram has some friends.
Really?
Now there's 3 of them in play against Jeremy Tizani. 2 Rabble Masters, though. Maybe Rabble Master can beat that. Then if nobody else does anything ever,
yeah,
the
I
Rabble
mean,
Masters get there eventually.
Yeah, and the stalemate.
It's Robert Yurkovich on the blue-white side of that.
Right, so just a land and pass for Craig Wesco, and it's back over to Mar. Not a lot going on in this game.
4 cards, right? Yes.
Usually we see a lot of action.
I mean,
Mostly-
Craig's got a bunch of green cards and can only really do one thing a turn.
Yeah, and he did leave 4 mana up.
Yeah, well, if it's 3 planes and a mana confluence, so... I mean, at instant speed, he's got stuff he can do.
Right.
He can Charm to make a guy. He can Skylasher.
He does. Does he have Advent of the Worm?
He does. He does.
But that is double green, I believe. Correct.
Indeed. All right, Skylasher.
Is that Skylasher?
It is.
Skylasher. Is this out of the sideboard, or is this a
No effects.
Good question.
Is this a main deck 2/2, or are we just playing the?
I mean, you'd want it in this matchup either way, right?
Yeah, just something that's stepping away.
It's out of the sideboard.
I pass.
Both the Skylasher and the Testing Tactics that he's also holding are both out of the sideboard.
Yeah.
Testing Tactics is a nice one for this matchup. If he had more green mana. I mean, Craig's really pinched by the fact that he's got 3 planes.
Mm-hmm.
You have 2 cards? 2 cards.
But yeah, I mean, you'd play Grizzly Bear against this deck if you had it.
Especially an instant Grizzly Bear.
Yeah,
that,
yeah. That is what he's playing.
Yeah, it's now a removal spell.
Yep.
Could have jumped in the
Sometimes.
way of that Mutavault, but actually values being able to block more than anything else in the world right now. There's a second, well, there's the second Loxodon Smiter. The first one's underneath the Banishing Light.
Bob jokes that the City of Brass is dealing more damage than he is.
Well, Craig's down to 11, and
I
there
know.
haven't been a lot of attacks in there.
Speaking of the new City of Brass, Bob's got one too.
I'm going to attempt to stoke this guy.
Ooh, Stoke the Flame.
1 card left.
There's just a white left for Craig Wesco.
Yeah, I know.
Kind of
It's-
pump faked it, but
Take a
Right.
damage.
there's
Activate
not.
the
What is there
Now we're both on it.
available in that slot?
Text that.
I mean, there's cards, right? Not in this list, I don't think. But Bob doesn't know the list.
The Mutavault crashes in for 2.
And 1. 1 to Bob from the Manacom Phillips. 2 to Craig.
Worth it.
Definitely. Craig draws Sunblade Elf. There's another M15 card for you.
Yeah, he's holding on to. He's got the charm. He's
again got
tactics.
4 green cards and only 1 green mana.
And that green mana
It's
does
kinda
1
awkward.
point of damage to him every time he
Yep.
uses it.
Bob, I believe, is sitting on a Magma Spray and whatever he drew this turn.
Was that a slight pause and read from? You think he had to? What does this card do?
No, I did see him consulting notes for sideboarding. Like as we were cutting away to the promo, he had a piece of paper with sideboarding instructions printed out.
Well, that's
I mean,
just
this
being
is-
prepared.
As opposed to making myself look like an idiot on camera, I need to ask a judge a question.
Uh-oh. Bob.
Oh, Mogus's Warhound is what he drew.
He needs some clarification.
What happens if he puts it on Mutavault? I think that's got to be the line, right? He can activate Mutavault, put the Warhound on, because it falls off when
Yeah.
the Mutavault goes back to being a creature.
Yep,
or a
falls
land.
off and he gets a 2/2.
Yeah. He's going to check.
So a little bit better than Griffin Guide. I hear it being called Griffin Guide a lot, but
Sure.
you don't get the 2/2 if you put it on a Mutavault from
Mutavault.
Griffin Guide.
Still Mogus Warhound.
Right, so that Warhound is, there you see it, well, there you saw
Sorry,
it.
I'll bring it back.
It'll be back.
Yep.
There it is, one of the bestow creatures that we got from the fabulous set
I
that
just
we
wanted to
were
make sure I
just
understood how it
in.
worked before something
All
worse
right, so
happened.
I'm going to ask.
Yeah. So
At the end of the turn,
when it turns back
this
into a land,
becomes just a creature.
In the cleanup step, yes.
So just getting some clarification. It's going to happen
Both players
during-
had the same question. It's a
Yep.
reasonable question.
send it in for 4.
Craig has the Celestian Charm, though, right? So he can, by putting the Warhound on, Greg can actually kill the Mutavault, although still,
1 card.
the Warhound will hang out.
Exactly. It can also,
It's
it
gotta
can't
be a
remove it
line.
because it's only 4 power. So the only way that charm can really interact is by making a knight and blocking. But is that good enough?
No, that's not good enough.
Well, I mean, the Mutavault is an issue.
You're just going to chump it, though? You can do that next turn. Yeah, he didn't get it to 5 power, so the charm can't kill it. All he can do is chump it.
All right, Craig Wesco just takes it.
Instead.
All right, during cleanup, it falls off.
Going to make
Oh.
a night token.
So before that happens, the Knight token is going to hit the battlefield thanks to Selesnya Charm.
My turn.
Being a little mana efficient, Craig Wesco wants to be because he only has 1 green source until he just drew a forest.
I just saw a message that Dizani has taken over King of the Hill. Did he win that game against the Nyx Fleece Rams?
How do you beat 3 Nyx Fleece
3
Rams?
Goblin Rabble Masters.
No way.
Unless Tim
You're just
Willoughby is
making this
lying
up
to me
now.
in my ear. It's not me lying. If somebody's lying, it's Tim Willoughby.
I actually trust Tim Willoughby, so it's probably correct.
3 Goblin Rabble Masters beats 3 Nyx Fleece Ram.
That
Wow.
might be the most dangerous card in your deck for me.
Would have been nice before Lava Axe myself.
Good old Mana Lava Axe. It's almost like Tarnished Citadel. After a while. A lot of thinking there. There's not a lot of action that Craig Wesco has. He can play this experiment one.
He drew a forest.
He did draw a forest.
He
So
can
now
play twice as many spells as he could on any previous turn.
That is true, but how many of those can he really play on the same turn? He's just going to play the experiment one maybe, and then he needs to save mana for...
Cetessan Tactics?
Yeah, for the Cetessan Tactics.
Sure.
No blocks.
He also has a Sunblade Elf in his
Yeah.
hand. Nice M15 edition.
All right,
that's
he
what he
runs out
goes
the
with.
Sunblade Elf. So no Cetessan Tactics this turn.
He opted on putting a couple of 2/2s on the board, alongside the 2/2 that he put on the board at the end of Bob Mara's turn. So he's got a nice little board position there. Bob does have a Magma Spray.
Yeah, he's been sitting on that for a while.
You can get rid of
been super
one of them.
relevant.
So I guess the question is it the...
I mean, there's 3 2/2s. Bob has a pair of 2/2s.
Right. One of Craig's 2/2s can pump his team. The other one can eventually regenerate and become bigger than the 2/2. But it
I
looks
think
like...
Bob's just willing to trade here. I mean, he's got Craig down to 3.
Or at least see what happens.
Yeah,
just a
content
trade.
to trade. I think that's pretty reasonable. I mean, Bob has enough burn in his deck that there's 3 points. And, I mean, it's kind of bad for Bob that the Magma Spray only deals damage to creatures.
Now, why not target the Sunblade Elf with the Magma Spray now?
Just in case.
I think he's not convinced that that's the obvious target. He'll get another window. Craig's not going to sit with 5 mana untapped for the rest of the game. In fact, Craig's not even going to attack with the Sunblade Elf.
He's playing defense with activation mana up for that Sunblade.
Indeed, yeah, he's worried about some kind of hasty something.
Well, that's a hasty something, but it also flies. Oh no, that is a. I thought it was a Charger's Phoenix, but it is not hasty, nor does
It's
it
Foundry
fly.
Street Denizen.
It's a very lowly 1/1 Foundry Street Denizen.
No blockers.
Take 2.
14.
Voice of Resurgence.
Not bad. Yeah, Bob needs a burn spell.
And any burn spell he draws.
Oh, actually, this Magma Spray is pretty good here, right? Magma Spray can take out the voice.
Yep.
It removes it from the game. It sends it to the exile zone. So you don't get a token. It didn't die. It got exiled. That's different. Which means Foundry Street Denizen can chip away. It's only 1 point, but it's not
I mean,
nothing.
that's why the Magma Spray is in this list, right? To deal with Voice of Resurgence.
Primarily.
Bob's making sure he's reading them. Will he get the voice token if I Magma Spray it? Yes or no?
Exile this. Well, try to.
So the Magma Spray is going to target
Oh,
the voice.
this is Tessin Tactics.
Tessin Tactics is going to give it +1/+1. It's going
Wow.
to untap it also, but you know. Oh no, this is the one that has Strive and
No, it has the ability to tap to deal damage,
Right.
but the voice has Summoning Sickness, right? So it doesn't actually help.
right. The voice has Summoning Sickness, so that ability is not
+1/+1, right?
usable right now.
Wow, that's a really smart attack from Bob. If Craig chooses to block, then it's a trade, and his voice will die.
Now, does Magma Spray say if this creature dies this turn?
Yes, it does. It's
So
still exiled.
It's still
Oh,
exiled.
Craig wasn't sure?
Instead.
If it dies at any point this turn, it didn't have to die from the Magma Spray damage. So, yeah, super smart attack for Bob. He was either getting the voice exiled, or he was chipping away for a point of damage. So
No, I mean, from a value standpoint, it's still a 2-for-1. It's still
2 for 2. He got the tactics.
Yeah, he did get
2
the
for 2.
tactics. It's a 2-for-2.
Down to 12.
So Sunblade Elf is continuing the beats. Mana's being
Bob
left
needs
up.
a spell.
Unleash.
That's a spell.
It is a spell. It's a 2/2.
That's going to force the Sunblade to play defense, right?
Now, I guess pumping the Sunblade is not a good option since it'll do 1 damage to Craig himself.
There's not a whole lot of difference between 2 and 1. Like, I think Craig can use it once.
Yeah.
I think that any way Bob has to deal 2 damage, or to deal 1 damage, he could probably deal 2.
All right, so Sunblade back in there. It's going to bring Mara down to 10, so it's 10-2.
Yeah, Craig drew a Celestia Charm.
Still no burn spell for Bob Mara.
Yeah.
Another Foundry Street Denizen. Really want to see those on turn 1 or turn 2. Not on turn 9, 10, where...
Bob's like, he's obviously got something. Am I supposed to not attack with my Cackler?
I certainly don't think you're just going to die.
Yeah, no, none of us put Craig on attacking.
So there is Selesnya Charm.
Yeah,
It's going
so
to make
that's
a
a
night.
trade.
Foundry Street Denizen is the follow-up.
Yeah. Sounds like Levy evened up his match at a game apiece. So, Rabble Red is now 3-1 in the feature match area.
You know what? If Rabble Red ends up at the bottom of our little graphic here, then it's official. Until then...
Look, if the Rabble Master can beat triple Nyx Fleece Ram, I'm in.
Okay, you know what?
I'm in.
That's a notch. That's 1 notch for the Rabble Master.
Oh.
Ooh, Burning Tree Emissary.
Oh, he does not want to attack. Oh, there's 5. Yeah, 5 pain-free mana makes it a lot harder to attack in the Sunblade Elf.
Couldn't quite see what Craig just drew there. Skylasher. Sensing a theme here of the instant 2/2s for
It's
for
a
gate.
lot of instant 2/2s.
Now, how aggressive does Craig Wesco
Text it.
need to be? He's at 2, so he's run out of time. Every draw step is one draw step closer to a spell that just says you deal 2 or more damage to you, Craig Wesco.
Did Bob draw Magma Spray, though?
Not sure if he has a Magma Spray in his hand.
I think that may have been his draw for the turn.
Well, if that's a Magma Spray, it seems like a great opportunity to use it right now.
Our spotter thinks it's a Magma Spray. Yeah?
There is Magma Spray. 2 damage to the Sunblade Elf.
In response.
So this is still on the side.
And so this is in response to the Skylasher. Not sure how relevant that is.
It's relevant to Setessan Tactics. It means Craig can't target the Skylasher, can't strive onto the Setessan Tactics.
There is that Setessan Tactics.
Yeah, so Setessan Tactics saves the Sunblade Elf, but there was no option to strive it onto the Skylasher as well.
So we have a 1/1 and a 2/2 attacking into a 2/2 and a 3/3 that has 2 damage.
Lock like that. Okay. Damage.
All right, so after the scrum settles, you have a Skylasher on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Bob kind of got beat there on that trade, but I can't blame him for the attack. Right? Craig had to have 2 tricks at instant speed in order to actually just win that combat, but he did.
And now we are in the Can My Skylasher race to top of your deck.
Pretty much.
It's coming.
Uh-oh.
Your turn.
That guy normally has haste somehow. Not this time.
This time it's just a 2/2 that will be attacking
Exactly how
next
you
turn.
pictured your deck playing out,
They don't have a
right?
choice.
Yeah, of course,
Mogus's Moorhound must attack each turn, if able.
It's a crazy long game for these 2 decks. Bob just drew Chain to the Rocks.
That's not quite enough, but it does
I mean,
put
you get
Craig
the
in a bad
Skylasher.
spot.
It forces him to chump block with Experiment One.
Attack.
In goes the Warhound.
Yeah, clear your 2/2 blocker. Craig
block.
has to chump block with the 1/1, and he needs to draw something right now.
And that's a Forest.
Forest
That's
does not count.
No.
It's
Yeah,
attacking.
It's not possible for Bob to mess that up. Must attack.
All right, so and Bob Meyer evens it up at 1 apiece.
Oh, sounds like we get a look in on Ochoa and Pat Cox.
All right, so this is the matchup between Black Devotion and Green White Aggro.
How many times do you think these guys played this in play testing?
Are they in the same? Aren't there like sub testing teams that they have?
Of Channel Fireball? They're both
Yeah.
Channel Fireball original.
Yeah.
I'm never quite sure I mean, Ochoa is playing Magic constantly.
Right. Well, you know what? Ochoa was actually at the GP.
He did go to
Yeah,
Boston.
he was in Boston, so he might not have been able to do as much practice with
That's a
Pat
good point.
Cox as we would have thought. So it looks like we have a Pat Rack in play. The Pack Rack train is a rolling.
Yeah, that's Ochoa's side of the board.
Yep, and they are
Just so that he's ready to play.
swinging into a Fleecebane line. No fear. And they also don't have fear.
Well, he's got a Mutavault, so he can pump the Pack Rats up by activating the Mutavault. He can pump the Pack Rats up by paying 3 mana and making another Pack Rat. And yeah.
So this is just a chump block.
Cox is just going to force him to do that. I mean, what's he supposed to do? Just take 8?
I don't know if taking 8 is even an option. Looks like a lot of action is going on in that life pad. Not sure what the life totals are. It looks like someone's at 13.
That
and
appears to be Ochoa's last card out of his hand, by the way. So now there's 4 rats.
4
and
rats.
yeah, Fleecebane is a chump blocker. Pat Cox down to 3, so that was a lethal attack if he hadn't chump blocked. And there's the handshake.
Yep, that was a quick look in. But Mono Black Aggro does what it does. Well, Mono Black Devotion does what it does is play a Pack Rat and then ride it to victory. Even though they're kind of small, I don't know how you can
Ride a
up.
pack rat?
Yeah, saddle up on the pack rat. I guess they get bigger when you have like 4 or 5 of them. A 4-4 pack rat.
Still seems hard to put a saddle on it and ride it to victory.
I think a 4-4 one you can actually sit on because it's 4-4. All right, so we're gonna take a look at our last other match that's still going on, which is Rafael Levy versus Alex Dars. And I'm pretty sure Dars won that first game.
But Levy won the second, so it's game 3.
Yep, so this is game 3, and we have a Jace Architect of Thought versus a couple of 1-1s. So that's not a fair fight.
Dars is on 16, yeah. Looks like Levy stopped playing lands at 2, is what this board state looks like to me.
There's a temple.
He blew a Titan Strength, I guess?
Well, I'm sure he was looking for another land.
Right.
So Alex is considering where to put this Dissolve. He's in a pretty good position where Dissolve is getting better and better, especially if he's able to stop whatever new threats Rafael can put on the board. Because right
it
now,
looks like Jace came down on turn 4, it ticked up. Levy did probably an upkeep Titan Strength, dealt 3 damage to Jace, 4 minus the 1, obviously, and scryed. But Levy's still unable to find land number 3.
yeah, and right now those denizens aren't going to deal any damage unless they are joined by a red creature, and then they'll deal 1. Mutavault will do 1 damage.
Yeah.
Thanks to the tick-up ability from Jace Architect of
It's a
Thought.
There's a Mutavault on the other side of the board, though.
Yeah, so probably no attacking is going to happen.
Jace seems pretty good against Rabble Master.
Oh, it's very good against Rabble Master. All right, Rafael just passes the turn, but he has an upkeep effect, and it looks like that's a Skull Crack.
That'll kill Jace if it resolves, right?
I think that's the plan. There's a Dissolve sitting on top of Alex's deck, but that's not going to help him now. Not sure if there's a counterspell over for Alex, but we are going to leave you with that little cliffhanger as we head back to Game 3 between Bob Maher and Craig Wesco.
Okay, guys, good to go. Thank you.
Spoiler alert, Jace is still alive. All right, so here we go. Experiment 1 for the 3rd game in a row. Will it be the delegate of jump in front of the first 1-drop yet again?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this. Craig's deck has the bigger creatures, so if he can trade, he has the better late game because he has the bigger creatures.
Yep, and there's a Denizen over for Rob Maher. But now Craig Wesco has a chance to make his Experiment 1 a 2-2.
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, Craig has the bigger creatures up and down the curve.
18.
The drawback to Craig's deck, though, his mana is worse because he's just more 2-color.
Yeah.
Bob is almost mono red. He's just got some Chain to the Rocks and a couple of Boros Charms. That's his entire white splash. Craig isn't really splashing a color. He's just solidly 2-color. So many of his cards are like the Fleecemane Lion. They're just 2-color.
So Magma Spray is going to take out an Experiment 1. That's going to leave a Fleecemane Lion still behind.
Oh, my.
But that guy's gone too, thanks to Chain to the Rocks. Kind of like leashed to the rocks when it's a cat. Denizen gets in for 1. Not a big attack for Bob Maher, but
it's a great turn though.
It is a
2
great,
mana and got rid of 2 creatures.
2 hard to deal with creatures. Well, they didn't seem too hard to deal with that turn, but they could have been. Speaking of hard to deal with, Voice of Resurgence.
Yeah, Bob already used his Magma Spray. Does he have another one?
He used 2 of his great Voice of Resurgence answers already.
Wow.
But he does have a second Magma Spray.
That's got to be the play here, right? Yeah. Magma Spray the Voice.
Yep, that's exactly the play the Voice.
It is exiled.
It's going to
not
get
actually
exiled.
Go to the graveyard. Well, I guess that's his exile zone. He doesn't have a graveyard.
I take 116, attack you for 2.
That's true. So he gets to attack for 2 because he plays another Foundry Street Denizen. Triggers that up to a 2-1. And we are all tied up. Oh, well, Mana Confluence, 16-17.
Oh, Craig's got God's Willing. That's why he was bluffing the other game. You shouldn't bluff the card if you don't want your opponent to know you have it.
Right. But, you know, you're sitting across from Craig Wesco. You've got to know there's a God's Willing, there's Brave the Elements, there's something.
Apparently Setessan Tactics.
That too. Another Experiment 1, and another Fleecemane Lion. Just rebuys on his last board position. And it's still good enough for what Bob Mara has in play. I think he's all out of answers in his hand. Nothing but a little suboptimal creatures, but he's tapping that mountain.
Ooh, Stoke the Flames. Invoke, he can cast it.
Oh, does it? Did he just pick up a Stoke? Oh, he
He's
does
had
have
it.
Stoke.
He's had it. He's also got the Firefish Striker. Oh, man, he's one short of just convoking with everybody.
I don't think they're going anywhere.
He's probably more...
If you had a third land here, though, that'd be a pretty nice turn, right? Play the Firefish Striker,
Yeah.
play the land, tap 3 creatures in 1 land to kill your Fleece Mane.
Yeah, maybe even pass the turn. And
Maybe. Stoke the Flame seems like a real card.
I'm liking it. I mean, I thought that just 4 damage for 4 was a good deal anyway. A good enough deal.
Mm-hmm.
So now Craig Resco's primary defense is a little shattered because he's not going to be able to block the way that he wants to anymore.
Sounds like Daros just cast a Sphinx's Revelation, and Levy's still looking for land number 3.
How long before Levy just extends the hand, or is he going to try to drag it out and get a little bit more camera time after this one? Oh, this might be Blinding Light. Banishing Light. Ooh, Banishing Light on the Chain Rocks. That's going to net him a Fleece Mane Lion and another counter on his Experiment one. So the old 2-for-1?
Take it.
And with 2 3/3s.
It's a lot closer to a 1-for-1. He basically summoned a Fleece Mane Lion.
Yeah. But he also got rid of a Chain Rocks. We don't need to get into...
You and I have had this conversation before.
Yeah, card economy, card advantage, potatoes, tomatoes, whatever.
Yeah, the bigger creatures from the green-white deck look like they may take over this game. Stoke the Flames can get 1 of those lions.
But at the cost of not being able to attack. And even if one of those lions hits the graveyard, there's still 6 power worth of creatures on the battlefield, and Bob Maher is at 9. Bob played the Firefish Striker and said, hey, Craig Wesco, you can't block the way you want to. And Craig's like, all right, well, I can still attack the way I want to, right?
True. Yeah, he can attack through that line. Craig's on 17?
Craig's on 17. Attack
And
through
with
that line.
9 power in play?
Yeah. So, I mean, it's definitely not worth it to attack for 3 just because you can. That's not the way Bob's going to win this race.
Craig may have a really good deck here for this metagame. There's a lot of these red decks running around. I mean, if both Team Revolution and Team Channel Fireball are playing red aggro, green-white's a pretty good call.
I mean, this is similar to the way that he won his Pro Tour, where he was playing green-white, and he played against a lot.
Yeah, it was a field full of Burning Tree Emissary decks, right?
Yeah. He was just
Good
like,
point.
I'm bigger and better.
I was not expecting this much aggro, but I mean, if this feature match area this round is any indication, and I mean, I've seen some of the deck list. I saw more aggro when I was looking through the deck lists as well. I mean, I think this feature match 8 that we've had is fairly representative. There's a lot of people turning little red creatures sideways today.
You know, if Bob Maher decides to turn red creature sideways, it must be the right thing to do.
Denizen.
There's another Denizen, so that's going to pump his other Denizens. And Bob's going to take another damage. It's going to go down on 7 so that he can cast another Firefish Striker.
I could use this guy can't block.
All right, so Bob says he's going to try to do the damage race. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, 1 card. 1 card.
Attacks for 7 damage? No, it looks like he attacked for 8 damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I mean, the Denizen's got to 3, right?
Yeah, but that's 6. Firefish Striker. Oh, yeah. You're right. Bob is threatening lethal with his next attack.
Wow.
And
Wesco's
Craig,
threatening lethal with this one.
Well, I mean, there's 2 blockers over on Bob's side.
But then that's fewer creatures for Maher to attack back with. Tricky little board.
Well, Bob only really needs to save his Denizen, because the way he's going to win is by playing a red creature and pumping his guys.
Right.
But Bob's going to play it more conservative. He's going to double chop, take 3, go to 3.
Well, he's still got that Stoke the Flames in his hand. So he only needs to deal 5 with creatures. So yeah, any red creature does it.
One red creature exactly does it. It gives him
One
well,
red. Well,
yeah.
no, he doesn't have. He runs out of mana.
Yeah, he needs a Burning Tree Emissary.
Burning Tree Emissary.
Ah, that's not a Burning
He drew land.
He did draw land, but
So that means he can attack and stoke, but the attack is only for 3.
right. That's
Wow.
7. That's not going to be enough.
Yeah, a red creature there doesn't help unless. Yeah, exactly. Burning Tree would have done it.
Right.
Would have been a creature. Makes like 3 mana for Stoke the Flames. It's exciting.
Makes 3 mana and it deals 2 damage because of the,
Yeah.
The denizens.
Tight game.
So I think now Bob's trying to think of another way to win. I'm sure he
Right.
had Burning Tree as his out and just didn't make it.
I liked his line. I mean, it made sense.
He wasn't winning the other. He
Right.
wasn't winning the other way.
So what's his line now? Chump block, stoke your face. But then where does the last 5 come from?
Yeah, right now he has to chump block with all
He
of
has to
his
block
creatures.
3 guys? Yeah, he has
Yes.
all 3 of his creatures have to block, don't they?
He has to block all 3 of the 3/3s. He can then stoke.
Right.
Well, Stoke
But
can
then what does
also
he draw- what
take
does he
out.
draw?
Well, Stoke can take out a 3/3.
It can.
And then he can block 2 things, and
But then he doesn't
and
get to
save a creature.
Yes.
I'm
Would you
just
rather have a
thinking
1/1 though, or a Stoke the Flames pointed at Wesco's face?
probably a Stoke the Flames pointed at Westcoast.
Oh, by the way, remember how the first game ended? Johnny came down.
Okay. Is a Johnny making another? Oh, this is a different Johnny.
It's a different Johnny.
That other one was faster Johnny. This is slower Johnny.
Got it.
Johnny steadfast. He's not so eager to get into the battle zone. This is a more mellow a Johnny.
That's interesting. Oh, okay.
Okay, so he is going for the. I'm thinking about it. He was going for the triple trump, and
Kind of has to.
I'm ready for damage.
and he's gonna.
Convoke. And who are you targeting? Figuring that out. I'm just casting it.
Not sure where.
I know I'm casting it. Got to figure out who to target.
I'll target you.
All right, so that's gonna bring Craig down to 5 if it resolves.
So I go to 5.
Yep.
And then damage, you go to
1.
Yeah, I don't know what Bob can draw here.
And whatever he draws can only cost 3 mana because he's at 1 life.
And mana confluence, we're done. Yep.
And that's it. Craig Wesco takes it.
No. Oh, only you like playing a shotgun.
Bob Maher couldn't get that extra damage. Did you think? Did he miss a point somewhere? Was there a way that he could have squeezed 1 more point to at least get Craig down to 4?
I didn't see it.
And have some additional outs. I didn't see it either. All right, so we're coming back to the booth. How you doing? Rashad Miller, Randy Bueller. We're gonna be getting ready for an interview for you guys. So
Yeah, I want to hear from Craig.
Yeah, definitely.
Was he expecting to run into the red aggro match
You know
all
what?
the time?
It's every time Craig Wesco comes to a tournament.
You're like, he was just going to run that deck.
Yeah,
Didn't matter.
Either he always expects for every metagame to be, little red guys that are going to run into his big green and white creatures, or he just goes, you know what? I like white, and I'm going to play white. Maybe we'll find out. But the other matchups that we had David Ochoa versus Pat Cox, and David Ochoa won that thanks to Pack Rat. I remember saying those words a lot over the course of the last 2 or 3 Pro Tours, actually. Well, not the modern one, but the other 2. The other 2. Pack Rat isn't in modern just yet. Hasn't broken through.
See it a little bit here. and
Yeah,
there.
I'm working on something. Just wait. I'll tweet it out. Then we have Rafael Levy versus Alex Doris, and Rafael didn't have a lot of luck with the manaing, and you give blue-white a lot of time, red's not going to have a chance. And the last matchup was Robert Yurkovich versus Jeremy Tasani, and we have a new king there.
Jeremy Desani should be king of the hill, right?
Well, yes.
Jeremy Desani, king of the hill. This makes sense to me.
I think we need to get a crown now.
He's 4-0.
I was using, little
Garrick.
Garrick here, but
Sure.
I don't want someone to walk away with it. But
Okay.
yeah, triple Nick's fleece.
Triple Nick's fleece, not good enough.
Not
He's
good
human.
enough?
You know what? He's not only 4-0, he's 4-0, 8-0. He hasn't dropped a game today.
Are you sure he didn't drop a game there?
No, he beat the Knicks Fleece Rams. That was game 2.
Well, I mean, if there's ever a tiebreaker for King of the Hill for some reason, I think it should be, how many times you've actually lost a game. And Jeremy Desani just shows that he can just win games when he wants to. All right, so we're going to take it back down to the feature match area where Marshall Sutcliffe is talking with Craig Wescoe.
Hello, I'm Tim Willoughby down here in the feature match area with Craig Wescoe. Now, that was a very tense match, Craig. Not necessarily the one where you want to see your mana confluences?
Yeah, I actually boarded one out because, drawing too many of them is basically doesn't really do much.
And this is a match where there's quite a lot of potential for interaction, a lot of tricks on both sides. What's it like playing against a player like Bob Maher, who is just really difficult to read, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's a Hall of Fame. He's considered one of the best in the world, and I agree. He definitely has the experience to kind of, you don't know whether he just has lands in hands or whether, it's like he has the 2 trumps that he needs to win the game. So you really have to make sure that you don't miss any points and leave any openings. And yeah, that's kind of why that match was as tight as it was.
Yeah, it's one of those matches where there's lots of different lines. I could see just even the last couple of turns you had a Johnny. You actually had a God's Willing that you were holding back on. How much do you need to sort of weigh up being conservative against just going for it?
Yeah, well, I didn't want to go to 4 life because I figured Boros Charm or the 4-mana Convoke Flames card would be his outs to win. So I had to be careful, and I didn't want to, for instance, play the God's Willing on that last turn, and he uses a removal spell in response, and then I can't kill him this turn. And if I use the Ajani to try to plus, if his last card was Skullcrack, then he could untap and draw a lethal burn spell with the attack. So I just tried to play as conservatively as possible, make it to where no 2 cards could deal me 9 damage. So yeah, it was real close. It ended up being not relevant because he didn't have it in hand, but. You can't make those kinds of mistakes against the best players in the world.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Craig Wescoe. Congratulations. Let's see if we can keep it going. We know that you're among the best in the world when it comes to attacking with the right creatures.
I do my best.
Thank you. We'll head back to the studio now.
It's never Marshall Sutcliffe when I want it to be. I just hope, not that I have anything against Tim Willoughby, because he is awesome.
Yeah, big weekend for Craig. He's top 16 for gold. He needs gold. He doesn't have gold clinched yet.
Well, he's on his way.
Yeah, he's in good shape.
All right, so that's enough of us. We're going to send it over to the news desk so you can see what else happened during the round.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the news desk. Thanks very much to Rashad and Randy down there in the booth bringing you the first round of 5 of Standard today. Now you already know that Jeremy Desani is king of the hill. Obviously that means he's winning all the time, 4-0, 8-0. What about his #1 rival for Player of the Year, Reed Duke? Well, after losing to John Stern, beating Giacomo Fiorucci in round 2, and then losing to Alex Rochette, things did not get any easier for Reed Duke. Round 4, he was featured against Sam Black. What a terrible pairing to have to face at 1 and 2. Sam Black, one of the best players in the game, right in contention for a World Championship slot. But 2 games, Reed Duke wins that one, and he is now at 2 and 2. Now, it's worth saying, all that really counts in terms of the Player of the Year race today is that Reed gets in at 4 and 4 or better. If he doesn't make it to day 2, and Desani, is already there at 4 and 0, well, that would be pretty much it. So the first port of call for Reed is to get to 4 wins. That lets him come back tomorrow, play 8 more rounds of Magic, and remember, he only needs to beat Desani by a single point to force a Player of the Year playoff. So that's what's happening there. Now, during the lunch break, we went through the 43 players who were 3 and 0, and we've come up with a sort of best of selection for you. So why don't we look at our select 3 and 0 players now, and we'll see how they are getting on. So, as you can see there on the scoreboard, you've got Christian Seibold. He beat Brian Sondag to go to 4 and 0. Javier Dominguez, he defeated Paul Nemeth. The Zwischenzug, get it out eventually, from Magic Online. Many of you will have played against Paul Nemeth. there. David Ochoa 4-0. Now that was over teammate Patrick Cox from Team Channel Fireball. Andrew Cuneo continues the good work. He defeated Oscar Jones, but Oscar Jones will not feel at all unhappy, I'm sure, because you see him on the right there, 3-1. He wasn't qualified for this event until the very end of Grand Prix Boston last weekend, when he turned himself silver, got a Pro Tour invite, and that brings him here. And he's 3-1, having just lost to Andrew Cuneo. Then you've got Owen Turtenwald. He defeated Clyde Martin in this last round, the first round of Standard. William Jensen, a record-setting Grand Prix season, 8 Grand Prix top 8s to his name this year, but hasn't really done it at the Pro Tour. He's off to the perfect quarter of the distance start, 4-0. And Richard Reeves, well, a lot of you thinking, well, I don't know a Richard Reeves, I know a Neil Reeves. Well, that is Neil Reeves, full name Richard. And so he faced Conley Woods last round and defeated him to go to 4-0. And finally, Martin User was over Li Shi Chan. So remember, there in total are going to be round about 21, 22 players still undefeated, but those give you just some of the names who are in the top of the leaderboard right now. Well, I'm glad to say that we have our first standard deck tech of the year coming right up. And, well, who better to give you something? Well, it's just another stock list, really. Here's Brian David Marshall and Conley Woods.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tournament Center here at Pro Tour Magic 2015 here in Portland, Oregon. I am Brian David Marshall. I am joined by Conley Woods. Conley, the format standard.
It is.
Everyone's telling me, you know, that we're going to be looking at a lot of the same deck lists, and even you.
We are.
Even you resorted to another stock list. I can't believe we're doing this deck tech here.
I mean, sometimes you just have to play a stock deck and see what happens.
I mean, let's take a look at this thing. I mean, you know, Thoughtseize, Abrupt Decay, Hero's Downfall. Yeah, Silence the Believers. I'll give you Silence the Believers.
I mean, I think Silence the Believers is much better than people give it credit for whatever it's worth.
Not seeing a lot in the controller, but I mean, come on, Conley, what is this? Let's look at the next set of cards. I mean, this is.
It's removal. What do you want from removal?
Lifebane Zombie and Grey Merchant of Asphodel. You're better than this, man.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
You're better than this. I can't believe you're playing this.
I need to do well at this Pro Tour, so I had to resort to playing good cards in my deck.
I mean, 2 Grey Merchants, but. Oh, wait a minute.
A little more aggressive than you thought. A little more aggressive than you thought.
This is something like maybe a little Jundi here? I don't know. Slitherhead, Lot Left Troll.
A lot of difficult to deal with creatures.
Spiteful Return, Dreg Mangler. I've heard people saying that this is a good card right now.
It is. And I may have been playing Jared's in former decks.
Yeah.
So I've become a fan of that guy.
Okay, all right, well, let's take a look. Oh, we did go deep.
We did. We did.
Necromancer Stockpile. Talk to me about this card and what makes you want to play a stock list here.
So basically, this card got spoiled in M15, and if you read the card, you immediately have to go, well, what can I do with this? Like, it's an intriguing card to say the least. It clearly has a very powerful effect. However, it does require a lot of very specific things to go right. So as soon as you read this card, the first thing you have to do is just go look at all the zombies in Standard, right?
Right.
So you do that, and you find out that while there's not a lot of zombies, the ones that do exist are pretty good, like Lifebane Zombie and Grey Merchant. All those guys happen to be zombies. So once you have that going for you, this card becomes a lot more appealing. You try it out, and it turns out that the card itself is just absurdly powerful against a lot of archetypes like Esper, Blue-White, Mono Black. They just have a very difficult time dealing with the 2-mana enchantment.
What makes it so powerful? So I get this in play, I untap. What is that sequence like against maybe a control deck?
So you just basically start pumping out 2/2s. They come into play tapped, so they're not good at blocking, but they are going to be good on offense. And because you can do it at instant speed, you can do it at your opponent's turn. So they don't really know how many creatures you're going to have. They just know they're going to have some amount of them. In addition to that, you're drawing a card off every single creature, so you're not losing any card advantage. So this ensures that you hit your land drops, which is very important, and it ensures that you hit your key spells in a matchup. Things like Grey Merchant when they're at low lives, things like Jared when you have a full graveyard, things like that.
Your one Silence of Believers becomes easier to find?
Exactly. You find it in the late game, and you're kicking it and killing 2 or 3 things off of it, as opposed to a lot of decks where it's like, is it my top 15 cards? If not, I won't play that card this game.
Right.
So the deck gets to play a very grindy, kind of 2-2 beatdown strategy with stockpile. But all the other cards in the deck are extremely aggressive. So if you don't draw your stockpiles, you just happen to have this very aggressive green-black strategy.
And wait a minute. So let's go back and look at that previous slide. Zombie plant.
Zombie plant, yeah.
Zombie troll.
It is.
Zombie, just straight up zombie. Plant zombie.
And then the zombie elf, of
and
course.
And the zombie elf.
Of
Makes
course.
total sense. Talk to me a little bit more about these cards now that we have them in the context of
Sure.
Necromancer stockpile.
So Slitherhead is probably the worst of the bunch when you just look at it by itself. It has never really seen constructed play. I've played Dredge a million times and never played the card. It is not really good enough. But all of a sudden, once you have Lotleth Troll, which is another 2-mana engine that allows you to kind of replicate stockpile if you don't have a stockpile, and stockpile, Slitherhead just goes off the charts because not only is it a zombie that is fulfilling your requirement of discarding a creature, but you're going to get something out of the graveyard for it. Your Lotleth Troll being a 4-power guy instead of a 3-power guy is big, and then your 2/2 zombie becoming a 3/3, or your Mutavault becoming a 3/3 and being able to attack past opposing Mutavaults, and it'll stick around since it's a +1/+1 counter.
Right, that's important. People might not always know that. So if you put a counter on a land that becomes a creature, those counters will stay on the land even when it's not a creature.
Exactly. So you get to start winning Mutavault Wars in the late game, little things like that. You don't want to cast him too often unless you're like playing around a Devour Flesh or something like that. But in terms of the synergy he provides with the deck, it's really high.
Yeah, and so Lotleth Troll kind of weirdly redundant with Necromancer stockpile in the deck.
Yes, you play a very different game when you draw your Lotleth Trolls.
Right.
He's much faster, much more aggressive, much more answer me in 2 turns or you're dead, whereas Stockpile is like, I have inevitability, because Stockpile, even if they answer the Stockpile, you've probably drawn a second Stockpile, which doesn't really do anything with the first one out, but as soon as they answer, it's like, here's another Stockpile. Lotleth Troll's a lot different. It's, I want to kill you on turn 4, turn 5 if I can, but he still works with the synergies of the deck, discarding creatures, and he's a zombie himself, so if you draw him in the late game when you don't have any other creatures in your hand, you discard him and get your 2/2 and you're happy with it.
Spiteful Returned.
Probably the worst zombie in the deck, but I still like him. He gives you a little bit of reach, and he's good on a Lifebane zombie if you curve out. Turn 3 Lifebane zombie, turn 4 Spiteful Return.
Dreadmangler.
He's
Again, a
very,
card
very
people were
strong.
talking about this card coming into the tournament. What makes Dreadmangler so
Haste.
interesting?
It's just all about haste. There's not very many creatures that have haste. He attacks past Mutavault if they leave that back as a blocker. You often see people cast a Supreme Verdict or a sweeper effect of some type, and then they leave themselves vulnerable for a turn. And if you have a stockpile activation, that's a free 2/2, and then you untap and play a 3/3, that's 5 damage out of nowhere. Maybe you have a Mutavault for 7 damage. So it really punishes you if you ever tap out to like clear the board.
Right. And talk to me about Jared. Is this like your big finisher?
He is in really long games just because you can start throwing things, but just being able to rebuy him out of the graveyard by sacrificing 2 lands, you effectively get to turn lands into a zombie, and then that zombie becomes a 2/2 zombie and another card.
Right.
So it lets you exchange your resources in the late game as opposed to just playing off the top, which is pretty nice.
So let's take a look at Necromancer stockpile again.
Sure.
And just while we're here, did you give any thought to being Jundi with this? And something like Timuret seems like it has a lot of interactions with this.
Yeah,
deck.
Timuret is very good in terms of
The Murder King, in case you were
Timuret the
wondering.
Murder King, the way he interacts basically is it's 4 mana to draw a card with stockpile, because you create a 2/2 zombie and draw a card, and then you can sacrifice that zombie for a colorless and a black to return Timuret to your hand. I actually do play him in my sideboard against control strategies. I just found him to be a little too slow and clunky against all the like aggressive mono blue type
Hooray!
stuff. So I do think he's valuable. I do think he's a route you can go. He's really the only reason to truly be Jund unless you're going into other removal and things of that nature, though.
Okay, but you don't need the red to
Exactly.
have
I
him
don't
in
even
the
have
deck.
red in my deck.
Right.
So.
Okay, so let's take a look at your mana base. Let's see. Overgrown Tomb and Temple of Malady have been around
Yep.
for a little while. The new M15 card for Standard right now is Llanowar Waste.
Yep.
How big is getting another enemy colors land in there?
Always good. Urborg is another big help, which we'll talk about in a minute. But basically, it lets you play Mutavault. The deck doesn't necessarily need Mutavault. It has some synergies with it, does some cute things with it. But Mutavault's basically just a little bit of reach. And by having another dual land, you have good mana. Most of your creatures are two pips. You have a Lotleth Troll that you can't have a colorless mana for.
Right.
Dreadmangler, you only could have 1 colorless mana for. Lifebane Zombie, you can only have 1 colorless mana for. So this makes sure that you're not stumbling over forests and things of that nature.
Sure. Okay, so let's take a look. And then we see, the couple forests and swamps.
Yep.
Just because
Well, the forests are actually very important. So Urborg turns all your lands into swamps.
Sure.
And the way Jared works is you have to sacrifice a forest and a swamp to return
So you
him.
absolutely need a
So
forest.
you basically want to always use your Overgrown Tombs and your forest as the forest, and then you want to play an Urborg and use any other land basically as your swamp. So you want to sacrifice Mutavaults are going to die. You want to sacrifice Llanowar Waste. Obviously, basic swamp's fine, but you use those as your swamps, and you use your 7 forest to make sure that you actually can return Jared.
How do you run into issues with having 2 Urborgs at all?
You can if you're foolish. I may have misplayed against Neil Reeves a little bit, but that's fine. But for the most part, you're single enough cards that the second one doesn't matter much, and because of the Jared interaction, you at least have something to do with the land.
Right, so you can sack Urborg in a forest, return Jared.
And being able to play 2 or 3 Mutavaults to the board and still activate Stockpile a bunch is so important that I would not cut this.
Okay.
So,
awesome. So you're liking this deck? You feel good about it?
Yeah, I feel it's a little bit of a risk. It has some very good matchups and a couple of matchups that I would not be happy with, but I need to top 16 this Pro Tour for my goal, so I'm kind of taking a little bit of a risk and hoping I get some favorable matchups. I like the limited format a lot. I was able to 3-0 the draft, so I'm just hoping to kind of maneuver my way through the field, find some favorable matchups, squeak out a couple close ones, and see if I can find a top 8.
Okay. Well, I'm going to let you get back to playing another stock list in the standard format. For Conley Woods, this is Brian David Marshall from the Tournament Center.
All right, thank you very much to the guys there, Brian David Marshall, and of course to Conley Woods with another stock list, though it is not a stock list at all. Check that out as we go along. Hearing about some other very funky decks in the main field, hope that they're going to do well. We'll see how things go with that. But right now, I can tell you that there is one match still going, and they had a long extension. It's a blue-white mirror, and they had 10 extra minutes for a deck check earlier in the round. So they're still going. So why don't we send you off to another part of Inside R&D? And this time we're going to take a look at all the blue cards. And once we've done that, hopefully we'll be a little bit closer to the next round.
Countering spells, drawing cards, the home of Jace. It must be blue.
Blue has a couple different facets. It's the facet of sort of trickiness and responsiveness. It's definitely the reactive color with counter spells and stuff like that. But it also is a color that can interact with the board, that can bounce things and steal things, and that it has creatures of the air and the water. So it's definitely a color that sort of, helps you sort of react to the game as it goes along.
I like the card Jace the Living Guild Pact because it's such a great story moment, and everything we went through the Dragon's Maze, and then you get to see him represented on his card.
If you follow the storyline at all of Magic, you know that at the end of Return to Ravnica block, Jace became the Living Guild Pact. And so when we were making this set, when we were making a new Jace, we of course wanted him to be the Living Guild Pact. My favorite part about this card is his ultimate. We always ultimates are hard. You kind of have to find things that feel thematic, that feel in the colors, and we were kind of playing around with ideas of what it could do, and someone had the idea of Time Twister, and we were like, well, Time Twister's not really much of an ultimate. And they said, well, what if it was just for you?
One of the sort of the up-and-coming Magic artists who I've noticed since my time here has just been progressively getting more and more awesome and blowing my mind with the quality of their work and the sensitivity of it is Chase Stone, and I think Jace the Living Guild Pact is a well-deserved Planeswalker art for him. It's just awesome stuff.
David Sirlin is a fairly famous game designer and game pundit who is a big fan of rock, paper, scissors elements in games. He is, of course, one of the folks that we reached out to have some cards made. And none of us were surprised when his card came back with a rock, paper, scissors game.
Jalira came out of this idea that we wanted a cycle of legendary creatures in Magic 2015. She started off pretty similar to this as an idea of, well, what if we put polymorph on a creature? And it was a card that was a lot of fun. The one issue we had coming up with it was we were playing it in decks. We're like, well, we want to play this in some tokens so you can polymorph token into another large creature. And we kept hitting Jalira. And that was really awkward. We said, well, how are we going to solve this? And someone came up with the idea, well, what if it just said non-legendary? So it also slightly solves the problem just in case you can't get Emrakul with it, but there are plenty of really awesome creatures you can get with it, and it lets you really create a toolbox where you cast cards like Raise the Alarm, sack them, polymorph them into another large creature. You don't have to worry about hitting Jalira again.
So with this flavor, it's pretty on the nose. Like it says, you can become anything if I just put my mind to it. So she's kind of showing the cockiness of blue mages, where they're like, I'm smarter than you. I've got control of this situation.
One of the things we really like to do in core sets is make clean, simple cards that we can reuse in other products, as well as just something that doesn't have to be as esoteric as things in some of the other expansions. And so Frostlinks is a very simple card. It enters the battlefield, it taps a guy, it locks him down. This was a card that we used to do in white, and we actually had a meeting to kind of discuss this. And the decision we came up with was, well, white should have creatures that come into play, tap something for 1 turn, and blue should have ones that enter the battlefield and tap them for more than 1 turn. And so as a result, we ended up creating Frostlinks, both to help out several of the limited decks in M15 Limited, but also to just kind of establish what the color is supposed to be doing.
I get to add it to my cat deck, and when a new set comes out that I haven't worked on, so I don't know if there's any cats in it or not, I always go through and try to find something to add to my favorite casual deck.
Illusory Angel is a card that was originally in Planechase. It's, we always look for a little bit of an opportunity to bring in cards that were in kind of supplemental products that might be fun in standard, might just be fun in limited. And this one was particularly clever because of Convoke being in the set, that you need to have cast another spell, but maybe you cast that off your first couple creatures for free, and now you get to drop this huge angel on turn 3.
Another card I love is the Giant Scissors in Soul Artifact. It turns any artifact into a 5/5 creature. Now, there's all sorts of cool combos with this, such as Ornithopter, and suddenly you have a flying 5/5, or Darksteel Citadel will give you an indestructible 5/5. But the reason I like this card is we have a slightly new templating tweak where we're saying base power and toughness of 5/5. These kind of effects have confused people for years when we're trying to set something's power and toughness. But we think just that one little word that we put in there should make it a lot clearer, and the card is super fun.
So every now and then, I did the concepting on the set. So, every now and then you get a card and you're like, okay, I could make this, this kind of creature or that kind of creature. But every now and then I want to do something really weird. And this to me felt like a scientist's or mage's experiment gone terribly wrong. And one way illustrating that was, giant scissors running amok down the street, destroying the populace and everybody, running for their lives. So I like to throw that stuff in on certain cards just to, twist it.
Hello everyone, welcome back. That was Inside R&D. Part 3 on the blue cards.
It was sort of bursting out of Inside R&D with Garrick there at the end. He's like, just knocking stuff over. That big lug doesn't know his own strength.
Yeah, I loved seeing Aaron Forsyth talking about Ornithopter and Ensoul Artifact. And I remember clearly thinking when we were shooting that, that's going to turn up in the modern GP in Boston. And then there's Frank Karsten running 1 Ensoul Artifact in the main, 1 in the board, and just to see whether it would be 1 out every round or 1 in every round. And it turned out that it was 2 in every round.
Oh, interesting.
So he really liked it.
Oh.
He really liked it. So, BDM, I'm going to hand over to you for a moment
Sure.
or two while I look at some results. Talk to me about what you've seen and what you think the shape of standard over the next few rounds is going to be.
Well, there's definitely 2 approaches that people have taken to standard. There's certainly some people who've played it safe. They said, look, I don't think that M15 offers much to shake things up, and I'm going to stick with what I know. There's some people in the camp who say, well, you know what? Having these enemy pain lands available suddenly means we can do some different things. This means our black-white list has easier access to white mana. Our black control deck can be easily a white list. So people are able to play around more there. But you know what? I've been, pardon the pun, shocked by the amount of aggro and just very come out of the gates and deal 20 to you very quickly. Please don't have an answer decks.
Yeah, one of the things, I wasn't able to actually watch the feature match action, but we have it in our ears back here at the news desk. And listening to the idea that Jeremy Dezani was, with Mono Red, was beating through any number of Nyx Fleece Rams which are meant to be the reason that Mono Red's quite tough. And it was like, no, I'm going to beat you anyway. And Dazani is currently king of the hill at 4-0.
Good on him. That would be a nice way to go to end the season on a King of the Hill run. Yeah, 2 different types of red decks we've seen so far. We've seen like a very one-drop focused red deck with a little bit of a Boros splash. We just saw Bob Maher playing that deck. And then we've seen something that gets a little more, Rabble Red, I think is what Randy referred to the deck as, with Goblin Rabble Masters, and maybe going a tiny bit inching a little further up the curve and getting a little more value there.
And that's where Dazani went, and I believe he had 2 Rabble Rousers to actually get there, to get you going through.
Yeah.
So that's what got him past those.
I have seen, we just saw Necromancer Stockpile.
Yes, which is not a stock list.
Not a stock list by any means. I hope no one turned off oh great, mono black, click. No one's going to do that with Conley. They know he's got something up his sleeve. Obelisk of Erd.
Okay, so that's rare, 6-drop. Your guys you choose a creature type.
Right.
And then they all get +2/+2.
Yes, and it has Convoke.
Right.
So there is an Obelisk of Erd deck in the room. Soldier deck, we might see some fleets launched.
Launch the Fleet Soldiers Erd. Wow.
Yes.
That sounds exciting. We should get that in for a deck tech if we can.
Or so I've heard, anyway. What?
Nothing.
Don't make fun of my Brooklyn accent.
I wouldn't dream of it. Wouldn't dream of it. Now, I want to ask you, when we got to the top 8 of the last Pro Tour, we ended up with 7 decks that were, kind of Corsair Crew fixie, very much Sylvan Caryatid.
Oh, yeah.
And Stanislav Sivka was there as the lone bastion for aggro. It's easy in round 4, when literally no one's won a game of Magic with these decks, to get all excited if you're an aggro player and go, sweet, I got all these red decks I can play, I've got mono black aggro I can play, I've got mono green devotion that can get cracking. But I've already seen out there in just the first round these black-white mirrors that are sitting with both players with Blood Barons of Vizkopa in hand and in play and in the graveyard. And I wonder whether we've seen a glimpse there of a Sunday that is not mono-black devotion, that is not Esper control, and that is not all these run-around, kill-you-quickly red decks.
I mean,
but is this...
There are also a number of monster decks. I've seen a lot of green devotion decks.
Right.
I've also seen a lot of Naya decks running Unflinching Courage, which has to be in reaction to these red decks that we're seeing.
So where would you put the format right now? Do you think we are going to see the aggression?
I would put the format right now as TBD.
Right. So
I think we are going to these next 4 rounds today, down the stretch, are really going to tell you a lot about where we're at in Standard.
Okay. What is interesting though is that wherever we get to tonight, you'll have 1 or maybe 2 players at 8-0, and you'll have round about half the field getting in at 4-4 or better. The fact is, we then put those decks away, and we don't get those back again until the 4th round tomorrow. We go back to limited. So again, it's not going to. The top tables will not necessarily be reflective of the top Standard decks until, well, this time and beyond. Tomorrow evening, really, down those last 2 or 3 rounds where it works out. So it's quite a complex little puzzle we've set.
It really is, and there've definitely been draft was an interesting animal. I think that there were people who the format seemed easier for than others this weekend.
Yeah. Now, I was talking to a member of Channel Fireball Pantheon, who shall remain nameless because I don't want him to get punched repeatedly by his teammates. But he said privately, testing's gone really well. And I'm like, oh, have you got a deck? He said, no, that's not that sort of testing, the draft sort of testing. I'm like, okay, how's it been going? He said, well, obviously you expect in a house full of all these guys, everyone's going to be 55 to 45, and a losing record is no shame when you're trying things out. And he said, I think I basically more or less 3-0'd everything. Not quite everything.
Sure.
But
so this is part of your new retirement plan, is you're going to take best offers from Pantheon teammates to find out who the hell said that about them?
but there is certainly someone who feels they're in great shape in terms of limited. But limited seems to be really complicated. For every one of those, there is someone. I talked to Dennis Rashid from Sweden at the last GP in Boston, and he said, I'm on the team because I'm meant to be good at limited. He said, I don't get it yet. And, you know, there was time. That was last weekend. This is this weekend. But he felt that he was really struggling. And I think a lot of it, we talked with Randy and we talked to you and I together about this idea of whether a color pair is just, if you like, a vanilla pairing, or whether it's a deck with a keyword attached to it, or some version of that, whether it's Convoke or so on, and whether the trap lies in trying to push yourself down a route. I mean, even arguably, and I'm just saying this for a talking point, I wouldn't be qualified to know, Triplicate Spirits, Convoke, clearly a deck archetype, versus Cone of Flame, very good spell that's just a very good spell and lives wherever it feels like. And maybe this is a set where those tensions really play themselves out in a big way.
I think that's exactly what we said. We had a great discussion with Ben Stark over in the Easy Chairs talking about his draft. You can look at that draft on the draft viewer and see what you would have done. That's exactly the dilemma he had to start. The first, shot of Pro Tour M15 was Ben Stark looking at Triplicate Spirits and Cone of Flame, and two cards that he says, you know, these are 8.5, 9s on his 10-point scale. You know, these are both just tremendous cards. And I think you're right. I think one is this is just a great card. It doesn't necessarily say build a deck around me, right? It says draw some cards, kill some things, find some motley assemblage of mongrels and tinkerers to you know, get in there and do some damage and just kill everything that moves. Whereas, you know, Triplicate Spirits really is asking you to now look at Satyr Wayfinders differently. You know, asking you to, you know, really make this commitment to, you know, developing your board early and then being able to, you know, ramp into those spells and Siege Worms and overwhelm a card like Ben ended up playing that he was like, well, I want this in my deck. You know, traditionally not a great limited card. And he said, you know, it's not a card that I always want to play, but if I have a deck like this, then it becomes important, right? That's my big finisher.
For most of us at home, the learning curve in Limited is measured by our number of Magic Online drafts or our FNM drafts and so on. But the Pro Tour has one very peculiar learning curve, which is they get today's draft to inform tomorrow's draft.
Right.
What do you think the room has taken away from this morning leading towards tomorrow? Are we going to see people shifting their plans?
I mean, I think most people still have whatever their sort of philosophy of draft is, right? I mean, there are people who are looking for linear strategies. There are people who are looking to drag the game out and inexorably win. You know, there are people who are just looking for the best. You know, people have their own philosophies that they've internalized about how they approach a draft. But I do think, you know, you're going to see someone, you know, maybe go 3-0 with a green-black, you know, deck with Satyr Wayfinders and Necromancer's Assistants and, you know, scavenging, you know, Underworld Scavengers. And, you know, like, oh, he made a, you know, 9/9 Underworld Scavenger on like turn 5 this game. That's interesting. I didn't really see that come up in my house that we were testing in.
Right.
You know, so.
Yeah, so stories do the rounds. That's,
absolutely, absolutely.
That's for sure. Here is a story that was doing the rounds.
Lay it on me.
I think it was on social media. Someone rather famous, like a John Finkel, was saying, anyone got any Maze's Ends?
Yes.
Anyone nearby in Portland got Maze's End for a friend? Well, it turns out the friend wasn't in quotes. The friend was a friend. It wasn't John himself. It was Gabriel Nassif looking out for Maze's End. And if you're thinking, well, that's kind of fun, turns out we're going to see Gabriel Nassif in the feature match area.
That's awesome. By the way, if I tell you a player went 2-1 in draft, normally you'd be like, okay, that's nice for them.
Right.
But if I tell you Gabriel Nassif started his tournament off 2-1 in draft,
which is approximately 4 wins more than usual.
That's like, you know, you open up a box of doves and shake them out. You know what I mean? You're like, oh my God, Gabriel Nassif's 2-1 in draft, because he has not started off his last couple tournaments well in the limited format.
I have just got a message which Reduke fans are not going to enjoy. At 1 and 2, he played Sam Black.
Right.
But he beat him, so okay, that's 2 and 2. Now at 2 and 2, he gets Josh Utter-Layton. That's
So
wow.
you know, so the road to the Player of the Year goes through the Player of the Year.
Yes, pretty much. Well, I can't say fairer than that, I suppose. I can tell you that other matches that we're going to get a chance to get a glimpse of as we see what's coming your way. Fabrizio Anteri, the Venezuelan who won back-to-back Grand Prix.
Very excited to watch this guy play in person.
Well, he's at 3-1. He's going to be playing Jund Monsters. And that's who we're going to start with when we get to the feature matches against Gabriel Nassif with Maze's End. Then the King of the Hill table, we have Rabble Master Red, Jeremy Dezani, as the King of the Hill. And he is up against a gentleman. I'm going to let you explain who this is. Who exactly is Richard Reeves?
Yeah, well, you know, it's funny. We were looking for his deck list earlier, and I'm like, Neil Reeves, you know who Neil Reeves is? He's like, there's no Neil Reeves in the tournament. Richard Reeves. His real name is Richard. Neil is a Pro Tour veteran, really just considered one of the game's all-time great drafters. And, you know, he went 3-0 in Limited, so we're excited to see what he's going to do in Constructed. He's 4-0 right now.
Also in the feature match area, Jamie Park against Tom Martell, Martin User against Owen Turtenwald. It just keeps getting better. Standard, round 5, coming your way right now.
Welcome to the booth, Rashad Miller, Randy Bueller. Rich told you who's in the feature match area, and these guys are ready to play. So let's go down and watch some magic. All right, welcome to round 5 here at Pro Tour Magic 2015. I'm Rashad Miller. I'm joined by Randy Bueller, and we're about to watch a sweet matchup with Gabriel Nassif versus Fabrizio Anteri. And there we get a look at Fabrizio, and there is Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif, and we have a breeding pool. Not the land I would think that he would start off with, but why don't you tell us what Gabriel's got brewed up for us here?
Yeah, this is the Maze's End deck. The object of the deck is to get all 10 guild gates into play, and then play a copy of Maze's End, which says you win the game.
So right now, Gabriel has a bad start since he has a Hollow Fountain and a breeding pool in play.
Yeah. No, Maze's End is absolutely the key card in the deck. There you see it. The entire deck only exists because that card exists. It is both the victory condition and also the way to go get all the gates. So it can get a gate. It gets you mana acceleration. It can't be countered because it's just a land. It's an activated ability on a land. Definitely kind of a rogue strategy that's been floating around Standard for a little while. Sort of pops up every now and then. Usually the decks are full of fog effects because you just want to delay your opponent doing their thing for as long as you can while you have time to go get the lands.
And oh, does he have a lot of fogs. But Fabrizio Anteri, he's got Jund Monsters, so we're probably going to see a lot of this in the feature match area. Right now, both players are playing the get your mana right game with a bunch of Sylvan Caryatids and Elvish Mystic over for Fabrizio. He also has a Domri raid that's in play, already ticked up.
Yeah, the fog seemed pretty good against the red-green monsters. Gabe's even got a Perilous Vault out of M15.
You know what?
In his list.
Every fog counts.
Yeah. That's a pretty powerful fog. I mean, the more I think about it, I'm actually surprised there's only one. Seems really good in the deck.
Yeah, I kind of wish we had a, instead of a life total for Fabrizio, we had like
a gate count?
Yeah, a gate count over for...
Like repurpose the poison counter somehow?
Yeah, we probably shouldn't go that far. But there are, it looks like there's 2 gates in play for Gabriel, so...
Yeah, he needs to find the Maze's End, though. I mean, it's really hard to get all, because they're one-ofs. It's not like he's got a ton of gates. I mean, his mana base is 1 of each. Yeah, there's no gate that he has doubles of. 1 of each gate, 4 Maze's End, and then 4 Breeding Pool, 4 Yavimaya Coast, a Temple Garden, a Hallowed Fountain.
So for Fabrizio, adds a Pelucanos to the board. Also a Corsair Crucifix, which is going to give him some life, help him hit his land drops. But that Dreadbore on the top of his deck, not going to do much.
Nassif's finding more ways to play Sphinx's Revelation in more formats than anyone else in the room. Now, did you say you saw him debating this deck choice this morning?
I did before the tournament even began. Before the players had to turn in their deck list, I walk over to the then empty feature match area, and there's a Gabriel Nassif
Just sitting there?
Yeah, sitting there with a fully filled out deck list and an empty one.
Okay.
Yeah, and I walk in and look at the fully filled out one, and this maze is in.
Awesome.
And he starts filling out the other one. He starts writing down like experiment ones and Soldier of the Pantheons. I'm like, no.
Wow, green white aggro.
You're like, no. You know which deck your heart. Follow your heart, Gabriel Nassif. Play mazes in. He was still undecided, but
So we have you to thank for this.
I'd like to think that I played a part.
Yeah, I know that he registered the list and he turned in the deck list. He didn't own all the cards. He then, after he turned in the deck list, he went over to the dealers to find out if he could buy the 4th copy of Amaze's End that he needed. They didn't have one.
Wow.
Yeah, so I mean, Rich and Brian were telling the story. John Finkel took to Twitter trying to help his buddy out. You know, anybody in the Portland, near the Portland tournament site, have a copy of Amaze's End, a friend of mine can borrow.
And then I shuffle. Sure. Just freelance and one Polucanus. I think it's shuffle. Yeah. Then shuffle.
Genesis Hydra.
Yeah. So Genesis Hydra lets you look at the top X cards, where X is, you know, the mana that you use, and also puts counters on it. And you get to pick a, I believe it's a non-land permanent that...
Yeah, it has to be mana cost X or less
Right.
is the trick. Yeah, Fabrizio's got a relatively straightforward red-green monsters deck. Doesn't really have a black splash. Does have, oh no, he's got a black splash for, it's more Jund monsters than just red-green. Dreadbore, Vraska.
Just make a sub
Yeah.
with him.
Bunch of one-ofs on the black side. Kind of cool.
Yeah. So this is going to be the board state that we're going to see for a while, where there's going to be a bunch of creatures over on
All the blue-green multis.
Okay.
And then a couple other scattered Shocklands.
Divination adds a couple of cards to Gabe's hand. The full grip of 7. He's been at 7 cards for the entirety of this game.
He's going to win this game, isn't he?
Well,
he didn't find a Maze's End for how many turns? 10? This is turn 10. Like, I don't think he's missed a land drop. So 3, 6, 9, 10 lands.
Yeah, when you look at your hand and there are 5 fogs, and you look at your opponent and they're trying to attack you to win, it's hard. It takes a lot to go wrong.
He's gone 10 turns without finding a Maze's End, and he's still totally fine.
Looks like Gabriel's counting up the creatures again. Probably lining up his riot control.
Jamie Park up a game, by the way, in a Black Devotion mirror against teammate Tom Martell. And then, in news from the King of the Hill table, Jeremy Dizani has lost a game.
No way.
For the first time all weekend.
When does he do that?
Apparently, you know what it takes for him to lose a game?
Richard Reeves?
You got to find old school Southern drawl. Yes, Neil Reeves with the Misewell Games T-shirt. He's been running a store called Misewell Games.
I'm a fan. I'm a Neil Reeves fan. I'm
I
glad
am
to see
too.
him back.
I love me a Neil Reeves. And 4-0, playing Jeremy Dizani in the feature match area. Welcome back to the Pro Tour, huh?
Gonna discard.
Not only does Dizani lose that match, guess what Neil's playing?
Some type of devotion deck.
He's playing Dizani's Theros deck. Yeah, it's the first game, not the match, to be clear. He's only down a game. But, yeah, Mono Blue Devotion. Dizani has some experience with that deck, having won the Pro Tour. You can basically just shuffle up Dizani's actual Pro Tour winning deck, and it's fine in this tournament. Like, the main deck hasn't really changed since then. So that's what Neil Reeves is doing, beating Dizani with the Blue Devotion.
Yeah, it looks like Gabriel Nassif actually played a restock to fill his, just to make sure the train never stops
Of course
rolling.
he did.
Had to discard a Sylvan Caryatid, but who needs more of those? They've already found their way into Gabe's land section. And a lot of dice and creatures over for Fabrizio Antari, but those guys haven't been able to deal damage this game. Maybe once. Maybe Stormbreath Dragon dealt 7 one turn, but not from attacking.
Right. Remember that part where M15 wasn't really going to shake up Standard at all? Remember when that's what everybody thought?
Okay.
I'm looking at the Nassif list. The Fog of God, the Perilous Vault. Aether Spout seems crazy good in this deck.
Yes, it certainly does, especially in matchups where the the board is just flooded.
Right, and the other card that's crucial to Nassif's deck is Yavimaya Coast.
Yes.
Like, Yavimaya Coast is gigantic for making this deck work.
Yeah, green and blue mana are at a premium for this Maze's End deck, and having that third source to, fix your mana.
Yeah, I mean, previous Maze's End decks have been more like 2 of each. You're just trying to play a gate every turn
Yeah,
and
three
run.
of the Simic ones.
Yeah.
Just to fix your mana.
And, Gabe is like, 1 of each. Look, I don't care. I don't need to win in 10 turns. I'm totally fine if it takes me 15, 20 turns.
All right, so Stormbreath Dragon, another Stormbreath Dragon on Gabriel's turn has been monstrous. Going to take Gabriel down to 5, but he's still holding a couple of riot controls, so at any point he can prevent a crucial amount of damage.
I've also seen decks gain life with that Sphinx's Revelation card.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
He's got 2 of those.
Urban Evolution, draw 3, so he can play an additional land, and it is a maze. So it looks like he's up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mazes.
Four gates and 2 mazes.
Okay, so we got 4 gates, 2 mazes, so we're in double maze activation territory.
Yep.
Looks like he has enough mana to also cast Fog on those turns, so time's running out for Fabrizio, but I don't think he really has a way to interact.
Yeah, I was...
Okay.
Planeswalker Ultimates, maybe they're relevant. Does Xenagos' Ultimate do anything here?
Yeah, you know what? I've never seen a Xenagos Ultimate. I believe it has something to do with bringing a bunch of creatures from the top.
Top
Exile
7 cards.
Yep.
Put the creatures into play. But that doesn't seem exactly relevant.
Oh, I didn't count the 5. Yeah, I go to 16, my bad.
Yeah, you had it there.
He's going to
I had it there.
riot control as a response?
Yeah, it looks like that's the play.
So
what is he gained from doing it as a response?
I'm not sure. It seems like he would have
Don't
liked
you
to
want more creatures to come into play?
Possibly.
I don't know.
Oh, exiled, yeah.
All right, so there's a Stormbreath Dragon in the mix.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think Nassif just didn't want enough. Like, the Stormbreath Dragon activation was lethal, and he didn't want to get in a situation where Stormbreath comes into play. Now he's forced to respond to the Stormbreath activation, and Terry can respond with something.
And he was a little short on mana. He only had the 3 mana up for the 1 riot
Yeah,
control.
no, I like this line. It's not worth trying to maximize the life gain. He just, like, there's such a huge difference between 5 and 16. Trying to get the other couple life isn't worth it.
There are 2 Polukranos.
It's good. You put it in play.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, anything else?
I'm thinking.
Sure.
Now, riot control is still in effect this turn, so if Stormbreath Dragon does
That
get...
Xenagos is... That's the Xenagos he ultimated, right? It should be in the graveyard.
I believe
rather
that
than-
is the Xenagos that should be in the graveyard because it apparently doesn't have any loyalty counters on it.
Yeah.
It's just kind of hanging out to see what it likes to, you know, look at the work that it's done.
Got it. He's enjoying the party.
Yeah, he's like, look,
the great
look at,
revel.
Like, look at what I did. All right, so there is 4 mana. And here's another Xenagos.
I figured he went ultimate because he had a replacement. That makes sense.
So Xenagos is probably going to add more mana.
Sure.
Not sure what he really wants to do with that mana. Now's not a good time to activate Stormbreath Dragon. And he's got a Dreadbore in his hand. Not sure anything else that's relevant.
Keep in mind, riot control is already resolved on this turn.
Exactly.
So there's no giant attack coming.
This turn is under riot control.
Yeah. It's a pretty appropriate card for a Great Revel. Xenagos Fueled Party.
So there's a Pelucanos for Fabrizio, but he decides not to add more things to the board. Gabriel draws another maze. That's going to get him 1 maze closer. Has enough mana to activate 2 more.
Perilous Vault? There's the Perilous Vault.
There is Perilous Vault. Let's see if we can get Perilous Vault on the...
A chuckle from Fabrizio and Terry. He just laughed.
Things you thought you'd never see happen at Magic Pro Tour 2015.
Perilous Vault can remove...
Basically, remove everything that Gabriel Nassif doesn't care about on his side.
Well, you'll notice that the number of non-land permanents on Nassif's side of the board is just the Perilous Vault. Like, it destroys nothing. On the other side, Terry's only going to lose 4 Stormbreath Dragons, 3 of which have been monstrous, 2 Planeswalkers, a couple Lucrinos. Wow.
But I mean, what do you do as Fabrizio? What's your plan?
You don't have a plan for Maze's End. Like, you're playing red-green monsters or Jund monsters because, you know, you think you're going to be playing against creature swarms. You think, you know, that you have a good enough game against the control deck. You do not have a plan against Maze's End.
So why?
I mean, I think
continue playing?
If I was Fabrizio and Terry, I would definitely be looking at the scoop so that I can preserve time to win game 2 and 3. Like, I cannot imagine Terry winning from this position.
Look at that.
Oh, Vraska.
Vraska's a plan.
Funny. Does her assassination tokens beat all the fogs?
They don't beat the fogs, but there is a -3 that allows Fabrizio to destroy the Maze's End.
No, destroy non-land permanent.
Oh, it is? Okay. Well,
doesn't destroy Maze's
End.
End.
That doesn't work
And the
either, then.
assassination is when this creature deals combat damage, so no. Vraska does not do anything relevant here.
Well, maybe he thought it did something.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, that's his one-of. That's like, there's his tech. I would definitely be thinking about going to game 2. You know what? Honestly, his odds of winning, this is a terrible matchup for Fabrizio and Terry.
Yes.
Like, this is just not a good matchup. He needs Nassif to get bad draws. Maybe he thinks he doesn't need time to win game 3. He wants to deny Nassif time to win game 3. Like, his best case scenario is to win game 2 and draw. That's unlikely.
That can't be your game plan.
I agree with you.
All right, so Fabrizio's still going at it in this game.
I mean, Vraska can destroy the Perilous Vault, hypothetically.
Yeah, it looks like the Perilous Vault is about to be opened, and all the perils will be exiled. Is that how it works? Or do they all go into the vault when you open it?
I think the vault is exiled along with everything.
Monstrosity disguise.
And somehow everything goes into the
Sure.
vault.
I take 5.
Well, I guess the spirit of
It's like
Dragon
some like
Ugin
Raiders of the
arranged.
Lost Ark thing.
Exiled everything, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Ugin's involved, of
Yeah,
course.
yeah, he arranged the hedrons of Zendikar to direct ley lines of energy. To
Got it.
disrupt one is to unleash devastation and chaos.
That makes sense.
I didn't just read that. All from memory.
Call.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there's another Pelucanos.
21 damage.
there's a Courser, there's a Elvish Mystic, and you know, he did rebuild his board. That's a reputable board for after, you know, all your permanents getting exiled, but it just doesn't matter because
And this even had the last breath for the Courser, so no card advantage, no nothing.
I'm at
I
11.
think I really don't care about my life
And
total.
he's at,
I think I'm at
they asked for the
26
life totals,
though.
and Gabrielle's, I'm at 11.
Neither
and
player cares about Terry's life total.
Yeah. They stopped caring a while ago.
It's not even, yeah, I mean, I guess Mana Confluence makes it relevant,
Now-
technically.
Maybe decking is for Fabrizio's plan.
Wow. We have a new King of the Hill.
Really?
Neil Reeves is back.
And he did it in spectacular fashion because that was
Neil
pretty
Reeves
fast.
takes down Jeremy Dizani, Dizani's first loss of the weekend. And Neil Reeves is calmly 5-0.
Casually.
Casually
He's a very
5-0.
casual player also.
Oh, yeah.
Super cash.
Maybe it's an Iron Throne this Pro Tour. It's only had one person defend it. Like Dizani spent 2 rounds there. Everybody else is lost. See how Neil does next round.
It's kind of the exact opposite of the last Pro Tour. All right, so we got a lot of mana over on Gabriel Nassif's being tapped. Is this going to be a Sphinx's Revelation?
I'm gonna red for 5.
That is a Sphinx's Revelation for 5. That's going to bring him back up to 16.
5.
Meanwhile, Owen wins his match over Martin Yuza. So Owen goes to 5-0. A lot of people had him picked to do really well this weekend. I was looking at some of the fantasy drafts on Twitter. Lots of Owen Turtenwald went the first couple of picks consistently. And yeah, 5-0.
He's a good bet.
Yeah, Juza 4-1, still in pretty good shape.
Second round step.
Yeah.
Do you think every other match in the feature match area can end before this game?
No, because Tom Martell's in the feature match.
Oh, Tom Martell. Okay.
And it's your turn.
No digs. No digs on Tom Martell. But there's Vraska. Vraska gets ticked
What does she do, though?
up, which means that,
I don't think she does anything all that relevant.
no. The actual plus ability on Vraska does nothing in this matchup.
Destroying non-land permanents does approximately nothing.
Right.
And
Actually, I think
the
it actually-
assassin tokens have to deal combat damage, which
Yeah.
seems highly unlikely at this point. Another update for you, by the way. Reed Duke closes the gap.
Uh-oh.
He's had a tough road. He got paired against Sam Black at the 1-2 table. He got paired against Josh Utter Layton at the 2-2 table. But he beat Sam, and now he's beaten Raptor. So Reed's on 3-2 to Dizani's 4-1.
So we still have a race over there.
Still got a race.
That's good. I like a good race.
Yeah, I don't want that to end today. Either way.
Fog
It's another. Oh, so another restock. It's gonna get fogged.
Yeah,
and-
Scavenging Ooze did a number on Gav's graveyard. I think the Perilous Vault. Mostly you had to get the Scavenging Ooze out of the way so that restock would be good again. Can't stop drawing cards. It's too much fun.
discarding all those non-maze lands. So how many? Well, non-gate lands. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Looks like 7 gates.
I think it's up to 8. We'll see. We'll get him counted. 9 gates. The end is nigh, and Terry has played it out.
We are almost at the end of the maze.
Search.
Do you have it?
It's 9 and 10, right?
Search.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was, so we were at 8, and that was 9 and 10, but it doesn't really matter.
Wow.
Here we go. Gabriel Nassif shows you how to get to the end of the maze.
Nice.
All right, so that was game 1, and we will look in on our Jamie Park versus Tom Martell match right after these messages.
Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. You've watched the Pro Tour. How about playing on the Pro Tour? Qualifiers for Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir are going on now around the world, with winners earning an invitation and airfare to Honolulu, Hawaii in October. Visit wizards.com/PTQ for more information.
All right, welcome back to the standard action we got going on here. And we're going to have a live look in on Tom Martell on the left versus Jamie Park on the right. And Jamie Park's playing Black Devotion, and so is Tom Martell. So we have a little mirror here. I believe there might be some slight differences, or are they on a similar 75?
I mean, they're teammates, so plausibly the same 75.
Well, looks like we have one person with a pack rat in play.
Martell's on 12, Park's on 10, sounds like.
Yep. Apparently, Jamie Park leads 1-0 in the match.
Yeah. A little more of the expected this round with 3 Black Devotion decks in the feature match area.
Luckily, we get to pair them all against each other, so that.
And then Owen, wait, 3? No, maybe it's only 2. My bad, it was only 2. Well, I saw Owen, and I'm like, oh, yeah, Owen's actually on white-black mid-range, which
it's got some devotion in it.
Well, it doesn't have any actual devotion cards.
Right.
It's got everything else, but somehow the Gray Merchant turned into a Blood Baron. Now I don't know if that means we have to change the deck name.
All right, so Jamie Park has both Pack Rat and Underworld connections going, while Tom Martell is kind of just sitting there with his head in his hand, watching this Pack Rat. I believe that's an actual token Pack Rat that's being represented by, an actual Pack Rat.
Yeah, this looks a 75 card mirror to me. I haven't found a difference yet.
So another Pack Rat enters the battlefield for Jamie Park.
I think they're using cards as tokens.
Yeah, I mean there is an actual Pack Rat token in all of the tokens that have been created. So just makes actual Pack Rat, but we have to put the little piece of paper that says token.
Can't put one of those back in your hand.
No, you cannot. Well, it goes there briefly, then it disappears. Oh no, it never does. Never gets there. There's a real Pack Rat over for Tom Martell, but it might be a little too late because there's a card advantage engine over for.
Yeah, Underworld Connections makes it really hard for Martell to catch up with Jamie.
That makes it really easy for Jamie to just throw a card down and make another rat.
What's the Mutavault count? 1-1.
Mutavault count is 1-1. Pack Rat count is 2 for Jamie, 1 for Tom. Tom can make 1 rat and activate his Mutavault, which can pump his rats, but Jamie can do the same thing. He already has 2 rats, so...
these are white-black mid-range decks. We were told that they were Black Devotion decks, but our archetype list is just wrong here.
So these are basically...
Yeah, there's no Gray Merchants in here. They're Blood Baron, Elspeth, Obsidian, even Banishing Light. Yeah, they're 75-card mirrors, but they're 75-card mirror black-white mid-range. Yeah. I mean, which, like I said, it's basically take your Devotion deck and instead of Gray Merchants, go splash black for a trump card in the mirror match.
Jamie Park, fresh off of top 8 at the last big scene we were together.
Atlanta. With one of perhaps the best tournament report in the history of the Pro Tour.
I didn't watch it yet, so no spoilers, please.
No spoilers.
I didn't watch it yet.
It's the greatest tournament report in the history of the Pro Tour.
But I like to wait until after the next Pro Tour, so that the old Pro Tour is out of my head, and then it's really a nice refresh.
You know what it is, though. You say you haven't watched it.
Yes.
It is, in fact, a rap video.
Yeah, so I guess that was kind of a spoiler.
Quite spectacular. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, go check it out on YouTube. It is well worth the effort of tracking it down. These guys are both 3-1. Like we said, teammates on Channel Fireball Pantheon. Certainly seems like the team that has put up the best results for the last year or so.
Yeah, a lot of great minds. Put them all in a
And it's interesting. They also, like we saw Gabe Nassif say, Yavimaya Coast turns on my enemy color deck. And these guys have said, well, you know what? That black-white dual land will turn on our enemy tech, too. They've gone with black-white mid-range.
I feel like
a lot of them. Yeah. I mean, I think there's multiple decks floating around that team, including Nassif. But
all right, so Tom is trying to fight back. He's going to make another Pack Rat. And it looks like he's ready to block, but this can't end well for him. These are all chump blocks. There's no way that any of Jamie Park's pack rats are going to go to the graveyard. Tom's tapped out. He only has 3 rats, and Jamie has 3 rats and enough mana to make 2 more in many different ways. One being make a pack rat and activate Mutavault. One being just activate 2 Mutavaults. So there's got to be some double blocking that's being considered here. Some way to get rid of one of the pack rats. A double block is basically a 1-for-1 trade, right? I don't see that there's a way that Jamie can make enough rats that he can take out 2 of Tom's, because right now they're 3/3s, and he can make his to be 5/5s. So 2 3/3s on a 5/5 means 1-for-1, which, you know, it's a good trade when it comes to blocking pack rats. All right, so while Tom Martell is deciding how to block, it looks like our main table is about ready, so we can go ahead and head back over there and watch Gabriel Nassif with his mazes in deck face off in Game 2 against Fabrizio Antari, playing Jund Monsters.
You've seen enough pack rats double blocking pack rat tokens.
Well, we don't even know.
Go see mazes in.
Yeah, we don't even know if that double block was happening. Tom Martell was deep in a tank. I don't know if it was a think tank or what. But. Right, 2 mana, and there's Scavenging Ooze. This is the plan, right? Scavenging Ooze is the only way to interact in any way with.
I mean, it beats down. It eats the potential restock targets.
Mm-hmm. So possibly get.
Nassif's numbers are absurd. Look at that. 479 pro points, over 300 grand. He's still only 30 too. I mean, he hit the Pro Tour as a teenager.
You know, he's making me feel old. He's making me feel like an old man. I'd hate to know how he makes you feel. It makes you feel.
No comment.
There's a Corsair Crew Fix revealing another one, but as we've seen in Game 1, the quality of the creatures and the quantity of the creatures over on Fabrizio's side doesn't really matter. It's can you interact with fogs and with
to be
land.
fair, the plan at the beginning of the game is to put as much power in play as quickly as possible and sort of force Nassif to start casting his fogs as soon as you possibly can. So, I mean, we do that for a couple of turns.
Right. But then all of that life is just recouped with
I mean, you gotta make him have it, right? You gotta make him develop his board and have it. And Terry's stats are pretty good also, by the way. He's got, a number of those 4 Grand Prix top 8s. That includes back-to-back Grand Prix top 8s earlier this season.
Exactly.
And he's Venezuelan originally, but he's been living in England, and he will be the captain of the English World Magic Cup team. He has a gigantic lead in that with those Grand Prix top 8s.
Oh, there you go, Fabrizio. So we're gonna get to see, even if we don't see more of him this weekend, we'll see him.
Yeah, he'll be in Nice for the Team World Cup.
Right, so plan A, which is attack as much as possible.
Yeah, so Nassif takes, 6 down to 8 here?
Yep. Not worried. That is the face of someone not worried about creatures. Not that face. That face, that's a very different face. He wants Gabriel Nassif to die very quickly.
Yeah. Well, Nassif's at the point now where he has to start fogging or gaining life somehow.
And he looks like he has 4 natural gates. Fabrizio's half dead almost.
Yeah. You still also have to have the mazes in.
Half dead.
Half dead.
Half dead.
That's your story?
Yeah. Okay, maybe not half dead. 40%. So
here
it
is.
Ooh.
Wow, what just happened?
All of those guys
that's insane.
back to the hand. Oh, you get to pick top or bottom, right?
You do get to pick top or bottom. That's insane. Aether Spouts.
So, Ooze is gone on top. One of the Mutavaults are on the bottom. One Mutavault on the top along with the Corsair. And I believe he put the Mutavault on top of the Corsair. Maybe you should have put the Corsair on top of the Mutavault.
Yeah, I was thinking you can certainly stack the Corsair.
You don't need targets. You just make it bigger.
The Pelucranos comes down, and Gabriel wants to read it. Can it do anything to me? Obviously, it has the ability to deal direct damage, but it is only to creatures, and I'm sure that's what Gabriel wanted to make sure of.
Yes. Divination.
Okay.
Divination wants to make sure he hits his land drops. He has plenty of land. There's a land. It looks like Corsair Kruphix might be the play. Oh, he's going to leave mana open so that he can fog. Gabriel is already forced to fog every turn because Pelucranos is a lot of damage.
No effects?
No.
It's like, oh, no effects? You're not going to make that
That's
a
just a bluff.
7/7?
He's got nothing. He's got nothing.
Wow.
That's well played.
Why? I mean, why wouldn't
And he's
you?
debating. He's got to sell it. He's totally selling this.
But why, if you're Fabrizio, why wouldn't you?
Because he wants to spend his mana on something else. He assumes there's a fog.
Okay,
and
but
so he doesn't want to waste his mana. He wants to actually do something else, accomplish something else toward building the board.
Well, that worked out well for Gabriel Nassif.
Awesome.
23.
And like I said, he's got to draw a fog. I mean, he can divination next turn. I guess he did
He has a Corsair Kruphix in his hand, so he can gain a life and put a blocker on the battlefield. So, I mean, that helps a little.
Nassif does? Nassif
Yes.
doesn't have.
I saw Corsair Kruphix in his hand, I believe. There it is, right at the top of his
Oh,
hand.
yeah, you're right.
So those might have been out of the sideboard, but here comes a Corsair Kruphix, which allows him to
Corsair.
get land from every land he plays, which this deck is going to be doing. Card advantage. He gets to gain a life from that. And he reveals a Maze's End, which we know is going to probably come down next turn. But this gives him a 4 toughness blocker, which can either chump block a Pelucranos, which is probably going to have to.
And so he's got Riot Control up now.
He does have Riot Control up. And Golgari Charm is going to destroy target enchantment, and that Corsair is going to come back. I mean, it's going to go to the graveyard.
Attacks.
Yeah. And right control.
Right, so attack with 2 creatures. Riot Controls can prevent that damage and gain Gabriel 2 more life. It's going to go up to 5. And there is a Rakdos' return, which isn't going to deal any damage. Is that damage or loss of life?
Right? Yeah, it prevents damage to me too.
So he's not going to take any damage, but he's still going to lose 5 cards of his choice. Yep, deals X damage to target opponent, and that player discards X cards.
Nassif clearly knows this deck well too. I mean, he's got all the interactions down cold. I mean, no surprise. He's obviously a great player, but I feel like he's run this a bunch.
Probably on Magic Online. This seems like something you need something to do. You want to
go see
kill
if you
some
can
time.
Win an 8-man with Maze's End. Win a daily.
This is definitely your casual fun deck that
It's rebuilt.
just doing very well.
Doesn't rebuild the next one. I think it's fine.
Oh.
Yeah. It's already a known
Sorry. Yeah.
So Gabe's got a choice to make here. He only gets to keep one of those.
Which of those is not actually in his hand? Oh, you played the Riot Control already?
Yes.
Yeah, he may have had that Riot Control last turn. I lost track of the divination, but it's possible that his bluff was not actually a bluff. He may have had the Riot Control up by then.
That is possible, but looks like there's a sideboard Aetherling for Gabriel.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that too. That doesn't seem spectacular. I mean, it's the kind of card that would allow him to win quicker.
Mm-hmm.
Go.
All right, looks like what did he decide to keep?
What did he keep?
One of the 2 Urban Evolutions? No, he kept Sphinx's Revelation.
Yes.
That makes sense. Although not having any fogs in his hand is slightly awkward. Right, he can rev for what, 4?
He can rev for 4.
Which, is that good? That's not good enough.
That puts him up to 9. That's
5, 6, 7?
I go to 8s.
Well, he has the out of Forest plus
Yeah, but is he drawing to just Forest Fog? Wouldn't he be better off? Well, I don't know. No, yeah.
He took the chance for Forest plus Fog, and
I guess
that didn't work out.
There's nothing in particular he can bluff, so.
We're going to see Game 3.
We're going to see Game 3. Like we said, Antari's plan has to be to just put as much pressure on the board as he can, deal damage, force Nassif to have it. Nassif never really got the card drawing engine going, wasn't able to start stitching those fogs together.
Yep, and while we were watching this match, Tom Martell did decide on a triple block, but it wasn't enough, and Jamie Park wins that match 2-0. 0. So this is our last match.
Got
and quite the match. I mean, this is, I think I've been very lucky in this seat. Every time we're here,
yep,
we get the sweet decks. we had Blue Moon when it first broke out.
That's right.
I want to say we had one of the mazes in too a while ago.
I think that was at a Grand Prix, but yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't remember.
I feel like we had mazes in Block Constructed.
Oh yeah, I think you're right.
So what do you think about that Aetherling sideboard plan? I feel like
I didn't love it in Game 2. It's better in Game 3 because there can't be that much time left in the round, right?
Well, that didn't take too much longer, but we the 14
and a half, yeah.
So that's a reasonable amount of time for a game. And even with the bases in plan, you can win in 14 minutes.
You can.
You know, a couple of urban evolutions.
No, I understand. Aetherling wins faster. I suspect that's its primary role, is to come in, especially like if you lose the first game, you got to win 2 straight.
Now, are there... It seems like Gabriel Nassif's deck is tailor-made to prey on a deck like this. Now, were there dead cards in his main deck that possibly Aetherling or maybe a Corsair Crewfix or things like that are just inherently better than having a blank? Or is it that he felt that he needed to switch up his strategy a little, maybe go a little less of the fog and just controlling elements that way and put a couple of damaging win conditions in?
I mean, I suspect that he figures he catches his opponent with all his creature removal out. He doesn't even have to worry about defending it.
That our clock, the 13.
But I mean, if the game goes forever, I think after sideboarding in particular, he figures the opponent's deck is clearly going to be better after sideboarding. Like every opponent that Nassif faces all weekend long is going to have all these clunky creature removal spells in his main deck that he then gets to side out for things that are relevant. And I guess, a lot of the anti-control cards are probably good against him. Like, you look at Antari's sideboard, Thoughtseize is good.
Okay, that's a good one.
Golgari Charm can blow up an enchantment creature. That's what we saw it do there.
Yeah, but I mean, he didn't see the enchantment creatures game 1.
Oh, the Coursers?
Yeah, so, I mean, the other ability is remove... I mean, I guess the other ability
is bringing it in just to remove the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean,
out from under those restocks.
Yeah, he did get double restocked.
Yeah, there's a couple Chandras. There's an additional Scavenging Ooze, an additional Xanagos. Sire of Insanity is pretty nice, and Rakdos' Return.
Right. Okay.
So, I mean, a lot of the cards that you board against Esper Control, Azorius Control, are probably relevant here because they're things like Thoughtseize, Rakdos Return, Sire of Insanity.
Now, it's maybe it's possible that Gabriel Nassif knows that the only real way that any deck can interact without having some special four mazes in is to go for the graveyard. And maybe it's possible that Gabriel Nassif decides to take out his restocks, so anything's better than a restock if that's the plan.
That's plausible. Yeah, restock against a deck that has Scavenging Ooze. It's definitely a little loose.
Right, so here's a Thoughtseize, the first really action-packed spell of the game.
Wall of Mulch. Stack the wall, stack the Caryatid.
It is a wall of mulch.
Turn your walls into cards once you get the Fog Machine. So he's got Urban Evolution. He's got one Fog.
Got a negate?
Yeah, and a wall. I think I take Urban Evolution here.
I guess.
I mean, it's a little slow, but he's going to get there, and then he's going to draw some cards and play some extra lands.
Yeah, I mean, in the Mazes End deck, you usually get there turn 6-ish, because chances are you're going to play a land that comes into play tapped. So is 6 turns enough to deal enough damage with that fog?
Through a fog? I don't think so. Yeah, and Terry agreed with Urban Evolution.
All right, so there's their Wall of Mulch. There's Scavenging Ooze.
Yep.
Another M15 edition, Wall of Mulch. Reprint. I've played that card a few times. I'm a fan. So, quickest block ever with that Wall of Mulch.
Yeah, both players are aware of the clock and aware of how long this matchup can go.
Block those.
Right, so a lot of quick attacks, draws, and meanwhile, I mean, we've talked.
Antari is discarding.
Yeah, we
one land.
Talked a lot about what was going on for Gabriel Nassif, but there isn't a lot of mana over on the other side of the board. There's a second land finally, and there's a Dominate Raid. So
negate.
Now, Dominate isn't really it's not threatening anything right now.
Negate that.
But it looks like Negate is going to get rid of it because...
Well, I mean, it lets Fabrizio draw the creatures off the top of his deck to get to the land.
Yeah, that's true.
Carried it, go.
So, more mana and also a additional wall that Gabriel Nassif can sack to his Wall of Mulch.
Yeah, it is almost time to start cashing those in. I don't know. I mean, right now they're doing great at blocking, but at some point he can get a couple of cards that way.
Sylvan Caryatid is a plant.
Oh,
Is
it's
it
not a
plant
wall? It's a
I
defender plant?
think it might be a defender plant.
My apologies.
Evolution.
It's only a plant, so you cannot sack that to a Wall
Never
of Mulch.
mind.
I mean, that would have been
Wall
awesome.
Mulch is just in there by itself.
It's
Just 04, sack me to draw a card.
Go.
Second Wall of Mulch.
Both.
It's like Wall of Omens Light.
Go.
The 04 or the card?
Yeah.
It's got to be time to draw one card, right?
Sack the wall another turn.
And he does. He draws a card. Looks like he drew a Simic Guildgate there.
You kept right?
I kept it, yes.
Alright, so Gabriel has a nice hand. He has a fog, but not really a lot of pressure over on the other side. So Corsair Crewfix is going to do a lot of damage, not actual life
18.
total-wise, but card advantage, getting the lands that he needs, getting close to Amaze's End, gaining a life here and there. So this is not where Fabrizio really wants to be. He doesn't want to be at 14 playing against Gabriel Nassif at 18 with only 2 creatures that can't attack profitably.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, you're not happy to play your second land on turn 5 in any matchup.
Right.
It might have even been turn 6. But if there's a matchup where it doesn't matter, it's this one.
Sure.
Like, your opponent can't kill you in less than 10 turns, and realistically needs 15.
All right, so Xenagos comes down for Fabrizio and makes a 2/2 green-red Satyr. Doesn't attack. Nothing really good.
Yeah, I
to
mean,
come
he can't
from an
attack into the Corsair. It's doing a
Right.
pretty good job on defense.
So its job is to be 1 extra mana for the following turn.
Yeah, I mean, Antari's game plan is to put enough creatures in play to force Nassif to start Fogs and hope that Nassif runs out. He's still on that plan. It's just in the first game, he had lethal damage by about turn 5.
Yes.
And Nassif only drew 2 Fogs.
Right.
This
Sometimes
time,
that's how it happens.
yeah, this time we're already on turn 10, and he's nowhere close to lethal damage, and Nassif is ready to start Sphinx's Revelationing for half a dozen at a time.
Right. And he already has a Maze's End in his hand. He hasn't put it on the battlefield yet.
I didn't clear land rights. No. No, because those 3 I had, and it's only on tab.
Yeah, alright.
I'm at 19.
Yeah, I do that.
Go.
Right,
So
so
it's like 5 gates?
5 gates in play.
Sure.
Yeah, I thought he had a Maze's End in his hand. Doesn't look like he has one. I'm trying to take a look at his hand right now. I don't see it.
Well, yeah, and the...
I thought I saw it revealed off of a Corsair. He doesn't actually have a Maze's End. So he still needs that to win his game the old-fashioned way. Not sure if Aetherling's still in the mix right now, but that's not in his hand. So no win conditions yet, but it looks like he can live for just about as long as he wants to.
Yeah, agreed. 2 Riot Controls, the Aether Spouts, the Sphinx's Revelation.
Ooh, there's a Chandra Power Master.
Next round, you guys can stay here. You gotta get that to Paul.
Might be able to get some card advantage out of that to push the game in his favor. But right now, Stormbreath Dragon's getting in there, and Riot Control is going to keep that in check.
Sure.
Gabe's going to gain 4 life. Chandra's going to reveal a Overgrown Tomb. Go down and play untapped. Really doesn't matter. Your life total doesn't matter as much when you're playing against Maze's End until the Aetherwing comes down. I don't think he saw. Oh, he did see the Aetherwing. It was discarded.
Yeah, if he paid attention to the discards from that Rakdos return, then he knows about it.
He could have thought it was just another Aether. But Aether Storm?
I'm at 20.
The Guildgate was green-black, right?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know why I put myself at
Is that a
20.
Domesticate?
Get a 23.
Yeah.
24.
24.
And 22.
So Nassif's up to 22 life. So even though Nassif has a handful of fogs, he doesn't really have to fog until he's closer to 10 life.
I mean, and Terry discarded on turn 6.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate, and it's really hard to come back against any deck when that happens.
5 minutes? I mean, the clock is the real enemy.
Right.
Nassif's challenge now is to win before he runs out of time.
I'll take 2 lands. Okay, go.
End of turn, exile it.
And so now Scavenger News is going to go to town on the graveyard to make sure no restock shenanigans can happen later on in the game. Riot Control hits the exile, so it's like he sizes up an attack, but wants to add to the board prior to that. That's 4 mana. He might have just been counting up how much mana Xenagos is going to give him after he plays a pre-combat creature.
Yeah.
So there's a Stormbreath Dragon number 2. Xenagos looks like it's going up.
1 damage to you, 1 damage to him. You cannot block.
Response, I'm in a Riot Control.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right, so another Riot Control is going to...
Doesn't want to take that 1 point from Chandra. That was enough.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, there was going to be an attack coming as well.
Yeah.
Is that Sire of Insanity?
That is Sire of Insanity.
Hello.
That is a
Sire,
great card
that is a big
in this
game.
match, in this matchup.
Yeah. End up each turn.
This
How
is
are you going to
exactly-
win without a hand, Gabriel Nassif?
Right, this is exactly what Fabrizio needed. And
1 of in the sideboard. But he drew it.
and it's a card that demands an answer immediately. And if you don't, you are playing off the top of the deck. And you know,
Well,
it doesn't
that's what
ma-
he's doing. He's
Yeah.
playing off the top.
Yeah, you know, both players have to play. Both players are playing off the top of the deck.
Wow.
But one player has 2 Stormbreath Dragons, Scavenger News, a 2/2 Satyr, and a Sire of Insanity in play. And a couple of
That's
Planeswalkers.
Incredible.
Now, this Sire of Sandy is out of the sideboard, correct?
Yeah, it's a 1 of in the sideboard. He's got 1 Sire, 1 Rakdos in return. That's sort of the big, black-red bombs.
All right, so Domestication is going to steal Scavenging Ooze.
Sure. I mean, that's one of the reasons you splash black in the Jund Monsters. You turn your red-green monsters deck into a Jund Monsters is there are some sweet gold cards you get access to. Rakdos' Return, Sire of Insanity being the 2 sort of biggest anti-control ones.
And even just Thoughtseize, just regular black spells.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the removal comes in handy in other matchups as well.
Now, all of a sudden, Fabrizio is in a commanding position where he's drawing 2
No,
cards
he
a
should
turn.
win from here, right? I thought Nassif had this locked up, and the only thing he could lose to was the clock.
Yeah.
But, man, that hand that got discarded, Sire of Insanity off the top, and all of a sudden, he's ready to Sphinx's Revelation for what, 10?
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 off the lands, plus the Caryatid. Yeah, he was a Sphinx's Revelation for everything.
I don't know that there's even a card that can get rid of the Sire of Insanity in Gabriel Nassif's deck.
Well-
when you're a Mazes End deck, aren't you?
Right.
You're just like, I don't care if you have creatures
Yes.
on the battlefield.
Yeah, he's got
I'm
2
gonna-
Blast Breaths, and
Take 11, 17.
I mean, if they attack with it, you can Ether Spout it to the top briefly.
Mm-hmm.
No, he does not really. He doesn't kill. It's not like he plays.
No, because
He doesn't play Supreme Verdict.
Nope.
How many guys do you have in your graveyard?
Aether Spout, that's the only answer, and that doesn't work because he discards it at the end of his turn before the Sire even gets a chance to attack.
You know what? Hats off to Fabrizio and Terry for a well-built sideboard. Like that 1 of hanging out in the sideboard is going to turn this match from a loss into a win. Single-handedly, a 1 of. He got to see, what, half his deck so far? I mean, decent. It's only a 1 of, but he had a decent chance of drawing it. He was going to get to 6 mana. Obviously, if he gets the chance to cast it despite discarding on turn 6 or turn 5, I forget exactly what turn it was, but it was kind of crazy.
So I mean, Gabriel's gaining a few life here and
A
there.
few.
He's got a Riot Control on the top of his deck.
There's just like 2 monstrous Stormbreath Dragons, though.
Yeah.
Well, only one of them's monstrous so far, I guess.
I think the other one will soon get bigger.
Crazy match. Crazy match.
Little thought, Fabrizio's being pretty careful here. It feels like if I were in his seat that there's not a way that you can really lose this game. You know every card that Gabriel Nassif is going to draw.
I mean, probably. I assume he's played against Mason's End at some point. It's been around for a while.
And there's, of course, a crucial in play.
Fair.
So you can see what's going to happen the next turn.
Yes. Riot Control main phase, not nearly as good as Riot Control on Terry's turn.
Not at all.
Jeez, Sire of Insanity. It was the only card in Terry's deck that was going to turn this match around, and he drew it. Oh, that's clever.
That was pretty tricky. So he uses the Walamos to draw the Riot Control off the top of his deck. Prevented combat damage.
Oh, and now he gets the main phase of Sphinx's Revelation.
Yeah, draws. He's going to draw into his Sphinx's Revelation next turn, so he can draw some cards.
Time was just called, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe that was time.
So this is turn 0.
We're going to see if
Nassif will get 3 turns, and Terry will get 2.
Yes.
Nassif may escape with a draw here. Hypothetically, he can rev into an Aetherling, but he'd have to have 6 mana untapped to cast it. That seems unlikely.
If he's still so that's an Overload and Mizium Mortars.
All right.
AKA Day of Judgment.
Yeah, you gain 1 life.
Day of Judgment, you.
You have a Vault as well. You gain 2 life.
Wait, when does this?
Nice try, Fabrizio.
It's like, would you like to?
Wow, that was well played.
It's like, oh, you have a wall. You can.
My respect for Fabrizio and Terry just doubled. That was spectacular.
Did it almost work?
No, Nassif did not fall for it, but I fell for it.
Yeah.
I'll take 2 life.
Yeah, I'll get 2 more life. But what we're talking about is if that Scavenging Ooze were to grow to 5/5,
right?
That domestication.
It would survive the Mizium Mortars because the Mizium Mortars only deals at 4, and then the domestication trigger would have it go back over to Antari.
It was pretty. That was smooth.
It was very smooth.
Very smooth.
That was super smooth.
Maybe Fabrizio smooth.
Fabrizi.
Fabrizi.
Beginning of each end step, each player
Gotta read Sire of Insanity again.
I mean, Sphinx's Revelation is one of the best cards Gabe can draw, but
that deck existed until yesterday.
So he can Sphinx's Revelation for some number. He has to leave mana up
to cast something.
Does he still have Perilous Vault?
He's looking at taking like 16 though.
Yeah, but he'd still be alive, and Perilous Vault would be on the battlefield.
Oh, that's your line?
Yeah, and then he can untap.
Rev for Perilous Vault mana.
Yeah.
Take Perilous Vault, escape with a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a good line.
What else? I mean, what else?
He's
going to
rev. The whole question is, how much do you rev for?
I know what I can draw. Domestication. That's a bitch.
Perilous thinking
Vault's
about
the
it.
card he can draw. He just asked himself.
Did he say that? But
no, he said, "What can I draw?"
Is
I
it
don't
still
know.
in the deck? Is it still in the deck? Is a good question.
Would you sideboard that out?
Possibly. It seems like a 1 of 2 of that isn't necessary for your plan. Especially the way that he won game 1.
It's necessary against Sire of Insanity.
Well, yeah.
He didn't know about Sire. He even saw Rakdos' return in game 2.
Yeah.
Like Antari was 1 of each, not 2 of either.
Rakdos' return, you can kind of come back from.
Right,
yeah, you
right.
get me.
Well, but I mean, if you see Rakdos' return, I think it makes it less likely that your opponent has Sire of Insanity.
Maybe. Do you even think he considered Sire of Insanity as a card before this game?
Depends how much he's been grinding on Magic Online with it.
Yes.
Like, if he's run into Sire of Insanity on Magic Online, then...
Rev for...
How much does the vault cost? Does it cost 3?
Okay.
It could cost 4.
I think it's 4. It's
so his plan is to get a land
it's
out
5
of this?
and 4 to activate, so he did not...
Oh.
He didn't leave 5.
Oh, wow. Look what we have. A lot of land.
None of those do anything.
Nope, there's a divination. That's not going to do it.
I mean, he can chump with a Caryatid, I think.
But he's going to lose all of these cards.
I know that. I'm just trying to figure out if he can even survive 1 attack.
He's at
At 31
31
life, then yes, he can survive 1 attack. Unless somebody's ultimate is relevant.
Chandra's ultimate, I don't believe, is 6. So Chandra's ultimate is 7. And could be relevant.
Go.
So the play is to play Mazes in, play Sylvan, carry at it.
What's his gate count?
I don't know that. Are we even there?
I don't think
How,
so.
The real question: how many gates just went to the graveyard?
Oh, right.
From Sire of Insanity
If any gate went to the graveyard, he has to restock it to get it back. 'Cause
Exactly.
He's on one of each.
Maybe we can get a die that shows what turn we're in. There we go.
Just
Turn
barely
2.
off camera. Asking you shall receive.
Kind of feel very godly when I get to do that. I kind of wish the die would be oriented so that it looks like a 2. The right. Oh, look at that! Wow. Wish I had a ham sandwich. That didn't work. So Gabe's counting it up again.
How many Gilgates do you have? You're not winning this
I
next
don't
turn,
think
right?
so. I'd be
Okay.
very lucky. No, it's pretty close actually.
8?
I drew a lot, yeah. I'm 7.
Okay, yeah.
He has 7 gates in play, guild gates.
Crazy.
But I have to imagine that there's at least one in his graveyard.
Seems likely. He's checking for that now.
0?
I didn't see
any.
one. Oh, there's
Oh,
Azorius.
there's one. That's all it takes.
Yes.
So sad.
Although Antari doesn't know that. Like I said, lots of these lists play 2-ofs.
Yes.
I mean, if he mentally constructed a deck list after seeing all the Yavimaya Coast, maybe he could deduce that it's all 1-ofs. But
I wonder if this list has all 1-ofs because of he needed to find all these cards. And it was too hard to
no, I
find
don't
too.
think so.
No.
Monstrous is one of them.
So there's a third Stormbreath Dragon.
the Monstrous doesn't sting as much when Sire of Insanity's in play.
No, I mean, it still stings a little.
Yeah, it
because,
still stings, just not as much.
Yeah.
There's 14.
3 counters, they kind of
20,
sting.
28.
That's
I
definitely
covered it.
greater than, a vaccination shot.
So 7, 14, 18 that I can't do anything about. But if I block here,
I think it's 28. This is 7, 14, 20, 28. By
This is
blocking
turn
one
2, so Antari only has 1 attack left. Nassif is...
But this is a 28 damage attack right
No,
here.
I get it. Basically, Nassif needs to come up with some way to survive the next attack, which is really hard when Sire of Insanity's in play. But like, if he could come up with a wall of mulch to draw a fog, I don't.
That would be
like
ridiculous.
restock to
To
get a wall of mulch. Like, it basically has to involve wall of mulch.
Then I'll use Chandra New to send you 2.
Or Perilous Vault. Like Perilous Vault would do it.
Perilous Vault would
Perilous
do
Vault,
it.
he could play and activate. Some wall of mulch to draw a fog on Antari's turn would get it done. But it's basically what we're playing for at this point.
We're going into turn 3 of extra turns.
Nassif, the slow roll. That is not Cruel Ultimatum.
There
There
we-
you go. There's the handshake.
Yep, Fabrizio Antari wins 2-1 in what seemed to be a really bad matchup for him, but then you just put that one card. It's that crazy
He
card.
won both the sideboarded games.
Crazy
He drew
card.
Rakdos' return in game 2. He drew Sire of Insanity in game 3.
Well, game 2 also had a lot to do with there not being a lot of fogs over on Gabriel
Yeah,
Nassif's side.
but I mean, the Rakdos return hurt.
Yeah, it hurt. And it hurt. Actually, it didn't hurt.
It didn't hurt.
Right,
hurt.
right.
The card was the problem.
Yeah, the card was a problem. Rashad Miller, Randy Bueller. We're going to talk to Fabrizio after this.
No, I don't think we're going to have an interview. I think we're actually headed straight over to Rich.
Oh, no, we're not going to have an interview with Fabrizio?
No Fabrizi for you.
Oh. Well, all right, so if we're not going to talk to Fabrizio, I'm just going to shoot him back over to the news desk. So enough for us. Let's see what else happened in this tournament.
All right, thank you very much to Rashad and to Randy Bueller there, bringing you some pretty head-shaking action in round 5. We've got some great stuff coming your way. Without further ado, I'm going to send you over to the video wall because we have a Pro Tour champion waiting to take you through his deck Here's Brian David Marshall, and he's with Craig Wescoe.
Welcome to the Tournament Center here at Pro Tour Magic 2015 in Portland, Oregon. I'm Brian David Marshall, and I'm joined by a regular guest here in the Tournament Center at this point, Craig Wescoe. Craig, I gotta admit, there are a couple cards when a new set comes out, they really become almost identified as Wescoe cards. I think anytime a new Ajani comes out, people want to know what you think about it.
Fair.
And there's a particular card, and I think maybe surprisingly not a white card in this case, that I really wanted to know about. And you're playing both of these cards in your deck today. So let's start taking a look at this deck, and we'll talk a little bit about it. You're playing a green-white mid-range deck. But, I mean, this is pretty beatdown for a mid-range deck here. Tell us about these cards. You have a long history with Experiment 1 and Soldier of the Pantheon.
Yeah, it's kind of a little experiment I'm running. It's you play the 1-drop. He's the best one to cast on turn 1. And then you can play either of the other 2 1-drops on the next turn to pump him, or what happens more likely is Voice or Fleecemane Lion.
Okay, so you're growing him, Soldier of the Pantheon, and Sunblade Elf 2 and 2.
Yeah.
Why are you splitting them up?
Well, sometimes with the Sunblade Elf, if you draw multiples, the activation is the same as if you just had one. So drawing too many of them isn't really essential. And sometimes with Soldier of the Pantheon, you want a Selesnya charm, but you can't target him with +2/+2, so they'll just block that one with the Caryatid, whereas I can't do that with the Sunblade Elf.
Okay, let's take a little bit more of a look at the Sunblade Elf. Let's give a spotlight on this guy. Talk to me about this card. Tell me what he does. He's kind of like, almost like a little bit of a Gavoni Township light.
Yeah, once you get to 5 mana, you can just start pumping your team and making combat really difficult, because our creatures are already usually bigger than whatever the opponent's doing, because we're playing like smiters, so 4/4s for 3, 3/3s for 2, things like that. And the Experiment one keeps getting bigger too, so that outclasses their guys. So once you get to 5 mana and you have this guy on the board, then suddenly like, oh God, you know, like, what do I do about these like potentially 5/5s and 4/4s, 6/6 Advent of the Worm tokens?
So, and how difficult is it to, be able to drop this guy on turn 1 and reliably also have a plane so that he's a 2/2? It's sort of like very Wild Nicotily in that regard.
Yeah, there's Temple Garden, which allows you to do that on turn 1. So there's 4 of those. And then also, if you just lead with Forest or Mana Confluence on this guy, the next turn you play a Plains, and then whatever you're doing on the next turn, he's attacking for 2 right away.
Okay. All right, well, let's get back into the deck itself. And here are some of the cards you've already mentioned. A gold mine of cards.
Yep.
Voice of Resurgence, Fleecemane Lion, Loxodon the Spider, Advent of the Worm.
These are all
walk us
white
through.
cards.
They are all white cards. Walk us through this selection. And some of these you've played to great success already.
Yeah, this is very similar to my Dragon's Maze deck. Instead of running with the Rootborn defenses and the Call of the Conclaves, now I have Fleecemane Lion. So Fleecemane Lion I can make indestructible, so I don't even need the Rootborn defenses to protect him from things like Supreme Verdict. He just has it built in.
Saves you a card.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Voice of Resurgence still good. I mean, he seems to have like quieted down a little bit. He had a big heyday when it came out, and you're bringing it back.
Yeah, like he's not super good against mono blue because you can't really make a lot of good use of the 2/2 body compared to the sort of creatures they run. But it's super good against things like Devour Flesh, Desecration Demon, and then also anytime the opponent's trying to do something on your turn, like Azorius Charm, forces them to just do everything on their turn, which gives you opportunity to do things like Ajani, Caller of the Pride, just start hit him. I attacked Bob Maher for 14 in 1 turn when I didn't attack him basically before that point.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting. Magic players get used to playing on script with their decks. This is when I do this, this is when I do this. And you force them to ad-lib with Voice of Resurgence because they can't do stuff at the end of your turn.
Yeah, it's just a really good card.
Okay. Advent of the Worm. Again, another card. Dragon's Maze card wins a Pro Tour.
Yeah.
It wins a Pro Tour and then nothing. No return phone calls. Nothing. Not even a text. What happened to it? Where'd it go?
Well, a lot of people aren't playing Sphinx's Revelation decks. At that Pro Tour, the big deck was Esper Control with Sphinx's Revelation. So this was great. You know, they'd have to tap out to cast Supreme Verdict. Then end step, you'd cast this guy after regenerating your Experiment 1 and getting your Voice of Resurgence token. And then suddenly, like, you know, what do? I just wrathed you, and now you have a whole board again.
Right,
and like, I haven't even passed the turn, you know? So like, yeah, so he does a lot of work in that regard. And blocking things like Blood Baron of Viscopa, that's a problematic card if I don't have the Worm. So he just does a lot of work.
And so, like, you think like the rise of like the mono blue and mono black decks have been worse for a card like this?
He's not very good against Judge's Familiar, and the blue decks run Judge's Familiar. So that was probably the biggest reason that he didn't see a lot of play. But he works so good with the Johnny Collar of the Pride, just like 10, can't block it.
All right, let's go on and take a look. Here we see a couple of your tricks. Banishing Light, not much of a trick, really. It's just like get that out of the way.
Yeah.
But Selesnya Charm has remained a good card during its tenure in Standard.
Yeah, it's really good at just forcing the opponent to make blocks that are not advantageous for them. So they block your 3/3 with a 4/4, then you make your guy 5/5 Trampler, or dealing with things like Thassa or Desecration Demon. It's sort of another removal spell that can also be a creature or a combat trick.
Right.
Which is very versatile.
And we've learned anything that says exile is very powerful with indestructible gods running around.
This is true, yep.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look. Some of the other cards. So Johnny Collar Pride, you've mentioned this card a couple times. Talk to me about, jumping Loxodon Smiters.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of my favorite things to do is to just get a guy through. So there's a lot of decks like Mono Green Devotion where their whole plan is to just block things on the ground, like put my Caryatid, my Courser, my Pelucranos in front of your guy. You're just like, oh, well, I'll just play a Johnny and make my guy jump up in the air and kill you.
Right. And so when you're doing that to a Loxodon Smiter or some card you've played pretty early, you can play that card on turn 3, on turn 4, drop this, you're getting in for 10.
Well, unless the Ajani's already on the board, then I cast this card, bestowing it on the creature, and then that thing jumps up in the air and hits you for like, you're not surviving.
Yeah, no, that's
game over.
I can't do that math.
It's just pick up your cards.
Cthulian math. Your brain goes crazy. All right, let's keep moving on. Mana Confluence, Temple Garden, 8 plains, 8 forests. This seems like a shocking mana base in Standard right now.
Very shocking, yeah.
Or very minimally shocking.
So, I don't have any Mutavaults. I don't have any Temples of Plenty. I want all my lands to come into play untapped, and I want them to help me cast my spells. So I have Ajani, which is double white. I have Boonsatyr and Advent, double green. And this is a tempo deck, so you need to cast your spells in order on time. So I went away from the Temple of Plenties and the Mutavaults for that reason.
Excellent. I think people at home are going to be excited to see a deck with a more accessible mana base that they might want to emulate. This is a deck that's been successful. We've seen it at the Star City Opens the last couple of weeks. You're pretty much playing a similar list.
It's basically the same deck. It's a few cards, modified, but that's pretty much the same deck that's been doing well the past few weeks.
And so when you're coming into a tournament, you look at a deck like that and you go, "That's what I want to be doing."
That's the short answer. Yeah,
we don't have time for the long answer.
Yeah,
you gotta play some Magic.
I took the long way around, but yeah, it doesn't take much to convince me to play this type of deck.
Okay, all right. So there you have it. For Craig Wescoe, this is Brian David Marshall sending it back to Rich Hagon.
All right, thanks very much to Brian David Marshall and, of course, to Craig Wescoe. Great to have Pro Tour champions telling us all about the next iteration of their deck. BDM, all the results have been coming in. The pairings have gone up and the players were only moments away from the feature match action. But some of the results from the last round, and this gives you a real sense of what's going on here. So why don't I tell the guys and girls at home about some of these while we get ready for round number 6. So, John Finkel is up to 4-1. He defeated Jonathan Hickerson to go to 4-1. Nam Sung Wook, the runner-up from the last Pro Tour, he's now up to 3-2 at the expense of Stephen Berrios of the United States. Matt Sperling, he's now 4-1 as well over Dennis Rashid. So Rashid falls to 3-2. He's currently in second place in the Swedish World Magic Cup race. Then we have Zvi Moshevitz, the Hall of Famer. Now, of course, he's invited to every Pro Tour, so only really by winning the whole thing can anything change for him. He's at 3-2 now, 1 over Jason Ellis. What about a 5-0? Well, here's someone who leads their World Magic Cup race. It's Javier Dominguez of Spain. He's at 5-0, defeating Alexander Darras, who now falls to 4-1. But he is chasing Nicholas van der Hallen for the Belgian World Magic Cup race. Let's go to Australia. David Mines came in, I believe, with 0 pro points, but he is now at 5-0, has just defeated David Ochoa in round 5. David Mines is trying to chase down Justin Chung. So that's just some of the results coming in from round 5, but round 6 is upon us. 4 great feature matches coming your way. We have Martin User against Frank Carsten at 4-1, Andrew Cuneo against Owen Turtenwald at 5-0, Neil Reeves against Greg Orange is at 5-0, but we begin on video with, at 4-1, Seth Manfield against just 3 initials, LSV. Round 6 now.
Hello, welcome to the booth. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm here with Pro Tour Hall of Famer Randy Buehler, and we are about to watch round 6. We're going to watch one of your Hall of Fame
indeed
compatriots.
Absolutely.
Luis Scott Vargas at 4-1 playing against young upstart Seth Manfield.
Sounds about right.
I think those guys are ready to go.
Sweet.
And we're going to send it down to the floor and watch some round 6 action here in the standard format at Pro Tour M15. Hello and welcome to round 6 of Pro Tour M15 here in Portland, Oregon. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm joined by Pro Tour Hall of Famer Randy Buehler, and we are watching another Pro Tour Hall of Famer, Luis Scott Vargas, as he prepares to play against Seth Manfield. What's the matchup, Randy?
So LSV is on the red aggro deck. Now, not the Rabble Red. Team Revolution is the only team I've seen so far that has gone all the way to Goblin Rabble Master, but they do have Stoke the Flame. They've got sort of creature-heavy red deck, red aggro.
And red aggro it is. Sacred Foundry, Shock Myself, come out of the gate with a Foundry, perfectly fitting Foundry
Street
Denizen, yeah.
That was over the Satyrs. Interesting.
Thoughtseize looks at a hand of more red creatures.
Yep.
Drinker, Fire Drinker Satyr, Found Street Denizen, and a Rakdos Cackler along with a Mutavault.
Yeah, 4 1-drops. His hand was 5 1-drops and 2 lands.
Yeah, not a second red source, though, for him to be able to get in for 3 the next turn.
Though the Mutavault may be able to chip away.
Yeah.
Seth Manfield on the other side. It says Black Devotion. This is actually the white version of the deck that does not have any devotion in it. It's no Gray Merchant, but instead you get, an Obsidian, an Elspeth, a Banishing Light for value. But the real reason you go to white is 3 copies of Blood Baron and Vizkopa.
Which is a nightmare card for this.
It's a good point. You go there for the matchup against the real Black Devotion decks, but what you get is you randomly get a 4/4 Lifelinker against red.
Yeah. It's very difficult for them to deal with. He doesn't even have any devotion in his sideboard.
That's what he called it on his deck list.
Yeah, he doesn't even have Gray Merchants coming in out of the side or anything.
He's got the 4th Blood Baron.
So there's the Mutavault. And we see a Rakdos Cackler off his leash. Get in for 2.
It's funny, like one of the ways you can make your opponent's Thoughtseize bad is by just not caring. It's like, here's 4 1-drops. Like, if all your cards are kind of redundant and do the same thing, then Thoughtseize doesn't... It's like trade a card for card, but they spent a mana and they spent 2 life, and all my cards are the same anyway.
Do you feel like you're looking at something wrong watching Luis Scott Vargas play a Rakdos Cackler? Does it seem somehow out of character to you?
He's splashing for divination, right? I mean, there's got to be a blue splash in here somewhere.
Will Forged Golems.
It's the new Hexplate.
Yeah. So here we go. There's a second Thoughtseize.
I mean, Manfield's drawn him. He's kind of got to play him. They sting. I mean, I expect he'll sideboard them out.
He saves some more damage in the long run here.
Right. Yeah, the Mogi's Warhound is a little bit better than the other cards. Sort of.
Sort of. That's already at 14. Here comes a Fire Drinker. Here comes another Foundry Retreat Denizen. Attack for 5.
Yeah.
Seth falls to 9. And, nearly lethal on the table. Seth plays a third land, passes the turn. There's a Cackler.
Yeah, just more 1-drops. He hasn't played every card.
Attack for 10.
Every card Luis has played this game has cost 1.
I mean,
just all ones.
That's how they drew it up in the locker room, obviously. So it looks like we're going to take a peek in on.
I think we've got a promo queued up first.
Hunt Bigger Game. Magic 2015 is now available on Magic Online. Start your hunt by downloading the new Magic Online client at www.mtgo.com. Play Magic at a store near you every Friday. Earn Planeswalker points and battle against your friends in Friday Night Magic. August's FNM promo is Bile Blight. Visit wizards.com/FNM for more information.
All right, welcome back. It looks like we're going to take, while those guys are sideboarding, we're going to take a live look in.
Look at that top left corner of that screen. It's Neil Reeves. He's back in the feature match. He's kicking the hill and he's 5-0.
Yeah, well, we're looking at Martin Yuza versus Frank Karsten right now. Frank Karsten.
I've just seen those guys more recently than
another member of the Hall of Fame. It's 12-16. That's the life totals right now. Martin's playing the green-white aggro deck that a lot of the European, we've seen a handful of European players playing. And Frank Karsten is playing green-white aggro as well.
Huh.
So this is a mirror match.
Yeah, so Karsten tested with, it's a lot of the Eastern European guys, right? The Czechs, the Slovaks, the Slovenian guy that won the Grand Prix last weekend. That team has a lot of talent, right? I mean, Big Z plays with those guys.
Absolutely.
Karsten's been testing. There's a lot of talent. Stanislav Sivka. It's a good team.
Flock.
Yep.
A couple of former world team champions on that squad.
But yeah, they think green-white aggro is the solution, which is kind of interesting. There's definitely a lot of different takes on this post-M15 standard. There's a lot more going on than I think that the naysayers were suspecting.
Yeah, I think there we see
Banishing Light.
Banishing Light take out the. I'm just trying to look up these deck lists here for a second. Yeah, but Advent of the Worm. I saw that. We just saw that in another deck as well. Coming back here, we're talking about how it's a card that won a Pro Tour, at the end of last season, and then has just been conspicuously absent. So Fleecemane Lion, before it can get big, takes a Banishing Light.
Yeah, these guys are really close to the Craig Wesco mana base too. Not quite. I mean, they're
not playing 8 and 8 in terms of basic lands.
7 and 7.
Okay,
like very close. They have 2 temples and then 7 and 7 on the basics. But that's what I was noticing. Like it was really stark. I liked your deck you did with Craig. And these guys came to very similar conclusions about the format. Their deck is maybe a little bigger than his. Pretty much the same. A couple of Sunblade Elves running around to stitch everything together.
There's an Advent of the Worm, but it immediately gets Selesnya Charmed.
Yeah.
The token gets exiled.
These guys are 4-1, right?
Yeah. Yes, there's a Fleecemane Lion, and this can get out of hand very quickly. It's like, find an answer right now. Don't let him untap. Oh, there's a second Advent of the Worm.
And he gets to untap with the ability to monstrously Fleecemane.
Yes, he does. He's in no hurry to, right? He can sit and wait. He certainly doesn't have to do it yet. He can.
There's something to be said for doing it before Frank draws another card.
But if he just passes with his open mana, he can make Frank commit some mana and then.
Yeah, I suppose there's not. Is there no instant way in these decks to get it? He wants the damage.
Yeah. He's like,
I'll deal an extra point. Wow, King of the Hill. The most uncomfortable seat in the room as Neil Reeves is already down a game.
Those thrones are made of swords.
Yeah. Seen the, The one match we haven't talked about in this feature match area, by the way, the other two 5-0s, not on the King of the Hill table. Did you see that matchup?
Wow, is that Andrew Cuneo and Owen Turtenwald?
It is. Ooh, Cuneo has 3 detention spheres in play. And a Jace.
His deck looking. I watched him play a match against Oscar Jones.
His deck's the same deck he's been playing for like 18 months, right? It's just like he invented blue-white control. Literally invented it.
Well, there you go. Martin Yuza takes the game against Frank Karsten. Advent of the Worm says, yeah, I was always here. You could have been playing with me this whole time. We can peek in on the Cuneo match. I think we can just go to a still. We can just go to an overhead still shot.
Draw, play a land, go. Yeah, Cuneo is wow. Yep, that tells the story. These guys are teammates. They're on Pantheon. Owen seems to have the black-white that most of the Pantheon is running, and Cuneo has stuck to the Azorius control.
Playing the Azorius control that most of the Andrew Cuneos have been running?
Yeah, precisely.
Okay. Sounds like we're ready to go back to table A. We'll let these guys sit here and dry.
Might have another mulligan.
Yep.
What were the mulligans? I didn't hear.
It's easier. You could just tell them.
Luis is one more mulligan for Luis. That means it's a second, presumably.
Well, the way that their deck has been described to me, as is if you draw between 2 and 3 lands, you almost can't lose.
Wow.
You draw 1 land or 4 lands, you almost can't win.
Wow. Really?
Yes. It was described as a fairly high variance deck.
Crazy.
By one member of the team. Okay. We'll go back to the almost live look-in of blue-white control versus black-white control.
Not a living going on here, is there?
Yeah. A couple Underworld connections.
Yeah, no, Owen can... The 2 Underworld connections gives him some game here. And that means this board is a lot closer to a stalemate than it probably looks. Pack Rat just resolved?
Revelation
Oh.
6. Yep. 26.
Never mind. Rev for 6. Okay.
Underworld, Overworld connections. Okay, these players are ready to go, so we're going to go back to our main table with Seth Manfield leading off there with a Godless Shrine. And a high-quality mountain into Fire Drinker Satyr.
Yeah, Beta's not good enough. Beta Artist Sign is apparently the new tech. But...
Yeah, he pays the ultimate price for that. Go. There's 2 lands. Oh,
Burning Tree and nothing.
Burning Tree Go is not the most sad player. You're going to look at Louis Scott Fargus's Hall of Fame career.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah. Less than impressive Burning Tree Emissary. That's immediately Banishing Lighted.
See if Chandra's Phoenix lined up, though? That's not bad.
2. Hasty Flyer. There you get a look at Chandra's Phoenix. Target is a pain in the neck to deal with.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Banishing Light can deal with it, but he just used his Banishing Light, right? Seth Manfield have anything else?
Got a Desecration Demon.
Not a Desecration Plague?
I do not think he went that deep.
There we go.
There you go, look at Desecration Demon. The guys out on the floor who are doing the card entry do yeoman's work. And
yeah, absolutely.
And sometimes you're like,
It is tempting to laugh at them from time to time, but that is not a job I would enjoy doing, I know.
The Demon gets Banishing Lighted. Chandra's Phoenix gets in, does what it does. But, the magic number here for Seth is really 5, right? Like, you really get, you get scared at the red deck when the black-white mid-range deck gets to their mid-range mana,
right,
and can start making Blood Barons.
Does not actually have a Blood Baron. Magic number this game might be 6.
See another Banishing Light in his hand, Devour Flash, and Spitzel's Champion. Does have another land. 5, here it comes. A Banishing Light on the Chandra's Phoenix is not in, and oh, there we go.
Assume that's what he's thinking.
Yeah.
Yes.
There you see the dreaded 4 lands from Scott Vargas.
Oh, Devour Flesh going to eat a Mutavault here? Indeed.
Now he only has 3. He's a lock.
21. I took one out.
Plays another Mutavault. Plays a Firefist Striker. Framer, there you get a look at young Seth Manfield, who's had a pretty good Grand Prix career so far.
Definitely.
4. Bile Blight takes down the Mutavault.
Yeah, let's see chipping away, but he's still got a lot of work to do.
A second Firefish.
6.
Oh.
There she is.
13. Scott Vargas, 21. We have soldiers.
Really hard to imagine that Luis has a lot of answers here.
Right.
I know that
he's holding a mountain.
Yeah. Well, I didn't even mean in his hand.
I know.
I know sometimes this deck will side a little extra land in and bring in things like Banishing Light.
Sure.
And so we see a Banishing Light. That's actually what he's done.
Had to deal with the demon, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the red aggro strategy needs to come out fast.
Yes.
It needs to come out fast. It needs to hit hard. It did not get to do that this game, so sure looks like we're going to be headed to game 3.
Yeah, when you open up your hand, there's 2 lands and 5 just redundant 1-drops.
That was the game 1 draw.
Mutavault gets eaten by a striker. 3 more tokens come down. Luis Scott Vargas falls to 8, I believe. Yeah, that's it. He's like, that's enough. So we've worked it out for you.
Yeah?
Randy, we're going to go take a look at Neil Reeves.
All right. King of the Hill, Neil Reeves. Knocked off Jeremy Dizani. But Greg Orange up a game.
But Neil's up 24-11 in this second game, so looking maybe good to force a game 3.
Oh, so Greg's in his second Pro Tour. Top 8 in Minneapolis, yeah?
Sounds about right.
How many Pro Tours has Neil played?
Neil's played in a lot, but it's been a long time.
It's been a while.
He won a PTQ to get
Right,
here.
right. I saw that. I remember 32nd Pro Tour I just heard.
Wow.
My ear. Thanks. Yeah, I know. He did a tournament report. I remember the tournament report was floating around. I'm clicking this link. Like, the headline sounded like Neil Reeves won a PTQ, and I clicked the link hoping I was reading the headline correctly. But yeah, he's good times. I mean, he's particularly good times sort of on the side drafts, the late night drafting circuit.
Yes. Where would you say he sits on the all-time pantheon of limited players?
I mean, peak Neil Reeves is on the short list. Like, if you needed to build a team for a 3v3, peak Neil Reeves is in contention to make the team to play against whatever the aliens that come down and make us play for the fate of the planet.
Okay, here we see a couple of dueling Jaces.
I find it particularly amusing that Neil Reeves beat Jeremy Dizani with Mono Blue Devotion.
He had a sweet brew for this tournament with Spirit Bonds and
yeah,
and Afara.
Wow.
And, a bunch of stuff, and he felt like he
Not quite there.
He played a lot leading up to this event.
I got that. I get that impression.
Yeah, and he just really felt like he felt really good with this.
I was talking to him after the draft, and he just felt like, wow, people are. Yeah, this. It's like he remembers when he was just better than everybody else, and like you could sort of see that glint in his eye, like maybe that was coming back a little bit. It's pretty fun. I mean, he's a humble guy, but you can see the glint.
People are certainly not. Also, he's one of those guys. Not in a mean way, but but like he is a master of the mental game.
Sure.
He
works that southern drawl. He works that southern drawl so well. He just he can play the part of a hick.
Yeah,
I mean, he can look like
disarming
it.
players.
Yeah, absolutely. Lulls you into this false sense of security, 100%. I mean, it was particularly scary, like, back before he made a name for himself at the Pro Tour. People would, like, drive to Arkansas to play a PTQ, because it's got to be easy to win a PTQ in Arkansas, right? No, Neil wins them all. Just like some guy with his drawl took me out in the finals. He must have gotten lucky. No, he's just insane.
Interesting. He chose to hit his opponent instead of Jace with the Night Veil Spectre. Wanting the card there instead, more than the ability to make that smaller. There's Thassa. There's Judges Familiar. Everything's online.
Uh-huh. This time Jace ticks down.
You can have a banish. No,
it's
that's
deicide.
deicide. Oh
yeah,
my
no, Thassa is a little nervous here.
You have deicide or these two cards. Your choice.
It's an active Thassa. This is the reason deicide was printed.
I mean, no mind games. So you're only going to go deicide or no, right?
Right.
Okay. Well, while they sort out that supreme verdict there, we're getting ready to go back to our featured table.
They have a new king
Scott
over there.
Vargas and Seth Mayfield. What's that?
They have a new king in the hill.
It's certainly looking that way. All right, there's the one drop leading off for Luis.
How's his hand?
Fire Drinker Satyr. We'll get a look at that in a second. There's the Satyr. There's the hand.
2 lands. He wins, right?
Change of the Rocks. Amogus' Warhound, a Chandra's Phoenix.
That hand looks like it needs a 3rd and maybe even a 4th land.
Yeah.
Oh, another Satyr. Is this just comes into play tapped? That never happens. What is he? Did I misread the hand? Oh, he's just playing Amogus Warhound. Really?
Warhound, yeah.
That's better than Satyr? Because next turn he could go. I guess if he draws the 3rd land, he doesn't want to bother bestowing a Warhound. He'd rather play the Phoenix.
Yeah.
Okay. Plus, this gives him the option next turn to go Chain plus Satyr, which he doesn't get if he goes Satyr there. Yeah, no. I think LSV, his line's significantly better than mine.
He's won a lot of line competitions in his day. Second land from Seth. Has at least one removal spell there. I think I saw. Here we go. So 2 Doomblades, Packrat, Hero's Downfall, and the dreaded Blood Baron of Viscopa.
4 lands? That's a...
It's 2 more lands, yeah.
2 in play, 2 in his hand. Pretty good hand. I mean, he's trading...
He might only have one. That might be...
the land that's in play. Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Play, yeah.
I mean, it's a solid hand. It's sort of the right mix of stuff. But you start to see, like, the way black gets an edge here is the cards are just cheaper.
Right.
It's like if I can do 2 things on my turn, and then you have to spend your entire turn on 1 removal spell, then I get to hit you for some damage. Yeah, Mutavault was perfect. That is absolutely the perfect third land.
And Mutavault lets him play Chandra's Phoenix, get in for 4. Seth can feel it slowly slipping away.
Yep. He's taking 2, 4, taking 6. Now he can, again, spend his entire turn on a removal spell, but he can basically only do 1 thing this turn. He's hoping that he can survive the Blood Baron. And Luis, that's the race, right? Luis needs to deal 20 before Blood Baron comes down. Luis basically playing for top 8 here. I mean, you
Well, he
could
needs
say
top
that
8 to
top
platinum.
25 would get him gold, which is slightly better than the Hall of Fame benefits because you wind up getting a flight and an appearance fee instead of just an
Right.
appearance fee. But as a Hall of Famer, he's already got the invite, so most of the gold benefits are things that he already has acquired to get a Hall of Fame. So it's really a question of if he can get to platinum, then his hobby pays him.
Right.
But he needs a top 8 for platinum.
You see Seth really sweating a Temple Scry. Decides to put it on the bottom and play a Pack Rat.
Interesting.
No activation of Mutavault there. Pack Rat just trades with Fire Drinker Satyr.
Huh. Wow, 2 satyrs. Just the ability, it's such a tempo deck. The ability to do 2 things on a turn. So powerful.
2 cards.
One of the things I love about Magic, you have games that are just like about playing 1-drops and putting multiple creatures in play, or you can have a deck that's about like making 9 mana to play a Genesis Hydra.
Right. Seth Manfield's been having a good season. He's already on 35 pro points, so he is gold. And if he top 25s, he gets platinum.
Here's a Pack Rat. He does have a Thoughtseize in his hand.
Wow.
But, chose not to use it there.
You just smash into this Pack Rat, right? Whatever. Trade for one of my guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Luis is probably...
He's thinking about whether or not he wants to smash in
with the Mutavault?
With the Mutavault as well, or if he wants to maybe chain something to the rocks here.
That is what he's thinking about. He can...
It's alt undo.
He can do both, right? He can
Yeah.
chain and Mutavault. Isn't that the line? But then he doesn't play his Foundry Street Denizen? Like, he gets to do 2 things again, which is exactly what he wants to do. He just has to decide which 2. He elects for Foundry Denizen. I'm going to guess Denizen plus Mutavault, because it's kind of a waste of a chain to hit a 1/1 Pack Rat that's just going to trade with a Satyr.
Now you have 2 cards still.
You know what you can't chain to the rocks, though?
Blood Baron. Yeah.
You cannot. What? Oh, sorry.
Question for a second for Seth about whether or not he was able to. Which restrictions were placed on his black removal spell? All right, well, here it comes.
Blood Baron.
Yep.
That is the trump card.
What can LSV do about this?
Yeah. Seth traded as efficiently as he could. Ooh.
Oh, well, there
That's
you
what
have it.
LSV can do
We're
about
gonna
it.
stoke the flames. Convoke.
M15, stoke the flames off the top, too.
That was, and that was
Convoke
about as
in full
perfect
effect.
as perfect as he, just exacts his mana.
Yes.
And able to still get in an attack.
Oh, Owen Turtenwald has taken down Andrew Cuneo. 2-1. Sure, those teammates were not happy to run into each other, but
No.
you know what? Being 5-1 is still not
Yeah.
terrible. Owen 6-0.
And
He's been
can
playing
make a-
such good Magic lately. People have been waiting for him to make another deep run.
Yeah, and he 52 points on the season.
Yeah. Still hypothetically live for Player of the Year.
Hypothetically.
He has to go deep into Sunday.
He might need to go into Monday. Here's a Thoughtseize. Sees the Chain to the Rocks and the Chandra. But it drops Seth to 4.
Right. She's trying to...
Again, he has two removal spells in hand, but he's got to play them, again, like you said, a turn at a time. Play Banishing Light. He can play Hero's Downfall on something, and then... But
he's just dead, right? Doesn't he take 4?
Well, he can take... He can take 3 here,
yeah,
assuming...
Foundry Denizen's only 1. Oh, no, how about a red
there's
creature?
a red creature, yeah.
That'll do it.
There's no way to get out from under that.
These decks didn't used to be able to kill Blood Baron, right?
No.
Like, all the 4s were to the face. Like, Boros Charm only went to the face. But M15, Stoke the Flames, means that Blood Baron is not the trump card that it used to be.
Luis said he needed to run pretty good for this tournament, and that would fall under that category. Yeah, we're going to go back to looking at that Neil Reeves match.
Neil Reeves is still alive? How is he still alive? Remember we left?
We left, and it looked really bad.
He was down
for
a game.
Neil.
Supreme Verdict resolved. Deicide was in hand, but apparently Orange is now on 3. And Neil is still fighting. He likes that seat.
I mean, if there's ever someone who is made to sort of stubbornly retain the King of the Hill seat, it's Neil Reeves.
By that.
Well, I guess he's scried a lot with Thassa.
How did Deicide not kill her?
He was holding a counterspell at the time. I think he was
okay. That was his last card. He was
Yeah.
a dissolve for the... Yeah. So I guess when we left, Supreme Verdict resolved, but Deicide must have gotten dissolved. And then the Thassa Scry plan. Yeah,
Yeah, I
fair
think-
enough.
They were good games. It's fine. I just drew better. I didn't really think we. Yeah.
Hearing player audio, it sounds like Juza may have finished off Frank Karsten.
Most important cards in that mirror there. Frank actually suggested we add a 4th soldier yesterday. This is good in the mirror. Which you just
No.
saw. Like, like whenever he monsters like the
Plays
long
his
hand,
Jace.
It's usually like a problem, but this guy just blocked it all day.
Yeah, so he can't even pressure you with it.
There's also a Jason play for Neil.
Board stalls.
Yeah. I think.
I mean, often it's about like curving out well.
Yeah.
The person who does that also can have the advantage with stuff like Banishing Light and Selection of Charm to push through.
Right. After board we have more.
Martin Hughes did win, so this is our last
2-0.
match, Randy.
Makes sense.
Looks like Last Breath went into hand there.
Things that can pretty much decide the game on its own. If you blow your Banishing
And
Light
these guys
earlier,
are 5-0 at this point. King of the Hill on the line.
they play Angel, that make us the game.
22 to
Since we know
3.
what the other one is doing, we're not going to do that. So that's why I didn't play.
Neil needs to win this game if he wants to force a game 3.
In case he had the Ajani, because he had like sort of a slower draw, so I figured like you might actually have this in your hand.
A little less than 25 minutes on the clock. These guys might have a couple extra minutes in the future match.
Makes sense. Oh. That Jace with the 7 counters up there is the other thing that's going on. I didn't notice that right away. And that would be Thassa turning on again if that resolves. But it does not. Yeah, Jace Memory Adept. He's been plussing it primarily.
Yes. Architect of Thought in play.
I mean, I guess with your opponent on 3, it's pretty tempting to finish them off that way rather than going for the deck.
You don't want to be a mill him and kill him deck.
It's still an option. It's not like that option goes away. You just give him a couple of turns, is all.
So Divination and 2 lands.
Yep.
Yeah,
Easy
takes
split.
the Divination.
Takes the Divination. Easy choice.
Gas Divination. Step 2.
To kill it, that reveals your hand. Just fine for me as well.
Then a planar cleansing. Strong. You see him playing Neil Reeves on camera. Can't afford any missteps. He's on that tightrope. There you see Neil, whatever. Been here before. Faced longer odds. There's the planar cleansing.
The notes for Neil Reeves in the media guide we've got are perfect. Once considered the best limited player in the world. Two Pro Tour top 8s, both in 2002. PT debut 1997. Thing that's at stake for him, he wants to come back.
Yes.
He needs top 25 for Honolulu. That
top
is
25 or, get his, he can work his way up to silver at the next one.
Right. But
You know.
if he's going to chain that PTQ into a return trip, he needs a top 25.
Still has to, with Neil being able to sort of sculpt his hand every turn with Thassa's ability. Just pushing all the chaff to the bottom.
Yeah. Greg Orange, first PT ever. It's his debut off the Minneapolis top 8. Also, I'm sure thinking about that top 25, especially with the 5-0 start.
Yeah.
It starts to sound realistic.
You got to be really careful at this point about letting that creep in, right?
Yeah, no, the real secret is just not to think about any of that stuff.
Yeah.
Just play Magic.
Don't be aware of the three guys operating cameras all around you. Craig Gibson clicking a shutter in your face. People writing down every card you draw and what happens on their iPads. Biden to Thassa. And Mutavault gets in while Greg Orange's gates are down. Draws a card. He's one pip away from turning Thassa on. Well, you're going to make it unblockable.
Yeah, exactly.
So I might as well be attacking. Is that one? He does have a last breath in hand, we know. There's your...
Nightveil Spectre turns on Thassa if it resolves.
Nightveil Spectre gets gainsayed. Neil gonna attack into last breath? I don't think so. Not without a counter spell. Chooses to pass turn.
Yep.
I just need to get in with this once. I just need to protect one attack step. One unblockable Mutavault on the horizon. Objects on the horizon may be further away than they appear. Oh, here is Sphinx's Rev for Greg Orange.
Yeah, that life's going to come in handy.
Does it resolve? Yes.
Well, Neil lasted a lot longer than I thought he was going to last.
Let's see, a Deicide.
Do you think Greg Orange really knows who Neil Reeves is? Feels like a legend from the past. Like those of us who were around remember him. But he hasn't been around in a while. Like, is he somebody, is the legend loud enough that a Greg Orange would have heard about it?
I think, his friends are going to tell him. Someone's going to know who he is. Greg doesn't know. The too little, too late department. Gainsay showed up for Neil. And sees another Thassa in hand.
Wow. Yep.
Just a look through the deck. We have here, had your sideboard.
For a while, the running joke with Dark Confidant. Neil is best friends with Bob Maher.
Yes.
And so with Bob Maher's invitational card, a lot of people claimed that the artist was nice enough to put Neil in the background, the guy that Bob was advising.
Remember, Neil had that opportunity to say 10, 10.
Yeah, no, he had Jace for multiple turns and decided he was in a control fight and didn't want to just move all in on the,
right,
on the deck
he was scrying a card every turn, drawing an extra card every turn.
It made sense to me.
It did make sense.
It did seem reasonable. It did not work out, however.
Okay.
He's just playing with his game safe face up.
The slow work. Scry action. And, there's an Elixir of Immortality, which
well named.
Been a part of this deck for a while now.
Andrew Cuneo tech.
Yeah.
He was definitely the first one.
Get in with Mutavault. Say, have that last. Oh, it doesn't even have last breath. He has a Zorius Charm. That's even worse. Yep. So gainsay that.
A new one.
Gainsays it. It gets last breath in response. Maybe that represents an extra turn for Neil. A third Mutavault now for Greg Orange.
So you know what Greg's friends call him? I don't know if they were messing with me or not, but in Grand Prix Minneapolis, his friends insisted that Greg Orange is the citrus assassin.
Well, if it wasn't true, it is now. This is sort of like being stabbed to death with a knife made out of an orange rind. It'll get it done eventually.
Neil does not seem optimistic about his Master of Waves' chances of staying in play.
Yeah, there you go, Master. But again, that's also Bob. Yeah, I mean Neil's body language. Right? He doesn't want you to think that he has a plan.
The game's completely over. I'm just going through the motions. Game's completely over.
All right, fine. Supreme verdict. Look. Can't be countered. Destroy all creatures. Destroy all hopes. Neil draws another Master of Waves off the top. And it syncopated for a bunch. Neil counts just to be sure. All right, fine. Still, you know, a lot of turns left in this game. Go. 2 Mutavaults. Down to 12. 3 more turns. Neil doesn't even bother playing around. He just puts his island off the top into play.
And 2 Jace activations would have done it. Although, yeah, the game probably ends a lot sooner if he hadn't been drawing and playing the control fight. But Sphinx's Revelation, good enough. Neil is done going through the motions now.
Okay, we have a new King of the Hill.
We do 6 rounds, 5 different
Citrus
kings.
is the Citrus King.
The Citrus King. I like it. The Citrus King.
So Greg Orange playing blue-white against mono blue. This has become a pretty classic matchup.
Sure.
Welcome back to the booth. Classic matchup from the Grand Prix circuit that we've seen over the last couple months. Is that how you've seen it play out?
Yeah, I mean, after sideboarding games, some mono blue players think of themselves as a beatdown deck. Some mono blue players try to sideboard their way into a control deck. Neil clearly went with the sideboard into a control deck. It tends to lead to longer games. I think that is the right way to play out that matchup. I know that Sam Black plays it the same way. So, I mean, I think
true then.
yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it's close-ish. It seems like the kind of matchup to me where, you know, if one of the players is just better than the other guy, he can win it from either side. I mean, it's close-ish. I do feel like the edge goes to the control player in general, though.
So we're going to get a word with Greg Orange. We're going to find out a little bit more about him and about what it means to be the king of the hill.
Yeah. Wow, you know who else is 6-0?
No.
Billy Jensen.
Oh, boy.
Huey wants to go to Worlds. He's had this awesome season with, is it 7 or is it 8 Grand Prix top 8s?
It's 8 Grand Prix top 8s.
8 Grand Prix top
record.
8s.
The previous record was Owens at 7, preceded by Kai's at 6.
Yeah, ridiculous. But he hasn't had a deep run at a Pro Tour now, but 6-0 start.
Yeah.
This might be the weekend.
All right, so we're going to go down to the floor. Tim Willoughby has cornered Greg Orange and is going to ask him a couple of questions. Let's send it down to Tim.
Hello and welcome to the feature match area. I'm Tim Willoughby, here with Greg Orange. Looking pretty pleased, Greg, because this is your second Pro Tour, and this one going a little bit better than the last one, right?
Indeed. I went 2-6 the first time, so that's a bit of an improvement, I guess.
You've got the 6, you've locked up playing tomorrow, and this is your first time in the feature match area, right?
Yeah.
Now, how much do you know about the player that you were playing in that last round?
I don't know anything.
Let me fill you in a little bit. Neil Reeves, he has 2 Pro Tour top 8s, was for a while known as the best limited player in the world. So in some respects, you may have been lucky to play him in Constructed. But yeah, it looks like today the King of the Hill table, not necessarily one that people can stay around in for too long because no one has managed to defend it for more than 2 rounds, but it looks like you're really comfortable with your deck. Do you think you might be the first one to be able to win more than a couple in this feature match area?
I'd like to be. Sure. Let's do it. Why not?
And have you been playing this blue-white deck for a while? Is this something you picked up especially for this show, or is it?
I have not played a deck without Sphinx's Revelation in it as long as it was in Standard, so...
I mean, it seems like a popular choice, and, you know, as long as people are still doing pack rats, as long as people are still playing with the Sphinx's Revelations, this is still very much the standard that we know and love. But there's 2 more rounds left today and plenty more tomorrow. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament, Greg Orange. We'll send back to the studio now.
Seemed a little, he's like, wow, these lights are bright. But that's great. I mean, he acquitted himself perfectly, though, in the feature match area.
Played well. I mean, it makes sense. Sphinx's Revelation, run it. If that's your style of Magic, it does quite well.
All right. We got 2 more rounds to go here, but in the meantime, we're going to send you back to the news desk and our own Rich Hagon.
As they used to say in the music hall, our very own, and you can keep him. Yes, Rich Hagon here, and 2 results to bring you. Jeremy Desani was up against Daniel Antonio, the Cypriot, only 18 years old, a terrific player, but Desani dodged that particular young bullet, 5-1 now, for the number 2 ranked player in the year, who leads the Player of the Year race by 1 right now. Meanwhile, Reed Duke, he was up against Luis Lux of Venezuela. That was a 2-0 win for Lux, so that puts Reed Duke back to 3-3. I can tell you that in just a little bit during our dinner break, we've got Jeremy Desani and Reed Duke together here at the news desk telling us all about their season so far. They came in on the eve of the Pro Tour yesterday to talk through all their highs and occasional lows of a phenomenal season for the 2 of them. Meanwhile, it is deck tech time once again. You better brace yourself for this. We've already given you Conley Woods with weirdness. We brought you Craig Wescoe with green-white mid-range. Things are going to get seriously strange. In our next deck tech, it's Alex Sittner with Zach Hill, and he's about to launch some fleets. Take a look at this.
Everybody, welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Zach Hill here with Alex Sittner, playing a deck called, what's the name again?
It's called No Limit Soldiers.
And explain to us why the deck is called No Limit Soldiers.
So it's called No Limit Soldiers because, well, you're all in almost every hand.
Yeah, it seems like it's like a soldier tribal deck. Guys, this is one of the coolest decks I've seen at this tournament. Totally unlike anything else we've seen in Standard. Alex, can you tell us a little bit about what this deck is and what it does?
So what you're trying to do is play a whole lot of 1-drops and pump them up with either Obelisk of Erd or Dynacharge or Spear of Heliod and outrace your opponents. You're trying to kill them before they get going.
So why is a deck like this good right now? Why haven't we seen anything, essentially like 21 drops and pump spells? Why haven't we seen that before?
Well, I mean, this isn't the first time we've seen it, but Obelisk of Erd is a card from M14 that really helps you out in the matchups that you needed against. I mean, you needed the extra 4 pump spells to get you to 9, and all of your creatures being soldiers and all 1-drops makes Obelisk of Erd just insane.
That's awesome. Okay, so let's actually take a look at what some of those cards are. Again, all soldiers, no real limit to them. We see Dryad Militant, Soldier of the Pantheon, Legion Loyalist, and Boros Elite. Now, we've seen a lot of Militant Soldier. They've done great on the Pro Tour stage. A little less of Loyalist and definitely less Boros Elite. Are these good just because they're 1-drop soldiers, or do each of these serve a specific purpose?
Well, I mean, in this deck, they're mostly good because they're 1-drop soldiers, but I mean, we've seen a lot of Militant and Soldier and Boros Elite in a deck, and then in a completely different deck, you have most of the red soldiers. I mean, the innovation in this deck is putting them all together and adding the pump spells that make them all huge.
Now, why specifically? I know Loyalist does kind of a lot of different things. You were telling me it was good against mono blue. It was also good against like green decks somewhat. What does this card do?
Loyalist makes Pack Rats not be able to block. He's haste, which is very important sometimes with the next cards. He makes Master of Waves tokens not be able to block. He gives all your creatures first strike so that after you pump them, often as an instant, you can take them by surprise, and first strike and trample can usually get the job done with Dynacharge or Obelisk of Erd or Spear. And this guy's just amazing. You definitely want 4 of him.
That's awesome. Okay, so these are the 1-drops that kind of attack and block, but there's a little bit trickier dimension to this deck. If we can go ahead and take a look at some of the next cards, we see now a bunch of tokens. We've got a Crowan Crusader, Favored Hoplite, Launch the Fleet. Now this looks a lot like Stanislav Sivka's deck from the Block Pro Tour.
Right.
What kind of dimension do these cards give to the deck? And of course, raise the alarm to increase your token offense.
Right. I mean, these cards let the deck go a lot wider. The first time you launch the fleet on a Crowan Crusader and make 2 tokens on turn 2 or 4 tokens on turn 2, you're going to really like it. So, yeah, adding a little bit of heroic dimension lets you really do tricks with Dynacharge. It lets you really do tricks with Launch the Fleet, and it just gives you more 1-drops to be able to cast Obelisk of Erd on turn 3. I mean, the whole point of this deck is to play a 1-drop on 1 and 2 1-drops on 2, and then play a pump spell on turn 3. That will usually get you there. Like, there isn't really a deck in the format that can deal with a turn 3 Obelisk of Erd.
Now, I can definitely read Launch the Fleet, read a Crowan Crusader, and kind of compute that they work well together. But there was like a specific sequence of plays you were saying dealt like 25 damage on turn 3?
Sure, yeah. In one of the games earlier today, I played in a Crowan Crusader on turn 1, and then double Launch the Fleet on turn 2 on the Crowan Crusader to make 4 tokens. And then on turn 3, and attack for 5 that turn. And on turn 3, cast Dynacharge and attack for 15. So it worked out pretty well.
That doesn't seem weak, but I do want to take a look. I mean, these are a lot of cheap creatures. At the end of the day, they're a bunch of 1/1s. There's a card that ties all of this together going. I want to do a single card spotlight on kind of the centerpiece of the deck, Obelisk of Erd.
Yep.
New card out of M15. You've alluded to this card being good, but I feel like it's not necessarily intuitive, or at least it wouldn't be intuitive to me, exactly how much of this deck is designed around Obelisk. Can you explain just exactly how this card functions?
Well, every single creature in your deck is a soldier. Mutavault is a soldier. Your Launch the Fleet's tokens are soldiers. Your Crowan Crusader tokens are soldiers. And you can almost always play this card on turn 3. You play 31 1-drops. Well, if you count Raise the Alarm, like Raise the Alarm can count as 2 1-drops. So, I mean, when you have this card in your opener, you can almost always play it on turn 3. And when you play it on turn 3, you almost always win on turn 4. So there's very little removal that deals with this in the format. Like Detention Sphere can deal with Obelisk of Erd. Some people are playing Putrifies, but other than that, there's not much that deals with an Obelisk of Erd. So even if they Wrath after you play Obelisk, your Mutavaults and your other creatures can usually come in and mop up. I mean, +2/+2, making all your creatures wild Nikatos in this format is just unbelievable.
It just,
yeah,
it's good to make your guys big.
Yeah.
And you know, I was thinking about it. I was thinking, you know, okay, what you do, you play like a 1-drop on turn 1, 2 1-drops on turn 2, and then on turn 3 you tap your 3 lands and your 3 guys to play Obelisk. It's actually even better than that.
Yeah, it's even better than that, because not only can you tap your 3 guys that you have already out in play, you can play more creatures before that. So if you have 3 guys in play, you can play all the other creatures in your hand basically before you play the Obelisk, and then be able to attack with them the next turn when they're huge. So it's
totally unreal.
Yeah, it's completely unreal. I've killed, I've won probably 8 games today on turn 4. It's.
I mean, the thing that's counterintuitive, at least to me, is that, you know, the cards that are good against him are like Drown in Sorrow, you know, 3 mana, give everything -2/-2. With Obelisk, you can beat a Drown in Sorrow even if they have it, if you're on the play.
You can. I mean,
it's really good.
Yeah. you can beat most Wrath spells, like Supreme Verdicts, Drown in Sorrows, Obelisk will get you there through almost all of them.
Right. Now, of course, sometimes you don't draw Obelisk, so I want to take a look at the other ways the deck's able to pump. You've got 4 Dynacharge, just 1 Spear of Heliod. You've alluded several times to like 9 pump spells. Why is 9 the right number? Why these particular cards?
Well, I didn't want to play Fortifies, and I didn't want to play the second Spear of Heliod. I mean, the Legendary can matter sometimes. 9 is enough to ensure that you always have a pump spell, even through Thoughtseize or something. Drawing too many pump spells is definitely bad, but always have it. You always really want to have one. You don't always need to have one to win, but usually you want one. Launch the Fleets can provide a lot of the same functionality as one of these pump spells, but this is what makes the deck run.
And I know you said you didn't want to play Fortify, but that is a card that can help you against Master
Oh,
Removal.
absolutely.
Why is Dynacharge better than Fortify?
Dynacharge is better than Fortify because of the heroic creatures. Dynacharge can act as a 1-drop if you have an Akroan Crusader in play, and also it can help to kill them out of nowhere with Favored Hoplite. Being able to play it for 1 mana is just a huge added bonus that you don't really get from Fortify. You never really have the 3 mana open when they're playing Drown. You really need to get on. You really need to get all in, so you can't really beat that card anyway.
All right, so I want to finally just take a look at how we actually cast all these spells. Now we're making use of the full 4 Battlefield Forge, 4 Mana Confluence, 4 Sacred Foundry. Really quick, just Mutavault. You know, it's a soldier, it's a land, but why only 3 Mutavaults?
So Mutavault doesn't actually cast most of the spells in the deck. The only spells that it casts are Launch the Fleet, Raise the Alarm, Obelisk of Erd, and the rest of your pump spells. So it doesn't cast any of your 1-drops. If you have a Mutavault and 1 other land hand, it can sometimes get pretty awkward.
And there, finally, of course, your basic lands, they cast the rest of the things. So for someone just playing the deck at this tournament, just the big takeaway, what is this deck good against? What is this deck bad against? Why would you play it in the tournament?
Well, it's really bad against specific cards rather than specific decks. If your opponents have a lot of Golgari Charm, Drown in Sorrow, and Anger of the Gods, you're not going to do very well. And if they don't, you will probably have at least a fighting chance. The deck mulligans quite a bit, and it doesn't mulligan all that great. But if you have a decent hand, you're going to beat most everything.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Alex. This is Alex Sittner here with No Limit Soldiers. I'm Zach Hill at the Tournament Center. Let's stay tuned for more Magic here at Pro Tour Magic 2015.
All right, thank you so much to Alex Sittner there. Wow, that's a deck tech and a half. Now, big moment coming up. Yesterday, Reed Duke, Jeremy Desani, they came in, they talked about all their Grand Prix success, their Pro Tour title, the first top 8 for Reed Duke. Right now, I can tell you that Reed is 3-3, Jeremy 5-1. As long as they both make it to day 2, Player of the Year will be super live. 2 rounds still to come, but we're on dinner break, so why don't you sit back, pour yourself a cold one and relax over the next 25 minutes or so in the company of the 2 finest players in the game. Here comes the showdown, Desani versus Duke. Player of the Year is the highest accolade in the game. Over the course of a season, the best simply rises to the top, whether that's a John Finkel, a Kai Buddha, or one of the two gentlemen I'm about to introduce to you now. Because over the last 15 months, through dozens of Grand Prix and Pro Tours and World Championships and World Magic Cups, these two fine gentlemen have put together astonishing seasons. And we're going to take you through that now in their company. Let's begin with the man on my right. From France, it's Jeremy Desani. Let's take a look at his stats. He is, of course, a Platinum Pro. 27 points last season, a Pro Tour top 8. That's in Theros. We'll talk to him about that. 8 Grand Prix top 8s to his name, and 2 Grand Prix titles, of course. Duke, again, of course, a Platinum Pro, 52 points last season. And there you see his career achievements. That Pro Tour top 8 coming last time around at Journey into Nyx. 10 Grand Prix top 8s, a Magic Online winner, 2011, and 2 Grand Prix titles to his name. So how did they get to this state of play? 70 points to Reid Duke, the #1 ranked player in the world. 71 to Jeremy Desani, the #2 ranked player. Someone this weekend is going to claim all the marbles and go home from here, Portland, as your Player of the Year. So where does the story begin? Well, it begins on this continent in Florida and Miami. Let's take a look. And Reid was in action, and boy, wasn't he just in action. This is the best winner photo of the season, bar none. How did you manage, never mind winning the thing, how did you manage to look so relaxed during that photo shoot?
I was feeling good, Rich. I was on the beach, you know, the tournament was just over, I was ready to relax.
It was a standard event. You played Jund, black, red, and green. Why? What is it about Jund? Because it's a thread for both of you through the season. Why Jund in that event?
Well, the deck I played in Miami has proven to be my favorite Magic deck of all time. You got all the best cards, not only in the format, but you know, some of the best cards have been printed in the last 10 years.
Thragtusk, Hunter of the Fells, Vampire Nighthawk, Bonfire of the Damned, they were all in that
exactly.
deck.
It was a powerful deck. It was well balanced. You had no weaknesses. Your sideboard was great. I just really liked the deck and felt really comfortable basically against anything my opponents could throw at me.
It's fair to say that when we look at that top 8, you look at the likes of Matt Costa, Valentin Mackel of Europe, Brad Nelson in 3rd. Not a lot of people would have talked about the guy in 2nd place, Josh McLean. Did you get a sense in that final just how good Josh McLean was and would turn out to be through the season?
Yeah, absolutely. If I remember correctly, Josh was the only Reanimator white, green, black player in the top 8, and he kind of just cut through everybody in that tournament, you know, all day 2 and the top 8 and everything. And he was really impressive, and I just narrowly squeaked by him in the finals.
Okay, well, we move on, and we move on to the World Championship. So let's see what happened in World 2013. It was a mixed format event, and there you see the smiling face of Shahar Shenhar of Israel, because he won the whole thing. But in 2nd place, well, it was Mr. Duke in a top 8 that, of course, was completely stacked with Hall of Famer Ben Stark, former Player of the Year Josh Utter-Layton, a Pro Tour winner Craig Wescoe, former Player of the Year Yu Watanabe, a twice Pro Tour champion Brian Kibler, and another former Player of the Year Shuhei Nakamura. In that context, Reid, 2nd was incredible. But you were kind of devastated.
Yeah, if you had gotten a photo of me at this time, it would not have looked the same as that. I was pretty upset at the end result of this tournament. Looking back on it now, I can feel good about it, and it was a real confidence booster for me, being able to show that I could compete against, like you said, the absolute best players in the game. So, you know, while the finals was a disappointing result, looking back on it, the tournament was a great learning experience for me, and I'll take that with me. You know, I took it with me for the rest of the year, and I'll take it with me next year and in the future too.
So what does the scoreboard look like between these two guys at this point? Reid is up to 21 pro points at this point. Jeremy, none. So Jeremy, let's get to you now. We go to GP Warsaw, and let's take a look. You start off, you're playing Jund in this event, 8-0-1 on day 1, and then you monster your way through day 2 before eventually being beaten by Felipe Tapia Becerra, the former Rookie of the Year, of course, from Chile. Why Jund for you in Standard? What is it that appeals? Because it's no coincidence that the top 2 players in the world play Jund almost whenever they can.
Okay, it's crazy. Maybe I think the deck was the best in standard at this moment. We played Bont Kessig at the PT just before in standard, but definitely was not a deck for me, I think. And Junt was really my favorite deck. You have a lot of choice. You can win against all. It's really what I like with a deck. You can beat everything.
By the time you start playing in Warsaw, we've already said Reed's up to 21 points, but you're not probably focused on Reed specifically. You're focused on the start of your own season,
yeah, exactly.
But you're at 0 points. So what was the goal for you coming into this 15-month season?
Okay, just at this moment I have the qualification for Dublin with the silver level, and I'm happy to make the top 4 with that because I have the qualification for Valence too at this moment. So for me it was important because I know I will play the 2 next PT of the season, the 2 first one. So if you want to have a good season and have some gold and platinum, you need to play the first PT of the season for sure and don't miss every point at the beginning of the season.
So it was a really big deal to make it into the top 8 there. Next, we go on to Duke versus McLean round 2. Let's go to Detroit, and that's where we're going to head next. It's a modern Grand Prix, and there you see, yes, Josh McLean first, Reed second, another Hall of Famer Ben Stark, Willie Adel in 8th there. This time around, now, when you beat someone once in a final, do you think you have them? Is there a psychological edge there, or did you feel in some way almost threatened by the fact that he was out for you in that final? How did that feel?
Well, I felt fairly confident going in, but the thing underlying it all is that Josh has something to prove at this point, and he's got it out for me, and he's not going to go down without a fight. And he came with his best, and it was good enough at this time.
He didn't sound very happy about that, though. Is there a point where you would almost feel, oh, well done, I'm kind of pleased for you, or were you just, why couldn't that have been me again? Are you greedy for more in a good way?
That's a tough question, because in the moment, second place does not feel good. That's you leave the tournament, not satisfied. However, I've always felt that you can learn more from losing than from winning, and in Josh beating me here, I developed like a really impressive rival that's going to push me to be a better player, and maybe I'll have a match against Josh at this tournament or the next tournament, and I'm going to have to be ready for that. So I'm going to be.
All of this has happened before the first Pro Tour of the season. That's in Dublin in October. It's Pro Tour Theros, a new block, all kinds of new things going on. That looks like a happy man. Mr. Jeremy Desani, he wins the whole thing. So let's start with you, Jeremy. Who were you testing with for that thing? Because it was a new team.
Yeah, Doctor, at this moment we have a team with a lot of French guys and Melissa Littora. So roughly we organize our team and choose the member. So yeah, this tournament was pretty good because for all the guys in the team made day 2. So yes, it's important to know we worked well and everyone is happy. So yeah, it was a great tournament.
How quickly did the team establish that Mono Blue Devotion was what you were going to go into battle with?
Maybe 5 days before the PT. I spoke with Antoine Rurel, He was not in the team, but he told me he has the idea of this deck. At this moment he play Black-Blue Devotion with some discard. But after we saw play only island is important to don't have any tapland in the deck, and we have the list pretty early during the test, and because all the guys in the team want to play it, we have maybe 7 times the deck, and we can multiply the test and the match, and at the end I think we have close to the best list of this archetype. Yeah.
I watched back the final in preparation for this show, and that moment where you win and you reach across the table and hug Pierre Dageon, it's very emotional and very, very real. And it felt to me watching it back again that it was about more than just you, but nobody breaks a Pro Tour. No one comes in as a team and utterly dominates. No one gets to play their best friend in a final and then be the one holding the trophy. It must have just been a colossal moment at that point. What was that like?
Okay, it's something very strange moment, because when you win a PT, for sure you are happy. When your friend make final, you are happy. But yeah, you don't want him to lose the final. But at this moment, in the same time, I won the PT and he lost the final. So you can be so happy because it's not fair against him and it's not fine. Yeah, I know he is not so happy because he lost the final, but he's happy for me. And yeah, it's something strange, but we are both happy of this moment.
Sure. Meanwhile, Reed, 34th place for you, and although 34th is very good, it's also 4 or 5 tiers below what the shoes you want to be in. Did you take away, though, from that PT the fact that you were sitting there on 33 pro points, and by October of a season that was about to end the following August, you were pretty much guaranteed to be a Platinum Pro? That must have felt really good.
Yeah, it felt good, but you know, locking up Platinum's not the goal that I set for myself at the beginning of the season. I really go for, you know, any Magic player that you talk to in this Pro Tour, they go for the top finishes, and you want to be remembered for, you know, your first places and your Player of the Year finishes and everything like that, not for, you know, a bunch of 34th places in a row.
Well, let's see what comes next. Louisville, 10th place for Reed, but then we go back to Jeremy for Grand Prix Vienna. By this point, you're up to number 13 in the world. Of course, you play Mono Blue Devotion. And let's take a look. There you see, it's Marcin Staciła of Poland who wins. Robin Dola, who's a name you should watch out for this weekend, in second. And Jeremy there in fourth. The interesting thing there is that when you made it to the top 8, a lot of people are like, great, I made it in. But you had an incredibly tough top 8 run. Stanislav Sivka, Pro Tour champion in the quarterfinal, and then Robin Dola, who you lose to in the semi-finals. Is that pretty much your toughest top 8 so far in terms of who you had to play against?
I don't know, because it was the same in Vienna too. During the top 8, each time, or a lot of time, I have the bracket with the famous guy. So yeah, for sure, I prefer to don't play Stanislav Sivka in quarter if I can, because he's a great player. For me, he's one of the best player. Yeah. So yeah, it was a bad matchup too for me because he play UI control. So for Mono Blue, it's not the best matchup. Yeah, I was happy to win my quarter, and I lost in semi-final against Robin Dola, who is a good player too.
Yep, won Grand Prix Boston Worcester this past
was an
weekend.
unknown guy at this moment, but yeah.
It would go on to be very much a known player. So we get to the end of 2013, and the scoreboard shows a 42 to 36 point lead for Jeremy between these two as we head into 2014. Well, it's back to Jeremy again. He's up to number 9 in the world now. It's Grand Prix Prague. And seasons are made up of moments sometimes. If there is a moment that I would look back to, if you win Player of the Year, and say, okay, that's where the difference came. Because you were at 5-2, 2-2 with 3 buys, played 4 matches, only won 2 of them, virtually on the way home with 2 rounds to go on day 1. You win your 8th round, and then to play for day 2, you face Samuele Estrati, a Pro Tour champion. What was that round like?
Okay, my 2 losses before this round was against Pierre. So we play Kiki Pod was not a good matchup, and on Living End was the worst matchup for my deck was Junk. Junk was my favorite player all time, my favorite deck all time. The round against Samuele was special because I never played against him. He's one of my best friends. So I don't know was special because it's the same. I don't want him to not make day 2 because he needs point like me at this moment. So. Yeah, it was special, but was a strange game. Yes, he played Kiki Pod too, so I don't know. Yeah, it was crazy.
But having made it in, you see on the board, he makes it count again. Robin Dola's in the top 8 again. Emanuele Giusti is there. Jeremy loses in the quarterfinal, but that's an awful lot better than being out of the door at 5-3 with still a round to go on day 1. Huge moment in the Player of the Year race. So let's move on. Let's go to Pro Tour Born of the Gods now. It's modern. Reed's at number 3, Jeremy's at number 5. You see on the screen, Sean McLaren claims the deal there in a stacked top 8 full of players who really get the modern format. Now, Reed, both of the two of you went 7-3, 7-2-1 in constructed. You went 3-3 in draft. How frustrating was that? Because that ultimately derailed the top tier finish that you were still looking for at that point.
Very frustrating, Rich. I've historically struggled with draft in the Pro Tour, usually going 3-3 or 4-2 when I have a particularly lucky tournament, and that's usually what's been holding me back, because with my usually a lot of effort into preparation, and I have a good team, we come up with a good deck. I've put up good constructed numbers, but the draft, just not being able to put up a stellar finish has been what's holding me back. This tournament, if memory serves, wound up being my 7th Pro Tour cash in a row without a top 8. So it's starting to get a little bit like,
sure,
this is okay, but what's missing,
Well, what's missing is something we're going to get to shortly, but we move on to Barcelona and the team event there, where Melissa and Rafael Levy were Jeremy's teammates. But Reed, you finished 3rd at that event with the so-called Peach Garden Oath, which is a magic card you can look up if you feel the need. Reed, Owen, William Jensen. Tell us about that friendship, because it looks an unusual trio in a lot of ways.
Yeah, well, Owen and Huey have grown to be 2 of my best friends, and they, sharing similar interests in Magic and competitiveness, they really push me to be my best, as I'd like to think I do for them. And it's a friendship that's just been really meaningful in a lot of ways, and my Magic career is one of them. And this tournament in particular, it feels, exponentially better to share a good finish with close friends in a team tournament.
Obviously, you finished 3rd rather than winning the whole thing.
Right.
So in a way, this is a silly question, but do you feel when you are with 2 such great players and you yourself are so good that it's going to be really tough for people to get through you?
To some extent, but when you reach this level of competition, everyone is talented and everyone's trying their best to beat you. So it doesn't necessarily come as a surprise to have a tough match or a loss, but we do have a strong team, and people have to bring their best to beat us, yeah.
For sure. Let's take a look at the scoreboard, 59-46 at this point. But let's move on. Vienna comes up next. It's 9-0 for Jeremy overnight, and then another stacked top 8. Denis Rashid, you beat him in the quarterfinal. Robert Jurkovic beat him in the semi-final, a team world champion from the Slovak Republic. And then the final, Aniol Alcaraz of Spain. How disappointing was the final loss there?
It was really not, because in this pod draft, I have for me, I have a bad deck, but I think all the 6 other guys have a bad deck. The only one was a great deck, was the winner.
Yeah.
So you have a perfect, it was the only white player at the table. You have the greatest deck I ever seen. So yes, I lost 2-0, but for me, if we played maybe 100 games, I lost maybe 95 games. So yeah, was not disappointed.
Okay. We go across to Philadelphia, the same format, and Reed, everyone knew that Blue-White Heroic was a great seat to be in if they could get there. But the top 8, if you go and look at the top 8 decks, it's packed full of horrible Blue-White decks and people trying to get out of the way of Blue-White. Meanwhile, you sat there in a great seat, apparently, and took all the black. Again, same question, though. At the end of the day, losing to Frank Scarron in the final, how did that second place feel rather than the trophy shot?
Like I said, second place is not the best feeling. It's almost worse than if you go out in the quarterfinals or if you don't even make the top 8, because you get so close, but you don't achieve your goal. So it's always tough to walk out of the building after a second place finish, hearing everyone clap for the winner and, having to make that handshake. It can be tough. But I was happy for Frank, and he's a really talented player. And I was proud of myself for turning around my poor limited finish in the last Pro Tour.
Sure. I mean, second place against a ton of really good players all the way down, USA rules. But now we come to Pro Tour journey into Nix. And I'm going to just say, Jeremy, what happened? You were at 7-4, and then the wheels came off. 7-5, 7-6, 7-7, 7-8. Was that the single toughest day of your Pro Tour season?
Yeah, it was a bad day. So I think I can explain that because we played a blue-black deck, okay, with Raf Levy. The problem is I choose the deck maybe only 2 days before the PT, and definitely was one of the hardest deck to play. It was really hard, really hard. So it was like a chess game. You need to choose your move a free turn before you. Yeah, you need to. Yeah, it was
right.
horrible. Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty hard to play. and in the same time was not the best deck. So if you play perfectly, we are not sure you win this because it was not the best deck at this moment. So yeah, I think this can explain my 4 losses in a row. So I have not the level to play it, I think.
Okay, that's pretty startling when one of the best players in the world says, I couldn't really play the deck as well as I needed to. Someone who played just fine, Reed. You sat on the couch just over there, just offset, sitting there, having made that first Pro Tour top 8. Now that it's not 5 minutes ago, but a couple of months ago, can you reflect, put that in perspective for what that meant to you as an achievement within, not just Magic, but within your life?
It was really what I'd been working for, this whole time, and to get to play on that stage with greatest players in the world for the greatest title in the game, that's what it's really all about. It's what I've been working for, and yeah, it means a lot to even have that first top 8 because you're sitting with me doing this interview, but otherwise it would be, oh, when are you going to make your first top 8, Reed, which was the interview we did last time.
Us? We would never do that to you, Reed. No, I know exactly what you mean, and it was a phenomenal achievement. But then comes Sunday, and Sundays are the best of 3, and you can lose 2 games quickly, and that's kind of what happened. Were you a bit shocked afterwards by, oh, was that all I got to do in some ways? Because most people never have that one-round experience of Magic. It's a very unique Pro Tour feature.
Well, you're right. It was a lot of build-up, 16-round tournament, and then testing the matchup all night and waiting there. I was the last quarterfinal match to play, watching my friends play. And then, I lost in, I don't know how many minutes, but it was a pretty short match. But that's Magic. You work your whole life, basically, for those single moments. You work for a year to make that perfect attack on that one turn in round 7, or to not miss that onboard trick or whatever. Yeah. And I'm used to everything coming down to a single moment, and the fact that it went by fast in the blink of an eye almost, it's not surprising, and I didn't take it too hard.
So at that point, the scores look like this: 66-70. Reed has a lead. We're running out of GPs, and at Grand Prix Milan, only one single possible result can put Jeremy in front coming in to this PT. And it's this one: Grand Prix Milan, champion Jeremy Desani. Jeremy, everyone wants to win everything they play in. How aware were you that winning this would put you back in front in the Player of the Year race?
Okay, so you need to know for sure when I went to GP, I don't think about win 5 points and lead the race. I was in vacation with my girlfriend, so yeah, I have not the plan to win the GP. I make a draw in the first round, so it's not the best start. I needed to play the last round of day 1 to make day 2, so I could be out at this moment. And the 2 draft in the day 2 was maybe the hardest draft I played because I have a good pod. I played Jimmy Park, I played Patrick Dickman, Timothy Simono, I have Nico Boni. Yeah, I have a lot of players during all the round, only no guys.
And then the top 8 as well. You had Marcio Carvalho, who's always worth keeping an eye on in the semi-finals, and then Nico Boni again.
Yeah, in the over bracket we have Ivan Flush, Timothy. Yeah, we have a lot of good players in this top 8. So
yeah, it was a great achievement, and that leads us to the score of 71-70. There's hardly anything to put between them. Number 1 ranked, number 2 ranked, 71.70 points. Let's look at the tail of the tape and show you what these two, how they compare in all the key metrics. They're both 24 years of age. Then let's take a look at their lifetime earnings. Jeremy, 71,000. Reed, 117. Let's move on and we look at their Pro Tours. 7 for Jeremy, only 7 Pro Tours. You think he's been around forever. 1 top 8 in the win, and of course Reed with his first top 8 last time around. What about the next format? Let's look at Grand Prix. 24 Grand Prix for Jeremy with 8 top 8, 2 wins, and for Reed, 57, 10 top 8s and 2 wins as well. Let's move on. Let's take a look at their career. How does this work out? Lifetime pro points, 118. That'll go up to 123 once we factor in Milan. 173 already for Reed. Let's move on again. Their Premier Event career record. Now, bear in mind, if you can get to 65-ish, 66, that is a phenomenal win rate that no one has ever surpassed historically. You are talking Buddha and Finkel and DeRosa and the Hall of Fame legends. And there you see Jeremy at 69.4. That's across GPs, Pro Tours, and things like World Magic Cups and World Championships, and so on. Okay, that's Premier Events. Let's take a look as we see Premier Event in Constructed. Again, huge marks for both players. 67 for Jeremy, 63.7 for Reed. Let's take you on to our next set, Premier Event Limited. An incredible 71.9 for Jeremy, 58 for Reed. Talks to the fact that draft could be really key. Can he get off to a good start tomorrow morning in Magic 2015 Limited? Let's take you on to our next set on the tail of the tape. We go to Standard and we see a giant. Now, 67% is ridiculous for Reed, but 74.7 for Jeremy, that's almost unheard of. Of course, we're up to sort of 75, 80 matches there. Let's move on. Let's take a look at their Pro Tour career. 63.4 for Jeremy, 58 for Reed. What about Grand Prix? You'd expect these to be a bit higher, and they are. 65.7 for Reed and a ridiculous 71.7% for Jeremy over the best part of 300 matches. But what about this season? Never mind historically, this Pro Tour season, 70.8 for Jeremy, 70.5 for Reed. There is nothing to put between them. And then on we go again. Let's see the Grand Prix season, 74 for Jeremy, 66 for Reed, both stellar numbers. And then what's up next? The Standard season. Standard is the format right now, and numbers we have rarely seen. 72 for Reed, but 83.8%. He has only lost 6 times in Standard this pro season, Jeremy Desani. And the final question. Against this field, the 400 players who've qualified, those numbers, 55% and 60%, those are both very high, because this field features every Hall of Famer in the history of the game. All the platinums, all the golds, all the best players stand in the way of these two gentlemen becoming Player of the Year. Who wins? Will it be number 1, Reed Duke, on 70 points? Will it be number 2, Jeremy Desani, on 71 points? Or could we even have a Player of the Year playoff? Because that's what happens if Reed beats Jeremy by exactly 1 point this weekend. Gentlemen, thanks for being with us and part of a great show. Jeremy Desani, Reed Duke, everybody. Best of luck, gentlemen.
Okay.
You know, you and I talk about this a lot. We've had this conversation for however many years we've been doing coverage together, which is approaching 10 years, about who the best player in the game is and how that mantle changes hands.
Sure.
Is Jeremy Desani the best player in the game right now?
Quite possibly.
I mean, if he puts up another solid finish this weekend, I mean, what does it take? Like, where does a good couple of events become? Oh my God, he's
right.
Become like your 3-year median.
Sure. No, the run that he's on right now is ridiculous. I mean, I see Owen Turtenwald to 6-0, Team Reed for this Player of the Year race.
Sure.
But Desani's run is absurd. I didn't even realize he started this year silver. He came in as a silver, his first GP of this Player of the Year race, he just needed the invite because he only had the invite to Dublin. Right. Okay, Pro Tour Theros took care of business. Great. Win the Pro Tour, Insta-Platinum. Done. Don't have to worry about that. New goals. Player of the Year. But he's sitting on top of this race. Reed was up, 21 points on him at the beginning of the year? 21-0?
Reed was out 21-0 when they really started racing. Before Jeremy just earned his first point of the season.
If Jeremy puts up a top 8 here, he is absolutely. You're not looking at he got hot. One of the Pro Tour champions got hot at the Grand Prix level. Now you're at wow, and the numbers that he has in 7 Pro Tours are ridiculous.
83% match win percentage in Standard this year, which is kind of ridiculous. I mean, what I find really interesting about Jeremy is if you go back to Pro Tour Dragon's Maze.
Yes, I know where you're going. The story's
You go back
awesome.
to Pro Tour Dragon's Maze, and 4 rounds away from the end of day 2, player, which is what Luis was aiming for.
Luis Scott Vargas needed to top 16 to hit platinum,
and he was playing a player we didn't know at the time.
Yeah, who's just a guy. The way I heard the story a year ago,
and Luis knows his opponent is holding a counterspell, is facing down an army of tokens.
Right.
And he plays
Luis plays a Jace.
Plays his Jace, and the opponent's like, okay.
Yeah,
I'll
just
attack
counter
it.
what you get. I mean, the thinking from the opponent, who, spoiler, it's Jeremy Desani.
Right.
He was thinking, well, the Jace, I'll just counter the cards that he gets. Luis was not interested in going down and drawing cards with Jace. Luis was interested in going up and shutting off the token swarm that was guaranteed to kill him if Jeremy had just counterspelled the Jace.
Right.
He punted. He just misunderstood one interaction, and then all of a sudden, he's out. He loses that game. He loses the match to LSV. Right. LSV does, in fact, go on to get top 16 in platinum.
Right.
But that no longer seems like the important part of the story.
Yeah, and the important part of the story is he was really spiraling. Desani is spiraling at the end of that match.
Yeah.
And he is just, beating himself up. And, Raf Levy basically took him outside and roughed him up.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's like, look, you have 3 more rounds. You can win those 3 rounds. You can finish X in 5. You can get yourself to silver, and you can start the season over fresh.
In Dublin.
In Dublin, yes. and that's going back to the World Championships.
Oh, wow.
Where
That's a nice
Reduke,
parallel.
Finishes, and he's like, you know what? Every point's going to matter.
Right.
Blah, blah, blah. And, gets himself to the World Championships again the next year, gets himself into second place finish to start this year off, which is a big part of his success.
Man, that was like one round 11 or round 12 match at the last Pro Tour of the season last year.
Yeah.
We're going to have that match tomorrow. I don't know who's
we might not notice it.
We might not know exactly.
Until we're a couple months into the next season. But all of these matches matter so much.
Yeah.
Right? Silver matters. You don't always know silver mattered, right? Until until that player parlays silver into gold or gold into platinum.
Right.
But every single match down the stretch is going to matter. Every all the matches to get into day 2. People who are going to be playing with 4 losses, over these next 2 rounds, who are like, maybe get myself to day 2, maybe get myself
like Reed Duke, maybe.
Yeah.
We'll see. He has not been off to the best of starts so far today. What is he?
No,
he's 3-3.
Oh boy.
He's 3-3. Desani's 5-1.
Wow.
Like we could decide that race today.
It could just end.
I mean, if Reed makes day 2, everything is live.
Sure.
So I mean, Reed needs one more win to clinch to stay live into tomorrow. But if Reed goes 0-2 for these last 2 matches, then he's out.
Okay. So, but that's a story for another round.
Fair enough.
Right now, we have some feature matches, and we're going to start off with our video feature match, which is Conley Wood playing just another stock deck.
Nice. The stock
versus Ivan Flock playing white-blue control. And the way I understand it, this is a pretty good matchup for Conley. So I'm curious to see what this deck looks like in action. So let's send it down to the floor for round 7 of Pro Tour Magic 2015. Hello and welcome to round 17 of Pro Tour Magic 2015 here in Portland, Oregon. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm joined by Pro Tour Hall of Famer Randy Buehler, and we are about to watch Conley Woods playing just another stock deck. He's already underway here against Ivan Flock, the World Team Champion.
Sure. Yeah, super cool list from Conley. I know you did a deck tech with him earlier today.
Yes.
A lot of people were really enjoying that. I think and Necromancer Stockpile is the key card, and so it's all the puns on none of their stock list. The best line I saw was actually from Josh Utter-Layton over Twitter, who was saying, yeah, I did not expect Conley on a stock list, but, a pile, that made perfect sense to me.
Yeah. Here we go. We see a Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize is looking at Dissolve, Syncopate, and a lot of lands. So I imagine we're going to take the Syncopate here in the hopes of landing a Necromancer Stockpile on turn 2.
Makes sense.
There you go. You get a look at the Necromancer Stockpile. It's a card I was pretty excited about when I looked at the spoiler.
Yeah, you and no one else I ever heard about. You were the only person And I think like 2 weeks ago you were saying it's the kind of card Conley Woods will probably do something with this.
There, oh boy.
Oh, one land.
This is not the way it was supposed to work out. Here comes the Slitherhead.
That played this card in our testing. We discarded to take quickly.
He's got 2 stockpiles in hand.
Yeah, I mean that was that 1 mulligan or 2?
Go.
1 mulligan. You keep
My
that
guess is
6.
Necromancer stockpile.
1 land, Thought Seed stockpile. And the Slitherhead's not super relevant, but the ability to Thought Seize their Syncopate and then play a stockpile is extremely relevant.
Go.
Now, though, he knows about the Dissolve, and he's not interested in playing a stockpile into a Dissolve.
Okay. And, you know, Ivan Flock has no interest, I mean, no reason to tap any lands.
Yeah, but with 2 stockpiles, it wouldn't be crazy to play one into a Dissolve to try to clear a path for the other.
All right, 1 stockpile gets dissolved.
It was the first half of Conley's plan. Unfortunately, we see there's now a second Dissolve in Flock's hand. So.
Oh, he had both. Conley
he had both
Conley
at the
saw
time?
both dissolves.
Oh, I
yeah.
thought Conley only saw one.
Yeah,
of
yeah.
them.
Well,
My
Conley,
bad.
I guess maybe he's hoping for is like a Thought Seize or now, and he can force the other one through.
Big tournament weekend for Conley, right? He needs what, top 16 for gold, something like that. He's not had a great year. And it's the second Dissolve.
Good.
No way that Slitherhead goes all the way.
Pair of Supreme Verdicts in hand. Man, it looks like he may have just.
I was impressed by how many of the creatures in Conley's deck just are creatures that other decks are playing for value and happen to be zombies.
Right. I mean, there's Jace Architect of Thought.
And with 2 up.
Yep. You know, Dreg Mangler is a card people were talking about as just being really good as a post-Supreme Verdict card.
Sure.
Results.
Oh, and there is a Necromancer stockpile.
Wow.
He only needs 1 to stick. He does.
No,
the redundant copies are not very useful to him.
This is kind of perfect for Conley. He got 2 Dissolves out of Flock's hand and then still stuck a stockpile. It's way better than sticking the first one.
Flock obviously looking for a Detention Sphere here. We know that there's an Abrupt Decay in Conley's hand. Lots of lands for the blue-white deck. That's generally a good thing. Vault. Need a vault which taps for black so he can pay for his stockpile because of Urborg.
Pay for Jared, too.
Go.
And now you're going to see the card maybe do some work here. There you go. Dreg Mangler, Hero's Downfall, Jared Golgari Lichlord, and the Abrupt Decay.
Oh. Rev or no, usually the answer is Rev.
No. The Jace.
Yeah, he wants an answer.
Yeah.
He knows.
He's dissolved 2 lands, can take dissolve, obviously.
See Ivan's end step where we finally get to see the stockpile do some work.
Yeah, sure.
Cycle Golgari, Jared Golgari Lichlord. Get a
Ivan
token.
thinks to himself, that guy's a zombie?
Yeah.
Cycle. Yep.
Dreg Mangler, by the way, is pretty sweet in this deck.
Oh, wow. Yeah, all of a sudden. Wow, this deck looks great. I mean, this was a terrible opening, too, right?
Yeah.
He missed his turn 2 land drop.
What's Chase? Yep. Okay. Is that? I think 1, 16.
So the King of the Hill match, by the way, our Citrus King, Orange. Welcome to the King of the Hill table. Here's Owen Turtenwald.
Cycle.
And Owen is up again.
Yeah. That table is
We're going to need a bunch.
Been cursed.
Yeah,
I
definitely
think Owen
cursed.
can hold on to it. Maybe he doesn't have it yet, but
Another. Yep. He's like, I'm going to need more zombie tokens.
Can we bring enough zombie tokens?
See, he draws a Lifebane Zombie. Still has a Dreg Mangler in hand.
gotta just Supreme Verdict and get
Starts digging his way to
clean
his
things
removal
up.
cards.
Oh, planar
wow.
cleansing. You had him digging for detention spheres, but he doesn't play detention
Right, he doesn't
sphere.
play detention sphere,
He's
of
the
course.
planar cleansing version of the blue-white control deck. So no interest in permanence, just wiping out everything. That's so much better than a Supreme Verdict here. Wow. Yeah, I
And
mean,
he-
the strength of Conley's deck is supposed to be that, like,
Yeah.
sure, you make them Supreme Verdict, and then you just refill.
Right.
What?
Planar cleansing is, wow, that was backbreaking.
So, Thoughtseize gets dissolved. You see a Dreg Mangler get in here for 3.
Yeah, the only non-land permanents in this list are 1 Elixir of Immortality and 3 Jace.
Dreg Mangler comes into play tapped and attacking. There you go. Pretty simple creature. 3/3 haste. Scavenge.
Don't forget the type line.
Yeah, well, and the type line, yeah.
Plant zombie.
Text.
Oh, another saucy feature match, by the way. We didn't talk about the back tables. Melissa DeTora is up a game. She's 5-1, playing the Rabble Master Red deck that the rest of Revolution is playing. Her opponent, John Finkel, with the white-black mid-range deck the Pantheon is mostly running.
He couldn't get on the Pantheon red deck.
Well, it's Channel Fireball Prime who's
Oh,
playing
Channel
the red
Fireball
deck.
Prime, you're right.
I don't
you're
think
right.
anybody from Pantheon
I'm
is
confusing
playing
my
red.
Channel Fireball
Yeah.
streams, yeah. There's another...
Wow, the difference between planar cleansing and not planar cleansing. Like, if Yvonne Flock had been the more traditional sort of detention sphere version of this deck, I feel like probably be
Right, which
so
is
much better
which is
shape.
more like the Cuneo version of this deck.
Right, right. Yeah, Pantheon, I know Cuneo's on blue-white. A lot of them are on black-white. I think there's a couple variants of black-white, actually. Yeah, Pantheon is mostly black-white.
We'll be sure to get a look at that deck back end.
Yeah, definitely should. Always interesting to hear their take on a format.
Bane Zombie. Joined the Slitherhead has scavenged onto the Dreg Mangler.
Like
Has it? Oh, no, it hasn't yet. I'm sorry, that's just a reflection. So used to seeing torn slips of paper on cards. For our first Supreme Verdict, we know he still has another one in hand, at least. Discarding embarrassingly good cards here. He's like, yeah, I can't hold all of them. Yeah. Supreme Verdict quicken, go to the yard.
We're already down to 5 undefeateds at this tournament, by the way. Greg Orange and Owen Turnwald being 2 of them, playing at the King of the Hill table. Zachary Jesse's playing Scott Marcus in this round, and then William Jensen got paired down, playing against Martin Miller.
Tap Urborg, play another Urborg, sacrifice the tapped Urborg, and play a Lifebane Zombie. Look at your hand, see Double Sphinx's Revelation, Dissolve, Mass Calcify, Syncopate, and Azorius Charm. Did I say Supreme Verdict too?
Go.
A match that didn't make the cut to the feature match area this round. Matt Sperling versus Ellisby at 5-1.
Oh, wow.
Cuneo's still 5-1. Ochoa's 5-1. Sifka. Neil Reeves.
Flock uses the draw card, discard a card mode on, draw card mode on Azorius Charm. So I
Sure.
can cycle cards too.
Bob Maher's 5-1. We saw he went 3-0 the draft. We saw him lose the first round of Constructed, but he won the next 2.
Supreme Verdict, your Lifebane Zombie.
Go.
Use it or lose it. For the Ivan Flock. There's comfortably at 17 life.
Yeah, no, I started browsing standings.
Yeah.
My monitor, I'm flipping through other table overhead shots.
Yeah. Connolly's like, I would also like to browse stand. I'm done.
There you go.
I don't want to play this game anymore.
So we're We're going to go to a quick promo, and then we'll be right back with our live look-in.
Outfit your Magic collection with the newest Magic 2015 core set accessories from Ultra Pro. You can see the full array of card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios of your favorite Magic artwork at ultrapro.com. Standard is the name of the game at Magic 2015 Game Day. Put what you've learned from watching the Pro Tour into action on August 9th and 10th at your local game store. Visit wizards.com/Magic Game Day for more information.
Hey, welcome back. We're going to take a live look in here at our match between King of the Hill, Greg Orange, who's playing against former Player of the Year and, Player of the Year dark horse
yeah, he's
for this season, Owen Turtenwald, looking to play the role of Guillaume Matignon this year.
Yeah, right before we got here, there were 3 pack rats in play, but you may see a planar cleansing on the top of Greg Orange's graveyard. That's what happened to all the pack rats.
Okay.
Orange is down to 9, and Owen was able to use that window of time to resolve a Blood Baron.
But she's going to have I assume, a fairly specific number of ways to deal with it.
No, the
Just
fact
board
that
sweepers.
the fact that Owen got to untap there is definitely good news for him. I don't think there are instant speedways. I mean, Azorius Charm can't target it, obviously. And there's no black mana. Orange is blue-white. I mean, most of these control decks are blue-white. Very few of them are Esper nowadays.
There's an Erebos, but it gets syncopated.
Sure. Go.
Gain some life here.
Yep.
Cycles Azorius Charm, people say colloquially.
I think I saw an Elspeth floating around Greg's hand.
Oh, that'll work too.
Yep. That will work.
You can go.
Yeah, Elspeth
Owen
comes
does have
in,
a-
destroys all creatures.
There is a
Power
Mutavault
four
there
more.
to finish her off, though.
Yeah.
Potentially, unless he has another Azorius Charm. I think he might have another Azorius Charm. Still, you gotta try, right?
Yep. He's keeping his cards on the table. Yep.
Sure. Downfall.
Fair enough. Yeah, you do not want to let her keep going.
You can go.
Okay. Orange draws his card and says, "You can go."
Attack rat.
Yeah, you were talking earlier about best players in the game right now. Owen is definitely on that short
Well,
list.
and there are some pretty impressive players on his team.
Yes.
Who do nothing but rave about how good he is.
Really?
And as good as people think he is, how misunderstood he is for how good he is.
Really?
Like, no, he's better than that.
Wow.
Yeah, that's go.
Pack rat resolves.
Sure. 10.
Supreme Verdict is why he could not let he did not want to let Erebos sit around. Show of hands, who's going to be sad when Sphinx's Revelation goes away?
I don't see any hands. What happened?
Greg Orange has got a full hand right now, so I think he would raise
I
it
see. Sure.
otherwise.
Yeah, we did the interview with him after the last round when he got to King of the Hill. And yeah, he basically has just played Sphinx's Revelation exclusively in Standard since it was printed.
Blood Baron.
Has to have a dissolve.
You'd think.
Sure.
He's also, at this point, he can, in theory, try to double block with Mutavault.
Sure. You would certainly prefer.
Of course.
Just wearing
Ups it up. Yep.
Wow.
Moves 2 down to 8.
That's
Go
a
to
good one.
25.
Yeah.
And you turn. Trigger.
I'll respond, I guess. Play this one for 7. The trigger's gonna happen.
Sure. You're at 15.
How many answers does he have to Obsidian?
I don't know. Zarya's Charm.
Play Divination.
Yep.
He's got a Quicken. Oh, never mind. He has 4 Quickens.
Just dig in here.
Yeah, he basically needs to quicken a Wrath effect. That's the plan.
Sure.
And the Azorius Charms. There are the 4 Azorius Charms.
Yep.
Of course.
Yeah.
This is game 1, yeah?
This is game 1, I believe.
Oh, it's game 2. Owen's already up again.
Oh, right. Oh, okay.
Forgot about that part. Right. The
Do or
cursed
die.
throne.
This is right. This is do or die to retain the throne.
Okay. You lose 2, I gain 2. So you're at 13, I'm at 27. Draw.
There.
Life Bane.
Okay, we can come back here, if Owen doesn't end up winning this game in short order. In the meantime, we're going to go back to our table A.
Yep.
Here we go. Conley Woods versus Ivan Flock. Conley leads off with that looks like a couple of Overgrown Tomb. There we go.
John Finkel evens it up against Melissa DeTora.
Okay.
Game apiece for them.
Long scry here for Conley. Sphinx's Revelation just really seems like it has defined these 2 matches that we've watched this round.
Yes.
Like how do you just get in there quickly enough before that card becomes relevant?
Speaking of,
yeah, you see a pair of Sphinx's Revelations and Floxane, 2 Jace Architects of Thought, and of course,
Tough decision there now. Counter it or not.
Owen declines to attack with Obstinate, by the way.
Oh,
he's just trying to cycle. He doesn't want to risk Azorius Charm.
Sure. Played a fair amount of that matchup.
Yeah. It helps that he is a Life Bane zombie to see the Azorius Charm.
Yeah.
Maybe not that subtle.
Oh, maybe not that subtle. Yeah, fair enough there. So Dreg Mangler comes down, gets him for 3. We haven't seen a lot left troll from.
True. Yeah, it seemed like a good one here.
From Conley. So that is like stockpiles, 5 for the Oh, it looks like he brought in Timoret the Murder King.
Yep.
He has no red in his deck.
Really?
Yeah, no
Oh, that's
red.
funny.
Timoret is strictly a draw engine with Necromancer's Stockpile.
Cute.
So you discard the Timoret, you get a token, and then for black and 1, using Timoret's ability, you sacrifice the token in play to return Timoret to your hand.
So it's 4 mana draw.
It's a 4 mana Whispers with buyback.
Nice.
Assuming
You have
you
Necromancer
have
Stockpile.
a Necromancer Stockpile.
Plus. Go.
Ace gets plus, but immediately downfall.
Sounds like Greg Orange found a Quicken. Wasn't there at the time of Obstinate, but the Azorius Charm held it at bay for long enough for him to find a Quicken Supreme Verdict. Now I see a bunch of tapped mana and a Sphinx's Revelation, so I think we may see game 3 on that.
So there you see Conley activated his Mutavault and scavenged his Slitherhead onto it.
Nice.
Something that I think maybe, I think everyone who's played at the PTQ level or Friday Night Magic level probably knows, but maybe isn't always obvious that that token will stick around.
+1/+1 counter on an unanimated land is just fine.
Yep.
Still be there next time you animate it.
So that's it, and so that's better than any opposing Mutavault.
Oh yeah.
And then if he can get maybe get a Dreg Mangler on there. There you see Spiteful Returned, which is the creature we played. Said it's the worst zombie in the deck, but you know, gets the job done. So Divination, land, and I can't see the bottom.
The elixir.
Play land this turn? No.
Yep. And he's like, you haven't played a land? I offer you land or 2 cards, but Ivan did all this before playing a land.
Yeah.
Has land in hand. Probably going to take the 2 cards. And he does. Like, which of my lands shall I play now, Conley? Timuret's taunting him now.
Still.
So he's bestowing Spiteful Returned onto Spiteful Returned.
Cute.
Juice. 2 triggers.
2 triggers.
So 10.
So he drops Flock to 10 from the double triggers, and then is threatening to do 2 damage to Jace.
Looks like Mutavault's going to get in the way. I would put Mutavault in the way, right?
Ivan says I can go down a land. Yep. Cashes in his Jace. Says give me 3 more cards. And that's a pretty good 3 there. Yeah, our Orange did manage to pull that second game out against Owen.
Sure.
So he's forcing the former player of the year to a game 3 here, which may still be going on by the time this match is done, and perhaps we'll have an opportunity to peek in on it.
We don't get to watch Finkel a little bit? Wouldn't mind seeing Finkel's game.
I would not mind seeing that either. He plays. Those 2 players play pretty briskly though.
John and Melissa?
Yeah, but it is some sort of weird, slower, grindier match, so they may still be going as well. So our first match is done, and that's Dalibor Trinka against Raymond Perez Jr. Raymond Perez takes his 3rd loss of the tournament. He's now 4-3. So Raymond is really the only guy who can chase down
Jared Betcher for Rookie of the Year.
But I mean, chase him down by winning.
Right, at 4-3, he's back against the wall.
Yeah.
For Rookie of the Year.
Yeah. So Thoughtseize now from Conley Woods. Using Elixir in play for Flock.
Response.
Quicken in response.
How many cards do you have? 2.
How many cards do you have, Ivan? 7?
All of them.
About to go down to 6. Take that.
Take whatever small victories you can get at this point.
So Conley 3-0'd the draft, right?
He did.
I mean, this deck looks awesome on paper, but he also looks like he's going to 1-3 here.
It does look like he's going to 1-3. And this is supposed to be his good matchup. The deck is supposed to really shine against control. Oh, what a back-breaking set of cards.
Huh.
I was going to say we've seen Conley get out of tighter situations than this, but I actually don't think we have.
I mean, there's a planar cleansing in there. 2 Revs, and Elspeth, Supreme Verdict, and Jace, I think?
Yep.
Yeah, that hand's ridiculous.
And he can just recycle his library and do it all over again.
Conley has a card he can't cast and a 3-mana 3/1. Oh, we will not get to watch Melissa and John.
Yeah, Melissa takes that 2-1 over the Hall of Famer.
7.
She's on the
1 damage.
she's on the red deck, right? Rabble Red?
She is. She is.
Lots of goblins when she won, it sounds like. Jacob Van Lunen over on the tech side was arguing for the name of Ravolution. It's Team Revolution's Rabble Master deck. No one else was buying it. I think the chuckle out of you is the best reaction he got.
I tried to stifle it. I don't want it to go to his head.
Don't want to encourage him.
Yeah, so Supreme Verdict clears the board. Clears the board of a spiteful return. Flock's down to 7, though. Although virtually 12 with the Elixir.
Yeah.
So he doesn't tap out.
Have you seen Conley's hand, though?
The Murder King?
Let's contrast it with that one.
Murder King versus Rev, Planar Cleansing, Divination, Island.
And whatever he just drew off the chase.
Yeah. Hollow Fountain.
Wow. Murder King seems like it might just be too cute.
It may
Like
well
it
be.
only helps if you're already. I mean, I guess he's not automatically ahead when he resolves the stockpile, but the game's going decently if he's resolved the stockpile.
Right.
So you really need a card that's only good then.
Then take. So you go to 8. Yeah.
Okay, so Conley attacked Ivan with the three power Mutavault, and Ivan Flock promptly was like, you know what, I don't know what you could be up to, but I'm just going to crack this and get myself to 12, where I feel a lot safer.
Meanwhile, it looks like Greg Orange is stuck on 2 land against Owen Turtenwald. Owen is resolving a Sin Collector after Greg just discarded a Divination. Not cast a Divination, but discarded it, stuck on 2.
Okay, Lotless Trolls come down for Conley Woods.
Oh, my bad. Thoughtseize got that Divination, not this card. He was stuck on lands, but...
Oof. Oof. You can have the Sphinx's Revelation and the Planar Cleansing or the Elspeth. I'll have the Elspeth, please. Into Jace. What do you think of the Quickens in this deck? As someone who's, and this is certainly the type of deck I feel like you'd be playing if you were in this event.
Sure.
How do you feel about Quicken?
I mean, I actually think I would have played Black Devotion, but... but I do like the Quicken tech. I mean, I'm a big fan of doing things at instant speed. You know, the fact that you can just... There's enough decent permission that, you know, leaving up permission accomplishes a lot. And it's the cleanliness. There's so many people playing, you know, Detention Spheres and, you know, Abrupt Decays, kill Detention Spheres, that being able to go approximately permanentless. I mean, Jace is a permanent until he's gotten you everything you want.
Right.
And then the Quicken just makes it a lot easier to deal with things like, oh, the Obsidian that came down. You get to play a nice sort of streamlined two colors, low permanent. I like it. I definitely like it.
How many variations on that deck have you looked at from Andrew Cuneo over the years?
All of them.
It looks like...
Yeah, I don't know that Cuneo gets enough credit. Like, the guy, I mean, he's going to be gold again, so, I mean, he'll be around, but it's going to take a really nice finish for him to get platinum. He's missed top 16 on tiebreakers twice this season.
Wow.
He's lost a lot of pro points on tiebreakers. And basically, you know, if he'd been rounded up into the top 16 instead of down to the top 25, he'd be platinum this year.
Looks like, I think we're going to get some sort... No, he's going to animate his Mutavault.
And then, yeah, I mean, as a deck builder, Cuneo was the guy in the 90s. You know, 15 years ago, he was building the best control decks on the planet. You know, the mono blue draw go decks that I guess I had the most success with. And then here we are 15 years later, and he's building the blue-white control decks that lots of great players are having lots of success with.
So
Yeah, I'm a big Cuneo fan.
To Lotless Troll here.
Damage. Okay, 3.
Okay, he gets Ivan down to 3.
3 in 1. 4.
Promptly goes to 4. With a Sphinx's Rev for 1. So it looks like he's got a Nyx Fleece Ram.
But that's a permanent.
I know, I was a little offended. Creature permanent, even the worst kind.
Yeah, the worst kind.
It's too much stuff to do. Ticks up Jace. Plays Nyx Fleece Ram. Says go. He's holding Sphinx's Revelation. He's holding, I think, Quicken Supreme Verdict.
Yeah, he is.
He's like, oh, I'm so close. I mean, that Nyx Fleece Ram really just is making his life miserable here.
Yeah. Greg Orange just resolved a planar cleansing, by the way. Owen scooped up many permanents. I think he got 2 or 3 creatures and an Underworld connections with the 1 planar
You're just
cleansing.
going to see an old school. Is this going to sort out to an old school, like
Blue-white
mono
control?
red versus blue-white
Oh,
control?
it's Sly versus Draga. It's awesome. Nyx Fleece Ram playing the role of Sea Sprite.
Yeah. All right, they're both attacking. Where are they going, Conley? Attacks you. Okay, puts Nyx Fleece Ram in the way of the troll. It's gonna go to 1 here.
Conley does have 2 creatures, so in theory, he can kill the Nyx Fleece Ram by discarding both of them. Is that what he's thinking about here?
I believe so.
That's all his hand does.
Take 2.
Wow, and Ivan was just setting him up for Quicken Supreme Verdict the whole time, seeing if he could tempt him. No, he's like, you're still tempted. You look tempted. I'm going to give you another shot.
Okay. So he's
Does he
interact
end
here.
step Quicken Supreme Verdict?
Is Conley thinking about Jared here?
I mean, Lotless Troll can regenerate from the Supreme Verdict, so Supreme Verdict only really kills the Mutavault.
Yeah, the bigger issue here is that Flock's gonna. No, Flock doesn't gain life. Flock could have cast Sphinx's Revelation at the end there, but I guess wants to maximize it.
I mean, he just has to discard a bunch of cards. His hand's kind of full. I mean, he could take 2 more here, right? What's the danger of going to 1? Jared is the danger?
Jared is the danger. What happens if he just plays Jared right now?
No, there's no counterspell in Ivan's hand. You make a good point. I mean, Sphinx's Revelation is what happens, but... Wonder if we can pull up Jared and see the exact wording. There we go.
It looks like that's what he's thinking about. Nope, but Spiteful Return on the Lotless Troll.
But taps the Mutavault, leaving up lots of regeneration mana instead of threatening a Mutavault attack.
Cards 2.
He's like, okay, what do I do?
Resolves.
Yep.
Thanks, sir. Yeah. Thank you.
I mean,
1.
yeah, he goes to 1 from the trigger, blocks with the ram.
And it triggers, yeah.
Now what? Yeah, he wants to kill the ram.
Yeah. So now it has 5 power, right? Yes, I am at 1. Game 7, yes.
Oh. Still can recurse the Jared, of course. Sack a swamp in a forest, return Jared from your graveyard to your hand. I don't know how many creatures are in Conley's graveyard, how big Jared would be for the sacrifice another creature. It doesn't matter how big Jared is.
Yeah.
You'd be sacrificing a lot with Troll.
Or Mutavault.
Well, Mutavault only does 3. That's not good enough here. Yvonne's at 8 now, right?
At least 8. He might be at 10. Was that a Sphinx for 7?
No, he went down to 1 from the
Oh,
Spiteful
that's right,
Return
you're
trigger
right,
and then
right.
gained 7.
So yeah, that's 8. And he can just get himself way out of range.
Conley's
here.
hands, empty. He is hellbent.
Hellbent.
Yep.
And there's Elspeth.
Anyone has a token?
And make 3 soldier tokens.
And after they come, I'll go to this card. Sure.
And Ivan has to discard down to 7.
So I'm flipping on my monitors, by the way. Owen Turtenwald has an Elspeth emblem in play on his side of the board. It's kind of interesting. There's also a pack rat. Just 1.
Just 1. Could be enough.
Yeah, 3 Supreme Verdicts and a Planar Cleansing from Greg Orange. But Owen's fighting gamely.
So 3 tokens have come down for Ivan Flock off of the Elspeth. He's ticked up his Jace, Architect of Thought. And Conley is thinking, why did I play this deck? But to be fair, I mean, the reason Conley knew that there was some risk involved with this deck. I mean, he said part of the reason is because he needs such a strong finish this weekend.
Yeah, he has the top 16
He has
to
top
accomplish
16
anything,
to
right?
accomplish anything. That means he needs to take a swing. He needs
Right.
to play a high variance deck. He can't just play a safe deck that is just kind of grind out the same sort of like
55,
45 numbers against the rest of the field. He needs something that he feels like he has an opportunity to be
Run the table.
Yeah, just be right on.
Right.
You know, and it's easy to point to his record also and go, see, and maybe this wasn't right, but I mean, he's only played a
No,
couple
he
of
said
rounds.
he would rather play a deck that was either going to go 9-1 or 1-9. I can totally understand that logic.
He's just been so close. He's just
Yeah.
Just like, oh, it's out of reach. Holding a Dreg Mangler. But has to deal with Elspeth. And there you get a look at her. 3/1/1 soldier creature tokens. Just the best planeswalker when it comes to defending itself.
It was like, okay. Next 3 tokens, and then
I mean, both its abilities defend it.
Yeah. Takes a lot to get a 6-mana planeswalker played.
I will give you 2 quickens.
Whoa. Archangel of Food.
Yep.
Where did that come from?
I'm going to guess his sideboard.
Seems like a fine guess.
I go to this card.
Oh, Conley's just like, oh.
Yeah. This is loss number 3 for the weekend if he doesn't pull a miracle out of his hat.
I'm looking at his list. I'm just not really sure what that miracle could be.
Yeah, this Archangel combo seems a little less cute than the Timurit combo. A little more just straightforward awesome.
He does have a Nyx Fleece Ram, too. I believe, in his head. King of the Hill has been you just don't want to fill out that job application.
I didn't think Owen was going to win that game.
King wanted.
Seriously?
Yeah, Owen Turtelwald is your new king of the hill. He's 7-0. He's a round away from completing a perfect day 1. Wow. And going into day 2 with a cushy seat in the feature match area.
I wonder how Huey did this round. We could have Owen v. Huey for 8-0.
Oh my gosh, for king of the hill?
Yeah. To figure out how Huey did this round. I mean, there were only 5 undefeated, so if Huey won, it's 50-50.
Okay, there's a Necromancer stockpile. He's like,
Oh,
yes.
Billy Jensen defeated Martin Mueller.
Wow.
We have 3 8-0s in this tournament right now. One of them's Huey, one of them's Owen. Now, they might have their buddy Reed Duke, only 3-3 last I heard. I haven't heard his result for this round yet.
So we're just cycling through cards right now. Just, Quickens as Azorius Charms.
Sure.
A second Archangel. Comes off the top from Jace. Just keep making tokens. There's nothing that there's just nothing that Conley can do about those tokens right now.
It's about to get really confusing. You are at 18.
Yeah, those dice on those other soldier tokens is going to get confusing. Yeah, you go. So we're going to need those dice to represent +1/+1 counters if that Archangel of Thune hits.
What's that?
When?
Yeah.
When that Archangel of Thune hits.
When? Oh, right now. So now...
Well, maybe we can put one counter here and say it's 1 on all. Or, well...
It's on video. Just put one.
Oh, okay.
Conley appreciates a good moment.
So I'm at
Come on, for the video.
15. You go to 11.
It'd be great if Conley's
Archangel gets 1 too.
Yeah.
Don't forget the Archangel.
It would be great if Conley just waits for him to put the 15 dice down, and then it's like, I concede.
Just shaking his head, yeah.
You played him first. Oh, where's the 1 power? Come on, man. Go. I don't even have defender. All right.
Does Nick Fleece Rams could have gotten counters. Could have found out just how many dice we have in the kit.
I didn't want to play them first because if you had a removal for this guy, I just want to play another.
I'm told 48 is the limit to the number of dice we have in the kit.
So a couple of cycles from the Necromancer stockpile. Put two zombies into play, but
Yeah, that doesn't seem like it's going to keep up with
it's just
Elspeth.
not going to be near.
Much less Elspeth and Archangel.
I'm at 15.
Like, Ivor could just blow the world up and start all over again if he wants to. Like, oh, do you want me to play for the camera? Okay. But Conley is just not going to just pack up his cards here.
I mean, there's no incentive at this point.
not
doubt
at
it.
all.
And packing up a game because you want to save time for game 2 and 3 makes a lot of sense. Packing up game 2 down 1, there's not a lot of upside.
Trying to figure out if there's any
maybe
kind
if
of
you're
conceivable
hungry,
attack.
you really have to go to the bathroom. Those are the only upsides available.
There's no sounds of running water in the feature match area, are there?
Not that I'm aware of.
I mean, it kind of looks like he kind of wants the scoop here.
I mean, I can't imagine the
Those are going to be
sequence of events.
Those are going to be 4 power soldiers next turn.
Yeah, what is he even thinking about?
As if to remind him, he's like, oh yeah, you remember I have these.
Yeah.
Yep, and
There
that's
you
it.
go.
I needed a 7th land for forever to get back.
Yeah,
to
I know.
Jared.
I keep mana for
Yeah.
Revolution so I can survive.
Yeah.
That.
I needed it a couple
I
turns
know.
earlier.
I know. So it was threatening. I was for one moment.
You can see, you hear the players talking about how close he's like, if I could have gotten Jared back,
Right.
maybe
But
some
yeah.
stuff starts to happen.
I mean, Ivan did go a number of turns where he was just sitting on a Sphinx's Revelation and not casting it, and it's because he wanted to save it to be able to react to a Jared if Conley did finally draw the lands to do that.
Yeah, no, that's, a probably fairly disappointing showing for Conley here. But again, 3 losses.
Not out of it yet.
Still can win this next round.
Right.
And
Make day 2.
Start over again on day 2.
Right. Well, wait, he's 4-3?
He is 4-3.
So he's playing day 2.
Yeah. He is playing day 2. But I'm just saying, like, going into day 2 at 4-4 is not really where he wants to be.
Agreed. He basically has to win out if he does that.
Hey, welcome back to the booth. Randy Buehler, Brian David Marshall. So we just watched Conley Woods. I definitely think the stockpile looks good when it's doing what it does.
Right. There are some clever synergies there. I mean, he is a hell of a deck builder. I love Conley Woods. Every tournament he's at, I want to see what he's playing. I want to see what he's come up with. It's awesome to have Conley Woods on the Pro Tour. Love the guy.
Right.
So this one doesn't seem to be working out. I mean, it could also be. I mean, it's a relatively small sample size, but it does not seem to be working out for him so far.
Yeah. So what do you? I mean, blue-white control.
The Rabble Red's putting up quite good numbers as well. And I mean, you keep seeing Pantheon guys wander through the feature metry. I don't actually know what Huey's playing. Like Owen is 8-0 with the Pantheon black-white deck. Right. It's not Black Devotion pure. It's no Gray Merchants, but the White Splash instead. I don't know what Huey's playing. I would guess it's that same deck. Pretty sure that's the list Reed is on. You can't ignore those guys. They're putting up records as well. I mean, John was in the feature match here on X1.
Yeah, John was. Yeah, so Melissa DeToro's 6-1. John falls to 5-2.
Yeah.
So, but we have an interview right now.
Great.
Tim Willoughby is standing by with World Team Champion Ivan Flock, and now he's going to talk to him a little bit about his match there against Conley Woods.
Great.
So let's send it down to the floor and Tim Willoughby.
Hello, I'm Tim Willoughby here down in the feature match area with Ivan Flock. Congratulations, Ivan, another win. What's your record now?
Thank you. 5-2. 5-2 now. 5 wins.
A nice position to be in. And would it be fair to say that you weren't necessarily expecting to play against a Necromancer's stockpile deck?
Yeah, that would be pretty much fair to say.
But it all worked out all right. You had the planar cleansing rather than Supreme Verdict, which seemed pretty important.
Yes, but more important was that my opponent missed early line drops and I had time because of that. Otherwise, it's not that great matchup, I think, because stockpile just puts pressure, uncounterable pressure, and instantly I might dead. So I was lucky enough to have that advantage of lands early on.
Now, let's talk a little bit about your position coming into this tournament, because you're already gold, and realistically something pretty spectacular would need to happen for you to make platinum at this event.
Yeah, I wouldn't need to make top 16, so I'll try, but it's hard to do.
But there's something else that you can potentially lock up in this tournament as well, which is, at the moment, you're second at the moment in the race to be on the Slovakian champion.
That's right, I'm 3 points behind Matej Zatlkaj. And he has better tiebreak. So if I make 6 points and he fizzle out, I'm still behind him. So I need to make 10 points for top 25 to get ahead of him.
So it's a crazy race. And were you two preparing together at all? Do you know what he's playing?
Yes, I know exactly what he's playing. He knows exactly what I'm playing. We've been testing together.
So a little bit of friendly rivalry there, perhaps.
That's right.
So congratulations on your win there. We just obviously got a whole extra days with the Magic to play. Lots of play still to come. How are you feeling about the draft format?
Well, I like the draft format. We tested a lot in cabin in Czech Republic with Juza, Karsten, Sivka Tech, so we are pretty confident about our draft skills.
Awesome. Well, best of luck for tomorrow. Hopefully we'll see plenty more of you in the feature match area. I've been Tim Willoughby, here with Ivan Flock, and we'll head back to the booth.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
So that's interesting to see Ivan Flock practicing with Karsten and Juza players, sort of maybe
Sivka, Zatlkaj.
Yeah, repositioning geographically a little bit.
Absolutely.
From some of the other teams. Ivan is an interesting. He's one of those players. He's on that short list. He's got that world team title, but he still does not have a Pro Tour top 8 in his career.
True.
So anyway, we're going to send it back to the news desk as we get ready for one last round of Standard here on day 1 of Pro Tour Magic 2015. Randy Buehler, Brian David Marshall.
All right, thanks very much to the guys in the booth, Randy Buehler and their Brian David Marshall. Now, the Player of the Year race is cooking up a storm. Jeremy Desani, he has won again. Patrick Robertson of Australia was his opponent. Paddy Robertson, the runner-up from the Australian Grand Prix earlier this season. Well, he lost out to Jeremy Desani. Desani well into day 2, of course, at 6-1. He was already there once he got to 4-0. But Reed Duke, who has had a stack of great opponents to play against, he's lost to John Stern earlier in the day. He beat Sam Black when he was at 1-2, defeated lost to Alex Rochette to go to 1-2, beat Josh Utter-Leighton to keep very much in it. In the last round, he was up against Frank Scarron, the Grand Prix Philadelphia champion, who beat Reed Duke in that final. Scarron wins again. That puts Reed Duke to 3-4, and he is one loss away from not coming back tomorrow. He will play for his season in the next hour here at the home of Magic. So, Reed Duke, no more lives to give. Now, if he does win his last round, well, then things get super interesting again, because tomorrow, remember, he only needs to end up 1 point higher in terms of pro points than Jeremy Desani, and we'd be in a tie for the Player of the Year. But first, he has the ultimate must-win match just to come back tomorrow. Crazy stuff. Let's see what else is going on around the tables. Patrick Cox is at 6-1. I'll tell you what, why don't we show you our leaderboard as things stand? This is as close to a true leaderboard as we get right now. And there you see 3 7-0 players to bring you the news of. We have Owen Turtenwald going to 7-0. He is the new king of the hill. We have William Jensen, who after all those Grand Prix top 8s is now pulling it together. I can see, by the way, out beyond our window, Reed Duke standing with the 2 7-0s, Owen Turtenwald and William Jensen. I wonder if those two, can you imagine Turtenwald Jensen for 8-0? Incredible stuff. Who knows whether they get paired next round. Now, what about the 6-1s? Well, you see Christian Seibold there. He's the Grand Prix winner from Barcelona the week after he made the top 8 at Pro Tour Valencia. Greg Orange has had his first loss, now at 6-1. Scott Markison, 6-1 as well. Javier Dominguez, he's really on his way to locking up the Spanish World Magic Cup captaincy. And as for Martin User, well, he's way behind Stanislav Sivka, but he is absolutely in the business of trying to retain the platinum status that he's had for so many years. Jackson Cunningham of Canada is 6-1. Also, Xin Shui of China, he is looking to get a World Magic Cup captaincy berth. Bob Ma, the great one, Bob, as he's known because of Dark Confident, 6-1. Desani, as we know, 6-1. Pat Cox, now he needs top 16 to achieve his goal for the season, and he is well on the way to that at the moment at 6-1. Neil Reeves, Richard officially at 5-2, alongside Danny Goldstein. David Mines of Australia has lost his last couple. I can tell you that Matt Sperling inflicted the second loss on Louis Scott Vargas, so Sperling up to 6-1, but this was after round 6, our leaderboard. And Ido Ferran, well done to him, he's still playing in round 7 for the Israeli, as is Andrew Cuneo at 5-1. So we're closing in on the last results of this round, but one of the stories, the developing stories here on day 1, has been the slew of red decks that are coming to the party in Standard. They have several different flavors, but one of them surrounds a new Magic 2015 card that is causing a real stir. So what we're going to do, we're going to send you over to the wall, and we've set our good friends Marshall Sutcliffe and Zach Hill the task of kind of unraveling what's going on in this new and exciting red deck. So let's hand you across to the wall. Here's Marshall and Zach.
Hello and welcome to the Tournament Center here at Magic Pro Tour 2015. Marshall Sutcliffe here. I've got Zach Hill with me as well. We're going to take a look at a deck that has, well, it's made a big appearance here at the tournament. We thought we'd take a minute to do a deck tech on it and look a little deeper. It's Rabble Red. Zach, give us an overview of the deck.
Yeah, so the format really does have a lot of red decks. There's, decks, everything from, 17 Mountain, a million 1-drops, Titan Strength, Madcap Skills, to a deck that's basically 8 creatures, some Ash Zealots, Chandra's Phoenix, and Burn. Weirdly, a lot of those decks, even though there's a huge difference in the cards in them, have pretty similar matchups. You'd play them for similar reasons. This deck is somewhere in the middle. It's one of the few decks we've seen that's doing well, that has a good combination of creatures and spells, really a lot more like your classic red deck, some creatures and some burn to push it through, as well as the M15 card Goblin Rabble Master, which is actually making an appearance in a few different decks here today. So just kind of a new, exciting list to look at. It makes use of some M15 cards.
All right, well, why don't I take a look at that list? We can start off with the 1-drops. Some of the usual suspects that we've seen out of these red decks of late, Zach, we've got 4 Fire Drink Crusader, 4 Rakdos Cackler, 4 Foundry Street Denizen, and then 3 Legion Loyalist. What stands out to you here?
Well, I mean, one of the things that stands out to me is just how many 1-drops there are. 15 means that not only are you almost always going to have a creature on turn 1, pretty frequently you're going to be able to play 2 creatures on turn 2. Now, Legion Loyalist is a card that we've only really seen, in decks that are really dedicated to it. One of the things that this deck has is pump spells in the form of Rubble Belt Maka, ways to really leverage the first strike. But a really important thing about Legion Loyalist, one of the big decks coming into this tournament, mono blue. And Master of Waves, in addition to having protection from red, makes an army of tokens that give a deck with this many small creatures fit. Legion Loyalist says, though, when you attack, you can't be blocked by tokens.
Nobody sees that, by the way.
Right.
That little line of text, maybe it looks italic to some people, but I've seen so many, even top-level players go, wait, what? I can't block with my Pack Rat tokens, with my Master Waves tokens, with my Elspeth tokens. If you can get the Battalion triggered on that, no, sir.
Yeah, even bigger things. It's easy to think of tokens 1/1s, 2/1s, but you can't block with Advent of the Worm. So Legion Loyalist really does a great job pushing through the last few bits of damage. The important thing to realize here is just how fast this deck can come out. These Foundry Street Denizens, 1 mana, 1/1, but really easy to attack as a 2/1 or even a 3/1 in concert with multiple 1-drops or Burning Tree Emissaries.
Yeah, and this Foundry Street Denizen might not look like much, but it really doesn't need to attack that many times, right? I mean, if you get in there 2 or 3 times with it, you're going to find your opponent at low single-digit life totals pretty quickly.
Yeah, and this is a deck that is not trying to get to turn 8.
Yeah, now, one thing I do want to note here is you mentioned that this deck lied somewhere in the middle, but that was in the middle of the aggressive red strategy, so this is still a very quick deck.
Yeah, this is not a mid-range deck. It's definitely an aggressive deck. Just, a little bit higher of a mana curve than we're used to seeing from some of the totally all-in decks that play things like a Crowan Crusader, again, Madcap skills, 4 main deck Titan Strength.
Okay, well, why don't we move up the scale a little bit here and see what the 2-drops look like for this deck. We see 4 Burning Tree Emissary, a card that we've seen in many different decks through its time in Standard. Also, 4 Fire Fist Striker. Now, this is a card that did a lot of work in Limited and has really seen its day here in Standard, and then 2 Ash Zealot on the end. Why don't you walk us through the 2-drops here, Zach?
Yeah, so, I mean, a really interesting thing. Obviously, Ash Zealot, really powerful card, but you actually can cast Fire Fist Striker with Burning Tree Emissary. So that's one of the reasons you have this mix of cards. Now, oftentimes, Burning Tree Emissary just going to cast another 1-drop, but it's still super important to get really explosive Foundry Street Denizen draws, as well as just have a critical mass of creatures to overwhelm the mono black deck's removal. Most of the mono black deck's removal spells cost 2 or 3 mana, so if you can deploy a lot of 1 and 2 mana threats to the board, oftentimes you can get so far ahead that they're not able to catch up.
You're one step ahead from, even if they have a handful of removal spells and you're pecking away at their life total consistently.
Exactly, and against things like blue-white, their detention spheres cost 3, Supreme Verdict cost 4. Oftentimes you can deploy so many threats to the table that Supreme Verdict on the draw is just not going to be fast enough.
Yeah, now another thing about Burning Tree Emissary that we've seen for a long time is sometimes you just get that draw where you're like Burning Tree Emissary, Burning Tree Emissary, Burning Tree Emissary, Fire Fist Striker, go.
Exactly.
Right, and then your opponent's just staring at their hand like land. And it's really tough to catch up to even just something simple like that.
And the final thing I want to say about Burning Tree Emissary is that we usually think of it as a turn 2 card. But the thing is, on turn 3, it actually pairs well with another 4 in the deck, Stoke the Flames, which allows you, Burning Tree Emissary gives you 2 mana, tapping it as 1 more, so it essentially allows you to play a 4 damage burn spell for only a single mana or a single other creature tap. Great way to power through blockers in the mid game.
Now, one thing, I want to move on to Fire Fist Striker. There's 3 of those. You don't need to trigger it that many times to make it good. I've seen it in the feature match area, trigger once, and that was enough. Somebody played a Blood Baron or some big blocker where it was like, okay, I'm stable, and nope, you're not.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Fire
Yeah.
Fist Striker just gets things like Voice of Resurgence out of the way, blocks it in Smiter. I mean, yeah, it just is that extra mile that gives the deck what we like to call range, or the ability to overcome board stalls.
Now, what about Ash Zealot? There's 2 of them in there. Is this, for lack of a better term, like a filler 2-drop? They just needed 2 more 2-drops, or does it serve a specific role?
I mean, the card's really good. It hits very hard. 2 power worth of First Strike means that you can finish off even big creatures like Pelucranos with a Lightning Strike without losing your creature. Obviously, we're not playing it for the second ability about casting spells from the graveyard, but
That was looking backwards a little bit. Looking forwards, we don't see that as much.
Yeah, exactly.
And the haste, right? I mean, the haste is huge, too.
2/2 First Strike haste, just really solid Magic.
All right, let's take a look at a very key card in this deck. In fact, I think it's pretty much the namesake, which is Goblin Rabblemaster. And if we can bring it up here, we can take a look at it. There it is, Goblin Rabblemaster, 4 of this brand new card from Magic 2015. How important is this card, and what is its role in the deck, Zach?
So Rabblemaster, really one of the key cards in the deck. The Goblin, the token making ability, extremely good with Legion Loyalists, helps to give you Battalion.
Oh yeah, easy Battalion.
Super easy Battalion, really powerful with Foundry Street Denizen, pumps that up and makes sure it can continue attacking. Also, again, really good with Stoke the Flames. It allows you to put the token, the trigger on the stack, tap that and the token, allowing you to not have to attack the token and do a bigger creature to either deal 4 damage to the face or clear out a blocker for the rest of your cards.
And that's all the turn it came into play.
Yeah, that's right when you cast
Wow,
it.
yeah,
Exactly.
that's nasty.
So this card, you know, the combination of that and Stoke the Flames really allows you to capitalize on what would ordinarily be a pretty big drawback, which is that your 1/1 just has to attack into bigger creatures a lot of the time. The other thing to forget, this card just by itself can put games away incredibly fast. It's a 2/2 that gives you 1 point of essentially haste damage. Next turn, you get to attack with 2 tokens, plus that's 4 more damage. So it just piles on the damage a lot faster than it looks.
Yeah, this seems like one of those cards where, let's say that you don't have the best draw, and your opponent does get to sweep your board away with some spell. That's what you want the next turn.
Yeah, exactly.
You just put that down, you hit him for 1 right away, and the next turn you're like, you better come up with something to kill this, because this thing takes over the board all by itself. Great new card. If you like playing red, that might be your guy.
Yeah, also really powerful synergy with Mutavault too. Mutavault obviously counts as a goblin. So Mutavault plus Rabblemaster means you're essentially attacking for 7 damage. Because of the extra 10.
All right, let's move on to the next one here, and we'll see some of the different ways that you can get damage through. We like to call these reach spells for typical aggressive decks. These are spells that don't necessarily need to attack and block to get damage in, although some of these can as well. We've got full force Stoke the Flames. I'm going to grill you on that one, Zach Hill. There's also 3 Lightning Strike, 3 Rubber Belt Maca, and then a Misers, as we say, Titan Strength. But first, I want to start with Stoke the Flames from M15. That thing has been kicking butt all weekend.
Yeah, Stoke the Flames. I mean, really a testament to the power of Convoke. Evokes a card, Fire Blast, that was out about 15 years ago that was defining red decks. The thing about Stoke the Flames is that it allows you to capitalize on Burning Tree Emissary and some of your smaller creatures. You know, we saw the deck had 15 1-drops. Those get outclassed quickly. But if you can use them to cast Stoke the Flames while applying more pressure, it really allows you to just keep being the aggressor for, you know, a turn or 2 longer than it would be. Obviously, 4 mana, a lot for 4 damage, although not a horrible deal. But if you're casting this by tapping like 1 or 2 lands, allows you to attack with Mutavault, it allows you to leverage creatures that you just cast. It essentially makes any of your 1-drops free that turn because they tap immediately for Stoke the Flames. And in concert, again, with Legion Loyalist, that first strike ability plus 4 damage can take out Desecration Demons, can take out Pelucranos, can take out a lot of big creatures, as well as, of course, just going to the Dome for 4 or getting rid of Planeswalkers.
Right, and we've seen it kill, like I said, Bloodbaron Viscopa. Typically a really tough card for a deck like this, and you just get that out of here. Now, Lightning Strike is pretty self-explanatory. The sort of de facto burn spell for the red decks makes sense for controlling the board or finishing off your opponent. But what about Rubber Belt Maca?
Yeah, Rubber Belt Maca, actually a card that's seen probably a lot more play than you'd think it would at first glance. It's had really good results on the independent tournament circuit. The thing it does here is it really gives you great economy of mana. With 15 1-drops, you really want to be using all of your lands for the first 3 or 4 turns of the game. So what it allows you to do is attack with a 2/2, maybe trade with another 2/2, trade up with a 3/3 or a 4/4, while keeping on the pressure with Mutavaults, still casting the rest of your burn spells. it almost always is used as a Blood Rush card. If you get a little bit flooded, you can cast it as a 3/3, but that +3/+3 means that not only are you getting blockers out of the way, your creature usually going to survive.
Yeah, and it's incredible how often you have to just keep a key creature alive, your Fire Fist Striker. It gets blocked by a 1/1 or a 2/2. You throw Rubber Belt Mach on it, and now you get another activation on it, and you can just finish off the game. 1 Titan Strength.
Yeah, I know. I've looked around. I've seen a lot of different people playing a deck that's almost like this. Some people play 4 Maka, 0 Titan Strength. I think Titan Strength, one of the big advantages of it is that it actually, if your opponent sees it and Maka, they have to play around a lot more cards. It's also good against things like mass removal, things like Bile Blight. The extra toughness sometimes matters. Just, you know, if they play Drown in Sorrow, you can play it on their turn, keep a creature alive. The Scry matters every once in a while. I think for all practical purposes, though, really similar card to Rubble Belt Maka.
Okay, we've got one more, the lands. Now, this is a pretty easy one. One question, though, 3 Mutavault. Why?
I think what you'll see in a deck like this, you know, obviously Mutavault, one of the biggest incentives to be monocolor in this format, a lot of people say really deceptively, maybe the most powerful card in Standard.
I've heard a lot of people say that, who I trust. I think that might be true.
Exactly. I mean, but the thing is, when you have Burning Tree Emissary, when you have Ash Zealot, when you have draws that want to go 1-drop, 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 you cannot have hands that are just a single mountain and a single Mutavault. Furthermore, with only 21 lands, you're probably not getting mana flooded. You're probably not going to be able to use 2 Mutavaults particularly aggressively. So really, you've got to have those 18 mountains to make sure that you can curve out on the first and second turn of the game.
It's funny, Mutavault's actually like the curve topper. It's like what you do when you're out of, you know, other stuff to do. You just throw that 1 mana you've got into your Mutavault and get in there.
Well, I mean, really, when you think about the spells Mutavault can actually cast, it can cast Fire Fist Striker, Lightning Strike, Stoke the Flames, and Rabble Master, but like more than half your deck, it can't really cast. It can only sort of cast Rubble Belt Maka. So it really is more of a 2/2 that survives Supreme Verdict and can't be targeted by Detention Sphere than you're really saying, oh, okay, I can use this to cast most of my spells.
Yeah, it's funny because it's actually a big compliment to Mutavault, and it shows how good the card really is, just that it is even in here, because normally this would be a straight up 21 mountain deck, but this card's so good, it demands that much attention, and 3 of them made it into the main.
Exactly, and one of the ways we differentiate this from the faster decks, they play 17, 18 lands. This deck with the full 21 can actually cast cards like Rabble Master and Stoke. It gives it a little bit more reach in the mid to late game.
Okay. Well, thanks, Zach. This was great. So this has been Rabble Red. If you like aggressive decks, this is the one for you. For Zach Hill, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe signing off from the Tournament Center.
All right, thanks very much to Marshall and Zach there with Rabble Red. That deck has some legs. We'll be interested to see what it does on day 2 when the field compresses. 4 and 4 or better is what you need to come back. Let's talk about the Player of the Year race. Jeremy Desani, 6 and 1. Reed Duke, 3 and 4. He's about to play for his tournament and season life. But there are a lot of other players who could theoretically catch Jeremy Desani if he slips up tomorrow. So why don't we take a look and see what we've got. Desani, Duke coming up. There is the Player of the Year board right now. So you've got Stanislav Sivka, Chris Fennell waiting for their last results to go in. Josh McLean, he's pretty much done at 2, 4 and 1. Patrick Chapin, 3 and 4, not happening. Neither for Josh Utter-Layton nor Sean McLaren. Reed, of course, could still stay alive, but most of these players need top 4s, top 8s, even finals and championships to take out Jeremy Desani. Shahar Shenhar, 4 and 3, but really, let's just look at those top 4. What about William Jensen and Owen Turtenwald and Li Shichan? What can they do to make it in? Well, for Owen Turtenwald, he's on 52 points. Right now, if he made the semi-final and Jeremy falls away, well, then he's in with a shout. If he makes the final, he would lead Jeremy, again, if Jeremy has a bad day tomorrow. But realistically, Owen, as he said at the start, he needs to win the whole thing. Now, as for William Jensen, who's at 7 and 0, well, he's pretty much done. He was on 43 points, and just by Desani playing, he goes up to 74. So right now, Owen Turtenwald would be the most likely rival, depending on Stanislav Sivka. And I'm hearing that he lost his last round to go to 5-2. Now, Sivka is in third place in the Player of the Year race on 53 points. He would need to get to the semi-final. A win in the last round for him would make a top 8 a much more likely prospect. 6-2, you're halfway to 12-4, which might just sneak in 7th or 8th place. 5-3, you're in deep, deep trouble. But right now, 5-3, that might as well be on the moon for Reed Duke, because he is not looking for that. He is looking to get to 4-4 for the chance to extend his Pro Tour season by one more day. So why don't I tell you what the feature matches are going to look like? The players are busy shuffling up down there on the feature match area. And can I also say thank you so much. I see on the screen up in front of me all the tweets that are coming in from you from around the world. Thanks so much for being part of the conversation at PTM15, the hashtag for us, of course. And by the way, tomorrow morning, we're going to have a very special drafting feature. I have Zach at the wall looking at the second pick for players, because the first pick, sometimes it's really obvious. You get a big bomb, a big mythic, you think, yeah, fine, that's easy. Or I'll take my uncommon cone of flame, whatever it is. The second pick, that can be a little trickier. We're going to enlist the power of Cover It Live and you at home to work out what everyone should be picking second in one of the drafts that we've covered this weekend. So that's something to watch out for tomorrow. But the feature matches coming your way this round, well, they're kind of spread out around the field, because we're going to have a 3-4 matchup, and I can't remember the last time that happened at a Pro Tour. But Reed Duke is in action for his tournament life, so we will, of course, show you his round 8. Who is he facing? He's already played John Stern. He's already played Sam Black. He's already played Josh Utter-Leighton. For his tournament life, he faces a Pro Tour finalist in Kyle Bogomers from 2010. Just doesn't get any easier. Cross your fingers, Reed Duke fans. The next hour is going to be huge. Take it away.
Hello and welcome to round 8, aka the final round of day 1 here at Pro Tour Magic 2015. Reed Duke hopes it's not the final round of his tournament.
Of his season.
He's got to get through Kyle Bogomers. Kyle started out 0-3. Looks like he's been winning some and constructed this black-white versus mono-black. Let's send it down to the floor. The players are ready to go. Let's see if Reed Duke can keep his Player of the Year dream alive. Hello and welcome to round 8 of Pro Tour Magic 2015. It's the last round of the day, and Reed Duke is hoping it is not the last round of his tournament. There you see Reed Duke. He is started his year off as the finalist at the World Championships. Okay. Right now, this is, he's playing for keep his tournament life against Kyle Bogomers. Kyle, who was a finalist at Pro Tour San Diego.
Yeah,
a couple years back.
Grand Prix Cincinnati, I believe that's how he got this invite.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yep, you're on the court.
Reed's on the black-white mid-range deck that a lot of Pantheon has run. It's funny, a lot of people looked at M15 and they said, the card that Black Devotion gets? It gets Sign in Blood. Right. Pantheon looked at M15 and said, no. What it gets is Caves of Koilos.
Caves of Koilos you heard some of the real theorists of Standard talk about the implications of that card.
Yeah, the implications are you take your Black Devotion deck and you put in Blood Barons and Obsidian, a couple of Elspeths, and some sideboard cards as well. They even have Banishing Light in the main.
Yeah. Kyle Bogomers is playing, he's just going old school mono black devotion, leads with a Mutavault. He's going to get, not getting in for 2 here. He's going to make a rat.
Yeah, this is mono black, 2 Sign in Blood, some Lifebane zombies, Pack Rats, Thoughtseizes. The gang is all here.
Underworld Connections, Grey Merchants.
Yeah, there is, the couple of Sign in Bloods is the new deck. There's an Urborg amongst the mana. 2 fetch lands. This is the same mono black deck that has had the target on its forehead for 6-9 months now.
And like I said, Kyle started this tournament out 0-3 in draft. I saw him after the round. I'm like, how's it going? He's like, not good.
So he's 4-0 constructed then.
Well, he has a 4th loss, so he's
3-1.
He's 3-1
right,
constructed.
Yeah, these guys are 3 and 4.
This is Scry from Reed Duke. I like it. Third land untapped for Kyle. Rat mana.
Other matches in feature match area, by the way, we do have Owen and we do have Huey. So the entire Peach Garden Oath is here, but they did not get paired against each other. So Zach Jesse has the King of the Hill match against Owen Turtenwald.
So that means you have someone on each Peach Garden Oath member on each table?
What, you're telling me that Paulo Vitor Damo de Rosa is a Peach Garden Oath member?
No, maybe not. Who's he playing?
Zvi.
Who's Peachier?
Attacking for 2.
I think Zvi's the Peachier, Peach Gardener.
Okay, so we see play the third land, make a rat, and attack for 2, discarding Lifebane Zombie.
It's funny, I mean,
discarding Lifebane Zombie's a tough call against the black-white decks.
Right. Yeah, no, he sees that white mana. I'm sure he knows it means Blood Baron. I mean, he's probably also I'm sure people are talking about what Pantheon's been running.
Sure. And then you see a Whip of Erebos. Maybe he's planning on whipping that
Oh,
Lifebane Zombie back into play a couple times
for
from
that.
now.
He probably does. It's funny, even if Reed loses this, though, I mean, he's eliminated from Player of the Year, but Rich was just talking about the fact that there's other players still alive, and really it's still Jeremy Desani versus the Peach Garden Oath.
Right.
Because, I mean, Owen on 7-0 is probably in the best position to make a run right now.
And well, Huey can't make a run. He can make a
Huey is actually eliminated with Jeremy? Yeah, okay.
But he can
30
make,
is not
he
good
can
enough.
make a run at
Worlds.
closing out Worlds.
Yeah,
yes.
absolutely. Yeah,
because a lot of people in that 44-point pack
That's
for the
what I was
at-large
looking at.
berths, they've all stumbled out of the gate here.
Right, Josh McClain is not going to make day 2. You know, Ben Stark was on 3-4. A lot of the guys in that tie on 44 pro points are not doing particularly well.
Yeah. All right, Thoughtseize takes a rat. Bile Blight gets rid of the other rats, and we're back to parity here.
There is a Blood Baron in Reed's hand. Also an Obsidian.
We're going to see a whip here.
4.
You hear the distinctive laugh
You
from
can
Zvi
tell
Moshowitz in the
Moshowitz is
background.
in the feature match area, yes.
Okay, Underworld Connections on a swamp. There you get a look at Underworld Connections. Card that took a while for people to find. It took people almost a full year. You know, we didn't really see that card get hit tournament play until really kind of like a year after it was
No, that's
released.
fair. I mean, it helped
And
that
same with the
Thoughtseize got
rat.
printed. And Thoughtseize really helped that deck.
Yeah.
Stitch everything together a lot. And yeah.
So, Lifebane Zombie comes down for Reed Duke. So, Whip, Bile Blight, and Grey Merchant of Asphodel.
3.
Reed does have the land to go land Blood Baron next turn. I guess 2 Mutavaults can block it. So Kyle's not.
You keep trying to trick me into that play, Randy.
Pardon?
You keep trying to trick me into. I feel like you're setting me up for some later match where I'm going to put my 2 Mutavaults in front of your Blood Baron. I'm not going to do it. Kyle draws a card with Underworld Connections.
It's a very risky line, but it's better than not having any line at all.
Sure.
You need 2 cards?
I mean, Kyle's decision to play the Underworld Connections last turn looked really good from a mana efficiency and card advantage point of view, but it means that he cannot whip the Lifebane in time to get the Blood Baron.
And an Obsidian.
Well, presumably Reed's going to play Blood Baron here, and then he can whip and get the Obsidian. But I mean, once they play the Blood Baron, are you still, and how high a priority do you think Lifebane Zombie is here for Kyle? Protection from black, so good.
Yeah. Hey, protection from everything in your deck. You have a
Except the Mutavaults.
Except the Mutavault. Well, I mean, you're talking me into it.
Does he have much removal? Does he have? He has 2 Devour Flesh?
He does have 2 Devour Flesh.
Though he's got to go through a Lifebane Zombie first. Wow, Curse of the King of the Hill is apparently continuing, and Owen is now down a game.
I suspect it's the hand.
I'll go to 12.
He's not going to whip back the Lifebane Zombie.
12, 16.
He's trying to stitch together multiple removal spells to deal with Lifebane Zombie, I think. Oh, he had one in his hand. Fair enough. That'll work. A sigh of relief from Kyle. Oh, wow.
That still does not deal with the issue.
Right.
At
Oh,
hand.
there's still the small. Although getting to see his hand, though, he sees that there is not a removal spell to blow him out on a Mutavault double block. I mean, he can obviously draw one, but you know there wasn't one a turn or two ago. Yeah, Reed comes crunching in while he can. Surely Lifebane Zombie trades. It's just a question of what it trades with, I guess.
Yeah, you can trade with Mutavault. You want to.
True. So I basically take 4 and you gain 4. So 20 to 8.
You just want to reduce his.
I mean, you're trying to set up Devour Flesh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is I think. Also, I mean, gaining some life from Whip and trading. All right, now Reed gets to see exactly what he's playing around.
Right. Well, he gets the Bile Blight. Those 2. If he can
Yep.
draw a Devour Flesh, he's actually very much alive.
Yeah, Bile Blight will hit both the zombies for sure. He gets, what, 2 turns to come up with an answer to Blood Baron?
Yep.
Plus, again, the Mutavault line is still there. Grey Merchants can gain him some life. I actually like Kyle's position in this game, despite the Blood Baron.
Grey Merchant for 6. 14. Yep.
He's not going to Bile Blight this turn?
I'll Bile Blight those guys.
Yeah.
Oh, there's an Urborg in play.
Yeah, yeah.
I missed the Urborg.
Kyle's going to fall to 10.
Yeah, Reed's pretty much all in on that Blood Baron at this point. This is why he's playing the deck that he's playing.
10, Duke, 18.
Vanishing Light, your whip. Oh, okay.
That's not bad. Vanishing Light, huh?
Enchantments, pro-white and pro-black creatures. Really can't deal with your deck.
Yeah, they're set up for this match. I mean, this is the match. This is why
Right,
they built the deck the way
this
they
was
built
like
it.
sort of public enemy number 1.
Yes.
Coming into this tournament, right?
There
This is
hasn't
the
been
deck.
as much of it running around as I was expecting.
No.
When we talk about the top decks, there's a lot of red decks running around. Blue-white control is doing well. Some of the Pantheon is doing well with this deck, which is black-white. I mean, sort of like public enemy number 1.
See-
But the straightforward, the classic Black Devotion hasn't actually been on camera all
Yeah.
that much.
We've seen Neil Reeves playing mono blue.
Yep.
I'll go down. Scry. Bottom.
Yeah, Kyle digging for Devour Flesh.
Well, he does it. Looks like he found another Grey Merchant.
He had that when Reed Lifebane Zombied him.
Oh, okay.
He also got another Underworld connection, so I think that if he had scryed and seen Devour Flesh, he would have been playing an Underworld Connections. Oh, Demon, okay. He can't race Blood Baron, can he, without killing it?
2 cards, right? Yes.
It's like an Underworld Connections for Duke.
Yeah.
Vaults.
What do you think about Reed's decision to go with Ice Age basic lands? He's clearly done it on purpose. Both the plains and the swamp are Ice Age.
I mean, they're not the most attractive lands.
But they're not the ugliest either.
They're not the ugliest.
They're like the ugliest black
They're,
border.
they're like replacement level ugly.
They might be the ugliest black bordered basics.
So Underworld Connections, draw a card for Reed. Goes 13. He goes 13, but can get to 17. But takes a big hit back.
Yeah, he knows about the Gray Merchant too. So what's he's taking 8, and then the Gray Merchant hits for 2, 4, 6, 8. He's taking like 16. Any black pip beats him.
17, 5.
He can also activate Mutavaults here, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, is Reed just dead?
Well, he can always sacrifice the Blood Baron
to tap the demon. He kind of has to, doesn't he? I mean, if he just goes Underworld Connections, Gray Merch, if he goes attack, that is 8 damage if Reed doesn't sack his Blood Baron. What's Reed going to do for B? There's not a 1-mana removal spell that Kyle needs to play around. He can just play an Underworld Connection for 2 more black pips, and then play Gray Merchant, and it drains 10.
Right, and he's in a corner where he doesn't really have a ton of options.
I mean, he can draw a card with Underworld Connections. Like, he's going to play the Gray Merchant this turn.
So he goes to 4.
Are you a Devour Flesh?
Still almost don't want the Devour Flesh at this point.
Okay, he's going to activate Mutavault. Now he still doesn't need... Yeah, and
there goes Blood Baron.
Didn't even need to play the Underworld Connections. Mutavault is good enough. Reed sees this, knows about the Gray Merchant, realizes, wow, yeah, you don't need to draw Devour Flesh if you can threaten to kill your opponent and make them sack Blood Baron to tap the demon. Wow, what can Reed draw?
Really?
No.
I don't know that there's much he can draw here.
Thought Reed had his back against the wall when the match started. Now he's down to his last game.
Go. Says go. Kyle says
11.
Okay. I was like, I don't know. You're Reed Duke. I'm going to draw a card here.
Activate some Mutavaults, right? I guess 2 Mutavaults could run into Bile Blaze. Kind of
Actually, he's just going to Thought Seize him and say, what do you have?
Yeah. Reed has a sideboard to pick up, I believe. Yeah, he's thinking about whether to concede or whether to show him his hand.
Good game.
Yep.
And wow,
Kyle Bogman's up one game. Again, his three of his 4 losses came in limited. So we're going to be. So we have a promo for you, and then we're going to be back to take a live look in and follow up with some more matches.
Hunt bigger game by playing at a Grand Prix. The East Open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros. Upcoming Grand Prix include Portland, Utrecht, Sydney, Kobe, Salt Lake City, Orlando, and Shanghai. Visit wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule. If you dream of playing on Magic's international stage, head to your country's World Magic Cup qualifiers. These events are held across 3 weekends in August and September, with the winners earning invitations to the World Magic Cup in Nice, France. Visit wizards.com/WMCQ for more information.
All right, and welcome back. We're going to take a look in on the match going on right now between William Jensen at 7-0, playing white-black midrange, against 6-1. Martin Scheinen also playing white-black midrange. And then, as you can see, a messy, messy board.
Yeah, Martin Scheinen is Spanish. He won a PTQ to get here. Couple of GP top 8s on his resume. 11 Pro Tours on his resume. You know, pretty much a regular on the top tables over the Euro GP circuit.
Where he can often be seen playing his full art Zendikar Swamps alongside his white-bordered revised...
You take back everything bad
Swamps.
I said about Ice Age Basics.
So lots of rats on both sides of the table. Underworld connections on both sides of the table.
Martin Scheinen has a 69% win rate at Grand Prix. 69.5%. That's insane. 2 top 8s, and he won Barcelona in 2011.
That sounds like Paulo Vitor Damarosa in the battle of the most peachiest is up 1 game to nothing.
No, it's the battle of the least peachiest in the feature match area. It's to see who's the honorary Peach Garden member, so that the Peacher match area, that's terrible. Yeah, every match is apparently Peach Garden Oath versus. A lot of this white black.
Yeah, and by the way, there is we were talking about the mono black devotion deck.
Yep.
Zachary Jesse, also playing in the feature match area against Owen Turtenwald, is on mono black devotion as well.
Sure.
So he at 7-0.
And the black white. I mean, this is obviously a pair of black whites. So both those decks doing pretty well.
Here comes the Gray Merchant.
Wow, have you seen Zvi's list? Zvi's playing the same mana base as his other Pantheon members with totally different spells. He's a much more aggressive take on the deck, reminiscent of what a Reitzel top-8 Pro Tour Theros
I was going to say, this looks like Reitzel's Theros
It's basically Reitzel's Theros deck. Soldier of the Pantheon, Precinct Captain, Brimaz, etc.
Let's see, Gray Merchant getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 life back from Huey. Strums his fingers on the table, says, yep, that's game.
So the three-man Brotherhood is 0-3?
What's that?
They all lost game 1.
Yeah. That's not looking good. I mean, depending on how that last match plays out, they might have gone 0-4. Okay, now we're peeking in on table B. So this is Zachary Jesse versus Owen.
It's going to be Owen on the right of the screen, right?
It is. See a duress.
That's the side without the 2-pack rats?
Yeah. Activates.
Just in time.
Is he a great?
12 to 13 in terms of life. This is our King of the Hill match. Owen's the current king. Although uneasy lies the crown.
Yeah, there's not a, there was some resemblance between Joffrey and Owen when Owen was younger.
Go. Sure, 9.
Okay, just Gray Merchant, just swinging here. Both players, flicking cards off the top of their deck, looking for something.
Go. 7.
Owen wants that 8-0. Okay, we'll give you an update on this match, but we're ready to go back to our main match between Kyle Bogomies and Reed Duke. Reed Duke down a game and playing for his tournament life.
Okay, you could stop the key. Yeah. Scry.
And Reed Duke starts off with a Temple and Scries.
Sure.
And what do we got? Thoughtseize reveals Blood Baron, Erebos, Hero's Downfall, Underworld Connections, and a couple lands. What are you taking there, Randy?
The Blood Baron's got to be the scariest card, right?
It's really the only way you have to interact with it, right?
Just about. I mean, unless your hand is somehow capable of, yeah. I mean, you're not going to win before the Blood Baron has time to take over.
Although he does have a Devour Flesh in hand. But too much can go wrong
Yeah.
waiting on that plan to come together.
I mean, you can't really interact with Erebos either.
I'll take Underworld Connections.
Wow, Underworld Connections.
Going off the menu.
No, I get it. I mean, it's the card that's going to impact the game first.
Thoughtseize.
So Thoughtseize, you're back. See Sign in Blood,
part of it-
Underworld Connections,
Where's the swamp?
Thoughtseize.
Where's the second swamp?
Oh, yeah. See a lot of land. I mean, a lot of spells, no land.
I know.
Yeah, this could be an interesting game. Yeah. Drew that, obviously.
So Reed's probably looking at Sign in Blood or Thoughtseize. I mean, Thoughtseize is the only card he can cast right now, and Sign in Blood is the best card if he draws a swamp. I would... Wow, that's a tough call between those two. I'm really tempted by the Sign in Blood here. But I mean, then if he draws land, it just undoes everything. Yeah, okay. Thoughtseize seems fine.
Turn. Land, please. Oh, God, I did it.
Wow. Like a pro.
And so does he make a pack right here, or does he just go right to Sign in Blood?
I think he signed his blood.
Yeah.
16. Go ahead.
So Urborg from Reed Duke. Did we not find a third land?
Doesn't look like it. Not a Thoughtseize, though. Sign in Blood was the Cynic's choice for the M15 card that would put the most copies in the top 8. We'll see how that plays out. For anyone who didn't think the format would be affected at all, I gotta think it'll be an enemy pain land at this point.
Yes.
I mean, it could be Rabble
It
Master.
could be Rabble Master.
Could also be, Case of Koilos.
You gotta just keep. What do you take here? Hero's Downfall, probably not the card you want to take. Demon, Erebos.
The Blood Baron is still a gigantic pain in the neck.
It's pretty far off, though.
Yeah, Reed's only on 3 land. I mean, Erebos is the card drawing that's here. Hero's Downfall is just going to trade with something. Is Kyle holding a Demon Answer?
He does take
Takes
Erebos.
And I'll duress the downfall. Go ahead.
Oh, and he had a duress. Wow. So he left him with the Blood Baron and the Desecration Demon.
16.
And Reed can also top deck land like a champ. Seems fair, right?
Yeah, that seems
Just returning the
perfectly
favor.
reasonable.
Go.
He Devour Flushes the demon.
14.
Yep.
Duress.
Yep.
The cards these decks both have sideboarded very similarly. Duress sees Underworld Connections, Bile Blight. Gotta look at cards it can take. He's gonna take the Underworld Connections.
Okay.
Your turn.
Go.
So Pack Rat, no third land for Kyle Bogamies. Land,
Wow.
Hellbent, Blood Baron.
That worked.
Go. We saw Kyle work around the Blood Baron last game, but
Yeah, this time he's pinched on lands rather than milking an Underworld Connections. No Mutavault for Devour Flesh defense, so
Go.
any Devour Flesh is good. In fact, either player's Devour Flesh will do. I'm not sure Reed runs them in the white version of the list.
3 cards.
do you run any sweepers?
No, you can't Banishing Light it. That's white, obviously.
Yep. 1026.
Go.
Kyle's on a 2.5 turn clock.
Reed does run the 2 Devour Flesh.
Text up. 3.
No blocks.
Okay. No effects.
And on Bile Blade, respectively.
Wild blade. Okay. Yep.
So the top deck Bile Blade takes care of the Spectre. And the Spectre
Reed
maybe
says-
drawing a Devour Flesh off the top.
Reed says,
Another one. Go ahead.
you can draw your own Devour Flesh. You're not drawing mine.
Yep.
29.
29. Yep.
Go.
Mutavault. Devour Flesh doesn't work
Yeah,
anymore.
Mutavault, yeah, Devour Flesh is no longer online.
That should just about do it.
Attack trigger.
27.
Yes. A land.
Land's still good, yeah. He's obliged to block the Mutavault should it attack, although it probably won't.
Go.
Sure, Demon.
I mean, he's got a pretty big Gray Merchant in him next turn.
If he comes up with a land. Oh. Not anymore, he doesn't. Hard to top deck. Well, he can, in theory, top deck.
He has 2 shots to top deck the combo.
Well, he has to get the Grey Merchant from his own deck, because Reed doesn't play them. He has to get the Grey Merchant from his own top deck and the land from Reed's.
Yep, 229.
Devour Flesh is no longer good enough. I think that's what has to happen, right? Well, that was a swamp.
No, he can't even get his own Blood Baron from Reed.
Doesn't have time to gain any life. I mean, he's going to wind up attacking just to see what's there.
Attack step, trigger demon.
Sure, no effects.
8 trigger. 21.
There's...
Man.
Close. Close, but... Wow. We have a new King of the Hill. All day.
All falls to 7 and 1.
8 rounds.
Zachary
7
Jesse.
kings.
I mean, I think it is maybe his
fifth. I think
Pro
I looked
Tour?
it up. Yeah,
he
he has
fifth
no
Pro Tour. No notable finishes.
Right. No Grand Prix top 8s.
Yeah.
No big Pro Tour finishes, but a little bit of Pro Tour experience.
Yeah.
Won a PTQ to get here.
Yeah.
Ran the table. 8-0,
Yeah.
taking out Owen Turn 1 the last round.
Yeah, no big deal.
No big deal.
Certainly not going to text everyone I know as soon as I'm past the velvet ropes. So he still has.
Kyle's just bluffing. Like.
Well, no, he has. I mean, he has a chump block with Mutavault here, right?
Oh, sure. He does. You're right.
I don't know that does it.
Meanwhile, Peach Garden Oath is finally on the table with a game win. Huey got there. William Jensen evens his match at 1 apiece. Reed looking pretty good to even this one at 1 apiece, too.
And there's a pack rat for
I'll
Reed.
make a pack rat in the turn.
Makes a pack rat. What is it gonna be? I mean, at this point, if he hits a Devour Flesh somehow, he has to do it on himself.
Sure. Yeah, he can devour his own demon.
Okay, no effects.
Let's see who else. Yeah, just these guys for 8 trigger.
So I go to 17, right?
Yes.
There's a swamp. Another Mutavault.
Jeremy Desani is not human. He won his match this round. 7-1. He's like, yeah, you guys keep talking about all these hypothetical scenarios where people can leapfrog me. How about I just make the top 8?
How about the hypothetical scenario where I lose?
Right.
It's highly hypothetical. Kyle just keeps feeling like he's so, I'm so close here.
Yeah. Man, if he'd been able to sneak that Blood Baron into play, but he's just been obliged to spend his mana making Mutavault chump blockers.
So, yep, more of same.
Yep. 21.
I mean, if he draws a Grey Merchant,
Yeah.
21 to 2, right?
Yep.
he's already
You have
got
to keep
the
drawing
land.
land, too. Does he have?
He's got a land tucked away under the
Oh, got it. Yeah. Grey Merchant's
under
pretty
the
good.
Night Veil Spectre.
Grey Merchant is 1, 2, 3.
Make a pack rat on the turn.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Buys 2 turns. And does 10 damage. And he's been hitting for like 8 in the air. Yeah, Grey Merchant is...
Attack step, trigger demon.
Yeah, Reed has to start thinking about tapping that demon.
Scary.
No effects.
But
not yet.
So if Kyle has drawn a Grey Merchant, he attacks with everybody here, right?
Oh.
And that's what Kyle's trying to do a little math here. Gonna send in one rat. Scratches his head, rubs his chin. I believe Reed Duke's just been holding his breath for a minute and a half.
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, Reed has pack rats that he can, in theory, trade for Kyle's pack rats, but he starts to bring Devour Flesh into play if he does that. I mean, he can discard his card to make a rat. He can activate Mutavault. He can have 3/3 rats. Kyle can get his rats to 4/4, but if he does that, then he can't deal with Blood Baron. I mean, I still think Reed is in decent shape here. It's just Grey Merchant that he really has to worry about.
Kyle needs to have drawn a card.
Right.
But again, he still gets to look at a card.
Yeah, Reed's just taking 11.
So I might activate the pack rat.
Or you might activate the pack rat? That's not good.
Yeah, that's fine. So you go to 10.
If you're activating the pack rat, you're dead.
There's a Bile Blight.
That doesn't deal with Blood Baron. He's still on 2. Yeah.
Go.
Okay. I don't know how.
Like a rat?
I don't think Kyle can do anything from here.
Unless he has Devour Flesh for his own demon.
The fact that he said, "Oh, I might make a pack rat," and then didn't. Do you think that was a reverse tell?
Double reverse tell.
Inconceivable.
I mean, maybe he just thinks maybe I can get Reed to not attack with his Blood Baron somehow. He's like, well, in fact, I'm just going to activate my Mutavault.
Yeah,
there
no, he's got nothing. Kyle is proven remarkably resilient at fighting against a Blood Baron.
Yeah.
Like, they splashed a whole color just to be able to wreck Black Devotion with Blood Baron. And Kyle's like, 1-1 against it. I almost got that second game. I just needed to draw a card.
Yeah, but that game was...
He had like 10 draws at 6 outs.
Very close.
Really was. One Grey Merchant would have swung it.
Yeah, I think he wins that on a Grey Merchant.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. And a Devour, he had a couple turns where he would have also won it on a Devour Flesh.
Right. Had to use a Devour Flesh early on the Demon. But
right.
Okay, so we're looking in on table. This is the match between Zvi Moshowitz and Paulo Vitor Damadurosa, a pair of Hall of Famers.
Yes.
Two of the, game's greatest players.
Two of the greatest deck builders, too.
Right, absolutely.
I mean, this is the Pantheon deck building game trust, right? Brain trust.
Pantheon versus Fireball.
Sorry.
No, it's Pantheon.
Paulo's trying to Fireball.
Oh, Paulo. I was thinking it was Sam Black for a minute.
Yeah.
Sorry. Why was I thinking? I was looking at the top of his head, and I convinced myself it was Sam Black. My apologies.
Okay, here comes the Detention Sphere.
Too many years of trying to judge people by their hands.
Yeah.
Paulo has Sam's hands. That's my problem.
So Detention Sphere takes out Demon. Jace replaces Jace. And Brimaz can only do minimal harm
You
here.
just replaced the Jason plus it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you see Zvi with a very different take on the black-white.
Yeah.
Brimaz, a bunch of soldier tokens, preeminent captain, same mana base, very different spell set.
Preeminent captain. Precinct captain.
Precinct captain.
Preeminent captain is
That
would be
would have
very
been
exciting.
saucy, yeah.
He's like, no one told me.
Precinct captain. Sorry to scare you.
Roger, attack, Jace.
Okay, Brimaz attacks Jace. Mutavault puts on the Secret Service sunglasses, jumps in the way. And Brimaz down. And again, see that Jace holding off an army of tokens.
Paolo is 5-1-1 at this point in the tournament. Zvi is 5-2. So they're both had good days so far.
Yeah.
This is a big one.
Okay, Johnny Caller, the Pride.
Six wins and feel a lot better overnight. Feel a lot better about their chances tomorrow with an extra loss to give.
Puts a counter on Precinct Captain.
Go ahead.
And says go. Yeah. And you hear the anticipatory sigh
It's like
of a Sphinx's Revelations. He's like, I've played this game enough. I know you're going to cast Sphinx's Revelations.